Parallel world. Ding. August 18th, 2033, 1135 a.m. Red alert. According to the Meteorological Bureau, the super typhoon Minghu is expected to make landfall along the coastal region in the early hours of the 19th, with maximum wind speeds reaching level 12 to 17, accompanied by several consecutive days of torrential rain. Residents in coastal cities, please make preparations in advance to ensure safety at home. At the same time, every person in the coastal cities received this alert on their phones. Yet the vast majority of citizens simply ignored it. In a 3-star Michelin restaurant in Magic City, a man wolfing down his food drew everyone's attention. Patrons who came to such a restaurant all cared about projecting class and refinement, so the man's crude behavior immediately aroused their disdain. A female online streamer, who was live broadcasting, turned her camera toward the man, her face full of disgust. Even someone like that can get into a restaurant like this. He's really dragging down Michelin standards. So low class. I'm never coming again. Even the waiters in the restaurant could not fully conceal the contempt in their eyes. Among those who came to spend money here, every customer was usually presentable. This was the first time they had seen such a ravenous wretch. Zhou Chen kept his head down and devoured his meal, grabbing meat with his hands, snatching dishes, gulping soup, sweeping through the table piled high with delicacies like a storm. When calamity descends, only the fittest survive. In his previous life, super typhoons, torrential rains, floods, extreme cold, extreme heat, plagues, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, nuclear radiation. Resources became scarce, corpses of the starved littered the land, and the global mortality rate soared to 98%. During 3 years of the apocalypse, clinging to life by a thread, he had drunk filthy water from the ground, gnawed moldy steamed buns, and even fought stray dogs over scraps of food. Would he still care about other people's gazes? Everything besides food was utter nonsense. He had been reborn. Reborn to the day before the natural disasters descended, and he had even awakened a spatial ability. This time he would madly hoard supplies, grasp the password of these disasters, and ride the storm to live freely and unrestrained. Moreover, he would exact ruthless revenge, making those beasts who had killed him live lives worse than a dog's. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhou Chen paid the bill and left. It was now 1230 at noon. The catastrophe would arrive shortly after midnight tonight, and collecting supplies was an urgent matter. Food, water, medicine, weapons, wilderness survival gear. After 3 years of struggling to survive in the apocalypse, the crucial supply list had been etched into his very bones. Zhou Chen rented a large cargo truck and drove straight toward the biggest comprehensive wholesale market in the city. On the way, he received a call from Old Sun. Old Sun was a security guard at the Yinghua residential compound. In his youth, he had been a street punk with a strong sense of loyalty. He took a knife for a buddy, crippling one leg, missing his chance at marriage, and ending up with no wife and no children. Zhou Chen had a good temperament and could chat with anyone. Usually when he came in and out of the compound, he would greet Old Sun, and sometimes he would share some cigarettes and liquor gifted by clients. After enough back and forth, their relationship had become quite decent. In his previous life, Old Sun died a terrible death. 1 month after the disasters began, Old Sun led the effort to resist invading survivors and was hacked dozens of times, his entire face mangled beyond recognition. Yet that very night, his corpse vanished without a trace, and even though Zhou Chen lived on the top floor, he could smell the scent of meat broth. This morning, after being reborn, considering the safety of the compound, Zhou Chen immediately contacted a renovation company to replace all the windows at home with bulletproof glass and swap the front door for the thickest stainless steel door available. The upper, middle, and lower parts of the door were each reinforced with a 10-centimeter thick steel bolt, ensuring that even a sledgehammer could not smash it open. In the post-apocalyptic world, human nature turned vicious. The first people to strike at you were often not outsiders, but those closest to you. To make efficient use of his time, Zhou Chen had asked Old Sun to keep an eye on things for him. "Xiao, did you buy some kind of medicine?" A young guy just delivered dozens of big cartons. Before leaving home, Zhou Chen had already contacted a salesman from a pharmaceutical company. At double the normal price, he had purchased 1 million's worth of anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, cold medicine, hemostatics, trauma ointments, medical alcohol, gauze, and the like, not even forgetting tetanus vaccines and insulin for diabetes. He had only one requirement: speed was essential, and the medicines had to be comprehensive. These would be life-saving drugs during the calamities. The further things progressed, the scarcer medicine would become, to the point that a single cold pill could fetch a sky-high price. He had personally witnessed someone trade a single strip of cold medicine for a spot in an official base. Such was the preciousness of medicine. "Yes, Old Sun, please sign for them for me and pile them up in the living room." "No problem. The doors and windows are all renovated." I took a hammer to test them. My wrist went numb and the front door didn't even budge. "And the fireplaces you wanted, one has been installed in the living room and one in the bedroom. From what I can see, they're all made with top-grade, heat-resistant steel plates." Taking advantage of the red light, Zhou Chen opened WeChat and transferred 10,000 yuan to Old Sun. The call was still connected, and Old Sun was puzzled by the transfer. "What's with this money? Is it for some balance I need to pay later for you?" "No, it's your compensation for the trouble. It's nothing much, no need for so much. Just take it. Since you trust my words and are helping me sort this out, buy more long shelf life food for yourself. This typhoon might be a fierce one. In a lifetime, one should owe anything but never owe favors." Whether the other party believed him or not was no longer his concern. Zhou Chen's financial situation was actually quite decent. In his freshman year, his parents were killed in a car accident, leaving him an apartment and a contract processing factory whose yearly profits were more than enough for him to lie flat in life. But last month, his so-called best brother and his campus belle girlfriend secretly joined hands with his archenemy to set him up, ultimately causing him to lose a huge sum of money. They bribed key personnel in the factory, poached all his major clients, and even got hold of his company seal and handwritten signature, selling the entire factory off at a rock-bottom price that after several transfers ended up in the two of their hands. Zhou Chen finally saw things clearly. Those two had been entangled long ago. Just yesterday, that dogman and dogwoman even drove their newly bought sports car over to deliver him a wedding invitation. Where did they find the face for that? Zhou Chen grabbed a brick off the ground and charged straight at them. If those two hadn't run fast, their skulls would have been cracked open. To be fair, he had only himself to blame for trusting others too much. Not just his so-called brother and the campus belle, but also those key staff members. They were all his university classmates. Graduates of a third-rate no-name university, when thrown into an elite-packed magic city, could hardly even find a decent job. Those with family backing had long since been arranged into comfortable positions. The rest had nothing, yet stubbornly insisted on staying in Magic City to develop, fantasizing that one day they would get promoted and a raise, become CEOs, and stride to the pinnacle of life. But in a city teeming with elites, how could it be so easy for ordinary people to rise to the top? This was a city that could devour people without spitting out their bones. Countless youths had buried their entire prime here, only to leave in the end with their heads hanging low. Thinking of their 4 years as classmates, Zhou Chen had wanted to help however he could, so he brought the dozen or so who were closest to him into the factory, not only assigning them positions, but also generously offering high salaries. He had asked for no return, yet these beasts had repaid his kindness with betrayal. It truly confirmed the old saying, good men die young, while mischief makers live 1,000 years. In his previous life, Zhou Chen struggled at the very bottom of the survivor hierarchy, even fighting stray dogs for food just to stay alive. Those beasts, aside from a few who died early, were all doing quite well. At the very least, they still had meat on their bones, unlike him who had been reduced to a walking skeleton. When they crossed paths, those beasts snatched away his last half-bun and viciously beat him, and with no medicine available, he ended up dying of illness on a ruined road. Zhou Chen shook his head, casting off those chaotic thoughts. Revenge had to be taken, but not yet. In just a few days, money would be nothing but scrap paper. He had to spend it quickly. For now, the cash in his hand was enough for him to gather an initial batch of supplies. To live on, and live with some flavor, required no small amount of supplies. He possessed a spatial dimension and could stockpile a vast ocean of resources. But the disasters had not yet arrived and society had not yet descended into chaos. If he rushed to start zero-cost purchasing now, he would be in police custody in under an hour. Impulsiveness was a demon. Once caught, he would only be waiting for death. Arriving at the comprehensive wholesale market, Zhou Chen parked the truck at the entrance of a grain and oil wholesaler. He spent $1 million and directly bought out the entire store. Just in salt alone, he purchased 10 tons. The fundamental reason ancient courts controlled salt was that salt was too crucial. So crucial that it could even influence the fortunes of an entire nation. The owner was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear, and proactively offered a 5% discount. Zhou Chen had to make several trips before transporting all the goods. Each time he finished a load, he would drive the truck to a relatively secluded corner nearby, climb into the cargo compartment, and transfer the supplies into his spatial dimension. He would deliberately smoke a cigarette and circle around another block before returning for the second, third load, and so on. Next, Zhou Chen went to the vegetable wholesale area, the meat wholesale area, the bottled water wholesale area, and the grain, fruit, and vegetable seed wholesale area. In total, he spent more than $2 million, and using the same method of staggered trips transferred all the supplies into his spatial dimension. The space had a preservation function, so there was no need to worry about storing vegetables and meat. For the time being, food and drink were collected, what remained were weapons and wilderness survival gear. It was now 5:10 in the afternoon. Time left to him was running short. While Zhou Chen was rushing about without rest, the unseemly footage of him wolfing down food in a Michelin restaurant had already gone viral across the entire internet. Naturally, someone happily shared it in the company group chat and tagged everyone in it. Is that President Zhou? The factory is gone, the employees have all run off, he's nothing now. So it really is him. What's he doing, turning grief and anger into appetite? Could it be that he's been hit too hard and is having a last meal? You mean he's going to kill himself? And whose fault would that be but his own? We worked like dogs for him, exhausted day in and day out, and this year getting him to raise our salaries again was harder than ascending to the heavens. President Zhang is much more generous. He directly doubled our pay. Zhang Li sat bare-chested in his luxurious office, lecherously staring at Su Wanswan as she pulled on a pair of black stockings. Su Wanswan was just like her name, soft and tempting. That face, that figure. Any man who saw her would feel his legs go weak. Back in school, she had been the acknowledged campus belle, the goddess in the hearts of countless student boys. Zhang Li licked his lips, feeling that it was only fitting that Zhou Chen had been ruined by this woman. Seeing the messages in the group chat, a look of smug satisfaction spread across his face. Zhou Chen has blown up online. Blown up. Su Wanswan tugged her skirt, which had ridden up to her waist, back down, not immediately understanding what he meant. Zhongli handed her the video. He savored the tens of thousands of mocking comments from netizens. Su Wansuan frowned. He's not really going to eat this meal, and then go off and kill himself, is he? Zhongli let out a cold snort. So what if he does kill himself? What's that got to do with us? Even standing before Yama himself, he could only blame his own stupidity. Su Wansuan disagreed. If he commits suicide at a time like this, it won't look good for our reputation once word gets out. Thinking himself refined, Zhongli lit a cigar, took a drag, and said, no, if he kills himself, that's actually good for us. Aren't you afraid that once he recovers he'll start gathering evidence to sue us? Guilt pricked at Su Wansuan's heart, and her voice involuntarily rose in pitch. Sue us for what? If clients and key staff want to leave, who can stop them? As for selling the factory at a low price, the contract bears his seal and his own signature. Relax. No matter what means were used to obtain that signature, it'll be hard for him to find any evidence proving he was set up. No. A vicious look clouded Zhongli's face. As long as he's alive, I can't feel at ease. Can you? What if he really does find evidence? Wouldn't all our efforts be wasted? We've just gotten our hands on piles of cash, just opened up the new factory, just begun living the life of the rich, and it would all be over like that. Do you really want to go back to those miserable grinding days? Thinking of her million-yuan sports car, the luxury brands adorning her from head to toe, and of her parents and younger brother, who had gone from despising her to fawning over her, Su Wansuan's expression darkened. She remembered the days when she could only envy others carrying LV bags. Her gaze turned icy. What do you want? Zhongli's smile turned venomous as he began scrolling through his contacts. Naturally, we have to give him another little push. Best if he goes and jumps off a building right away. At that moment, Zhou Chen was driving toward the largest military and outdoor supply store nearby, not expecting to receive a call from Zhongli. How's your day going, my good brother? Not bad. Hey, brother, that's not very fair of you. Soft, and I personally brought you an invitation hoping you'd attend our wedding next month, and you nearly smashed our heads in with a brick. Since you won't come to the wedding, you have to come to tonight's class reunion. We're all good brothers. If you're unhappy, you can talk it out with everyone. Zhou Chen had intended to refuse, but a brilliant idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Fine. I don't feel like going out, but I don't mind coming downstairs for a drink. Zhongli was stunned. Huh. The corner of Zhou Chen's mouth curled into a mocking smile. What's wrong, my good brother? Are you scared? Before Zhongli could react, the call was cut off. Zhongli was so angry, he nearly smashed his phone. Damn it, as if I'd be afraid of him. Having heard everything from the side, Su Wansuan frowned. What does he mean by that? After cursing a few more times, Zhongli gradually calmed down. TCH, what could he possibly mean? Do you really think he dares drag us down with him? Back when Zhongli had rushed to buy an apartment in Sakura residential compound, Zhou Chen had even lent him money. After scheming against Zhou Chen and getting rich overnight, Zhongli and Su Wansuan had been staying in a hotel and had never gone back to live in the compound. Su Wansuan's face darkened. Forget it. Don't go too far. He hates us to the core right now. Oh, he might really come after us with his life. A vicious light flashed in Zhongli's eyes. What are you afraid of? Even if Zhou Chen is like a rabid dog now, we have so many people. If he really manages to injure me, Chen Chong and the others can all get lost. With that thought, he immediately sent a message in the group chat, brothers and sisters, tonight's gathering will be at my place instead. We'll have a garden barbecue. I've invited Zhou Chen to come down for a drink. Everyone in the group was dumbfounded. At your place? Isn't the top floor where Zhou Chen lives? Inviting Zhou Chen? You really dare? After all the dirty things you and Su Wansuan did to him, don't you have any sense of guilt at all? Aren't you afraid Zhou Chen will come down with a knife and fight to the death? They were speechless. They had plenty of thoughts, but no one dared say them aloud. After all, none of their hands were clean either. One after another, they jumped out to flatter him in the chat, praising President Zhang's generosity and saying there would be plenty of benefits following Zhang and Sister Su. Despite the fearless front he put on, Zhongli was actually deeply unnerved inside. He simply could not figure out what Zhou Chen was really planning. After he and Su Wansuan had ruined Zhou Chen so thoroughly, who would believe Zhou Chen didn't want revenge? He had only just begun to savor the feeling of being a big boss. The last thing he wanted was an accident, and he certainly didn't want to be hacked to death by someone. Zhongli hurriedly called his closest buddies, including Chen Chong, into the office, and they huddled together, whispering in low voices. Zhou Chen, however, could not care less what Zhongli was thinking. The thing Zhongli feared most was being looked down on. He could not stand being goaded. Even if he was convinced in his heart that Zhou Chen wanted to drag him into mutual destruction and was terrified inside, he would still grit his teeth and go back to the residential compound tonight. The reason was simple: he had plenty of lackeys. Going back to the compound suited Zhou Chen just fine. Once Zhongli returned, he would not be leaving easily. That way Zhou Chen could personally witness the fate that awaited this pack of beasts in the apocalypse. When food ran out, the spectacle of dogs turning on one another would be quite a sight. As for tonight, Zhou Chen had no intention of going at all. Wasn't it far better to gather more supplies? When the time came, he would not feed them, even if it was just to throw scraps to the dogs. Arriving at the outdoor supply store, he headed straight inside. Disaster first aid kits, tents, large and small raincoats and rubber boots, camp beds, camp chairs, canteen, sleeping bags, ice axes, climbing ropes, binoculars, radios, power banks, fire axes, fire starters, Swiss Army, knives, machetes, multifunction, entrenching tools, waterproof flashlights and batteries for the flashlights. He bought one of everything he could think of, not missing a single item. He added extra-large solar charging panels, every model he could find, steel-spiked ice crampon shoes, multifunction harnesses, and waist belts and heavy-duty tactical vests to protect the chest, 2 sets of each. 10 boxes of emergency thermal blankets. Those were essential. In less than half a month, the entire city would be without water or power. High-capacity, low-noise household generators were absolutely indispensable. He ordered 20 inflatable assault boats and 20 rubber dinghies. After the floods, the water's surface would be choked with all kinds of debris. These things could be punctured at any moment and could even be sabotaged on purpose. Better too many than too few. The shop owner was startled. Everything else is fine, but these knives, they're restricted items. In the apocalypse, violence runs rampant and human lives are as worthless as grass. For ordinary people, confronting this chaos barehanded is akin to seeking death. While firearms are beyond consideration, self-defense weapons are essential. Zhou Chen maintained a calm expression, saying, "You are the expert. Surely you have a way to resolve this." The shopkeeper appeared conflicted, but ultimately relented. "Wait a moment, I'll go to the back warehouse to fetch it." After all, he didn't want to miss out on a big client. When the shopkeeper emerged from the warehouse, Zhou Chen asked again, "Do you know where I can buy a snowmobile?" The shopkeeper looked bewildered and shook his head. "We're in the south. Those things are only sold in the north." "Why not? Shop online." Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. Even in the free shipping zone, ordering online would take until at least tomorrow, and with disasters looming, who knows which highway would be blocked, leaving him no time. He settled for a lesser option, asking, "Do you have ice skates?" In a frozen environment, as long as he could run fast enough, no one would be able to harm him. The shopkeeper chuckled. "We actually do. Last year, I bought 2 pairs just for novelty and hung them on the wall as decor. I only tried them on once, size 44, you should fit. If you don't mind, I'll go get them." A speedboat requires diesel. A year later, the demon city fell, and all survivors fled the city. Even with transportation, it required an astonishing amount of fuel. However, gasoline and diesel are prohibited from being bought and sold in large quantities by individuals. Fortunately, after the disaster struck, the roads were littered with abandoned vehicles. As long as he could run fast enough, he wasn't afraid of not being able to collect enough gasoline. While Zhou Chen was pondering, his phone rang. He pulled it out to see that it was his aunt calling. Zhou Chen had an aunt who in her youth did not study well and ended up with a delinquent husband. They lived by gambling. His parents, failing to set a good example, naturally raised a son who was also good for nothing. When Zhou Chen's parents were alive, they often helped this family. After his parents passed away, the couple tricked him out of hundreds of thousands of yuan under the guise of family affection and then lost it all in one night. Now his cousin had grown up and found a girlfriend, announcing that they wouldn't marry without a house. Where would a gambler like his uncle get the money for a wedding house? So they played the pity card, threatening him with family ties, demanding that Zhou Chen take responsibility. It was utterly ridiculous. The baby wasn't even his, why should he be responsible? To coerce him into compliance, they even rented a place in the Sakura community a few days ago, with the 3 of them taking turns to block him. In their rental, there wasn't even a thick quilt. In his past life, the aunt had come to Zhou Chen kneeling and crying, begging for his forgiveness. Thinking of his deceased father, Zhou Chen's heart softened, and he opened the door. The moment the door opened, the family revealed their true colors, brandishing hidden kitchen knives. Not only did they injure Zhou Chen's arm, but they also shoved him outside the house. In the freezing cold, they left him to fend for himself. Zhou Chen could not help but let out a cold laugh. He immediately added them to his blacklist. While the shopkeeper loaded the goods, Zhou Chen went to the neighboring military supply store. He purchased 50 pieces each of cold-resistant clothing, cold-resistant boots, military coats, cotton hats, military boots, cotton blankets, cotton socks, and cotton gloves. Although these cold-weather clothes wouldn't match the quality of genuine military supplies. In the apocalypse, possessing any one of them is worth a survivor risking their life to protect. In the extreme cold of -70 degrees, how many people can withstand the absence of warm clothing and blankets? To avoid freezing to death, even a tattered military coat could spark a gruesome incident involving dozens of lives. It is not uncommon for the living to use the dead as firewood. With basic thermal gear secured, he still needed heating tools. At -70 degrees, even with electricity, air conditioning cannot raise the temperature. A fireplace and firewood are the most practical solutions. Zhou Chen navigated to a lumber factory in the suburbs. By now it was dark and the typhoon howled with raindrops falling from the sky. The lumber factory was deserted, with a large yellow dog tied at the entrance. Zhou Chen took a bone out from his spatial storage and directed it at the barking dog, which immediately wagged its tail. He climbed over the wall. In the vast open space, firewood was stacked high. Zhou Chen didn't touch the logs or boards, instead collecting tons of waste wood and sawdust into his spatial storage. This quantity of dozens of tons would be enough to burn continuously for 24 hours, even in extreme cold, sufficient for him to use for a year. Zhou Chen noticed a payment code on the wall, so he transferred his last 30,000 yuan. As he left, he casually took 2 electric saws. Zhou Chen headed to his final destination, the storage area of the industrial park on the city outskirts. There were storage warehouses for large supermarkets like Sam's, Costco, Walmart, and Carrefour. Zhou Chen's former factory was in the industrial park, making him quite familiar with the area. It was now 9:10 p.m., and it would take over 2 hours to drive there. The typhoon was coming, was the zero-cost purchase not far off. At that time, a 17-level super typhoon could blow both people and cars away, and if the warehouse was robbed, the police wouldn't be able to arrive in time. On the way, Zhou Chen passed by a fruit greenhouse base. The typhoon had intensified, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of fruits. Upon closer inspection, he could distinguish the scents of strawberries, watermelons, grapes, and apples. At this moment, each greenhouse was bustling with farmers coming in and out. These people were hurriedly moving out boxes of freshly picked fruits. Those they couldn't carry would either be blown away by the wind or submerged in water. Especially the strawberry farmers, their moods were particularly heavy. Strawberries are low-growing plants. Once the flood comes, they will certainly be submerged, and if soaked for too long, the seedlings will rot. Farmers growing other fruit varieties were not faring much better. Even if the fruit trees aren't submerged by floods or blown away by the typhoon, the fruits on the trees would surely not survive. So they sincerely hoped the weather forecast was inaccurate, that the typhoon would be milder, or else they would have worked in vain this year. Zhou Chen parked the truck at the roadside and lit a cigarette for himself. Once the farmers had left, he jumped into the field, collecting both seedlings and soil into his spatial storage. Even if these fruit trees survive the flood, they definitely won't withstand the extreme cold of -70 degrees. Rather than being destroyed by nature, it's better to fulfill his needs. He ran a large circle and unexpectedly harvested nearly 20 acres of fruit land. A row of metal racks remained blown askew by the typhoon, with plastic sheeting blown to the treetops, drifting off into the distance. After wasting an hour, his time was running short. Zhou Chen rushed through the red lights, hurrying to the storage area in the end. The 15-ton truck swaying under the 12-level typhoon resembled a heavy and flamboyant snake. Zhou Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling as though the vehicle might tip over at any moment. Not far away, the church bells rang. It was 0000. The 17-level super typhoon swept through, uprooting small cars like leaves in the wind. With the onset of disaster, the world officially entered the era of calamity. With a deafening roar, Zhou Chen crashed through the door. He floored the accelerator, sending a warehouse door flying. The powerful typhoon surged in, causing rows of shelves stacked at the entrance to topple like a row of dominoes. Zhou Chen adjusted his cap, opened the car door, and jumped out. He rolled up his sleeves, ready for a frenzied shopping spree. The staff in the Walmart surveillance room were left dumbfounded. The alarm blared, its sound piercing. What the hell? They couldn't comprehend how the person on the monitor made everything disappear in an instant. Is it infected with a virus? Quick, call the police. We have a hacker breaching our surveillance system. Yes, it must be a hacker intrusion. The footage we see has been replaced by the intruder. I'm scared to death. I told you, how could those things just vanish into thin air? Zhou Chen quickly returned to the car, immediately reversing with Sam's Club as his target. In truth, the stockpile of just one Walmart was enough for Zhou Chen to last a lifetime. However, the impending melting glaciers and tectonic collisions would shrink the global land area to a mere fraction, and people still needed to inhabit it. To ensure the continuation of human civilization, factories would need to be established to restore some industrial capabilities, leaving even less arable land for growing food. No matter how much supplies he gathered, he would never find it excessive. Rice, flour, vegetables, fruits. These provisions simply could not withstand the ravages of floods and extreme cold. How wasteful it would be. Boom. Zhou Chen crashed through the door of Sam's Club. The surveillance staff from Sam's Club, Costco, and Carrefour were all going crazy. Just moments ago, they had been mocking Walmart's surveillance system for being hacked. Little did they expect the slap in the face would come so swiftly. Fuck. The upper management of these supermarkets were all alarmed. However, with the super typhoon reaching a terrifying level 17, the police couldn't respond, and all these executives could do was fret. Boom. Another deafening noise as Zhou Chen crashed into the warehouse of Yap and Jia, guided by memory. Damn. Now it was Zhou Chen's turn to be angry. When did the supermarket warehouse turn into a pile of steel bars? These bars came in both smooth and rib varieties. 2 tons made a bundle stacked neatly in thousands of bundles. He wasn't involved in construction. Damn it. The little nation had escaped a disaster. Upon seeing the warehouse named South Korea, it suddenly felt much better inside. This was a good finder. It would surely come in handy in the future. The vast warehouse was divided into several zones, and further inside were piles of stainless steel sheets with a huge vehicle parked at the back. Upon seeing this big vehicle, Zhou Chen was practically overjoyed, nearly shedding tears of happiness. A brand new rugged Kamaz off-road vehicle, it would handle desert and rocky roads with ease. With this vehicle, he wouldn't be afraid of any extreme conditions in the apocalypse. In his previous life, someone had driven a Kamaz and a raider crashing through survivor teams that relied on ambush and robbery. They could only hide. Occasionally, some fools would rush up, and their fate would be miserable. Sustaining injuries on the spot was mild, some were flattened into meat patties. Faced with such a domineering vehicle, Zhou Chen could only envy alongside countless survivors. Continuing the surprises, the rear of the vehicle was stacked with nearly 50 diesel barrels. Each barrel held 200 liters, totaling about 1,000 liters of diesel. At that moment, Zhou Chen truly thanked the little pickle. He stored all the warehouse supplies into his space, leaving the little pickle with nowhere to escape. In the heavy rain, Zhou Chen glanced at the nearby Hualien sign, thought for a moment, and made a U-turn. He drove closely along the warehouse wall towards the incubation park, 2 kilometers away. He planned to settle there while also gathering supplies. This was something he had calculated from the start. The incubation park was filled with various startup companies lacking funds, but rich in ideals and ambitions. According to his memories from his previous life, there was indeed a remarkable tech company inside. It was a startup focused on nano high-tech underwear. The fabric they developed could maintain a constant temperature of around 25 degrees when worn. In his past life, during the second year of natural disasters, he was captured by a survivor group and locked in a cave awaiting slaughter. From the conversations between the guards, he learned this astonishing secret. They were a group of like-minded gamblers who emerged during floods to search for supplies and accidentally discovered this product. With an attitude of trying their luck during an invasion of extreme cold, this team of over a dozen people managed to survive using the underwear made from this fabric. Moreover, from their discussions, this special fabric was extremely limited. Those who didn't receive any clothing in the team became popsicles. Zhou Chen was determined to secure this fabric in advance. The incubation park was vast. He could only search room by room to find out which area, building, floor, and room it was located in. This was inconsequential. Anyway, he couldn't leave before the super typhoon subsided. As long as he searched diligently, he feared it might slip away, and he could also collect other useful supplies along the way. The iron fence of the incubation park, having aged for years, was blown down by the level 17 super typhoon, and Zhou Chen drove the truck directly to the stairway. The vehicle was positioned sideways to block most of the wind, preventing him from being blown away as soon as he got out. Zhou Chen didn't immediately sweep the building. He had plenty of time tonight. After a long day, he was truly hungry. Zhou Chen lingered on the first floor, selecting a relatively clean company. He took out a bolt cutter and snipped the chains. Once inside, he casually found a table and took out an electric stove, a frying pan, steak, and red wine. He grabbed a piece of butter and placed the steak in the hot pan, searing both sides, drizzling a bit of red wine over it, and garnishing with a hint of rosemary. The delicious dish was ready. Outside, the typhoon raged and the windows rattled incessantly. Zhou Chen savored the steak, sipping red wine, but suddenly felt something was missing, so he brought out a fruit platter. As he ate, he browsed his phone. The internet was still functioning relatively well, filled with news about the super typhoon. Fallen trees, broken bridges, luxury cars, crushed tornadoes tearing through skyscrapers. Netizens across the country were shocked by the unprecedented destructive power of this typhoon, while numerous influencers went live to comfort their fans. No one could imagine this was the beginning of the apocalypse. Zhang Li had called him countless times, and even added him to the Xingli company group was filled with familiar faces. Zhang Li's purpose in doing this was naturally to provoke him. The group messages were flooding in at 99. Zhou Chen opened it to find videos of Zhang Li and others partying, barbecuing, drinking, and dancing. There were quite a few people, and Chen Chang and others had brought their girlfriends as they danced happily in their short skirts paired with black stockings, moving to the lively music. The first videos were shot in the garden, but as the typhoon approached, they moved indoors. Zhang Li tagged him. "Bro, didn't we agree to go downstairs for a drink? Why are you hiding? Are you afraid we'll laugh at you?" Naturally, there were sycophants eager to mock. Zhang Li had tagged him several times, clearly wanting to show off his wonderful life in front of him. Although the means were not honorable, who wouldn't want to flaunt after becoming rich overnight? Zhou Chen smirked and sent a, "Sorry everyone, I really wanted to join you for a drink, but something came up last minute, and I had to go out." Zhang Li from Sakura Community finally received Zhou Chen's message. He sat up straight, quickly urging everyone to check their phones as he replied rapidly in the group. "Oh, what a coincidence. What important matter could cause you to cancel our gathering last minute?" This is clearly implying that Zhou Chen is deliberately avoiding meeting everyone. Chen Chang and others immediately chimed in. "Exactly, we haven't seen you in ages. Oh, we missed you. Who would have thought you'd stand us up?" "Zhou Chen, there's really no need to be like this. We're all good friends. Whether there's a reason or not, we should gather and yeah, everyone knows you've been feeling down lately. If you're unhappy, just say it. Ooh, we're your best listeners. No one will laugh at it. You better hurry down. Ooh, everyone is waiting for you. What do you need us to carry you down? Nothing a drink can't fix. Zhou, you must believe that there will be bread and love." "Ha ha." Zhou Chen pointed his phone camera at the window and recorded a video. Zhang Li looked astonished. "You're really not at home?" Zhou Chen replied lazily, "Is there any doubt?" With the factory gone and business failing, he had to seek other ventures. While he had become engrossed in conversation with friends, and when the typhoon hit, he could only wait until tomorrow to return home. He chuckled. "You all better not leave. Make sure to wait until I get back for a drink. Don't worry, it's really just for drinks, so I won't do anything to you. No need to fear me, haha." The level 17 super typhoon wouldn't blow indefinitely. It would drop to levels 5 or 6 by tomorrow morning, making travel safe for a short time, but the heavy rain would last for several days. It would depend on how many residents could seize this opportunity. Zhou Chen was confident that Zhang Li would stay. He was also certain that this group wouldn't venture out in the rain to scramble for food. A group of people who enjoyed easy pickings would eat up all the barbecue, and there were plenty of fruits and drinks to last them a couple of meals. By the time they reacted, the flood was rising at an alarming rate and would soon submerge the entire first floor, leaving these people with nowhere to stay. As they began blaming each other, the flood engulfed the second floor, and after much hesitation, they finally decided which few to send out to search for food when the extreme cold struck silently. At -70 degrees, the extreme cold was just the beginning of their suffering. Chains were violently dismantled by a heavy-duty plier. Zhou Chen swept through the first to the third floor in one breath. In truth, there were not many useful supplies, however he managed to collect a decent amount of paper pens and nearly new printers. However, he was meticulously searching the building, even collecting wooden tables and chairs for firewood in the future. He gathered several hundred pieces of packaged tea leaves. Although they were of ordinary quality commonly found in supermarkets, they were still valuable in the apocalypse. Chinese tea culture has been preserved for thousands of years, loved not only by the elderly, but also by the youth. The Chinese have a deep affection for tea. A cup of clear tea alleviates homesickness. The third floor was almost entirely occupied by e-commerce companies with average computer configurations. He carefully collected over 100 machines. Many studio windows were shattered in the typhoon. Half of the items were swept away by the wind, and the other half were soaked by the rain, leaving the entire corridor littered with scraps of paper. Zhou Chen moved quickly, searching layer by layer, room by room. After picking locks, a mere glance was enough to determine if there were useful supplies. He would take what was valuable and hardly spare a second glance at the useless. He unsealed various delivery boxes, inspecting them, and ended up with a pile of clothes, pants, shoes, shampoo, laundry detergent, and even uncovered a folding bicycle. When he reached the fourth floor, he discovered 2 oversized delivery boxes beneath a desk in a certain workstation. Upon opening them, they were filled to the brim with raincoats. The brand was quite familiar. Each box contained 10 pieces, and each carton had 100 boxes. Zhou Chen instinctively glanced at the employee card on the workstation, thinking, Xiongchong, do you have 4 kidneys? Purchasing 2,000 raincoats at once, will you ever use them all? Aren't you afraid they will expire? I see you're not a bear, you're a tiger. The pellets on the outer packaging are quite elaborate, but these items are indeed valuable. In troubled times, a woman is worth 3 dough of rice. In prosperous times, she is worth a fortune. In any dynasty, the status of women in chaotic times is extremely low, often becoming instruments of desire by choice or coercion. Women in the apocalypse face even harsher realities. They are worth even less than 3 dough of rice. Just a piece of bread, a packet of instant noodles, or a handful of old rice. Civilization has lost its morality, filled with bloodshed and violence. The worst of human nature is magnified. Some violent organizations do not regard women as human beings, employing various means to control them, reducing them to tools for trading supplies, suffering injuries or illnesses without any hope of treatment, forced to work until their last breath. In such circumstances, diseases spread rapidly. Many male survivors have come to realize that the old saying, to die under a peony is to be a ghost of romance, is nonsense. Instant gratification is fleeting, but survival is of utmost importance. Moreover, with so many lives lost to natural disasters, there is an extreme shortage of doctors and medical equipment. For survivors, merely staying alive is a struggle, and who would dare to gamble their lives on childbirth? Yet humans are emotional beings. The harder life becomes, the more they long for solace. Thus the value of raincoats naturally surged. Zhou Chen unceremoniously stored them in his space and turned to continue searching the building. As he burst into a studio near the end of the 5th floor, a few figures startled him. Is anyone there? Zhou Chen instinctively raised the heavy-duty plier in his hand, wanting to take the initiative. This was a psychological shadow left from his past life. He quickly turned on the lights and discovered that they were merely several plastic mannequins. This was a clothing company with several sewing machines and tables occupying most of the space. Several bolts of fabric were piled on the tables, and 2 computers were placed in the corner, while a few plastic mannequins were arranged by the windows. One of the plastic mannequins was dressed in a light gray underwear set. Zhou Chen retreated to the doorway and glanced up at the door sign. Hua Xin Constant Temperature High-Tech Company. Constant Temperature Clothing. The incubation area spans from Area A to Area F, covering 5 kilometers, with 100 buildings in each area, each building having 5 floors and dozens of rooms on each floor. He casually wandered into one building only to stumble upon the legendary cold-resistant artifact. Could this be the buff of a reborn person? Zhou Chen excitedly rushed over and touched the fabric of the underwear on the mannequin. Light, soft, and skin-friendly, the 3 characteristics fused into a wonderful texture, incredibly comfortable. Zhou Chen eagerly tried it on. The moment it touched his skin, he felt a cool sensation. Wasn't this supposed to be a cold-resistant artifact? Why did it feel somewhat chilly instead? It was mid-August, and even though a typhoon raged outside, the temperature was around 35 degrees Celsius, still feeling a bit hot. But within just a few seconds, that feeling of heat vanished, and he felt as if he were in a room with an air conditioning set to 28 degrees, incredibly refreshing. So this fabric really can maintain a constant temperature. Not just a cold-resistant artifact, but also a heat-resistant. It is said that the owner of this company is a researcher, and his dream is that one day the results of his painstaking research can be worn by astronauts. What a pity. If it weren't for the apocalypse, this person would have made a name for himself. Zhou Chen was ecstatic, changing back into his clothes and treating this set of constant temperature clothing like a treasure, storing it in his space. When he hurried to collect the fabrics, he found that only one bolt felt the same as the constant temperature clothing. The others, while similar, were definitely different. This means the others could very well be research samples or failures. Zhou Chen was not too disappointed. After all, being alone, having one set of constant temperature clothing was already very satisfying. Moreover, this fabric is a bolt Typically its length reaches 20 to 30 meters, and making several sets would be completely fine. The only issue was that he didn't know how to sew clothes. However, there are plenty of people skilled in this craft. He could find someone to make clothes in exchange for food, and many would be eager to help. With this in mind, Zhou Chen directly emptied the studio, not leaving behind even a single needle. Dawn was approaching. The intensity of the super typhoon was gradually weakening, yet the relentless rain was pouring even harder, threatening to submerge the entire world. With the faint light of dawn, Zhou Chen felt as if he had crossed into another world, a dilapidated wasteland. 5 kilometers away, 2 towering buildings had once stood facing each other, echoing one another. Now the building on the left looked as if it had been smashed by a giant's hammer. The upper structure had vanished, leaving only the lower structure standing against the wind and rain. In the right building, a bus pierced through the midsection, leaving only half of the rear exposed. The old factory buildings in the industrial area had all turned to ruins, all machinery submerged by the flood. Floating in the flowing floodwaters were numerous corpses, some male, some female, some old, some young, obstructed by fallen tree trunks, ultimately forming a horrifying pile of bodies. Help! Help me! A man lay among the ruins, his legs twisted in a peculiar position, his chest impaled by rebar from a collapsed wall, blood continuously washed away by the rain. He struggled in agony, calling out a couple of times before falling silent. Zhou Chen clenched his fists, knowing that such tragedies would unfold daily. Noon, 12 o'clock. At this moment, the super typhoon has downgraded to level 5 or 6, and the world is engulfed in the heavy sound of torrential rain, with the dark sky seemingly ready to collapse. The owners group of Sakura community has been active all morning. Everyone is shocked by the terrifying destructive power of this typhoon. I thought it would be like previous years with only minor incidents like waterlogging on roads and fallen advertisements after the typhoon, but upon waking up it felt like a different world. This is too terrifying. Is this the end of the world? The glass in my house rattled all night. I couldn't sleep at all. Did you hear? The ambulance hasn't stopped for half an hour. I heard many people died. I saw online that many buildings across the country have collapsed. Can you believe that? I heard our company's building collapsed too. Can I skip work now? The typhoon has weakened. Shouldn't we go out and gather supplies? The rain is even heavier than last night. The greenery has been submerged. I think it's better not to go out. Indeed, who knows the exact road conditions? What if a manhole cover is loose and you step in? Really? I want to sit at the kids' table. Haha. I want to go out. I've been eating out for days, and there's not even a green onion at home. Damn. Someone shared a post, and someone uploaded a video showing several corpses floating in the river. Wow. Those are really corpses. Oh my god, that's too scary. At this moment, the head of the neighborhood committee, the aunt, stepped in. Information not verified by the authorities online is mere rumor and can lead to legal consequences. We are all educated individuals. I don't need to elaborate on this. I warn all owners, if anyone spreads rumors causing public panic, don't blame me for not being lenient. I will bring the police to catch you. As soon as the aunt from the neighborhood committee sent this message, the group instantly quieted down. Everyone listen to me. Although the super typhoon has passed, it is still pouring outside. If an accident occurs while going out now, it will only add chaos to the country. Stay at home honestly, and check the situation in a few hours. What if the flood gets even deeper in a few hours? How will we go out then? The aunt from the neighborhood committee was quite displeased with anyone contradicting her, tone becoming very serious. If the flood rises to the point where the common people cannot go out, it will be easier for you. The organization will definitely assign staff to distribute supplies to the people, and they will ensure every owner in each community receives them. Be patient. We must trust in the power of the organization. If there are any new developments, I will notify everyone immediately. Her words reassured the owners somewhat. Although the neighborhood committee is merely a community role, it has gained recognition from the organization, hence it possesses a layer of organizational authority, lending a degree of credibility to her words and actions. Furthermore, people tend to be lazy and have a mentality of wanting to take advantage. Not having to go out, spending no money, receiving free provisions delivered to their doors, many see this as a kind of enjoyment. Zhou Chen scoffed. This aunt was truly harmful. While her words held some truth, timing is crucial. Will the apocalypse announce its arrival and tell everyone it's here to destroy the earth? This downpour will last for several days. In a few hours, seawater will flood into the city, and the flood will instantly submerge the second floor. With 7 to 8 meters of water, the common people will find it impossible to go out. Going out now is the residents' last chance to gather supplies. In fact, many supermarkets already have long lines outside, and many malls have been emptied. At this point, going out might still allow you to grab some supplies. In the past life, the aunt from the neighborhood committee arrogantly preventing residents from going out to gather supplies ultimately led to numerous tragedies. The first batch of victims consisted of elderly and solitary individuals. Zhou Chen could no longer hold back and sent a voice message. This super typhoon has reached a shocking level 17, with countless affected people and unimaginable levels of disaster. The organization is currently overwhelmed. Who has time to deliver supplies? If you have no supplies at home, hurry and go out. The neighborhood committee aunt immediately called Zhou Chen by name. 212301. Oh, you think you know everything. Didn't you hear what I just said? Stop stirring up trouble here. Will missing one meal kill you? Zhou Chen directly cursed. What the hell? You are preventing everyone from going out to gather supplies. If people starve to death, will you take responsibility? Little brat, watch your mouth. Who's starving to death? What era is this that people still starve? Are you questioning our national strength or the capabilities of our community? I even suspect you are intentionally inciting public panic to cause social unrest. Old vegetable skin, let me ask you, if people starve to death next, will you be fully responsible? Can you bear the weight of so many? The two directly clashed in the group, while the other owners dared not speak. Being called old vegetable skin by a kid, the neighborhood committee ant turned green with anger. So you are Zhou Chen. I'll remember this. Once the flood recedes, I will definitely report you for disturbing public order. Zhou Chen immediately retorted, don't wait for the flood to recede. If you have the guts, report me now. I'm waiting. He took a picture of the corpses piled up and threw it into the group. Prioritize what's urgent. The entire industrial park is in this state. Do you think the organization can spare people to deliver supplies to you? People need to understand how to save themselves, got it? Believe it or not, just don't cry later. The next second, he was kicked out of the owner's group. Shortly after, old son called, Xiaozhou, where did you get that photo? I took it just now. Is the photo real? You are in the suburbs, right? In fact, there were many similar videos online in the morning, but less than half an hour later they were nowhere to be found. Zhou Chen thought this was very normal. The authorities could not have anticipated that this was the beginning of the apocalypse. To ensure social stability, they would inevitably delete such videos. All media outlets received orders, and the entire backend would operate strictly with restrictions so severe that one cannot imagine. Even if you have 100 videos in hand, you won't manage to post a single one online. Old son sighed, I thought so. The typhoon had just weakened, and all ambulances and fire trucks were dispatched. Fortunately, the buildings in the inner ring are quite concentrated, and the situation is much better than in the suburbs. Just after Zhou Chen hung up, many people in the owner's group him. Everyone was indignant. Top floor, what the hell are you posting? My son was playing on his phone and got scared to tears by your picture. My wife is 8 months pregnant, and your photo startled her so much she almost fell. She's been feeling pain in her stomach. If anything happens to my wife or child, can you take responsibility? Don't talk about pregnant women and children. Even I, a grown man in my 30s, was startled. What's wrong with you, eh? That picture was probably just randomly found online. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable? Damn, this society is so crazy. Even the smallest matters manage to bring out a bunch of monsters. Trash is right next to me. I say such people should be arrested and shot on sight. As an owner on the first floor of 21, Zhongli naturally would not miss any opportunity to step on Zhou Chen. I know you've been under a lot of stress lately, but deliberately creating panic is wrong. Typhoon days happen once or twice a year in coastal cities, buildings collapse and people die, but your photo is too exaggerated. The funeral home can't even provide that many bodies. Just because you're not doing well doesn't mean you should take revenge on society and scare everyone into misery. Zhou Chen simply replied, hee idiot. No amount of downpour could hinder the footsteps of the official rescue team. Zhou Chen held a pair of binoculars, spotting the figures of police officers, firefighters, and medical personnel in the distance. However, the road was blocked, making it impossible for vehicles to pass. All of them donned orange life vests, struggling hand in hand through the flood. Their hearts were heavy with sorrow, tears welling in their eyes. Even though they had received aerial photos before setting out, thinking they were mentally prepared, the horrific scene before them was still unbearable. Buildings can be rebuilt, equipment can be replaced, but in a single night, thousands of lives lost are truly gone forever. FCK. Damn it. Baka. A group of foreigners of various heights and sizes cautiously followed the police, cursing, oh shift. We are all respectable individuals who came from the top classes. Oh, why must we wade through this filthy? Oh no. These corpses are disgusting with so many rats on them. Oh no. Why didn't you hold on to me tightly, forcing me to drink water soaked with corpses? They were all heads of summer country areas for several major import supermarkets. Last night, an anomaly occurred in the warehouse. The alarm rang all night, and in the morning they received news that the warehouse door was damaged, making it possible for all the supplies to be blown away by the typhoon. They didn't want to come, but they had no choice. They lived splendidly in summer country with admirers every day, yet to the headquarters they were merely employees. Now their multi-million annual salary was at risk. Zhou Chen ate a steak and drank a glass of freshly squeezed juice. He found a motorcycle amidst the ruins and headed home. This road he had traversed for over a decade. Even without road signs, and with the path destroyed, he could find his way home with his eyes closed. Along the way, he didn't forget to collect supplies. The dark sky and heavy rain served as the best cover. He collected the delivery truck that was left with only a cargo box. He also took the overturned water truck. He gathered a big yellow cow that mooed in the flood. He also collected a few pigs that swam by. Someone emerged from the ruins. 1, 2, 3. Some walked alone while others helped each other. This area was close to the inner ring with dense housing, and only a few old buildings were destroyed by the super typhoon. These people to varying degrees were injured and looked bewildered in the heavy rain. The shared sorrow of humanity was palpable, and the shocking scenes before them brought tears to many. Zhou Chen was indifferent to it all. He knew that in desperate situations people's hearts would turn dark. Those who shed tears for the dead in this moment might one day kill for a loaf of bread. Helicopter after helicopter flew overhead. Some flew into the distance while others descended lower nearby. A fire truck convoy appeared crashing through with formidable force to clear a path. Someone in the convoy shouted through a loudspeaker, continuously reminding residents to return home and not to venture out. The low-rise houses submerged in floodwaters, and the severely injured residents would be evacuated first for unified resettlement and careful treatment. Zhou Chen bypassed the rescue team and, relying on memory, found a nearby gas station. His luck was astonishing. He discovered a fuel tanker. Under the impact of the super typhoon, this fuel tanker had crashed through the shop's glass with most of its body trapped inside, leaving only a foot of the tail exposed. Zhou Chen rushed over excitedly, carefully inspecting the vehicle and finding no damage or oil leaks. The fuel capacity met his expectations, fully loaded at 30 tons. The apocalypse tormented humanity in various ways. Even the earliest established official survivor bases were mercilessly destroyed by the relentless natural disasters. Survivors were forced to migrate again and again for survival. In his previous life, Zhou Chen, like most survivors, trekked across various provinces on foot, all just to find a moment's respite. His feet were worn out. Excised blisters would burst and grow back, then become blood blisters, festering and oozing with even a toe lost. Many other survivors fell on the road and never got back up. With this fuel, if he could find a few more high-performance vehicles, his chances of survival would increase. Every time he recalled his previous life's survival experiences during the apocalypse, he felt a chill run down his spine. He stored the fuel tanker and took out 4 plastic water storage tanks from his space, draining all the stored fuel. Unfortunately, the stock here was low, otherwise this fuel tanker wouldn't have appeared. But that wasn't an issue. Zhou Chen got back on his motorcycle and sped towards the next gas station. In the process, he drained the fuel tanks of vehicles of all sizes. Off-road vehicles and trucks of different brands, as long as they weren't severely damaged, were collected into his space. As he passed through a deep water area, the sound of barking dogs faintly reached him amidst the rain. The further he went, the clearer and louder the barking became. Woof! Woof! A big yellow dog was barking at Zhou Chen while clinging to a tree trunk. Upon closer inspection, the dog's neck was tied with an iron chain with the other end wrapped around a tree branch. Zhou Chen felt no sympathy for a dog. In his previous life, he had several encounters with wild dogs fighting for food. Wild dogs in the apocalypse were ferocious and even ate human flesh. Once he almost got bitten to death. Seeing Zhou Chen walk away without a glance, the big yellow dog let out a mournful whimper. Then it froze, staring longingly at the human who was leaving. A man and a dog locked eyes. Zhou Chen stroked his chin, pondering seriously. To make those beasts realize that they were living worse than a dog, how could there be no direct comparison with a dog? If you dare to bite, I'll stew you. Hearing the word stew, the big yellow dog felt an inexplicable sense of fear and immediately fled. Just as it released the tree trunk, it was swept away by the flood, only to be pulled back by the chain caught on the tree branch. Zhou Chen delivered a heavy slap to the dog's mouth, hitting it hard enough to nearly knock it out. The big yellow dog instinctively bared its teeth, only to be met with a second slap, then a third. Children don't act up and dogs don't listen without a beating. If children don't act right, I get angry. If dogs don't listen, I eat meat. The big yellow dog was stunned from the beating, its rear submerged in the flood, quickly tucking its tail. Seeing that he had dealt with it sufficiently, Zhou Chen untangled the coiled chain and lifted the dog by its neck, tossing it onto his motorcycle. From now on, I'll call you Big Yellow. The big yellow dog squatted on the fuel tank, trembling all over. It attempted to jump into the water to escape several times, but lacked the courage. A mere cough from Zhou Chen could make it shrink its neck in fear. Upon entering the inner ring, the roads immediately became clear. In the flood, many people were carrying supplies they had managed to purchase back home. My brand new car I just bought yesterday, hasn't even been insured. A BMW by the roadside was crushed by a large rock, and the female owner was anxiously stomping her feet. Boom! A figure fell from the sky, crashing onto an SUV, blood gushing from its mouth and nose, dying on the spot. The surrounding crowd screamed in terror. Before the crowd could react, another person fell from a height, splashing water everywhere, and blood quickly spread. An elderly woman squeezed into the crowd, crying out in despair. Son, why are you so foolish? A factory is lost, but it's just that. Why are you so troubled? How will your father and I survive? Under the rain curtain, the wall of Sakura Community collapsed, and a section of the iron fence fell down. The ground was inundated with 1.5 meters of water rushing towards the underground parking lot. The small cars submerged in the flooded community collided with each other, eventually jamming the entrance in a chaotic mess. Residents staying at home could only watch helplessly as their beloved cars were destroyed. Zhou Chen entered the community, riding his motorcycle through the flowing water. Damn! Someone shouted from above. Immediately, numerous residents rushed from their living rooms to the balconies to observe, their expressions filled with excitement. Warrior! Awesome! Brother, what's the situation outside? Zhou Chen arrived at Building 21 and took a special look at Zhang Li's apartment on the first floor. The small garden was submerged in murky floodwaters, with only the crowns of 2 small trees visible. Debris as well as household appliances floated on the water's surface. The house was uninhabitable. Zhang Li and the others were likely cramped in the second floor hallway waiting for rescue. The elevator was out of service, and they could only climb the stairs. As Zhou Chen climbed to the second floor, he saw over 20 men and women sitting on the steps. Zhou Chen. Chen Chang was taken aback. His old classmates sitting next to him also looked shocked. They never expected that Zhou Chen could return amidst such deep floodwaters. In the next moment, footsteps echoed. Zhongli rushed over from the elevator entrance, bringing a few women with him. Upon realizing it was Zhou Chen, he immediately asked, "Why didn't you answer my call? Why didn't you reply to my messages?" He gestured around angrily, saying, "Aside from Chun Chang's girlfriend, who here is not familiar with you, ask everyone if anyone didn't call or message you and you." Zhou Chen put his hands in his pockets and replied, "Oh, did Su Wanwan message you too?" Zhongli was taken aback, while Su Wanwan hiding behind him dared not meet Zhou Chen's gaze, turning her head away in guilt. Zhou Chen's gaze towards Su Wanwan infuriated Zhongli. He felt like a fool, realizing that he was the one who had betrayed. Zhongli stepped forward, attempting to block Zhou Chen's view, but Zhou Chen was a head taller and easily looked over him, landing his gaze on his woman. Zhongli felt like a clown and subtly stepped back, firmly blocking Su Wanwan behind him. "I'm talking about the phone call. Why are you bringing up Wanwan?" Zhongli deliberately emphasized the name Wanwan with a hint of affection, looking smugly at Zhou Chen. "You never had her yet. I had her in various ways. Doesn't that make you feel bad?" It infuriated Zhou Chen. He lowered his eyes and glared at Zhongli. "Just because you called, I must answer. If it weren't for you, how could I have returned? Now my house is flooded and what does it matter to me if your house is flooded? The house has nothing to do with you, but the car certainly does. A car worth over $1 million is now submerged in water." The more Zhongli thought about it, the angrier he became. The house being flooded was no big deal. He could always buy new furniture and appliances, but his newly acquired sports car, which he had shown off for barely a month, was now ruined by floodwater. Thinking of the car, Su Wanwan, standing in the corner, felt a pang of pain and glanced reproachfully at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen smirked, saying, "It's all my money spent. I don't feel distressed. Why should you?" Upon hearing this, both Zhongli and Su Wanwan stood stunned, unable to utter a word. They never expected Zhou Chen to be so direct. Chen Chang and the others' cars were also submerged, and they were now anxious. Although they had car insurance, with so many waterlogged vehicles, the insurance company's owners would likely jump off a building. "Zhou Chen, what about our cars?" "Yeah, if it weren't for you wanting to drink with us, would we have driven here?" "Exactly, the terrain at my rental is much higher than here. No rain could submerge the tires." "We don't care about your issues with Zhongli, but what about our cars?" Zhou Chen turned around and scolded them directly. "Are you crazy? Did I call all of you here for a gathering? Do you have any communication records or message logs? Show them to me. Who called you here? Go find them." Chen Chang and the others turned red with anger, instinctively looking at. However, they were all on Zhongli's ship, and they still needed to rely on him in the future, so they dared not offend him and could only vent their frustrations on Zhou Chen. Seeing everyone staring at him, Zhongli immediately became furious. "Damn, a bunch of dogs eating shit." Smelling the shit, they desperately crowded around him, and at the slightest loss, they started blaming him. They didn't even think that if it weren't for him coming up with ideas time and again over the years, how could their salaries have risen from a few thousand to 20,000? If it weren't for his boldness, how could they have each received tens of thousands to buy cars? Chen Chang and the others, seeing Zhongli's unkind expression, all lowered their heads. Zhongli clenched his fists and shouted at Zhou Chen, "Zhou Chen, let's put aside the car issue for now. If it weren't for you saying you didn't want to go out, but were willing to come downstairs for a drink, would I have canceled the restaurant reservation and called everyone here? Now we don't even have a place to rest or a sip of water to drink. Shouldn't you find us a place?" Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. "Put it aside." "Should I?" Zhongli gritted his teeth, waving his hand vigorously. "Fine, the car issue has nothing to do with you. We accept that ourselves." Chen Chang and the others felt another wave of resentment upon hearing this. "The car issue has nothing to do with Zhou Chen. Can you really decide that? Can you make that call? Then will you Zhongli compensate us for a new car? Damn you and Su Wanwan, the two dogs, have taken Zhou Chen's factory and are rich. What about us? We still want to relentlessly harass Zhou Chen for some compensation." But at this moment, Zhongli's face was filled with warning. Chen Chang and the others could only stifle all their Zhongli glared at Chen Chang and the others, impatiently looking at Zhou Chen. "Hurry up and take us to your house. We are both tired and hungry. We'll leave after the flood recedes." Zhou Chen punched Zhongli in the face. "You damn know it's my house, not yours. If you want to go, just go." The punch was not light, causing Zhongli to stumble and crash against the wall. He instinctively covered his face, blood oozing from between his fingers. Everyone was shocked, staring at Zhou Chen. Why did he suddenly strike? All this time, Zhou Chen had given them the impression of being very accommodating and gentle. Especially when he smiled, his eyes shone brightly, and his smile was like the sun in winter. They had never seen him lose. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel he was easy to bully, demanding salary increases every year, sometimes even twice or thrice in a single year. This was the first time they saw Zhou Chen lose his temper, and it was also the first time they saw him throw a punch. It seemed he was truly pushed to the edge. After all, his best friend and goddess conspired to take over his factory. If this had happened to them, they would have shown up with a kitchen knife in one hand and sulfuric acid in the other. They couldn't have waited. Su Wanwan looked at the disheveled Zhongli with disdain, but still walked over to help him up, turning to reproach Zhou Chen. "Zhou Chen, you went too far? Why can't you talk things out? Why resort to violence?" Zhou Chen sneered. "Who do you think you are to talk to me? Who here doesn't know what kind of person you are? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to go out and meet people." Su Ruanruan's expression changed. "You Zhongli valued his appearance greatly. He used more skincare products than most women. He stared at the blood on his hand, infuriated, cursing. Zhou Chen, this is all your fault. Get them all on me. Chen Chong and the others reacted, rushing towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen's right sleeve slipped off to reveal a spring knife. He pressed the button with his thumb, and the blade popped out. Clang. The sharp blade gleamed coldly under the light in the hallway. Zhou Chen squinted his eyes, a chilling, killing intent, making everyone shiver. Damn it. The frontmost Chen Chong and his group turned tail and fled up the stairs in panic. A group of women were horrified, each shrieking and scrambling to hide. Zhongli widened his eyes, instinctively pressing his entire body desperately into the corner. What do you want? Zhou Chen raised his spring knife, his eyes fierce. Aren't you eager to fight? Come on, I want to know if this knife can actually kill someone. Zhou Chen, calm down. Zhongli trembled, suddenly feeling the urge to urinate. Put away the knife, I was just joking. You can leave, we definitely— Zhou Chen had no intention of truly acting. For a moment, he indeed wanted to stab this group of beasts to death. Based on his survival experience over 3 years in the apocalypse, he still had some ruthlessness left. But he preferred to watch these beasts tear each other apart. It was much more entertaining to see them suspecting, bickering, and stabbing each other in the back over a little bit of supplies. Zhou Chen kicked at the big yellow dog. This dog had its tail tucked between its legs, trembling and hiding behind him, not daring to bark a single sound. It deserved a beating. Coward. Zhang Li and the others turned pale, feeling that Zhou Chen was not just cursing the dog, but also cursing them. But he had a knife. Who would be foolish enough to rush at him? As Zhou Chen stepped up the stairs, passing by Chen Chong and his old classmates, each of them pressed their bodies tightly against the wall, their eyes glued to the knife, fearing Zhou Chen might stab them at any moment. When he reached the corner, Zhou Chen suddenly turned around, looking down at everyone. Chen Chong and the others quickly grabbed their girlfriends and fled down the stairs, a crowd of men and women huddling together. Everyone's heart raced uncontrollably as they looked up at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen glanced at Su Ruren, then at the other 2 female classmates, as well as Chen Chong's girlfriend. With a smirk, he said, remember, my place only takes in women for the night. You bastard. Realizing the knife in Zhou Chen's hand, Zhang Li immediately covered his mouth, forcibly suppressing the harsh words behind it. Only after Zhou Chen's footsteps faded did they dare to curse loudly. Damn, who does he think he is? We shouldn't have let him go. I don't believe he would actually kill someone. Next time we see him, we'll make him pay. We'll beat him until he barks like a dog crawling under our legs. What a loser, still thinking he's the old Zhou. He's nothing. A group of men vented their anger for a while, but the actual problem remained unsolved. A short-haired girl quietly asked, what should we do now? Zhang Li frowned, just hold on. If it keeps raining after dark, there will definitely be rescue teams coming for us. With so many low-level residents affected, I don't believe the authorities will turn a blind eye. Chen Chong's girlfriend quietly crossed her legs and murmured, we've been borrowing the toilet and water from the 2nd floor all day. With so many of us, they must be fed up by now. Since she was Chen Chong's girlfriend, Zhang Li was relatively patient. Then let's go to the 3rd, 4th, or 5th floor. If we speak politely, they shouldn't refuse us. In the crowd, a thin monkey suggested, how about we leave here first? I and Cece's rental unit are both on higher floors. We can squeeze in there together. Just as everyone began to think, Zhang Li directly scolded, are you an idiot? How many people here can swim? If I were willing to part with my Armani, would I go to your rundown place? Staying in a 5-star hotel beats your dog hole any day. The thin monkey felt a burning shame, as if he had been slapped hard in front of everyone. He stepped back into the crowd, glaring fiercely at Zhang Li. The 10 or so women present also disapproved. I'm not swimming in such filthy water. Exactly. I just bought this dress yesterday for $1,000. My shoes cost $2,000. The salesperson said they can't get wet. What if I get an infection from my period? I don't mind getting dirty, but I can't swim. The atmosphere gradually grew heavy. The CC mentioned by the thin monkey stood up. How about this? Let's choose a few gentlemen who can swim to go out and find the rescue team, or rent a rubber boat, or a bus. In any case, we need to get everyone out first. We can't just stay in the hallway. Counting, there were only 3 men present who could swim: Zhang Li, the thin monkey, and a guy named Luo Feng. But Zhang Li was reluctant to part with his Armani. The thin monkey had recently fought and had one arm in a sling, and that guy Luo Feng had just undergone hemorrhoid surgery last week. Chen Chong and his girlfriend could actually swim, but they had seen on social media that someone had been walking in the flood and suddenly sank, likely falling into a sewer and ending up dead. The 2 of them were too cautious to gamble with their lives, exchanging glances and pretending to be non-swimmers. Seeing this situation, everyone knew it was just a waste of breath. Zhou Chen returned home and immediately began to check all the bulletproof glass and the steel door secured with 3 bolts. The money spent here was worth it, especially for this door. Once the 3 bolts were locked, no one outside could break in, even with a hammer. The living room was stacked with dozens of large cardboard boxes, all checked. He had all the necessary medicines. That salesperson was quite clever, managing to get half a box of emergency supplies. No wonder he confidently patted his chest and guaranteed, bro, as long as the money is double, any medicine will be available. The nearly 60,000 spent on the authentic fireplace had also been installed. One was embedded in the living room wall, and the other in the master bedroom wall with the chimney extending outside. No need to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning. Just throw in some firewood, and it would work right away. With both fireplaces burning, even in -70 degrees, it would be enough to warm up the 120 square meter house. He brought the big yellow dog into the bathroom, filling the bathtub with water while giving it a bath. After unhooking the dog leash, he dried its fur, tossed a bone, and sent it out without further concern. Zhou Chen stripped off his clothes, soaking in the warm water, comfortably closing his eyes. He dozed off for 2 hours. He was awakened by a commotion, pulling back the curtains to see that it was seawater flooding the city. The ferocity of the seawater was immense, instantly submerging all buildings below 10 meters, rushing into the city from east to west, and flooding every corner of the city. Several fishing boats came along with the seawater, mercilessly crashing into skyscrapers. The Pearl Tower collapsed in an instant, and the Magic City lost this landmark building from then on. The group erupted into chaos. Many residents started to realize that something was wrong. This was not an ordinary natural disaster. While frightened, they lamented not having stored food. There is a consensus in the minds of the citizens: when in trouble, contact the police. But they found that the phone lines were all busy. Not only could they not reach the police, but also could not get through to any rescue numbers that residents could think of. Zhou Chen put on a bathrobe, took a towel to dry his hair, and walked into the kitchen. Filet mignon served with eggplant, caviar, seafood, pasta, pan-seared cod, with asparagus, creamy mushroom, soup, a vegetable salad, a fruit salad, a glass of 1982 Lafite, and a soft violin piece playing. Zhou Chen enjoyed the music and the delicious food. Life couldn't be more enjoyable. Su Ruren's calls kept coming in. Zhou Chen sliced off a piece of steak, answered the call at a leisurely pace, and switched on the speaker. Zhou Chen, can you let us rest at your place? The flood is about to reach the 4th floor. You want to come to my house? Yes, I know there are some things. But we've been classmates for so long, at this time can you just... Are you mentally prepared? Mentally prepared for what? Zhou Chen sneered. Crawl in front of me and lick my boots. The busy signal blared from the phone. One could easily guess it was Zhang Li who snatched the device, only to smash it. Zhang Li had always been like this. His sensitive and insecure nature made him constantly covetous of others' belongings, while desperately wanting to hold tightly to what was his. When Su Ruan called him at that moment, it was undoubtedly on speakerphone in front of Zhang Li. To ask her to kneel before him, whether it was merely humiliation or genuine desire, was something Zhang Li could not accept. He put down the phone and continued to enjoy his meal. As he ate, Zhou Chen couldn't help but glance at the dog shrinking in the corner. The circle of black fur around its neck resembled a scarf. Why did it seem so familiar? Oh my, isn't that the guard dog from the lumber yard? What are the odds? Big Yellow, Zhou Chen attempted to call out. The corner-sitting Big Yellow perked up its ears, confused, contemplative, cautious, and afraid, finally rising from the ground, moving closer step by step. Zhou Chen reached out to pat the dog, suddenly gripping its neck, fur tightly, causing it to bark in surprise. The Big Yellow struggled, baring its teeth, but dared not make a ruckus, only whimpering softly in a plea for mercy. Zhou Chen stared into the dog's eyes, his expression cold. The world has changed. If you continue to be as you were, merely posturing, your fate will be to become a dish of dog meat in someone else's mouth. Show me your true skills, and only then will you have a place in this home. The Big Yellow, held by its scruff, trembled all over, and upon hearing the words dog meat, it ceased, even its As soon as Zhou Chen released his grip, the Big Yellow tucked its tail between its legs and fled back to the corner, wishing it could meld into the wall, its eyes warily fixated on him. Forget it. The lumber yard opened its doors for business, with people coming and going every day. Could one expect a guard dog to suddenly turn ferocious and attack someone in such a short time? The purpose of bringing it back was merely to provoke that group of beasts. In his heart, Zhou Chen held no other expectations for Big Yellow. In fact, after 3 years of the apocalypse, pets like cats and dogs had been nearly wiped out by survivors. The few that survived were all fierce and combative, even banding together to attack humans. If this dog does not change, it would ultimately just be a dish of dog meat. Survival of the fittest. This applies to both humans and animals. Suddenly, Big Yellow perked up, its ears alert. It glanced at its new owner, but not receiving any command, it laced. Zhou Chen, come out if you have the guts. Zhang Li felt a tremendous insult at the thought of him coveting his woman. What made it worse was that it had been on speakerphone. Everyone heard Zhou Chen demanding his woman to kneel, leaving Zhang Li's face burning. Though fearful of the knife in Zhou Chen's hand to salvage his pride, he had no choice but to storm over to confront Zhou Chen. Climbing from the 4th floor to the 23rd, his anger dissipated along the way. Damn, I'm exhausted. But everyone was watching her. It was a matter of a man's dignity, and he had to assert himself. Now he was tired, hungry, and thirsty, hearing elegant violin tunes through the door. That bastard Zhou Chen was enjoying music comfortably at home. Were they all crammed in the hallway just to become a joke? Zhou Chen, get the hell out here. What? You were so brave with the knife earlier, and now you're at my doorstep scared. Zhang Li pounded and kicked at the door, his voice hoarse from yelling. Inside, Zhou Chen walked over to the speaker and cranked the volume to the max. Suddenly, the entire hallway echoed with Mendelssohn's D minor concerto. The melody was joyful and bright, filled with passionate tones suffused with a strong romantic atmosphere. The entire floor seemed to transform into a realm of elegance. Zhang Li, Su Ruan, Chen Chang, and others. Enough. Su Ruan interrupted Zhang Li's absurd behavior of cursing and kicking the door. What do you mean enough? Him insulting you is a slap in my face. I must teach him a lesson today. Zhang Li had been yelling for ages and was now panting. It's just words that won't cost you a limb. Su Ruan genuinely looked down on someone like Zhang Li who resorted to underhanded tactics behind people's backs, but would cower in fear at the sight of a knife, only pretending to be fierce verbally. This statement displeased Zhang Li who, regardless of the number of people present, exploded in anger. Are you still harboring feelings for Zhou Chen? I knew you still had feelings for him. Oh, what's so great about him? Just that he looks good. Su Ruan was infuriated. You. Are you an idiot? Being jealous in such a situation. Do you think these people calling you Zhang are truly impressed by you? Behind the scenes they must be calling us heartless dogs and men. Can't you control that mouth of yours? Qin Chang and the others pretended to turn their heads away, feigning ignorance, yet inwardly they laughed unceasingly. A little girl emerged, visibly impatient. What's going on? I'm exhausted and just want to sleep. If I have to sit in the hallway any longer, I'll lose it. Zhang Li, still consumed by jealousy, yelled at her. What are you even worth? If you want to sleep, go home and sleep. The little girl, infuriated, turned to leave. Zhang Li, have you lost your mind? Su Ruan was furious and hurriedly chased after her in high heels. Although the little girl was a socialite who loved to party, she had a relative in charge of industrial fire safety, and Su Ruan had put in a lot of effort to invite her to the gathering. If she was scolded like this, wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? If she held a grudge and made things difficult for her, would the factory still be operational? Zhang Li, you're nothing but a foolish chicken, a disaster waiting to happen. Zhang Li quickly realized and hurried after her to apologize. Xiaoqing, don't be angry, let me explain. Once Zhang Li left, the others naturally followed suit. For a moment the stairwell echoed with chaotic footsteps. Back on the 4th floor, the little girl had been momentarily appeased, and through the window of the stairwell, they watched the floodwaters rising under the streetlights, causing a group of people to fret, as if they would pull their own hair out. At that moment, Zhou Chen initiated a video call. Zhang Li immediately answered, ready to verbally abuse Zhou Chen in front of everyone, needing to regain some dignity. As soon as the video connected, his voice seemed to be stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single curse. In the video, Zhou Chen was comfortably seated on a soft leather sofa, wearing a clean bathrobe, with a lavish half-eaten feast laid out before him. He held a glass of red wine in his left hand, while feeding a piece of Kobe beef to the dog with his right. Gulp. Zhang Li couldn't help but swallow hard. Shortly after, the sound of swallowing echoed throughout. Zhou Chen's lazy yet magnetic voice reached everyone's ears. Still here. It seems you all will be spending the night in the hallway again. Tsk tisk Zhang Li and Qin Chang, as men you're failing. How can a man allow a woman to go hungry? Alas, enough of that, I'm going to take a relaxing hot bath. Any lady who has come to her senses, remember to message me. Zhou Chen, I'm not done with you. Zhou Chen finished tidying up the kitchen and had just laid down on his bed when he found himself pulled back into the homeowners group chat. The community committee aunt was comforting everyone, urging them not to panic and to help each other. Everyone, please don't panic. Although this flood is serious, it will recede once the rain stops. The flood has already submerged the 3rd floor. Neighbors on the same floor should help each other, allowing residents from the 1st to 3rd floors to stay temporarily at your homes. It should only be a day or two at most. At the same time, those homeowners whose homes have been flooded shouldn't be too upset. As long as people are safe, we can assess the losses after the flood recedes. The community committee will definitely assist in reporting and help everyone apply for flood relief as much as possible. There are still many homeowners in the community without food. Those with stored supplies should lend a bit to support each other. In times of disaster, we should come together and help one another. Some homeowners immediately retaliated. How can you still say that? The water level was manageable at noon, but you wouldn't let us go out to buy supplies. Now look, everyone is starving. Exactly. At that time, even buying a few bags of dumplings would have sustained us for a few days. Damn it, my wife is about to give birth. We have no fish, no meat, just a few greens with no nutritional value. The aunt intensified her tone. How ungrateful. I was thinking of your safety. The water level at noon was barely passable, but the water was murky. What if something unexpected happened? Would you blame the community committee for not warning you then? I warned some people not to cause trouble at this time. Just do as I said, help each other through the night. I believe a large number of supplies will arrive at the community tomorrow. At this point, all homeowners realized that complaining was useless. The homeless homeowners began to seek help in the group chat, while those without food started to borrow supplies. Brothers upstairs, is there anyone who can lend a place for one night? Who has spare food? I will pay for it. The group chat was quickly flooded with messages, accumulating to 99. Zhou Chen shook his head helplessly. People in the Demon City are all about refinement, emphasizing that overnight food is unhealthy and insisting on eating fresh meals. Few have the habit of stockpiling supplies. Normally, they only buy food for the day. Some residents are so meticulous that they buy groceries by the meal. Even those who take typhoon warnings seriously and purchase food in advance wouldn't stockpile for more than a week. Don't even mention tomorrow. Tonight, residents might already be going hungry. The community committee aunt did not forget to mention Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, I know you live alone. I pulled you back into the group to tell you that if someone asks to stay with you, I hope you won't refuse. We are all neighbors in the same community. If you don't help now, don't expect anyone to help you in the future. The last sentence carried a hint of personal warning and threat. Zhou Chen was not accustomed to her tone and retorted on the spot. Don't just point fingers at others. You should set a good example first. Everyone knows your children work abroad, and it's just you and your partner at home. Surely you wouldn't refuse the requests of neighbors in the same building who have been affected by the disaster, would you? The community committee, aunt living in building 10, turned green with anger. She had just used her partner's poor health as an excuse to refuse 2 families who had become homeless due to the flood. This little brat was clearly targeting her. Do you really need me to remind you? If it weren't for my partner catching a severe cold that could be contagious, I would have already taken in all the neighbors from the 1st to 3rd floors. Zhou Chen shrugged, uninterested in this hypocritical old hag who usually took advantage of her position in the committee. He casually opened the homeowners group for Building 21, wanting to see what they were discussing, and ended up seeing Zhang Li's help request. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Li from Unit 101. Is there anyone who can lend a place to stay? We haven't eaten for a day. Sorry, I just promised the homeowner from Unit 102. I agreed to help the homeowner from the 2nd floor. Zhang Li from 101. Wasn't it your house that hosted a party last night? With so many of you, who can accommodate you? Sorry brothers, you have too many people. My house doesn't have much food, so I can't help. Zhang Li waited for a long time, but no one was willing to lend a hand. Everyone, I know we are many, and I don't want you to help for free. How about 3,000 for one night? Food will be paid separately, and once the rescue team arrives tomorrow, we will leave. How ridiculous. Who among these homeowners needs your 3,000? Still no one willing to help. Zhang Li could only offer more money. 6,000, please help us out. We can hold on, but there are quite a few ladies in our group. If it comes to it, just lending us the living room for floor bedding would be fine. 6,000. You have so many people, it will make a mess of the house. Never mind. Zhang Li said many good things, but still received no response. At this point, everyone was crowded in the corridor on the 4th floor, each looking at him. He could tell that Chen Chang and the others were already dissatisfied with him. If he couldn't settle this minor issue, it would be a loss of face for him as the boss. Zhang Li gritted his teeth and had to raise the offer again. 15,000 with food calculated per person, 500 each. Whatever is available, even if it's just a bowl of eggs for each person. With such a large sum, someone would surely be tempted. 15,000 for just one night. Yes, I can transfer the money to you now. Once you accept it, we will come up. Zhang Li let out a sigh of relief, quickly replying to the other party, while cursing the other silent homeowners for being worthless. Zhou Chen glanced at the speaker, realizing it was a tenant from Unit 602. A single woman working in a foreign company, she seemed quite attractive. He wasn't familiar with her, but in his past life, when he was forced out to survive by his aunt's family, she was still alive. Anyone who can survive an extreme cold is not simple. Zhang Li and the others were the ones he had deceived into coming. This group of beasts was numerous, and once they realized the end was near, they would undoubtedly become the largest power in Building 21, capable of doing anything. Zhou Chen felt it was his responsibility to remind her. Beautiful lady, there are nearly 30 of them, with a significant number of men. Aren't you afraid of inviting wolves into your home? Who knows when the rescue team will arrive? Who knows when the flood will recede? It's okay to spend for one night's stay, but what about 3 days, 4 days, or even 10 days to half a month? Will you still be willing to pay then? Will you be able to chase them out by yourself? Just as the parties seemed to be reaching an agreement, Zhang Li was seething with rage, wishing he could dig up Zhou Chen's ancestral grave. Girl, don't listen to this person babbling nonsense. He has a personal grudge against me and is intentionally trying to set me up. With so many homeowners in the group, how can I, a factory owner, go back on my word? How would I do business in the future? Moreover, this is a lawful society. If I really refuse to pay once the flood recedes, you can report me. Zhou Chen's words had some effect, and the woman from 602 indicated she needed to think about it. Just then Zhang Li sent another message. Girl, will pay you as promised. My girlfriend has a designer bag worth several tens of thousands that she bought just half a month ago. It's definitely genuine. As long as you help, this bag is yours. The previously silent homeowner from Unit 602 replied. Can I check the goods first? Zhou Chen saw this and couldn't be bothered to say another word. He was just about to throw down his phone and sleep when someone in the group started sending voice messages frantically. Brothers from 101, it's definitely inconvenient for you all to squeeze together like that. How about this? I can give up a bedroom and the living room at my place for 10,000, and you can use hot water freely. I have egg noodles available, 300 per person. How about it? You can all come up now. Oh, I will go fry eggs and cook noodles for everyone. Zhou Chen couldn't help but sneer. Another one inviting wolves into her home. His aunt was always greedy for money. As a hopeless gambler, being able to earn over 10,000 for one night's stay was definitely something she would eagerly seek. Moreover, the house was originally rented with money. However, the purpose of renting it for his aunt's family was to pressure him into paying for his cousin's wedding house. It was likely lacking in winter clothing, and once the extreme cold hit in a few days, wouldn't they freeze like dogs? Having a bit of food might stretch out a few more days, enough to regain strength to go out and snatch some supplies home. But now they were selling food for a bit of petty cash. A group of beasts and a family of scoundrels. A good show was about to unfold. But there was also a greater possibility that they would team up to plot against him. Zhou Chen slept until 5 in the morning. The entire world was filled with the sound of pouring rain. Through the window, the water level in the community continued to rise, and the 4th floor apartment was already half submerged. Many residents had not slept all night, endlessly complaining in the chat group. Zhou Chen had a simple breakfast, took out dog food and a dog bowl from his storage space, left enough food for De Huang for the day, and immediately changed his clothes to head out. He had his eyes set on several fishing boats that had been washed ashore by the sea water yesterday, preparing to venture out in the rain to investigate, hoping to see if he could acquire one. He took the stairs to the 4th floor, took out the inflatable boat, inflated it to 80%, and slowly paddled it into the water. Someone upstairs saw this scene and thought it was the rescue team shouting out the window. Despite the torrential rain, the person shouted hoarsely, but nobody on the inflatable boat looked up. Residents who heard the commotion leaned out of their windows, waving their hands incessantly. Not from the rescue team. Are they owners of the community? How could there be an inflatable boat? Brother, are you going out to grab? Take me with you. Brother, could you please bring back some supplies? Fish and meat would be best, I'll pay you. Brother, could you ask the nearby police station if the organization can send supplies to the community today? Where can I ask? The police station is submerged under over 10 meters of water. Zhou Chen used his paddle to push aside floating debris like wood and branches, pretending he hadn't heard. Fish and meat would be best. In a few days, if I can have a bowl of porridge, I should be thankful. Zhou Chen didn't walk far before he found a corner to change into the speedboat. With the speedboat's 50 km/h boost, he quickly headed towards Jiangdong. Along the way, many residents trapped in the upper floors excitedly waved to him for help. Zhou Chen encountered a rescue team whose members were busy recovering bodies. On the small inflatable boat, there were no less than 10 bodies piled up. The team members dared not continue the recovery, as there was no room left for them to sit. Being submerged in over 10 meters of water was unbearable. The seawater intrusion had turned the Demon City into an underwater metropolis, with all the old buildings preserved from the Republic of China era submerged. The once well-connected roads had transformed into a complex maze of waterways. In every waterway, besides various floating debris, there were bodies of people and animals. As Zhou Chen passed by, the water rats circling the bodies immediately squeaked and dove into the water. Arriving at the Jiangdong New District, only the half-submerged Pearl Tower had over 100 survivors. These survivors were greatly terrified, crying and shouting to go home. Near the base of the tower, there were police officers and members of the Blue Sky Rescue Team. Zhou Chen surveyed the surroundings, casting his gaze 2 kilometers away at a fishing boat wedged between 2 buildings. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard someone calling him from behind. Hey brother. Don't go yet, brother. Someone was waving at him from the ruins of the water. The person was wearing the Blue Sky Rescue Team uniform and looked to be around 40 years old. From over 30 meters away, Zhou Chen recognized him immediately. Chen Jingwa, the captain of the first squad of the Blue Sky Rescue Team in the Demon City. In his previous life, this person had saved his life. That was during the 2nd year of the apocalypse, when he almost starved to death on the way to Hacheng, and it was this man who rescued him. Since the first day of the disaster, Chen Jingwa had been busy rescuing people, while his parents and children perished. And after the earthquake, the entire city fell, and Chen Jingwa and his team never gave up on rescue work. During this process, one team member after another unfortunately perished, leaving him as the last survivor. After fleeing to Hacheng, Chen Jingwa resolutely joined the local rescue team, rescuing survivors every moment. Whenever he was too exhausted, he would find a corner to rest for a bit before immediately returning to work. Zhou Chen had worked as a rescue member alongside him for a while. Being both from the Demon City and sharing common memories of their hometown, Chen Zhenghua took good care of him. At that time, Chen Zhenghua was very thin with eyes that were both weathered and bright. However, just 2 months after joining the team, he passed away. The rescue team doctor said that old Chen had known he was in the late stage of stomach cancer for a long time. Lacking medical treatment conditions, he didn't want to lie in bed waiting to die. He chose to make the remaining days of his life more valuable. This was one of the few glimpses of humanity Zhou Chen had witnessed in the 3 years of the apocalypse. Zhou Chen slowly approached, stopping 5 meters away from the ruins. With a heavy expression, Chen Zhenghua barely managed to force a smile, saying, "Brother, this is a critical time. The rescue resources in the entire city are insufficient. I temporarily represent the organization to requisition your speedboat. It's not mandatory, or would that be convenient for you?" "Not convenient." Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively behind him, saying, "I think I saw another speedboat over there. I'm not sure if it's still usable, but I can go check." "Is there really another speedboat over there?" "All the watercraft in the city are concentrated with the rescue teams. It could have been washed in by the seawater." Chen Zhenghua smiled and thanked him, saying, "Then I would trouble you to check it out. If it's still usable, please help us bring it here. The flood has caused significant damage. Every rescue boat counts." Zhou Chen made a turn, splashing up waves. When he reached an unoccupied corner, he took out a speedboat from his storage space, thought for a moment, and filled the fuel tank with diesel before towing the speedboat back. Chen Jingwa, who was discussing rescue plans with his team members, was surprised to see that this young man really brought back a speedboat, and it looked brand new. Zhou Chen threw the rope into Chen Zhengguo's hands with force, saying, "I took a look, and it seems to be brand new. I'm not sure if it has fuel. I need this one for myself." Chen Zhenghua was in high spirits. "Thank you so much. I was too abrupt earlier. You've helped everyone immensely. There are sharp debris everywhere on the water, so please be careful." Looking at the other man's dark skin, rough hands, and wrinkles on his face, Zhou Chen couldn't help but stop him. "Captain Chen, I have a suggestion." "Oh, what suggestion?" "Don't rush to save people. You can't save everyone. Really, to save more people, it's best to concentrate resources on gathering supplies for winter." "Supplies for winter? What do you need supplies for winter in the middle of summer?" Zhou Chen had already walked far away, leaving Chen Zhenghua puzzled. "Wait, how does he know my last name is Chen?" Zhou Chen approached the fishing boat and found it had snapped in half from the middle. He wasn't sure if it could be repaired. After circling the nearby waters for the entire morning, he found 4 more fishing boats, each with damage, but not as severe as the initial one. He noted down their locations, planning to return after dark to retrieve them. Many supplies floated on the river, drifting further away with the current. These should have come from several nearby shopping malls. Zhou Chen took out a tool with a hook from his storage space, chasing after these supplies and hooking them one by one. The first item he hooked was a luxurious mattress worth 2 to 3 million, supposedly the same model as that of a certain female celebrity. The heavy rain lasted for a week, and the water level in the city rose by another 3 meters. During this week, Zhou Chen was outside gathering supplies. For the first 3 days, he tirelessly salvaged supplies by the river, working day and night. During the day, he was somewhat cautious, picking and choosing what to take, secretly tossing items into his spatial storage whenever no one was passing by. At night, he became frenzied, throwing everything into his spatial storage, even hoarding over 100 tons of logs floating in the flood. At first, he was delighted with his salvage efforts. The official military and civilian rescue teams passing by turned a blind eye to his actions. After all, the organizations were overwhelmed and unable to manage everything. It was better to let this young man take the supplies than to see them washed away by the flood. Now the entire city was suffering from flooding, and many citizens were already starving. With the young man's determination, who knows how many people he might support, perhaps an entire building, or even a community. If Zhou Chen knew what these people were thinking, he would definitely say, "Thank you for thinking highly of me, but you are truly overestimating things." By the evening of the 3rd day, a rubber boat approached, and a man claiming to be a district chief found Zhou Chen. He inquired about which community Zhou Chen belonged to and asked about the current supply situation in the community. Ultimately, the man revealed his intentions. He represented the organization and wanted Zhou Chen to distribute the salvage supplies to several communities in dire need of food. For his contributions to the country, the organization would award him a certificate of honor along with a banner. However, those matters could only be discussed after the flood receded. Under the rain curtain, Zhou Chen sat on the unstable speedboat, pulling the hood of his raincoat low to obscure most. He silently handed over several blankets, some boxes of canned beef, and a few cases of liquor that he had just salvaged. In the next moment, he hit maximum power and turned to flee. The district chief, who had been lamenting the cruelty of the flood, was splashed with waves. "Comrade, we are not here to confiscate the supplies you have worked hard to salvage. We just want to ask for your help." From that moment on, Zhou Chen no longer dared to laze around by the river. In the following 4 days, he wandered through various districts, utilizing the diving gear he salvaged from the river, diving underwater to frantically collect supplies. Whenever he felt tired, he would surface to find a hidden corner to rest, eat something to replenish his energy, and as soon as he felt rested, he would dive back into the water. In fact, this method of collecting supplies was thousands of times more efficient than salvaging by the river. He collected hundreds of tons of metal parts: gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin. The variety of screws was so dizzying that he struggled to distinguish them. He gathered over 1,000 machines, including ordinary lathes, precision lathes, and high-precision lathes. Regardless of whether they would be useful, he collected everything he saw. Car parts from Bosch, Siemens, Denso, Continental, Visteon, Eisen, and others piled up in quantities sufficient to fill a football field. Most of these metal items had only been submerged briefly. The vast majority had been sealed and were therefore almost unaffected in quality during the salvage. An extreme cold spell was approaching, bringing 3 months of freezing temperatures. With ice covering over 10 meters deep and the ice layer compacted and solid, salvaging or excavating anything then would be exceedingly difficult. He salvaged containers scattered from the dock, collecting whatever was inside, whether he knew what it was or not. He also took an excavator that was dismantling illegal buildings on the rooftop. He pried open the doors of dozens of large pharmacies and checked them all. In his previous life, after 3 years of survival in the apocalypse, he had become truly afraid of hunger and suffering, which led him to greedily buy every supply he encountered. Even though he now possessed more supplies than he could use in 10 lifetimes, he could not control his heart's urge to hoard. As long as he could survive, he would hoard to the limit. Zhou Chen was busy running around, completely ignoring the chat groups that were buzzing day and night. He knew without thinking that these people were just arguing about nothing. After the super typhoon, the heavy rain had persisted for a week. The water level not only failed to drop, but instead continued to rise, with more and more disaster victims, while only those whose houses had collapsed or were injured due to the disaster were taken in batches to temporary relief points. This was a global catastrophic flood, and the organization was doing everything it could, but still found itself stretched thin. They didn't possess the ability to handle everything at once, and could not complete all the rescue work in a short time. Every hour, the same host appeared on television and online platforms, repeatedly comforting the disaster-stricken people not to panic, urging everyone to support each other and work together to overcome the difficulties. Many renowned experts also took the stage, eloquently analyzing, judging, and summarizing the catastrophic flood, ultimately reassuring the affected populace that the heavy rain was about to hit the pause button, and that the rainfall would lessen soon, promising that sunny days were just around the corner and that the long-awaited receding of the flood was imminent. A week had passed, and the residents trapped in their homes were either out of supplies or had begun to endure hunger. Regarding the expert statements, the common people scoffed, while still holding on to hope. A couple of days ago, Zhou Chen had glanced at his phone during a break. In the community owner group, small groups, and WeChat moments, there was a chorus of wails. A single pack of instant noodles was already being offered at 100 yuan. No one was willing to sell even for 100 yuan. The neighborhood committee aunties naturally became the targets of all the owners' grievances. At that moment, someone recalled Zhou Chen's initial reminder. Damn it. If I had known I would go hungry, I should have rushed out to buy some supplies that day. That brother named Zhou, I misjudged you before, and I apologize. Brother Zhou Chen, I also apologize to you. I shouldn't have scolded you that day. Do you still have food at home? Can you sell me some? Aren't you living alone, brother Zhou Chen? The food at home shouldn't be consumed so quickly. At a time like this, don't be stingy, help everyone out. Zhou Chen naturally ignored them. He even specifically checked on Zhang Li and the others who, unsurprisingly, they were living in a dire situation. This group of animals split into two teams with Zhang Li and Qin Chang, who had a better relationship, staying in room 602, while Skinny Monkey and Luo Feng led their team in room 1101. The female tenant in room 602 and her aunt's family hadn't hoarded much food to begin with, and within 3 meals, everything was consumed by this group. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send them away. After a week, this group neither paid nor was willing to leave. For days ago, his aunt had started frantically calling him for supplies. Those old classmates who acted like beasts had no choice but to lower their heads and ask him to buy supplies from him. Zhou Chen simply turned off his phone, and who the hell had time to deal with them? As night fell and the extreme cold approached, Zhou Chen hurriedly salvaged the last box of supplies and immediately headed towards the Sakura community. Upon returning home, he found the big yellow dog curled up in a corner, looking thin from hunger. The fruits, biscuits, and snacks on the table had all been devoured by this fellow. Noticing that the dog hadn't made a mess around, Zhou Chen sheathed his 30mm knife and pulled out a large bone from his spatial storage, tossing it over. The big yellow dog's eyes lit up with excitement as it pounced on the bone to gnaw. Zhou Chen took a hot shower, spending an hour cleaning up. Before sleeping, he opened the window to enjoy the rain for a while. In a daze, he was awakened by the cold. Before he had fully regained consciousness, he heard the big yellow dog barking anxiously. Zhou Chen sat up in bed and immediately felt a bone-chilling cold. The dog was desperately scratching at the door outside. The cold wave easily invaded the indoors through the building, the air sharp as a knife. He put on his temperature-regulating clothing, then donned cotton pajamas, and finally wrapped himself in a thick robe before stepping into his slippers to open the door. The moment the door opened, the shivering big yellow dog clung to his long leg, exhaling a puff of white mist. Zhou Chen quickly retrieved a pile of firewood from his spatial storage and threw it into the fireplaces in the bedroom and living room, igniting a roaring fire with the aid of alcohol. Survival is an animal's instinct. The big yellow dog immediately jumped onto the sofa, grabbed a cushion, and quickly ran to the fireplace to warm itself. Zhou Chen dragged a single-person sofa to the living room fireplace, poured himself a glass of red wine, and settled on the sofa to scroll through his phone. Old Sun called, his teeth chattering from the cold. A little Zhou, wake up. Quick, put on your thick clothes. Don't fall asleep. This weather is too strange, it's minus 30 degrees outside. Old Sun hurried to wake the others, and after a brief exchange they ended the call. Zhou Chen felt he had become cold-hearted, yet he was still somewhat touched that Old Sun thought of him at the first opportunity. At minus 30 degrees, water would freeze instantly. The sudden appearance of a temperature difference of over 50 degrees had already caught people off guard. But the temperature continued to drop every minute, and by dawn it would reach minus 70 degrees. In a world of ice, frost fell in August. The extreme cold weather led to billions of people freezing to death around the globe. Suddenly, a heavy snow began to fall over the entire city. What started as small, dense snowflakes transformed into large, feather-like snowflakes within 10 minutes. Half an hour later, thick layers of snow had accumulated on the trees, rooftops, and balconies. Even through the tightly closed doors and windows, the howling wind could be heard. Amidst the blizzard, visibility became exceedingly poor. Before long, all the residents of the community were awakened either by the cold or by others calling them. Lights began to flicker on in one household after another as everyone hurried to search for winter clothing. However, this was the southern region where even the coldest winter of previous years barely dipped below minus 10 degrees Celsius. The homes were stocked only with thin down jackets, utterly insufficient to withstand the frigid temperatures of minus 30. Everyone donned thermal clothing, layered on several sweaters, put on velvet jackets, wrapped themselves in scarves, and wore multiple pairs of socks, yet they still felt cold. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. Some fashionistas had only cashmere coats at home. Not only did they lack thin-down jackets, but they didn't even have a single thermal garment. At this moment, they could only bundle up in all their sweaters and huddle in bed, too afraid to get up. The most unfortunate were Zhang Li and his group, along with Zhou Lily's family. Zhang Li had brought over a dozen people to room 602, where the female tenant could barely lend out a couple of women's outfits, leaving the others to huddle in bed shivering. The 10 skinny monkeys living in room 1101 rummaged through the cabinet and discovered that this family had neither a single thermal shirt nor a thick blanket, and they too were huddled together trembling. Zhou Lily's family, who had opened their doors to this group of scoundrels, was already regretting their decision. After this bunch moved in, they only paid for 2 days of lodging, and the rescue team had yet to arrive. These people were impossible to chase away. They had enough food for a family of 4 to last a week, yet it was all consumed in just 2 days, leaving not a grain of rice behind. Among the 4 was a pregnant woman who hadn't eaten for several days, and all she could do was drink water to stave off hunger. Previously they worried that this family might starve to death, but now with the sudden drop in temperature, they also had to fear that this scoundrel group would take away their only 2 air conditioning blankets. They dragged the wardrobe to the door to block it, not caring about being discreet. They stacked 2 thin air conditioning blankets together and huddled as a family of 4 shivering. What the hell is this? This ghostly weather is freezing us to death. Dad, do you think those scoundrels will come to steal our blankets? Honey, I'm really so hungry. Mom, what should we do if Xiaoyan is hungry? Zhou Lily, who had buried her entire head in the blankets, gritted her teeth and managed to stretch one hand out from the bedding. After several attempts with her stiff fingers, she finally succeeded in grabbing her phone. We must have Zhou Chen, that little brat, send down winter clothes and food. No, even if he is willing to send these things down, can we keep them safe? So what should we do? Call him and tell him we need to stay at his place. Right, he lives alone and has plenty of empty rooms. Plus he has lived in this house for over 10 years, so he must have lots of winter clothes. Desperate, they dialed his number only to remember that their phones had all been blocked. As the wardrobe was pushed open, the door to the room slowly cracked open. The skinny monkeys huddled on the living room sofa, nearly frozen to death, looked at the blankets wrapped around the family of 4, their faces showing greedy expressions. Zhou Lily was startled, shaking from the cold and fear. Don't do anything reckless. We're going upstairs to get supplies. The 10 skinny monkeys who moved in that day already knew that this family's mistress was Zhou Chen's aunt. Having worked with Zhou Chen for several years, they were naturally aware of the tales surrounding the gambling aunt. One side betrayed Zhou Chen for money, while the other side tricked Zhou Chen out of money and tried to force him to buy a house. When they met, their mutual disdain for each other led to a harmonious exchange of bad-mouthing Zhou Chen. If it weren't for the disputes over debts and hunger that arose on the 3rd day, they would never have clashed, and there were several instances where they nearly came to blows. Now with the freezing weather, the stronger side wanted to take the blankets while the weaker side was simply unable to resist. The skinny monkey was extremely agitated. Did Zhou Chen promise to give you supplies? No, our phones are blocked. We plan to go upstairs to find him. After all, I am his aunt, his dead father's sister. Don't worry, once we get the supplies, we'll definitely share half with you. This was the agreement made among the family of 4 under the blankets. If they didn't use lies to trick this group of scoundrels, they might not even make it out the door, let alone keep their only 2 air conditioning blankets. As gamblers and rogues themselves, they naturally understood human nature better than ordinary people. As long as they could get out of here, as long as they could deceive Zhou Chen into opening his door, they would never come back. Even if Zhou Chen's supplies were plentiful, they would not be foolish enough to share with so many people. Who knows when the rescue team will arrive? Eating to their fill was the most important thing. The skinny monkey called over Luo Feng and another man. The 3 of them, tightly wrapped in a blanket, were going together. The Zhou Lily family, of course, was unwilling. You also want to go? It's freezing outside, you can stay at home. We will stop talking nonsense. No, what I mean is, if so many people go together, what if he doesn't want to give supplies? Either we go together or your family leaves 2 behind. You gambling scoundrel dare to play tricks on me. Thus the 2 groups temporarily teamed up, bundling themselves tightly in small blankets like 2 wriggling fat worms. They crawled up the stairs against the biting cold wind. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhang Li was also thick-skinnedly asking Zhou Chen for supplies. I'm not asking for nothing you I can pay. Just name your price. You must have some winter clothes, and surely you have a few thick blankets. And food, instant noodles, bread noodles, steamed buns, anything will do. You can't be saying your family has none of these items. In front of the fireplace, a roaring fire was burning in a skillet, a clay pot, and a barbecue rack. In the skillet, 2 steaks were being fried, while the clay pot was simmering a whole black chicken. The barbecue rack was piled high with lamb skewers, beef skewers, fish, shrimp, meatballs, and dozens of vegetable skewers. Zhou Chen sent a photo. As for the instant noodles and such you mentioned, my family really has none. Zhang Li, who was huddled in the blankets, widened his eyes and couldn't help but swallow. After drinking water for 5 days, he was already so hungry that he felt dizzy, staring blankly at the delicious food in the photo, wishing he could dive into the picture and eat to his heart's content. To keep warm, they moved all the sofas from the living room into the bedroom, pushing them together, and a dozen people huddled together. Upon seeing the photo sent by Zhou Chen, they all couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Zhang, hurry and tell him to send the food down. We can go up and get it. Yes, going up to get it is better, and we can also grab more food, clothes, and blankets. Ah, he has a fireplace. That's wonderful. We can go stay at his place. Zhang, quickly tell him we're going up now. Zhang Li's face looked unnatural. Do you think he would let us in? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. They had just been blinded by the delicious food in the photos and had forgotten what they had done to Zhou Chen. Only Yang Xitian, a tenant from 602, and the little girl were confused. The girl anxiously asked, what on earth happened between you and Zhou Chen? No matter how big the conflict was, he wouldn't just ignore your lives, right? Everyone remained silent. Conflict? If it were just a conflict, it would be fine. Based on Zhou Chen's character, even if there were some conflicts, he would forget them quickly. Zhang Li didn't want outsiders to know his unsavory side. He continued to message Zhou Chen the temptation of food, making him increasingly desperate. Zhou Chen, I know you harbor grievances, but we aren't guilty enough to die. We are really about to starve and freeze to death. You can't just watch us die. In the next moment, he received another photo. In the photo, a slender, fair hand was feeding a steak to a dog. Zhang Li's face turned green with anger. Damn it, feeding high-end steak to a dog again. Following that, he received a third photo. In the photo, the same big yellow dog was in front of a large dog bowl. The dog bowl was filled with steaming food, large chicken legs, crispy, roasted meat skewers, and all sorts of vegetable skewers. A group of people were both angry and anxious, their eyes gleaming as they continuously swallowed. Meat, so much meat. Why are we living worse than a dog? Zhou Chen sent a voice message. Sigh, my family doesn't have much food either, and I still have to feed a dog. With so many mouths to feed, I'm really powerless. They finally reached the 23rd floor. Zhou Lily's family of 4 and the 3 gaunt men, nicknamed Monkey, were nearly in tears. What should have taken only minutes to climb from the 11th to the 23rd floor had stretched into a grueling hour. Truly an entire hour. Each minute, each second, an excruciating trial. Bitter wind pierced every gap in their clothing, lashing their faces and bare feet like knives slicing flesh. Huddled tightly beneath thin quilts, they exposed only their eyes, rendering movement nearly impossible. Shuffling step by agonizing step, they repeatedly collided with both walls, leaving bruises across their bodies. They stumbled several times along the way. The instant their bodies touched the freezing floor, they shrieked in agony, crying out for their parents. Yet turning back was unthinkable. They would freeze and starve to death before reaching the lower floors. At the sight of Zhou Chen's apartment door, each of them choked up, eyes burning with desperate hope. They longed above all else to rush inside, to don thick winter coats, dive beneath heavy blankets on the warm bed, and feast upon a full table of food prepared by Zhou Chen. Even a steaming bowl of instant noodles would suffice. Cradling it in their frozen hands would bring warmth. Savoring its rich aroma and flavor would be pure bliss. They were starving, beyond endurance. En route, they had devised a plan. Zhou Lily's family would knock and call out to Zhou Chen, while the 3 monkeys would crouch silently nearby, ready to burst in the moment the door cracked open. Could Zhou Chen alone possibly repel all 7 of them? If he showed sense, he would quietly hand over winter garments and provisions. If not, once they recovered their strength, he would regret his defiance. With hearts pounding, Zhou Lily's family advanced stiffly, one labored step at a time, until they stood before Zhou Chen's door. The 3 monkeys followed, closely pressing themselves flat against the wall, positioned precisely where the peephole could not see them. Clad only in short sleeves and shorts draped in flimsy air-conditioning blankets, they nearly leapt in shock the moment their backs touched the icy wall. One of the monkeys shot Zhou Lily a sharp glance, her cue to knock. She nodded silently, her hand darting frantically beneath the quilt to gesture wildly at her husband and son. Years of shared life had forged unspoken understanding among them. They waited only for Zhou Chen to open the door. Then they would storm in and slam it shut behind them, locking the 3 intruders outside forever. Damn it. For years they had been the ones feasting freely and dodging debts. Now these vermin dared impose upon them. Breaking promises, shameless. Skipping rent was one thing, but devouring every scrap of food in the apartment. Stealing their quilts. Now demanding equal access to Zhou Chen's supplies. Dream on. Every morsel in Zhou Chen's home belonged solely to them. Under the monkey's urgent prompting, Zhou Lily extended a trembling finger and pressed the doorbell. After half a minute, footsteps echoed from within, approaching the door. Holding their breath, the group, tensed, poised to burst through at lightning speed. But the door did not swing open as they'd hoped. Instead, Zhou Chen's voice came through the barrier, calm, detached. Who is it? Though disappointed, hearing his voice sent a jolt of exhilaration through them all. Especially Zhou Lily's family. As blood relatives, his paternal aunt and cousins, they clung to that bond. Even after past grievances, Zhou Chen's known soft heart would surely spare them from freezing or starving to death. Zhou Chen, it's me, your auntie. What do you want? Could you please open the door? Let us come in and talk, just for a moment. No. Speak now, or hold your tongue. Brutally rebuffed. Now even the 3 monkeys hidden in the blind spot grew frantic. Zhou Lily's family panicked more deeply. Their 4 hands clenched tightly beneath the quilt. If Zhou Chen refused aid, starvation would claim them. No, long before hunger killed them, the cold would. Zhou Lily pleaded urgently. Zhou Chen, open the door. We haven't eaten in days. The rental has no warm clothes left. Just let us in. Lend us winter coats and some food. Thanks to 2 massive wall-mounted fireplaces, most of the biting chill had receded. Indoor temperature hovered near 10 degrees Celsius. With his thermostatic garment active, Zhou Chen felt no discomfort whatsoever. He had even shed his thick robe, now wearing only his blue padded sleepwear, 2 buttons casually undone. Leaning against the wall, Zhou Chen held a steaming chicken leg in his left hand and his phone in his right, snapping a close-up photo before sending it via WeChat. Only then did he deign to acknowledge those clamoring outside. I need my winter clothes myself, and my own rations are barely enough. I will not share any supplies. His words sent their pulses racing into their throats. Overwhelmed by emotion, Zhou Lily instinctively erupted. Ungrateful brat. I'm your blood aunt. What's wrong with asking for a little help? Just like your dead parents, you treat every request like amputation. Everyone recoiled in shock. Their faces twisted with panic and fury. Are you insane? Had he not feared exposure, Monkey would have lunged forward and slapped the old woman twice. hard. This is the moment to beg, not to curse, and to insult his deceased parents as dead ghosts. Was she deliberately provoking Zhou Chen, ensuring they'd all remain locked out? Inside, Zhou Chen's voice returned. Icy, lethal, the menace palpable even through the door. When my parents were alive, did they give you little a? When you two couldn't afford food because of gambling debts, wasn't it my parents who paid? When your son couldn't afford tuition, wasn't it my parents who covered it? When you borrowed from loan sharks, faced having your hands severed, and couldn't repay, didn't my father withdraw cash from the bank and personally rescue you? My parents helped you endlessly while alive. You needn't feel gratitude, but to speak so vilely, freezing and starving will be your own doing. Humiliated and exposed, Zhou Lily instinctively opened her mouth to scream, only to be sharply nudged by her husband, snapping her back to awareness. Her face darkened with seething resentment, yet recalling their dire straits, she swallowed her pride. Impudent whelp, no upbringing, no discipline. Parents died too young. Wait until I break in. I'll curse you into oblivion once I seize those supplies. Zhou Chen, Andy spoke wrongly just now. I've always been in the wrong. Deep down, I cherish your parents' kindness. Without them, your uncle and I would have lost our fingers to loan sharks, and your cousin would never have studied. I remember it all. I truly do. Zhou Chen, yes, we've had our tensions over the years. You think I'm always after your money, but you misunderstand. You truly misunderstand. I'm your flesh and blood, Ed. How could I harm you? Every time I asked, it was to save for you. I feared your youth, your reckless spending. What if you squandered everything? How could I face your parents in the afterlife? A dry, mocking laugh echoed from inside. So I should thank you. Zhou Lily knew such lies wouldn't sway Zhou Chen, but pressed on regardless. Zhou Chen, Annie swears, I'm not deceiving you. Better to speak plainly today. I promise never again will I ask for a— Zhou Chen, open the door. We're family. Surely you won't abandon us, not even for your father's sake. Zhou Chen, I beg you. Your cousin has always been frail, and your cousin's wife carries a child. If this continues, disaster looms. Must I kneel before you? It's true, I erred. Your father was my only elder brother. His passing wounded me deeply. If only he were still alive. Leaning against the wall, scrolling idly on his phone, Zhou Chen let out a cold, quiet snort. Can a compulsive gambler ever be believed? In his previous life, he'd seen their true faces, ruthless, calculating, each more vicious than the last, in seizing the house and supplies. His aunt had slashed his arm with a cleaver. His uncle had struck his spine with a club. His cousin had driven a knife deep into his abdomen. And that pitiful pregnant cousin-in-law. She'd swung a kitchen knife straight for his forehead. Had he not reacted instantly, he'd have bled out on his own doorstep. Zhou Chen replied, tone flat and indifferent, I'll consider it. Zhou Lily fumed inwardly. What was there to consider? Just open the door and let them in. Before she could retort, his voice cut through again. Very well, I'll give you supplies. But first go back downstairs. For my father's sake, I'll prepare something. Go back. Preposterous. Zhou Lily panicked. It's deadly cold out here. Open the door now, let us warm up inside. Then we'll dress, collect the supplies, and leave immediately. Trust us. Zhou Chen dismissed her outright. Either return now, and wait while I gather provisions to bring down, or stand there and receive nothing. Your choice. With that, he strolled back to the living room and sank comfortably onto the sofa. Supplies. Not even a single pack of instant noodles would cross his threshold. Get lost. Die elsewhere. If they froze to death on his doorstep, he'd have to deal with the mess. Utterly inconvenient. Seeing that Zhou Chen refused to open the door, Zhou Lily's family was momentarily at a loss. Whether to leave or stay was a difficult decision. After all, the initiative was in Zhou Chen's hands. The three thin monkeys nearby could no longer hold back, tiptoeing to the door and pushing Zhou Lily's family to the back. Zhou Chen. Cough. Brother Zhou, it's me, Monkey Luo Feng and Xiao Shun. Is there something? Zhou Chen lazily responded, hardly bothering to move as he lay on the sofa. The living room was a bit far from the door, but if one listened closely, they could still hear. Encouraged by his two companions, the thin monkey took a deep breath and mustered the courage to speak. Brother Zhou, please open the door. We are really freezing to death. We haven't eaten in 5 days. Please give us something to eat. 5 days without food. Yes, the 10 of us didn't stay with Zhang Li and the others. We temporarily borrowed a place at your aunt's house, but there was barely any food, and we ran out after 2 days of living together. Tisk, it's really pitiful to be hungry for so long. If you think we're pitiful, then hurry up and open the door. The thin monkey said stubbornly. Brother Zhou, I know you're still angry with us, but the factory issue was really not our doing. We only found out later that it was Zhang Li. Yes, it was Zhang Li and Su Ruan who colluded with Chun Chang to harm you. Zhou Chen. This? I haven't even started hinting, and you took the initiative. The two companions who came with the thin monkey were stunned. How could you say such a thing? Facing their doubts, the thin monkey could only desperately make gestures. Who cares about what to say? Just trick him into opening the door first. Do you really think we'll freeze or starve to death here? Do you think that if you say a few nice words, Zhou Chen will open the door? Doesn't Zhou Chen know what he wants most? If necessary, what's wrong with betraying Zhang Li? In the matter of plotting against Zhou Chen, they had their share of the meat, while we only got the soup. Ooh, should we really risk our lives for them? What a joke. Zhang Li is not our father. But we definitely can't do this unless we absolutely have to, since accomplices will also be caught. Luo Feng Xiao Shun and the thin monkey had the best relationship, and they immediately understood his meaning, inwardly agreeing with his approach. Footsteps were heard inside, finally stopping at the door. Although the door was still not opened, at least it showed that his words had some effect. The thin monkey immediately gained confidence, and as his lips met, he began to spill everything. Brother Zhou, we really were forced into this. By the time we found out, the factory had already been sold. Qin Chong is just Zhang Li's dog. He threatened us that if we didn't go along with them, we would be kicked out. Brother, as you know, we have no good qualifications, no technical skills, and no good family backgrounds. If we leave the factory, we can't find a decent job. But we truly despise people like Zhang Li. If it weren't for you helping us back, then could Zhang Li buy a house in Magic City? Qin Chong's family is terribly poor. Could he buy a house back home without your loan? And as for Su Wanwan pretending to be something special, I don't need to say more. You know what kind of person she is now. Brother Zhou, we are willing to testify for you that it was Zhang Li and the others who forged evidence, conspired to embezzle your factory, and colluded with that company to trap you in the contract, causing you to lose a huge sum of money and almost go bankrupt. The family of Zhou Lily, who was squeezed behind, was stunned. Such things happened. No wonder they chased after the little brat for money to buy a house. They were completely ignored. It turns out their career was hit hard, and they lost their money. It was these rubbish who prevented their family from getting the money to buy a house. The more the thin monkey spoke, the more agitated he became, and by the end he was righteous and indignant, as if he were Zhou Chen's most loyal little brother, cursing Zhang Li and the others, as if they were nothing but trash from a garbage dump. I understand what you three mean. You can go back for now. I will bring down some supplies in a bit. The thin monkey's trio was extremely excited. Zhou Chen indeed still had a soft heart. But, brother, we are cold and hungry now, and really have no strength to go back downstairs. Why don't you open the door and let us in? Either go back and wait or stay here and freeze to death. It's up to you. Zhou Chen leisurely walked back to the living room with his phone in hand, and on the video call was Zhang Li, whose expression was like he had eaten something unpleasant. They indeed had enmity, but Zhou Chen was known for his soft heart. With so many lives at stake, they were all old classmates. He surely wouldn't want to see them starve to death. He was prepared for a significant loss, at worst spending a little more money, and he was also mentally prepared to be scolded by Zhou Chen to vent his anger. Let him scold, it wouldn't cost him a piece of flesh. Filling his stomach first was the priority. But unexpectedly, Zhou Chen only let him hear those words. Damn it. The thin monkey trio actually dared to betray him. Zhang Li cut off the video, looking at Qin Chong and the others, who had already moved to the living room for warmth, lost in thought. It was obvious that Qin Chong and the others had other thoughts in their minds and might already be having second thoughts. Zhou Chen's words had already been very clear. He was willing to help, but there were simply too many people. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. Regardless of whether this was the truth or just a tactic from Zhou Chen, it indeed had a divisive effect. Otherwise, Qin Chong and the others wouldn't have suddenly said that the room was too crowded and wanted to move to the living room. They huddled together and whispered, occasionally glancing in his direction, afraid of being overheard. For the sake of supplies, the thin monkey and the others had already betrayed him. He couldn't afford to offend Qin Chong and the others at this moment, as he still needed them to act as thugs to deal with the traitors upstairs. He wanted everyone to know that anyone who dared to be a traitor would have no good end. As for Qin Chong and the others, they were also disposable. Once the natural disaster passed and everything returned to normal, he would fire them one by one. Perhaps this was the scene that Zhou Chen most wanted to see. Let them bite each other like dogs. But even knowing Zhou Chen's intentions, he had no way to stop it now. Only those who provide sustenance are worthy. Damn it, a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Zhang Li temporarily suppressed his inner anger, showing a smile on his face and trying to appear as natural as possible. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Everyone, I have a way to get supplies that will not only warm everyone up, but also provide hot meals. Really? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Zhou Chen added a few logs to the fireplace and took out a toy ball to tease the dog. As time passed, the outdoor temperature dropped to -40 degrees. With a roaring fire continuously burning, the indoor temperature was raised to a comfortable 20 degrees. He even took off his padded pajamas and changed into a light outfit for spring and autumn. The dog had to bow its head under the eaves while De Huang ran and jumped eagerly, fetching the flying ball. He missed the catch and was threatened with becoming dog meat. Worse than the previous owner, not caring for the dog at all. While playing, Su Wanwan sent a message using her spare phone. Zhou Chen, can we talk? Zhou Chen threw the toy ball and urged the dog to chase it. Had this group of beasts already thought of using women against him so quickly? But he still wanted to enjoy the spectacle of dogs biting each other. After all, he had planted a poisonous seed in this group of beasts, just waiting for it to bear poisonous fruit. So what if he guessed his intention? This seed is unsolvable. He picked up his phone, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. What? Are you thinking of crawling to me and begging? Su Wanwan replied quickly with a hint of anger. Zhou Chen, do you really have to talk like this? That night descended into chaos. Trapped civilians exhausted every means to call for help. Though the torrential downpour had ceased, the nation was gripped by a terrifying plunge in temperatures. Conditions in the north remained relatively manageable. Rural households relied on heated brick beds, while urban residents, though deprived of central heating, possessed several layers of winter clothing. But southerners suffered terribly. Not only were they caught unprepared by winter's premature arrival, but even under ordinary circumstances their wardrobes offered no defense against sub-zero temperatures below 30°C. They layered every garment they owned yet still shivered beneath blankets. Television and internet services had been placed under official control. All programming was restricted with major satellite channels broadcasting a single feed, synchronized across both broadcast and online platforms. In the CCTV live studio, the anchor and several domain experts huddled tightly in heavy coats, trembling uncontrollably. Their breath rose in visible white plumes, teeth chattering audibly. At 30°C, air conditioning heaters could barely raise indoor temperatures. Now at 40°C, outdoor units were encased in thick ice, rendered entirely inoperable. More alarmingly, meteorological data indicated that temperatures continued to plummet. Meanwhile, the super typhoon and catastrophic rainfall had already severed power and internet access across multiple regions. The sudden onset of extreme cold threatened nationwide grid collapse, a calamity compounding all prior disasters. Panicked netizens unable to reach emergency lines flooded chat groups with frantic messages, venting terror, seeking solace, and pooling collective wisdom for survival. The Sakura residential complex group chat lit up incessantly. Is this truly the end of the world? I woke up to 30°C. August snowfall is unsettling, but far more horrifying is the plunge from 29°C to 40°C overnight, a staggering 70-degree temperature drop. Who among us can endure such an assault? Has reality gone mad? If the world's going insane, at least warn us first. We just celebrated the rain's end, only to be hurled headlong into winter. No, this isn't winter, it's colder than any winter known. Never imagined I'd freeze to death before starving. Does anyone have a down jacket to lend? Anyone with silk quilts? 2 would suffice. Even cotton ones will do. We simply cannot bear it. Please sell me food. I'm desperate. My child cries endlessly from hunger. I beg you on my knees, spare some food. My father's frail, without nourishment he'll perish. And all because I've failed as a son. Where is the neighborhood committee, Auntie? Come out now. If not for your blockade preventing us from securing supplies, we'd at least be fed and last longer. Precisely. Auntie Wong, step forward. Didn't you promise rescue teams would arrive tomorrow? Didn't you swear supplies would be delivered door to door tomorrow? How many tomorrows have passed? Where are the rescuers? Where are the supplies? Silent again, old vegetable skin. 10 block residents, drag her out. If she hides, give her a beating to vent our collective rage. Beat her. She's ruined us all. 10 block neighbors, we stand with you. Should police investigate later, count me among those held accountable. Residents sharing Annie Wong's floor, swaddled like mummies against 40°C winds, rushed across the corridor and kicked her door open. Overwhelmed, Auntie Wong reluctantly posted in the group. Please remain calm. I deeply understand your anguish. I've been in constant contact with authorities who are actively arranging food and winter gear. Yet freezing temperatures and deep floodwaters severely impede rescue efforts. Do not panic excessively. The graver the crisis, the more vital composure becomes. Do not act rashly, or I confirm military units have been deployed. Authorities are racing against time and nature itself. Please await rescue with patience. Upon hearing the military had mobilized, residents' fury subsided markedly. In public memory, no natural disaster proved insurmountable once troops arrived. Yet these assurances failed to extinguish all resentment. Why should we believe you anymore? Haven't you spun enough soothing lies this week? I warn you, if no aid arrives tomorrow, I'll tear your mouth apart myself. You claim troops are en route. What proof? Exactly. None of US can reach emergency lines. How then did you contact authorities? Are you fabricating? I nearly starved to death. I won't swallow your fairy tales without evidence. Show us proof. No chat logs. At least produce call records. Produce the evidence. Show it. At that moment, Annie Wong's heart raced wildly. Like everyone else, she couldn't dial emergency services. Where then would proof come from? When the disaster first struck, she'd taken quiet pride in her administrative competence. But days of relentless questioning about aid and supplies had forced her to repeat the same hollow assurances. Now the deluge had ended, replaced by a cold front more fearsome than the storm itself. Even with floodwaters rising, people might swim to find sustenance. Yet this abrupt, lethal frost rendered water impassable. Entering it meant certain freezing death. She knew her neighbor's fury, fueled by hunger and cold, had reached its breaking point. The group's vitriol and the neighbor's door-kicking bore stark witness. Terrified, she feared their collective rage might erupt into physical violence. Clutching her quilt tighter, she gazed out at a blinding, snow-choked horizon. This weather defies reason. A Category 17 super typhoon, floodwaters exceeding 10 meters, and now this sudden polar blast. All exceeded the bounds of natural disaster. Everything defied rational explanation. She firmly believed authorities would deploy the military for nationwide relief. Thus, she brazenly invented the military deployment lie to stave off imminent social collapse. Auntie Wong pressed onward, weaving further fiction. The authorities called directly, confirming troop mobilization. Our committee has been instructed to stabilize morale. Please wait patiently for rescue. It was an encrypted call from the Emergency Management Office, a 4-digit virtual number. Even if shared, it cannot be. Trust me, the military rescue will come. Endure 2 to 7 more days. Zhou Chen savored fresh grapes, observing Annie Wong's performance with detached amusement. Invoking the military indeed brought reassurance. Citing an encrypted line from the emergency management office lent credibility. Unencrypted, it would surely have been overwhelmed by calls from desperate citizens. One had to admit Auntie Wong possessed uncanny psychological insight. Her few words instantly quelled the mob, yet upon hearing 2 to 7 days, outrage reignited. What? Just bury me now. I can't last a single day. How is this different from waiting to die? Go to hell. My family survived on tap water alone. See supplies by dawn, or I'll kill you. Startled Auntie Wong recalled a thought she'd dismissed days earlier. Gazing at her emaciated husband, then clutching her own hollow stomach, she seized the last remaining loaf of bread and stuffed it whole into her mouth, eyes glinting with cold resolve. Hear me out. Beyond troop deployment, authorities issued another directive. To ensure every resident survives until rescue, each household must contribute provisions for centralized, equitable distribution. This order originates from the highest authorities and falls to our committee for execution. Given the floods, we'll appoint one floor captain per building, responsible for collecting supplies door to door and allocating them fairly. This measure safeguards all lives. Cooperation is mandatory. Non-compliance will incur criminal liability post-rescue. I'll personally oversee Building 10. Beginning with Building 1, I now appoint each floor captain. Gather all the supplies from each building and distribute them evenly among the residents who are starving and freezing to their absolute delight. In the bitter cold, one can hide under the covers and avoid going outside, but without food they will starve to death. Even if they can only receive enough food for a day or two, or for 1 or 2 meals, they are simply too hungry. Cheers erupted in the group, with many expressing that the order issued by the organization was very wise. But for those who still had supplies at home, this was not good news. A week passed, and the landlord's family had no surplus food. Besides, some of them had already sold or lent out a portion. With so little left at home, there wasn't enough even for their own family. What would they eat if they handed over their share? They were all ordinary citizens, so there was no talk of great altruism. However, the starving residents in the neighborhood accounted for 80%. They were all excitedly cheering in the group. If anyone stood up to oppose, they would be instantly drowned in spittle. There was no issue with verbal attacks, but what if neighbors from the same building came knocking? A group of starving and freezing people with negative emotions could easily resort to violence over a single misplaced word. Who could withstand an attack from a group? Realizing this, the residents began to cheer, while also secretly hiding their The list of building leaders from the neighborhood committee was released, including the elderly lady herself, totaling 30 people. When Zhou Chen saw this list, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This list of building leaders was almost identical to the previous life. Without exception, these individuals had some kinship or interest ties with the old lady, including big bosses and wealthy second-generation individuals whom she had flattered. In the last life, this group collected all the residents' supplies, and not only did they fail to distribute them fairly, but they also pocketed them, becoming well-fed and glistening. By the time the residents realized what was happening, this group had moved to Building 10 and clustered together. In the face of hunger and cold, the dizzy and starving residents angrily sought them out, wanting to reclaim their share of supplies, only to be beaten down by this lively bunch of scum, with many not getting back up. Afterward, every day people were starving to death. Yet the group, led by the neighborhood committee's elderly lady, miraculously survived the bitter cold for 3 months. The elderly lady from the neighborhood committee was very proactive. The list has been drafted. Oh, everyone take a look. If there are no objections, the leaders from each building should start taking action now. Zhou Chen, of course, would not let her have her way. I have objections. Zhou Chen, what's wrong with you? The elderly lady from the neighborhood committee gritted her teeth in anger. Are you addicted to singing against the grain? It's already the time. Delaying the work of the building leaders could lead to someone starving to death in the next moment. Can you take responsibility for that? The starving residents immediately began to curse. Zhou Chen, do you have a problem? I'm about to starve to death. Keep your opinions to yourself. If anyone delays the building leaders' work of distributing supplies, don't blame me for going all out against them. Your objections mean you don't want to share the supplies with everyone, right? Residents of Building 21, you better be careful. Someone will definitely make sure the supplies are taken out. Zhou Chen comfortably lay on the sofa, listening to the crackling of the burning firewood. He directly sent a voice message. Hey, I'm also thinking of everyone. Please take a careful look at this list and think about the relationships of these people with the old lady. A bunch of relatives, friends, and her usual flattery targets. Aren't you afraid they will collude privately and end up stuffing their own pockets while disregarding everyone's survival? The elderly lady from the neighborhood committee was furious. Zhou Chen, you're not just slandering good people, you're also disturbing the morale, you know. The 29 designated building leaders immediately jumped out to criticize, accuse, and curse. They had just opened a new group and were excitedly discussing the benefits of collecting supplies, and now someone had quickly discovered their ulterior motives. Zhou Chen, you're measuring a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Only a vile person would view others as vile. If you have supplies, you're so noble and great, but please don't affect the precious lives of others. We're all neighbors, all disaster victims. How could we commit such a despicable act of stuffing our own pockets? Don't be swayed by him. The bottom line is still because he is selfish, definitely has supplies at home, but refuses to share with everyone, wanting to see everyone starve and freeze to death. Usually looking decent. Who knew you were this kind of person? I heard that his aunt and old classmates are starving to death, and he won't even spare a bite of food. He's simply a cold-blooded animal. The sudden appearance of a photo instantly silenced the entire group. The background of the photo was a kitchen with a bag of 10 pounds of flour, 2 packs of noodles, a bag of dumplings, 4 eggs, 5 pounds of potatoes, 5 pounds of sweet potatoes, and a chunk of frozen pork. This made the residents who had been surviving on tap water for days widen their eyes. Especially that piece of pork, though only about 1 pound, had a nice balance of fat and lean. Seeing that piece of streaky pork, it was as if they were looking at a plate of sweet and savory red braised meat, rich, yet not greasy, melting in their mouths. Zhou Lily and her family, who were going door to door, braving the cold wind, asking for supplies along with the thin monkey trio, were internally screaming in despair. No, this belongs to them. Is Zhou Chen going to give away the supplies he promised to them to others? The tension in the reformed group immediately tightened. If Zhou Chen gave the supplies to others, what would they eat? Zhou Chen sent the photo and then followed up with a voice message. Everyone, this is the only food left in my house. I have kept a handful of noodles and 1 egg, and the rest I will share with everyone. In this disaster, I can only do my little part. At the temptation of food, the group erupted into the most fervent cheers. Especially the residents of Building 21, their excited emotions were hard to calm down. Brother, I'm so touched. Brother, I often go abroad for business trips. If there's anything you want to buy in the future, just let me know. Brother, I can tell this is already your last food. If you weren't living alone, you wouldn't be able to bring out these things. Brother, no need to say anything. If you encounter any issues in society in the future, you can come to me. If anyone bullies you, just watch how I deal with them. The other residents from Building 29 were all envious, wishing they were owners of Building 21. Zhou Chen was very satisfied with everyone's reaction and continued with the previous topic. Everyone, I'm not trying to stop the orders from the organization. We must unite to overcome difficulties. Everyone knows this principle. But do you really trust the building leaders designated by the old lady? A team of building leaders made up of relatives and interests. Do you believe there's nothing fishy about that? When they are wealth while you are starving and collapsing from hunger, when you realize you've been duped and want to reclaim your supplies, in a society with wise rulers, someone actually establishes a dictatorship. Their hearts are treacherous. As for the selection of building leaders, you can vote for yourselves. Also, don't you find it strange? The neighborhood committee members are not just the old lady with a team of 5 to 11. How is it that she is the only one able to connect with the organization? Think about it carefully and ponder it well. The elderly lady from the neighborhood committee and the 29 designated building leaders had faces darker than the bottom of a pot. Little Chi Lao was deliberately going against them. Blocking people's wealth is like killing their parents. They noted this enmity. The worst part was they hadn't even thought of a countermeasure when someone else sent another photo. It was the neighborhood security guard, Old Son. The photo showed 2 bags of instant noodles and 3 bags of hot dogs. Each bag of instant noodles contained 5 small packs, and each bag of hot dogs had 10 sausages. As soon as the image was released, the residents' excited emotions were reignited. This kind of food, usually so cheap that many people wouldn't even eat it, had now become their lifeline. Old Son said in a voice message, I think Zhou's words also hold some truth. To be safe, the choice of building leaders should be a fair, transparent, and public election to win everyone's trust. The leader of Building 21 should come to room 2302 to collect my supplies. Zhou Chen's move was refreshingly simple and effective. The residents of Building 21, ecstatic and clamoring with excitement, triggered a full-blown butterfly effect. Those who had previously held no objections to the appointed floor leader now voiced firm opposition. Whether or not the neighborhood committee ant harbored ill intent mattered little. The undeniable truth remained: every name on the proposed list was either a blood relative of hers, or a wealthy entrepreneur, or second-generation heir. The group chat instantly descended into chaos. Residents denounced autocratic rule, insisting the floor leader must be democratically elected, and then scattered en masse into smaller subgroups to begin voting. Residents of Building 21 wasted no time. In my opinion, Brother Zhou Chen should be our floor leader. I agree. At this moment when fear grips us all, only someone willing to donate his entire stockpile of supplies could possibly be trusted, not feared. I agree too. Zhou Chen, of course, had no intention of assuming the role. Wasn't living quietly and comfortably far more appealing. His primary motive in donating supplies was to cultivate a loyal contingent of people. Conditions would only deteriorate further as scarcity of resources inevitably breeds monstrous cruelty. When that hour arrived, Zhang Li and his gang, numerous and ruthless, could seize control of the entire building with brutal efficiency, using terror as their tool. He needed a countervailing force, but one he need not manage directly or exhaust himself over. I declined the position of floor leader. Lately, I've suffered setbacks in my career and simply lack the mental energy for such responsibilities. Given the stakes, our very survival, I urge you to appoint someone else without delay. Everyone, I propose Old Son. He may not be a resident here, but his dedication over the years is plain for all to see, and his integrity is beyond question. We can address concerns later. Right now, what matters most is eating something, anything. Naturally, the residents of Building 21 balked at the idea of a security guard becoming their floor leader. Yet Zhou Chen had spoken plainly, and Old Son had already contributed supplies proving his character. Moreover, their growling stomachs brooked no further delay. No one wished to keep drinking tap water. Zhou Chen was absolutely right when starvation loomed. Why dwell on abstract concerns? Getting food into one's belly was the sole imperative. Agreed. Let old Sun be our floor leader. At that moment old Sun stared blankly at his phone, utterly bewildered by Zhou Chen's message. Yet he complied without hesitation. I accept this charge in times of crisis, and shall not refuse it. Floors 5 and below are already flooded. To compromise, I'll select the 15th floor. Which of the two households there will take responsibility for boiling water? I'll bring down instant noodles and sausages first. Let's prepare something hot to ease our hunger, then proceed door to door to collect supplies. Both 15th floor households eagerly agreed to boil water immediately. Starving residents, imagining steaming hot noodles moments away, wept with relief. Zhou Chen, clad in a military overcoat, opened his door. Simultaneously old Sun, also wearing a military overcoat, opened the door across the hall. Trembling old Sun rushed over, clutching 3 large bags of instant noodles, and thrust one toward Zhou Chen. Zhou, keeping just one serving won't sustain you. You're tall and strong, a single portion won't last long. Take this bag. I've secretly kept a little aside for myself. Zhou Chen accepted without refusal, then asked in surprise, how do you live across from me? Security staff normally rested in the property management office at the lobby desk. Yet the head of security was an owner on the 8th floor of Building 21, and after the lobby flooded, Zhou Chen assumed old Sun was temporarily staying with him. Before old Sun could reply, a sound came from the door behind him. Zhou Chen turned, and his eyes widened in shock. What did he see? A Russian nesting doll. Old Sun hurried back, whispered a few words to the doll, swiftly shut the door, and locked it from the inside with his key. The next second, he unlocked the door again, scooped up the doll, and carried it straight to Zhou Chen. Zhou, please look after him for me. I still need to go door to door collecting supplies. It's freezing inside, and he's far too young to be left alone. Zhou Chen fell silent. The doll was irresistibly adorable, swaddled tightly with only 2 wide round eyes peeking out. This was undeniably a complication. Zhou Chen hesitated, hand outstretched, stunned. What exactly is going on here? Old Sun gazed at the child with tender, grandfatherly affection. He chuckled warmly. An elderly resident in Building 1 is unable to care for himself. His children are stranded elsewhere, unable to return. That night during the typhoon, Afong couldn't bear to leave him and went to help. Bringing the child along wasn't feasible, so she asked me, her fellow townsman, to watch him instead. And thus I've been caring for him for a full week. Poor little soul, old Sun sighed compassionately. So young, and already orphaned. His elder brother remains unreachable. How tragic. Zhou Chen let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Couldn't bear to leave him. More like moonlighting, working for private clients behind his employer's back. Sakura residential complex featured a 2 per floor layout. The doll's father was a traffic officer, leaving home before dawn and returning late each day. His mother ran a seafood restaurant and possessed a warm, generous heart. His elder brother served in the military as a reconnaissance soldier. Once a blissful family, shattered in an instant by a car accident. On the evening of the 3rd of the month, the father was on duty checking for drunk drivers when a drunken second-generation heir refused to exit his vehicle for inspection, then struck the officer and dragged him nearly 2 kilometers. By the time the vehicle was forced to stop, the man was already dead. His wife suffered a massive cardiac arrest, and the eldest son rushed home to handle the funeral arrangements, hastily hired a nanny, and then hurried back to the military base to process his discharge, likely arriving within the next day or 2. Tragically, the child never lived to see his last remaining kin return. In his previous life, Zhou Chen and several neighbors had ventured beyond the city walls in search of survival, and had intended to take the child with them. When they finally forced open the apartment door, the child was nowhere to be seen, and no sound came from within. The nanny sat alone in the dining room, cradling a bowl of meat broth. In the pot floated the bleached skeletal remains of a 5-year-old. Every shred of flesh had been meticulously stripped away. Evidence suggested the bones had been boiled repeatedly. Could this lifetime with old Sun present alter the child's fate? Zhou Chen was speechless. Had he known the circumstances, he'd never have recommended old Sun as floor leader. Old Sun, do you need assistance with your duties? Hearing shouts from downstairs, old Sun promptly pressed the child into Zhou Chen's arms. After his parents passed, he withdrew into silence, neither crying nor fussing. Just set him on the sofa and let him play by himself. Damn it. Wait. Zhou Chen tried calling old Sun back, but the man limping on one leg vanished around the stairwell in a flash. Zhou Chen stood frozen, staring blankly at the child, who ignored him entirely, his pure wide eyes fixed instead on the character Fu, meaning fortune, pasted on the front door. A biting wind stung his cheeks. Only then did Zhou Chen realize his predicament, and with deep resignation turned and carried the child back into his warm, spring-like apartment. Woof! Da Huang, clad in a short down jacket, trotted over, tail wagging. The dog eyed the newcomer warily, nudging Zhou Chen's pant leg repeatedly, terrified of losing favor and being. The child remained withdrawn, not glancing at the dog once. Perhaps driven by instinctive cold, his round eyes stayed riveted on the flames dancing in the fireplace. Zhou Chen placed him gently on the armchair before the hearth and scratched his head in despair. Damn it. He'd underestimated everything. Tao's presence unnerved Zhou Chen. His kindness and compassion had been eroded by his previous life, leaving scarcely any trace. He had no experience raising a child. In this world, children and small animals were the most perilous, fragile, innocent, soft, yearning to be held, and adults instinctively feel a fierce desire to protect such weakness. One could slip into devotion unnoticed while caring for them. By the time the realization came, he was already cradling the child in his palm, unable to let go. Zhou Chen fixed Taowa with a look of displeasure. Just once. Only this once. When Lao Sun returns, he'll throw Taowa back. 1 second's delay would be a disrespect to survival in this apocalypse. Zhou Chen suppressed the impulse to toss Taowa out the door, scavenged a few toys from the space, and set him to play. Only then did he have time to check his phone. Brother Zhou, we've already returned to the 11th floor. You're not going to hand all the supplies over, are you? Xiao Chun, didn't you promise to bring supplies down? If you've handed them in, what will my uncle and cousin eat? 7 people who had stubbornly endured the cold front back to the 11th floor were blue-lipped and stiff-limbed, almost entirely numb. If it had not been for someone inside forcing a large cup of hot water on them, they would likely have frozen to death by now. Having barely recovered, they snatched up their phones to press Zhou Chen about the supplies. He had promised to deliver them. Zhou Chen replied with an expression of helplessness. I did consider splitting the supplies with you, but the organization has issued orders all supplies must be turned in for centralized management and allocation. If I don't hand them over, will be held accountable. Don't worry, the building leaders are cooking instant noodles now. They should be ready to eat soon. But there are so many of you in that room, and you're all outsiders, not even tenants. I can't promise you'll get a share. Shohozi grew anxious, his tone filled with supplication. Brother Zhou, you can't do this. I know your family surely has spare supplies. Please help us just this once. I promise I'll testify against Zhang Li in court when the time comes. Brother Zhou, isn't the building leader your friend? Say a good word for us, even a bowl of porridge each would help. We truly can't hold out. Brother, we can write a sworn statement for you right now. Shohozi poured out a torrent of pleas and received no reply. They wanted to come begging again, but the memory of nearly freezing to death sapped their courage to step outside. Burning with anxiety, he could only keep sending messages to Zhou Chen. As the temperature dropped further, each message became more abject than the last. Back in the master bedroom, Zhou Lily's family was similarly distraught. Xiao Chen, did you go out? Xiao Chen, when will you bring the supplies down? Xiao Chen, you must keep your word. We are family. Zhou Lily suddenly realized she had likely been deceived. Zhou Chen never intended to give out supplies. He simply did not want people dying on his doorstep. Were they truly going to starve and freeze to death here? Terror of impending death shattered her composure, and she slapped her future daughter-in-law across the face. It's all your fault, you shameless woman. What's so remarkable about being pregnant? Do you think you're the only woman who can bear children? You stick out your belly and demand money, a house, a car. If it weren't for you, the 3 of us would have food and drink at home. How did we deserve this? Don't think I don't know you used to work at the foot massage parlor. Who knows how many men you've been with? The heavily pregnant woman had long been simmering with anger and struck inexplicably, exploded, slapping back twice. If it weren't that I can't terminate this pregnancy, do you think I'd marry your son? What good can 2 rotten gamblers produce? The 10 people gathered outside, anxiously debating, suddenly heard a scream. Before long, a woman bleeding from her lower body opened the door and staggered out, terror etched on her face as she cried, "Help!" But the cold was so severe she collapsed after only a couple of steps. Meanwhile, the instant noodles on the 15th floor had been cooked, and the residents who had been informed were elated. At last, something to eat. Each household sent 1 head of house, taking their largest soup basin and braving the... When they reached the 15th floor, they found nothing like the delicious instant noodles they had imagined. 6 large buckets were lined up, each filled with broth that resembled kitchen slops. A pale powdery film, like flour, lay on the surface, nauseating to behold. What the hell is this? There are no noodles, only broth. How are we supposed to eat this? Do you even know how to cook? This garbage wouldn't even be eaten by a dog. Did you secretly eat the noodles and leave everyone else only a bucket of broth? 2 residents and their families on the 15th floor erupted in anger on the spot. Damn it, are you blind? Aren't the noodles already in the broth? There are 50 or 60 people in the building. If you don't break the noodles up before cooking, how could everyone get a share? For the sake of this pot of noodle broth, I poured my last half bowl of lard into it. What more do you want? At a time like this, you're still picky. Fine, go starve then. The famished residents stifled their revulsion and queued up to ladle a basin of noodle broth to take home. Zhang Li and the others in 602 waited and waited, but received no notice to collect the broth. Left with no choice, Zhang Li picked up his phone and asked in the group. The reply: the noodle broth had already been distributed. Zhang Li nearly sprang out of bed. Already distributed? What do you mean distributed already? In the owner of Unit 101 staying on the 6th floor. We never got your notice. A bearded man stepped forward and said, in the deputy building leader. The leader is collecting supplies. I am responsible for distributing food. Zhang Li from 101 and Yang Sitian from 602. I've reserved your portions, come up and collect them. At that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The task of fetching the noodles naturally fell to Yang Sitian and Su. Among these people, only the 2 women and Xiao Taimei had winter clothes. Xiao Taimei was a favored ally. Zhang Li and the others wore thin summer clothes, huddled together under blankets, even holding in the need to use the toilet. When the 2 women ran up to the 15th floor with 2 large basins, they were dumbfounded. On the stove, there were only 2 tiny bowls of noodle broth, each no larger than a fist. Shivering all over, Su Wanwan looked incredulous. Wasn't this supposed to be allocated per person? How can there be so little? There are more than a dozen people in our room. The bearded deputy sipped his own bowl with exaggerated care. We distributed according to head count. I allocated as many portions as are listed on the property registry. Su Wanwan was stunned and immediately protested. How can you do that? Even if we're not registered residents, you can't simply abandon us. Do people not on the list have to starve to death? The bearded man stared greedily at the 2 bowls on the stove, licking his lips. Take it up with the leader. With limited food, we naturally prioritize our own registered people. If you don't want it, fine, it's mine. Yang Sitian leapt forward eagerly and drained her bowl to the bottom. The aroma of the broth assaulted Su Ruanruan's senses. Hunger vanquished the last shred of reason as she could think of nothing else and lunged forward like a starving dog. Snap! You 2 crazy women. Facing the 2 women returning home with empty bowls, Zhongli could hardly resist the urge to slap each of them across the face. Chen Chang and the others had ashen faces, their fists creaking under the covers. If it weren't for the cold that made them too afraid to leave their beds, they would have definitely rushed up to grab their hair and beat them up. After all, that was their lifeline. These 2 crazy women actually only cared about themselves, ignoring their lives. Spit out the food that belongs to us. You little bitch, I see you are looking for death. Yang Sitian was still savoring the taste of the instant noodle soup, sneering as she said, if you want to blame someone, you can't blame me. The portions are not divided by head count. The property management has a list of residents. I drank my own share. Then she cast a contemptuous glance at Su Wanwan beside her. At this moment, the starving and freezing group all glared at Su Wanwan, their angry gazes like daggers, wishing they could stab her to death on the spot. Su Wanwan didn't feel she had done anything wrong. She began to tidy her hair in front of her phone screen. At that moment, she seemed to regain her goddess-like image. What's the rush? Don't forget our plan. What's there to fuss over 1 bowl of broken soup? Moving into a house with a fireplace, isn't it nice to eat a bowl of egg noodles? Zhongli gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. Are you saying? Su Wanwan confidently replied. What's a bowl of egg noodles? You don't really believe Zhou Chen would give up all the supplies to you? Zhongli firmly asserted, of course not. Who would be foolish enough to truly hand over all the food in their home in this situation? Chen Chang warned through gritted teeth. You better make Zhou Chen open the door obediently. If you can't do that, don't blame us for being ruthless. Yang Sitian, stamping her feet in the cold, coldly observed the group, her lips curling into a sneer as she turned back to her room and immediately locked the door. She took out her phone, found Zhou Chen's WeChat in the group, and sent a friend request. Zhou Chen was at home, making a fruit salad. Fresh watermelon, mango, peach, strawberry, kiwi, cantaloupe, cherry, tomatoes, dragon fruit, topped off with a glass of pure milk and a handful of nuts. Just looking at it was appetizing. The dog De Huang was drooling, wagging its tail in a flattering manner. Zhou Chen gently kicked the dog's rear, sending it back to its kennel for dog food. He kept a large cup of fruit salad for himself and handed a smaller cup to the doll-like girl, sternly threatening. If you need someone to feed you, I'll throw you out the door right now. The doll-like girl was simply introverted, not mentally challenged. She stared blankly at the cup of fruit salad handed to her, raised a spoonful to her mouth, indifferent to her surroundings, and therefore ignored Zhou Chen's threat. Zhou Chen leaned back on another single sofa, stretching his long legs that had nowhere to go, enjoying the continuous warmth generated by the fireplace. With the fresh fruit flesh in his mouth, he felt quite pleased, using one hand to place a frying pan over the fire which contained a prepared king crab. Ding! The phone rang again. Zhou Chen lazily picked up his phone and saw the message was from Su Wanwan. There was also a woman claiming to be Yang Sitian from 602, requesting to add him as a friend. Zhou Chen accepted the friend request before checking Su Ruanyuan's message. Was this a ploy to trick him into opening the... Chen, let's talk. Don't worry, I'm alone in my room now. I'm not with them. It's too cold. Is it convenient for a voice? Hearing Su Ruanyuan's trembling voice, even her form of address changed. He wondered why he never found this address so disgusting before. Zhou Chen replied curtly, not convenient. Su Wanwan replied instantly, not convenient. What are you doing right now? Zhou Chen took a picture of the fruit salad and captured a corner of the crab legs in the frying pan. Not much, just tried making a fruit salad. The taste is mediocre, and I suddenly don't want to eat it anymore. Curled up in bed, Su Wanwan shivered, her eyes nearly glued to the photo. Bastard. She had been starving for so many days, having just eaten a small bowl of watery instant noodle soup while he was sitting by the fireplace eating fruit salad. The photo was incredibly clear. She could even distinguish several types of fruit pieces. Wait, were there crab legs in the frying pan on the fire? Such a large crab leg was clearly a king crab. Did Zhou Chen's supplies reach such abundance? The others crammed in the bed, hearing Zhou Chen say he was eating fruit salad, felt their eyes turn blood red with jealousy. They now wished they could rush to the top floor, forcibly break down the door, beat Zhou Chen up, and then force him to hand over all the, not just fruits, but all food and the warm fireplace. Everything belonged to them. The fact that this guy had fruit to eat indicated that he must have plenty more food hidden away. He was reluctant to part with it. This was precisely the outcome they desired. Su Wanwan couldn't help but swallow, thinking about the next plan, and had to muster her spirits to show a reserved side. How nice. I remember we often went to the bun to eat that fruit salad from that place. Its flavor was unmatched by any other. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly. If you think it's delicious once we leave the community, we can go eat it often. Under the urging of everyone, Su Ruanyuan's tone was filled with guilt. Ah Chen, I know you must hate me right now. But I was forced into the factory situation. It was really Zhongli who pressured me. He hinted to you several times, but you didn't pay attention to what he was saying. Zhou Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Zhongli pressured you. White Lotus, please begin your performance. Su Ruanyuan hurriedly replied. Yes, Zhongli has developed a gambling addiction, owing millions in high interest. If he can't pay it back, those people will take him to the mountains to bury him alive. He was scared out of his wits at the time, and there was only you, his wealthy friend. He knew you hated gamblers the most, so he figured you wouldn't lend him money, so he threatened me with your life. He said if I didn't comply, he would kill you. I was afraid you would get hurt, and you didn't listen to his hints. The factory matters were all done by him, and Chen Chong, the signatures were forged by them. I really didn't do anything. Ah Chen, I'm not betraying you by following Zhongli, while I'm secretly helping you gather evidence. You've been so good to me, and I like you so much. How could I help others harm you? I've almost gathered all the evidence. In these days, I've obtained a lot of useful information, ensuring we can win this lawsuit, and the factory will definitely return to you. Ah Chen, this matter is serious. Can we discuss it face-to-face? The time is set for the next food distribution. I'll come to find you under the pretext of picking up food. After sending this voice message, Su Ruanyuan felt her heart in her throat. Zhang Li and the others felt the same way. That was a factory the one Zhou Chen's parents left him. If given the opportunity to reclaim the factory, they didn't believe Zhou Chen would refuse. But Zhou Chen unexpectedly refused. His voice reply sent everyone's mood plummeting. Zhou Chen's voice carried a hint of a smirk. I mean, can you come up with a better excuse? With the entire city on the verge of destruction, where would the factory come from? You should think about how not to freeze or starve to death. Still, I'll repeat that my home only shelters women. What's your girlfriend's name? Chen Chong. She looks pretty nice. The girlfriend, named, felt astonished and could hardly contain her joy. Out of so many women, Zhou Chen actually took a liking to her. She couldn't wait to rush to the 23rd floor to call Zhou Chen to open the door. She wanted to enjoy the warm fireplace and the delicious food. As for the other party's intentions, she wasn't blind. How could Zhou Chen not be 100 times better than Chen Chong? The atmosphere instantly became strange. Some were angry, some jealous, some worried, and others fearful. Daylight broke. The entire world was blanketed in white with skyscrapers, trees, and the ground covered in ice and snow. The temperature had dropped to -70 degrees. Icicles hung from rooftops and tree branches, and a layer of ice had formed over floodwaters several meters deep. People suddenly realized that it seemed as if they had been transported back to the Ice Age overnight. In the Sakura Community Owners Group, residents continually posted pictures of icicles the size of children's arms. Oh my, this is too exaggerated, isn't it? What on earth is the Meteorological Bureau doing? I pay taxes every year to support these useless people. Don't tell me this is really the end of the world. Is it possible that we are all dreaming that the world has entered an icy age and we are just in this dream? I put on all the clothes I can find at home, yet I still feel colder and colder. Am I going to freeze to death? Who was shouting for a quick effect heart-saving pill? I found it. Where are you, and how should I give it to you? No need, thanks, my dad has already passed away. The chat group, which had been noisy all night, suddenly fell silent. Residents were stunned for a long time, not expecting that someone had actually died in this natural disaster. Would more people die next? Why was help not arriving? With no rescue in sight, were they and their families the next victims? At that moment, all the residents felt a wave. They suddenly realized that they might truly die and their family members could leave them at any moment. Survival is the more they feared death, the more intense their inner fear grew. Zhou Chen could sense that those who had previously brushed off the flood and cold wave were now beginning to realize, almost too late, that this might truly be the arrival of the apocalypse. He added several logs to the fireplace, stoking the flames to a roaring blaze. He replaced his several thousand-yuan mattress with one identical to a certain female celebrity's, laid down a high-quality wool blanket, and retrieved 2 down comforters from storage, making the entire bed as cozy as could be. A knock sounded at the door. Zhou Chen guessed it was Old Sun and cautiously checked through the peephole. As soon as he opened the door, a blast of cold air hit him, and the exposed skin felt as though it had been sliced by knives. Old Sun, who had previously managed to withstand the cold, was now shivering uncontrollably. Had he not been wearing a cotton hat and scarf, he would probably have lost both ears to frostbite. At his feet lay a cardboard box containing a pitifully small amount of supplies. Zhou Chen asked, "How is it?" Old Sun shook his head in disappointment. Even if the organization really issued that order, they can't possibly search every household, and very few people in Magic City have the habit of stockpiling supplies. Most are already out of food, and surviving on water alone, gathering what little we have, is already quite difficult. There must be people hoarding supplies. Like Zhou Chen, like him. If I'm hiding supplies myself, why should I demand that others surrender all theirs? Especially in a situation like this, isn't it pushing people towards death? Old Sun kept stamping his feet, feeling as if his 10 toes were about to lose all sensation. Xiaozhou, I think this weather is a bit abnormal. Do you think it's like those disaster movies from the States where humanity has sinned too much the earth can't bear it, and the end really has come on? Anything can happen, oh, just be prepared to deal with it, Zhou Chen said. Old Sun shivered and replied, They'll move the supplies inside. First you bring the child out in a bit. Zhou Chen stopped old son, saying, I didn't know you were helping with the child. My suggestion now is to either hand the child over to someone else or find someone to guard the supplies. In any case, you can only handle one of the child or the supplies. Old son squinted. Are you suggesting getting someone else to take over as the building manager? That's true. In this freezing weather with scarce food, managing just one child is already difficult. Zhou Chen shook his head. If you can't let go of the child, then hand the supplies over to someone else for safekeeping. Once it gets to the point where the situation is out of control, the supplies will become your death warrant. Old son, who had mingled in society when he was younger and had been a security guard for nearly 20 years, instantly understood the stakes. You're right. Then you should be the building manager. Zhou Chen refused. I don't want to deal with this mess. Old son suddenly lowered his voice, saying quietly, I just observed that none of the owners in our building are willing to share food with those outsiders from Unit 1001. Zhou Chen found it quite normal. People wouldn't risk their lives for others. Food was already scarce with over 80 people in the building and Zhang Li's group accounting for a third. Everyone was starving and cold. Who would want to care whether others lived or died? He only found it odd that Old Son specifically mentioned Zhang Li and the others. Old Son explained voluntarily, actually your factory situation has long been spreading in the community. Although you didn't say it outright, I guess that you wanted to take this opportunity to deal with them. Damn those beasts, they can do such unethical things and deserve to be dealt with harshly. If it were me in my youth, I'd go up with a watermelon knife and just chop them up, making them cry out for their mothers losing limbs and never daring to close their eyes to sleep again. Zhou Chen gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Old Son scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm old now with one leg practically crippled from being cut, and at this age all I can do is boast. They'll take the supplies down to someone for safekeeping and be right back to get the child. Half an hour later, Old Son knocked on the door. Zhou Chen handed the bundled child over to Old Son as if he were passing off a plague. When Old Son picked up the child, he found the child was warm, like holding a little furnace. It occurred to him that Zhou Chen had a fireplace, and there were two of them. They had been frozen like dogs. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. Looking at the exceptionally beautiful child in his arms, he glanced at Zhou Chen, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Bang! Zhou Chen directly shut the door to prevent Old Son from speaking. He didn't want to invite trouble for himself. He yawned, walked to his comfortable big bed, lay on the soft wool blanket, and covered himself with a warm down comforter, listening to the crackling of the fire, feeling incredibly cozy. Outside it was freezing cold, while inside the house it was as warm as spring. In this comfortable environment, Zhou Chen quickly fell into a deep sleep. The more soundly he slept, the more difficult it was for the other residents. Especially Zhang Li and his group of outsiders who had no winter clothing and were numerous. Two small comforters could not possibly keep everyone warm. Yang Sitian was pulled from her bed onto the cold floor. What are you doing? Chen Chang and his group forcibly snatched her comforter, raising a fist in threat. If you keep babbling, I'll rip the clothes off you to dress my girlfriend. Fuming Yang Sitian was startled, instinctively shielding her chest with her hands, and could only crawl up and hide in the wardrobe for warmth. Trash. Beasts. To hell with them. Forcibly kicking down her door and taking her comforter was already outrageous, yet they even took the mattress cover laid on her mattress. They intended to freeze her to death. Yang Sitian curled up in the empty wardrobe, fearing that the next moment someone would forcibly strip her of her winter clothing. Shivering, she took out her phone and, with tears streaming down her face, sent a message to Zhou Chen. She regretted it. For a bag, she had truly invited a wolf into her home. Zhou Gu, these people want to harm you. If one plan fails, they're preparing to have Chun Chang's girlfriend trick you into opening the door. As long as you're willing to take me in, I'm willing to help you deal with this trouble. I'm willing to be your blade. Zhou Chen slept until the afternoon, and the first thing he did upon waking was to add firewood to the fireplace. The blazing fire kept the room at a comfortable temperature of around 30 degrees. Tired of steak, he decided to make hot pot. The space was filled with hot pot base ingredients, and he pulled out premium beef and lamb, fish balls, shrimp balls, tripe duck, throat duck blood, and dozens of vegetables, completing a table full of hot pot. With 2 more bottles of beer, he enjoyed cooking the meat while admiring the snowflakes outside the window. The phone on the dining table had not been quiet. Many people called and texted him saying all sorts of things, but he ate while ignoring them all. His cousin's girlfriend died. His gambling aunt naturally attributed this incident to him, blaming him for not providing supplies in time, which caused the person to starve to death. 1 corpse, 2 lives. If the police investigated, he would end up in jail. They even threatened Zhou Chen, saying that only if they were allowed into his house for food and drink would they help clarify matters with the police. The memories of his rebirth were vivid, regardless of whether the pregnant woman struck him to protect her unborn child or purely for her survival. He felt no sympathy for her death whatsoever. Zhou Chen completely blacklisted her this time, leaving her to fend for herself. However, the information from Yang Sitian piqued his interest. Living under the same roof, a frail woman must be having a hard time. He was quite curious about what method she would use to help him solve this trouble. If someone is willing to lend a hand without getting their hands dirty, why not? Halfway through the hot pot, a quarrel broke out downstairs. Zhou Chen heard the voices of his aunt, the thin monkey, and others, even catching Zhang Li's angry roar. It should be a conflict over food distribution. The quarrel grew louder, accompanied by the sounds of tables and chairs moving, and then someone screamed. Damn it, we don't have enough food for our entire building. Oh, why should we share with you? You ruined everyone's food. I'll beat you to death. Dare to snatch this is your fate. Soon after, old son called. Zhou Chen answered on speakerphone, dipping a slice of beef into his mouth. A few people who have grievances against you came here, demanding food, constantly complaining about unfairness, and even resorted to violence, accidentally knocking over a pot of dumpling soup, leading a group of owners to rush in angrily to beat them up. How badly were they hurt? Not too serious, it's just that those people weren't wearing winter clothes and came wrapped in blankets, so they couldn't dodge and took a few punches. Be careful, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. Within half an hour, Zhang Li frantically called Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen answered slowly. Zhou Chen, I know your family has a lot of supplies. I'll buy them from you. Just name your price. Are you crazy? You want to use my money to buy my supplies? What's wrong with my money? It's in my pocket now, or if you have the ability, call the police to help you get it back. Haha, by the time the police arrive, do you think Zhang Li will freeze to death first, or starve to death? There's bound to be a suitable... At that moment, Zhang Li, with a bruised face, curled up in a blanket, trembling all over both from the cold and anger. He brought along Qin Chang and several strong men wrapped in blankets, facing the extreme cold as they made their way outside, barely making it to the 15th floor, almost freezing to death. However, those neighbors were still unwilling to allocate food based on headcount. He was a property owner in the community. Although he could get a small bowl, if he couldn't help everyone get a bite to eat, would those people still listen to him? That pot of dumpling soup wasn't knocked over on purpose. Why was the punishment so severe? A bunch of bastards. This matter is far from over. The factory had just signed several big contracts and would make a fortune once the disaster passed. Every single person who laid hands on him, without exception, he would ensure they paid with money. And Zhou Chen, he should have killed him back then, and now he should be enjoying gourmet food in a 5-star hotel, instead of starving and freezing here being beaten. Zhang Li wiped his nosebleed and threatened, Zhou Chen, if you don't sell supplies to me, I'll spread the news that your family has a lot of supplies, including your fireplace. Then you'll have a hard time. Zhou Chen lazily replied, do as you please. You should worry more about how to deal with your own accomplices as they came here, because you wanted to show off. After the call was hung up, Zhang Li cursed in anger. A group of people cold and hungry could tell exactly what was going on. Chen Chang, also with a bruised face, couldn't even pretend anymore, and directly named Zhang Li, issuing a warning. Zhang Li, everyone came to this cursed place because of you, and they've been hungry for several days. If you don't figure out how to get food, don't blame us for being rude. Zhang Li's face flushed with anger. He wanted to explode several times, but ultimately chose to swallow his anger. What's the panic? You all know Zhou Chen well. He hates me the most, but is merciful towards others. He scanned the women present, his gaze landing on Su Wanruan beside him. You go, don't use your phone, just go directly to find him. Meeting face-to-face might evoke some compassion from him. Qin Chang's girlfriend raised an objection against her. If she could do it, we would have been gathered around the fireplace eating meat long ago. Zhang Li knew full well that this woman wanted to go. He found it quite ridiculous. Zhou Chen casually mentioned it to provoke her, and this woman actually thought she was being favored. Don't they look in the mirror? Just because she has 2 large headlights, she thinks she possesses infinite charm. Just look at Su Wanruan's appearance and figure. She should know how picky Zhou Chen's taste is. Qin Chang was very conflicted. On one hand, he was dissatisfied with his girlfriend's eagerness, and on the other, he wanted her to give it a try. After thinking it over, he still didn't want to lose his head in the grass. At this moment, Su Wanruan was also conflicted. It wasn't just because of the cold weather that she didn't want to go out, but also Zhou Chen's attitude in recent days, which left her lacking in confidence. However, there was a bit of vanity involved. Before going out, she wanted to put on exquisite makeup, but as she opened her bag, she found that her moisturizer and foundation had all frozen into blocks of ice. Zhang Li reminded her from the side. We won't go up without winter clothes. After you successfully enter the house, find a chance to knock Zhou Chen out, then quickly bring a few sets of clothes back to find us, and remember to take the keys. Su Wanruan carefully tidied up her appearance, seemingly confident as she stepped out, but in reality, she was constantly boosting her own morale. In the living room, under the blanket on the sofa, Yang Xitian, held by a little girl, sent Zhou Chen a reminder message. Knock knock. Zhou Chen was lounging on the sofa playing butterfly games with his dog. Hearing the knock, he walked to the door and looked through the peephole. Who is it? It's me, Wanruan. Zhou Chen was astonished. The disheveled figure outside was Su Wanruan. Her hair was a mess like a bird's nest. Her complexion was sallow, dark circles under her eyes, wrapped up like a 300-pound fat pig, and wearing a colorful outfit. Calling her a crazy woman would draw no objections. Shivering all over, Su Wanruan didn't realize how awful her appearance was and was trying hard to squeeze out a smile she thought was beautiful. However, this smile made Zhou Chen feel nauseous. Zhou Chen looked at her with disgust and turned to leave. I don't know, you'd get lost. Zhou Chen picked up his notebook and plugged in his headphones. He opened a trending anime of the year, blocking out the incessant knocking and pleading sounds. This woman is toxic, full of lies. If it weren't for the memories of his rebirth, he would have definitely softened and left. In his previous life, Su Wanruan tricked him into signing on a blank sheet of paper, then colluded with Zhang Li to embezzle his factory, and afterward showed no remorse. 3 years later, in the apocalyptic world, Zhang Li and Qin Chang snatched his only piece of bread and beat him up, while Su Wanruan stood by her indifferent gaze, as cold as that of a watching stray dog. It was his own fault for allowing his values to be swayed by appearances. From the first moment he saw Su Wanruan in college, he was deeply captivated by her goddess-like face and figure. There are many beautiful women and many with great figures, but there are few who possess an angelic face and a devilish body. He was soft-hearted and compliant in his relationship with Su Wanruan. He was generous in daily life, often gifting clothes, bags, and jewelry, taking her on trips both domestically and internationally, and sending her family red envelopes exceeding 100,000 every year. Unfortunately, her family had high demands, wanting 2 houses worth over 2 million each. One for her parents and another for her brother. As the saying goes in Kyoto, don't compare ranks. In Magic City, don't compare wealth. With a fixed property and an average-sized factory, Zhou Chen is hardly considered wealthy among the congregated rich in Magic City. The factory's annual income is indeed enough for him to rest easy, but it only allows him a modest lifestyle, not making him a super-rich person. After several years subtracting the funds needed for the factory's normal operation, he only had around 10 million in savings, just a bit better than an average person. Zhou Chen had considered proposing to Su Wanruan, but every time he thought of her blood-sucking family, he instantly dismissed the idea. Especially when Su Wanruan suggested selling the house left to him by his parents to buy a villa for her family to live together. Thoughts of breaking up began to surface in his mind. Perhaps sensing his intention to break up, Su Wanruan, afraid of losing everything, chose to betray him. For a woman with such a venomous heart, no matter how beautiful she is or how well she poses, Zhou Chen currently has. The headphones were filled with the sounds of intense battles as the anime reached its climax. Zhou Chen had already cast aside thoughts of Su Wanruan outside the door. Throughout the week, he downloaded a plethora of classic TV shows, movies, anime, novels, variety shows, and spring festival gala programs from both domestic and international sources, occasionally glancing at the anime plot while swapping in new USB drives for storage. In a cruel apocalyptic world, it's easy to develop mental issues without entertainment to pass the time. He calculated the time. Soon there would be power outages and internet stoppages, so he needed to download more programs. Once the floods completely froze, he planned to visit the largest library to collect all the books inside. In extreme cold lasting 3 months, the city would lack heating materials and books would quickly become a source of warmth for the disaster-stricken. 3 days passed, and the eagerly awaited residents still did not see the arrival of rescue personnel. Worse still, due to the extreme cold weather, the power and gas systems experienced severe failures, leading to power outages and gas that couldn't be ignited. This terrified the residents. The water pipes had frozen, and while they could take ice to boil water and cook, being cut off from power and gas was akin to forcing them to death. In the owners' group, chat discussions erupted with everyone venting their inner fears. Where is the community committee lady? Get her out here. What about the military rescue you mentioned? The community committee lady not only initially stopped everyone from going out to hoard supplies, but continued to block any attempts. The grim situation in Sakura community made her a prime suspect. With their lives threatened, the residents, in an increasingly panicked state, were eager to grab kitchen knives and storm the door to slay that detestable old woman. The harsh living environment did not affect Zhou Chen. He had stocked up on generators and fuel ready to use them but he felt it was not yet the right time. To survive in a cruel apocalyptic world, one must plan meticulously before acting, never allowing carelessness to lead to danger. There hadn't yet been a major upheaval. Once everyone learned that he had a power source at home, he would instantly become the target. In fact, Zhou Chen had already sensed danger approaching. These 3 days had been unusually quiet, with Zhongli, Chinchong, and their gang not making any moves. Even the skinny monkey had stopped begging for supplies. It was a calm before the storm. Zhou Chen thought for a moment and decided to contact Old Sun to inquire about the recent situation. Just as he picked up his phone, a loud crash echoed from the front door. This impact was significant, and everyone in the building heard it. Uninformed neighbors panicked, thinking there had been an earthquake. Zhou Chen immediately took it seriously, and the big yellow dog lying in the corner jumped up, baring its teeth at the door. Animals possess sensitivity. They are often more attuned to environmental changes than humans. During this time, Big Yellow had gradually sensed the world's changes, dimly realizing that the new owner would never keep a pet that merely consumes without contributing, and now he must perform well. A group of people led by Zhongli gathered outside, fiercely hammering on the door. Yet no matter how hard they struck, the door remained impervious, showing only some dents. They were stunned had the door been reinforced. Their initial plan to break in within 3 minutes and subdue Zhou Chen in 30 seconds to seize the fireplace and all supplies was dashed. Zhou Chen, everyone now knows that you have hoarded a large amount of supplies. As long as you willingly hand over everything, we will not trouble you further. Zhou Chen approached the door and looked through the peephole. Nearly all the beasts had arrived. They were dressed in winter clothes, and Zhongli, Chunchong, and the skinny monkey were surprisingly donned in military coats. If they were forcibly robbing others, there would definitely be a significant commotion. In the -70-degree cold, it was impossible for them to have found supplies outside. This could only mean that someone in this building was helping these beasts. Had Zhongli quickly found collaborators. Indeed, in recent days, several deaths had occurred in the community, and the collected supplies, no matter how frugally managed, would not suffice for everyone to have even a few meals, truly running out of resources. In this icy and perilous environment, no one dared to venture out recklessly. Whether or not Zhou Chen truly had a large stash of supplies, Zhang Li would easily find collaborators. Huh. Another schemer wants to harm me. No matter who it is opposing me means certain death. Woof. Woof. Hearing the barking outside, those threatening at the door became excited, eagerly dancing and swallowing their saliva. Zhang Li wore a triumphant expression. What did I tell you? Zhou Chen must be holding a lot of supplies. Including Chen Chang and the skinny monkey, everyone happily echoed their agreement. Of course, without supplies, how could I raise a dog? Zhang Ge is impressive. Whatever Zhang Ge says we do, and it's— You hear that? A starving dog's bark can't be this loud. Zhou Chen, you have 1 minute to open the door and hand over all your supplies, including the dog. When Zhou Chen initially reinforced the door, he also modified the peephole, allowing him to easily remove it from within. As the beasts threatened from outside, Zhou Chen retrieved a water gun from his space and filled it with water. Screw you, if you want to die, I'll help you. Zhou Chen inserted the barrel into the peephole and pulled the trigger. The next second, several screams echoed from outside. Those splashed with water instinctively sought shelter. Even though these beasts had finally donned their winter clothes, they were still not warm enough. Braving temperatures of -70 degrees was already a perilous endeavor. Now being drenched with water was like adding insult to injury. After reconciling Chen Chang and the skinny monkey in a bid to pledge loyalty to Zhang Li, wielded hammers and stood at the front, suffering the worst drenching. The moment water made contact with the skin, it felt as though a knife was being used for slow slicing. The toy water gun in Zhou Chen's hand had high pressure capable of holding up to 1,000 milliliters of water. Under normal circumstances, this amount was insignificant, but now at -70 degrees, even 100 milliliters splashed on the skin could be fatal. After the initial panic, these beasts quickly retreated, but they did not give up. The firewood in the fireplace burned vigorously, and Zhou Chen, clad in temperature-regulating clothing, felt no chill even while standing at the door. He even brought over a chair, sitting slowly in the entrance to accompany the other party. As soon as someone approached from outside, he would immediately open fire. After several rounds, within just over 10 minutes, these beasts could no longer endure, shivering as they left Before leaving, Zhang Li issued a harsh threat. Zhou Chen, I will definitely break your limbs and throw you outside to freeze to death. Zhou Chen's gaze hardened, his tone filled with disdain. Try your best and see who dies first. Returning to the living room, Zhou Chen began to contemplate. These beasts were merely a rabble. To dismantle them, it would only require tossing a piece of meat like one would to a dog. He couldn't bear to waste a single grain of food. Recalling the clothing worn by Zhang Li and others, it was clear that the winter clothes of more than 10 big men could not have come from just one person. This meant that there was a significant force backing Zhang Li. Zhou Chen quickly thought of a solution and dialed Lao Sun's phone, only to find it was turned off. Had Lao Sun encountered trouble? Or had he joined the opposing camp? Just then a voice came from outside. Xiao. Zhou Chen couldn't ascertain Lao Sun's identity, so he did not open the door. He approached the entrance and saw only Lao Sun through the peephole. I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Seeing Zhou Chen did not open the door, Lao Sun understood his feelings. I have felt something was off these past few days. I discovered that someone was secretly forming factions and contacting some homeowners, though I don't know who they are targeting. I initially wanted to investigate further, but unexpectedly your enemies came knocking. Zhou Chen asked, what happened to your phone? Lao Sun looked regretful. It was frozen and won't turn on. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and said, this is what— well, do you go back inside, and he'll place a walkie-talkie at the door. You come to retrieve it in a minute, and we will use it to communicate. Lao Sun nodded, rubbing his hands as he left. Zhou Chen confirmed that Lao Sun had entered the neighboring door through the peephole, pressing his ear against the door for a long time to ensure there were no suspicious movements outside. He then retrieved a sharp machete from his space and cautiously lifted the 3 door bolts, carefully opening the door just a crack. After placing the walkie-talkie outside, he promptly shut the door and locked the bolts. Lao Sun received the walkie-talkie and immediately contacted Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen stated his plan. You can refuse. Lao Sun's expression grew serious as he lamented, do we really have to go this far? He wasn't questioning Zhou Chen, but merely expressing his feelings. Looking at the child curled up under the blanket sniffling, he felt an increasing sense of sorrow. Lao Sun said, no problem, let's do it your way. But I have one condition. As for supplies, I will definitely make you satisfied. It's fine if you supply less or nothing at all. Ooh, I just want to leave the child with you. Zhou Chen, who was roasting a Crucian carp over the fire, almost fell into the flames upon hearing this. No way. Lao Sun continued to negotiate. I still have some food. You can feed him with this food, it's just temporarily placed with you. Once your matter is resolved, the child will still be with me. Zhou Chen couldn't help but frown. Lao Sun, do you know what you are doing? In this environment, even you are precarious. How can you take care of him for long? Lao Sun chuckled bitterly. Xiao Zhou, you are young and don't understand my thoughts. Because of my disability, I have no wife to understand warmth and cold. Without children, I cannot experience what it means to be a father, and I have no chance to hold a grandchild. This child used to be very lively, and every time he saw me, he would call me grandpa. At that time, I was simply touched. After spending time together, I truly regard this child as my own grandson. Zhou Chen understood. Lao Sun had developed feelings. Lao Sun's voice came again. Xiao Zhou, this child truly has no relatives. On the night of the typhoon, his brother lost contact on the high-speed train overnight. It's likely that he has met with misfortune. Since the child has called me grandpa, I absolutely cannot ignore him. I promise to only temporarily leave him with you. I will find another way. Zhou Chen thought for a long time. Given that his father was a martyr, I can do it temporarily. He reiterated, just temporarily. Originally, he thought Lao Sun would be happy and say something, but then there was a knock at the door. Xiao Zhou Chen. This speed is a bit too fast, right? Zhou Chen cautiously observed the situation in the corridor, seeing only a doll with round eyes and a silly grin from Lao Sun. As the door opened, Lao Sun first shoved the child into Zhou Chen's arms, followed by a pile of bags. Wait, what are— Lao Sun pointed to several bags of different sizes on the ground. These are the child's change of clothes. This is a thick blanket, and this small bag contains the child's food. Zhou Chen assessed the deflated small bag. It was likely Lao Sun's last supply of food. Looking at this pile of things, he had a strong premonition. Lao Sun was entrusting him with the child. Lao Sun knew he had ample supplies, including food and medicine, along with a fireplace. He probably packed his bags days ago, just waiting for an opportunity. It must be. Zhou Chen felt frustrated only carrying the bag with the clothes. You take these things back. Without waiting for Lao Sun to refuse, he directly shut the door. He placed the doll back in its original position, grabbed an apple, and set a box of milk beside it, as he went to prepare some items: bread, eggs, noodles, dumplings, buns, corn, and potatoes. Considering the issue of water and power outages, he did not provide rice as a supply. He stuffed a large bag full and called Lao Sun to the door through the walkie-talkie. Lao Sun opened the bag and was immediately stunned by the supplies inside. This is— Zhou Chen said, having tangible items makes it more convincing. Lao Sun subconsciously asked, how much of these supplies do you still have? Seeing Zhou Chen's expression change, he quickly explained, don't misunderstand, we are really running out of supplies. Several buildings have already descended into chaos. I believe a major problem will arise soon. Any item in this bag would be enough to win people's hearts. There are still a few reliable ones in this building. Zhou Chen remained composed. You just find them. Any small schemes don't matter. Those with ulterior motives, no matter how strong, I will not accept. These goods are not worth me wasting a single grain of food. Lao Sun also did not act coy. All right. I will contact them right away. Zhou Chen had only stood by the door for 2 minutes before he could no longer bear the cold. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was for the other residents to endure. He rubbed his hands and walked to the fireplace, tossing in a few pieces of firewood. Just as he reached out to warm his hands, a soft voice called out, Daddy. The doll held a bitten apple in its hands, its round eyes brimming with tears. Zhou Chen followed its gaze, realizing it was the figure of a traffic police officer from the television show, the dashing uniform reminding the child of his own father. At just 5 years old, the child had lost both parents overnight. In fact, children are sensitive and intelligent. Even if they don't understand what death is, they can vaguely sense that their parents have left him forever, which is why he suddenly fell into autism. The only relative he had now also missing. Looking at the tearful doll, Zhou Chen couldn't help but recall that he too lost his parents on the same day. But he was already an adult at that time, having cried countless times, slowly moving out of the sadness with the beautiful memories left by his parents. Daddy. The doll called out again. Zhou Chen turned off the television and played Peppa Pig. When the pink pig appeared, the doll looked a bit confused. Then, after the confusion, its gaze became vacant as it sank back into its own world. The firelight danced across the doll's face, and after staring for a while, Zhou Chen noticed something was wrong with the child. When Lao Sun had given him the child, it had been wrapped up so that only its eyes were visible. Now, to eat the apple, it had pulled off the scarf, revealing a rosy face. There were subtle cracks and frostbite on its skin, indicating it had been frostbitten. Upon careful sniffing, there was also a scent of baby lotion. It was evident that the child had been meticulously cared for by Lao Sun, yet it still couldn't withstand the harsh cold. Zhou Chen reached out to touch the child's forehead. Its temperature was normal. The big yellow dog lying beside them, afraid of losing its favor, immediately wagged its tail and came over. Zhou Chen pushed the big yellow dog aside and checked the child's belongings. There were plenty of clothes, all of decent quality, but not a single piece of winter clothing. Just looking at the doll's round shape, one could tell that it had been stuffed into long-sleeved clothes. There were many supplies in the space, but unfortunately no winter clothes for children. Fortunately, the fireplace at home was warm enough. He filled a kettle with mineral water and placed it over the fire to boil, then found a children's bathing tub and toiletries. Zhou Chen rolled up his sleeves to undress the child. True to its name, the doll had dozens of layers of clothes and pants, with over a dozen pairs of socks piled up in the living room like a small mountain. The naked child was a bit thinner than expected, with skin that was both white and tender and red bumps of frostbite on it. He placed the child in the tub and started washing from the hair down. The autistic child had one advantage: it was quiet and compliant, allowing him to scrub it round and flat. After the bath, the child sat on the sofa wrapped in a wool blanket, its damp hair dried. Zhou Chen retrieved children's lotion and frostbite ointment from the space, fussing for another 10 minutes. In the pleasantly warm environment freed from heavy constraints, the child fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the pile of dirty clothes, Zhou Chen felt no desire to clean them and could only find a bag to stuff everything inside. After resting for a while, he began to prepare dinner. With a roaring fire, how could he not have a beggar's chicken? There was plenty of mud in the orchard. He wrapped the marinated chicken in cleaned lotus leaves, evenly coated it with mud, and placed it on the firewood in the fireplace. The lamb leg was scored and skewered on the grill, sprinkled with spices and slow roasted. He put 8 treasures rice into a clay pot to simmer. Zhou Chen was picking vegetables when there came another banging on the Zhou Chen, you have 1 minute to open the door for me. We can already smell the meat, you really have hidden good stuff. If you don't want to be attacked by everyone in the building, hand over the supplies obediently. Zhongli led the charge, shouting while banging on the door. Zhou Chen's anger flared, and he tossed the basket of vegetables aside. Looking for death. He took out a water tank filled with mineral water from the space, found a hose, and retrieved a garden sprinkler. He inserted one end of the hose into the water tank, connected the other end to the sprinkler, walked to the door, inserted the sprinkler into the hole, and opened the pressure valve. Sizzle. The group outside, incredibly arrogant, let out screams like pigs being slaughtered. This time they came back with a vengeance, purposely avoiding the peephole in the middle, positioning themselves on either side. They never expected that Zhou Chen, this bastard, had a 360-degree sprinkler. The room temperature mineral water instantly turned icy as it sprayed out. Those who ran fast were drenched in ice water, while those who were slower felt as if they had been caught in an icy rain. In the extreme cold, each of them screamed in agony. The icy water quickly froze, sticking to their scalps, faces, necks, and hands, every inch of skin feeling as if it were being sliced. Zhou Chen's arrogant laughter echoed through the door, reaching everyone's ears. How does a 360-degree cold shower feel? It was too painful. Oh, everyone instinctively tried to pat the ice off. Chen Chong was the worst off, with ice water completely encasing his face, making it difficult to breathe amid the stinging pain. In a moment of panic, he accidentally slapped his own ear. Chen Chong held his left ear with both hands, losing control of his emotions. Zhongli shouted, "Shut up, what are you screaming about?" Chen Chong extended his hands, looking terrified at everyone. My ear, take me to the hospital." Seeing the left ear in Chen Chong's hand, everyone was scared and continually backed away, checking if their own ears were still attached to their faces. Chen Chong in despair grabbed Zhang Li's collar. "Zhang boss, take me to the hospital." Zhang Li pried Chen Chong's hands away and forcefully pushed him aside. Chen Chong rushed at others again. "Xiao Chui, Xiao Zhang, thin monkey Xiao Shun. Hurry and take me to the hospital, I need to get my ears sewn back on." Those called and those not called all avoided Chen Chong. The hospital had already been submerged by over 10 meters of floodwater, the buildings and equipment buried beneath layers of ice. Even if there were high-rise surgical rooms, even if there were surviving doctors, could they still perform surgery? Moreover, no one could get out. In the extreme cold of -70 degrees, but everyone's clothing was insufficiently warm, being outside for more than 20 minutes left their limbs stiff, and slow-moving. Returning indoors a moment late could mean freezing to death. Zhang Li gritted his teeth and said retreat. Back on the 8th floor, the empty living room was lit with a pile of flames, the firewood made from furniture. Several tall men sat on the sofa, passing around a bottle of erguotu, drinking strong liquor and exchanging lewd remarks. The doors to the 2 bedrooms were tightly shut. From within came the sounds of men's lascivious laughter. "Oh, how long has it been since we went outside for just a few minutes? What a waste, running back like a dog so quickly. Ha, if he wasn't useless, how could he send a woman to our captain? Haha, it's my first time seeing someone voluntarily wear a green hat. Hee, not to mention that woman is truly a gem, it makes my heart itch. Why the rush? Wait for the captain to play with her for a few more days, and he will definitely let us have a turn." Zhang Li's face turned ashen, feeling deeply humiliated. His heart was filled with rage, but he could only stand there in silence, lacking even the courage to argue back, let alone. When the initial conflict arose, both sides had fought, but they, a dozen men, could not even defeat 5 or 6 of these guys were all trained fighters, quick and ruthless. They struck directly at people's heads with sticks and hammers like desperate outlaws who weren't afraid of killing. Cooperation is built on the foundation of mutual strength, yet they were already at a disadvantage from the start. The master bedroom door opened, and a burly man with a scarred face walked out, adjusting his pants as he did. Through the crack of the door behind him, a woman could be seen lying on the bed crying. Slap. The scarred man glared dangerously and raised his hand to give Zhang Li a sharp slap. "I did not provide supplies to cooperate with a bunch of useless people. If so many can't even break through a single door, what use are you?" "Xiao Zhou, I've found out." Insun's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie, just as Zhou Chen was dressing the little boy. A pair of tiny underpants, a set of thermal underwear, a pair of wool socks, and an oversized sweater. Zhou Chen's own, draped loosely over him, its hem brushing his ankles. His sleeves were neatly rolled up, leaving his arms fully unencumbered. On the dining table sat a fragrant lotus leaf-wrapped roast chicken, a golden, glistening crispon the outside inside, roasted lamb leg, 2 plates of stir-fried greens, a fruit salad, and a pot of 8 treasure congee. Zhou Chen lifted the boy onto a chair, spooned a small bowl of congee beside him to cool, then tore off a chicken leg, 2 generous chunks of lamb, and added several stalks of greens to an empty plate before placing it before the child. De Huang, the yellow dog, had long been drooling and wagging his tail anxiously beside the table. Watching the boy pick up his chopsticks unaided, Zhou Chen finally raised the walkie-talkie. "Who is this person?" "Our deputy squad leader, goes by the nickname Scar." Sun replied, instantly, voice hushed. Zhou Chen fell silent. Sun explained, "He's a connected man. Rumor has it he once served time in prison. A relative holds high office, so he was pushed into our unit. He's volatile, dismissive even of our captain. Remember that list of floor representatives assigned by the neighborhood committee? He was named for building 21, but..." Zhou Chen understood at once blocking someone's path to profit is like murdering their parents. Head made an enemy. Someone had come knocking eager to join forces against him, and the alliance formed effortlessly. Sun continued. On the night of the typhoon, Scar gathered several colleagues at the captain's home for poker, and has stayed there ever since. The apartment's owner was away, they broke in and imprisoned those women inside. Women? Zhang Li's gang's girlfriends. Yes, and also the female tenant from Unit 602. I got this intel using the supplies you gave me. Our captain strongly opposed Scar's actions, but was beaten unconscious and locked up with the women. Sun's voice brimmed with righteous fury. Damn it all, they're lawless subhuman scum. May their ancestors curse them 18 generations deep. Xiao Zhou, tell me when we strike. He'll lead the charge and cut those beasts down. Zhou Chen chewed a piece of lamb and asked, how about the other matter? Still underway. Most people refuse to act. Too kind, too timid. Zhou Chen let out a cold, knowing laugh. No need to force them. Those vultures won't stop at one door. They'll descend on every household. When survival itself hangs in the balance, they'll come to you willingly. That very night, screams and wails erupted downstairs. And what are you doing? Is there no law left? Please, this is all we have left to eat. And my child. And not only building 21. Robberies and violent break-ins swept across all 29 buildings. The victims were young couples, elderly widows or widowers, and solitary men and women. Through the window, Zhou Chen watched a mob carrying torches ransack floors 6 through 10 across the street, until in the chaos one resident was shoved off the balcony. Thud, and the floodwaters had frozen solid, dense, unyielding ice. And the sharp, unmistakable sound of the fall sent chills through nearby buildings. After that horror, many who dared resist surrendered, not for themselves, but for their family's safety. Watching helplessly as the marauders overturned cupboards, seized every scrap of food, and looted gold watches, cigarettes, and anything else of value. Having taken a life, these monsters might have trembled, or even felt remorse, at first. But as law collapsed and consequences vanished, their cruelty only intensified. One life weighed heavy, two weighed no heavier. Once the vessel shattered, it could not be mended. And society had begun to unravel. And this was only the first night, and each would grow darker, more brutal. Human life had become as cheap as straw. Zhou Chen drew the curtains and slipped into the living room in his robe. Beside the fireplace stood a child's bed, layered thickly with cotton padding and draped in a soft woolen blanket luxuriously plush. Unburdened by heavy quilts, the boy slept in just his thermal set covered by two light, down duvets, deep, peaceful, utterly undisturbed. The commotion outside failed to stir him. By the second night, the entire residential complex had descended further, and already starved and shivering residents lacked even the strength to stand, let alone resist a pack of savage, merciless predators. Some had their winter coats stripped from their backs. Within 10 minutes, they froze to death. And by the third night, and by the fourth, civilization crumbled. Morality dissolved. Social order shattered completely. From day 5 onward, the predators emerged boldly in broad daylight, leaving the timid and broken residents in perpetual dread. And it wasn't just Sakura residential complex. Every neighborhood across the city suffered identical tragedies, smoke-choked skies, corpses littering the streets. Zhou Chen placed a warm glass of milk before the child. In say Baba. In had learned the boy's name, Shuzakai, from Sun. These past days had been split between fending off Zhang Li's thugs and coaxing the boy to call him dad. Alas, the boy remained withdrawn, eating when fed, drinking when offered water, relieving himself when prompted, even letting De Huang snatch his toys without protest. He called police officers on TV Baba, soldiers, Gij, and actress Jiang Xin Mama. Beyond that, he retreated into his own silent, sealed world. Zhou Chen, exasperated yet tender, cared for him meticulously, 3 meals a day without fail. Prolonged exposure to fire accelerates skin moisture loss, leading to dryness and dehydration. Once the boy finished his milk, Zhou Chen applied moisturizer. Mo City, a metropolis of commerce, had seen countless goods from department stores swept into the river when seawater flooded the city. For 3 days, Zhou Chen had patrolled the riverbank, retrieving luxury skincare products for men and elite women, and even some formulated for children. After 10 days in Zhou Chen's home, the boy's face glowed like a freshly peeled egg, pale, luminous, supple. And achoo. And overwhelmed by the rich fragrance, he sneezed. Zhou Chen sliced a platter of fruit, set it on the coffee table, pressed an expensive hydrating mask to his face, stretched out his long legs, and sank into pure, unadulterated comfort. His phone rang. Su Wanwan, unseen for days, was calling. And Zhou Chen nibbled fruit as he answered. And silence filled the line. Only her ragged breath and a stifled, trembling sob. Su Wanwan sat hunched beneath her quilt, hair tangled, face gaunt, and bruised, a fresh slap mark blooming across her cheek, blood drying at the corner of her mouth, naked and shivering. Terrified, head hang up in impatience, she choked back her despair. This was her sole chance to plead for help, stolen in the brief absence of her tormentors. Achin, save me. Sun had spent recent days moving discreetly, trading supplies for intelligence, learning every detail of the building, including Su Ranruin's suffering. Zhang Li had approached Scar seeking collaboration. Scar, having seen photographic proof of Zhou Chen's abundant supplies, accepted without hesitation. But Scar already knew the gang's dire straits, and set the terms he would provide food and winter clothing. Zhang Li would supply women for their amusement. A pack of men facing starvation and frostbite accepted instantly. And women were mere garments, far less precious than their own lives. Su Ruan wept desperately. Chen, please, remember what we were, save me. I know you still have supplies. Just a fraction, enough to bargain for my freedom. And Zhou Chen asked coldly, why should I save you? Su Ruan strained to hear movement in the living room, then flinched violently as the front door's lock clicked open. She curled tighter into the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Recalling the degradation she had endured, the way Scar treated her less and less as human, she drowned in regret. She knew forgiveness wouldn't come easily, but survival demanded one final gamble. Su Ruan staked everything. Zhou Chen, if you save me, if you let me live under your roof, I will serve you as your maid. A faint icy smile flickered across Zhou Chen's lips. And I don't collect trash. The cold wind howled like a wild beast, and a layer of ice crystals formed on the walls indoors. The weather grew colder, and with a severe lack of resources, people died every day. In room 802, a dozen disheveled women huddled together on the same bed for warmth. No one felt crowded, they wished to be even closer. It was too cold, too hungry. Starving and exhausted yet afraid to sleep, each person feared that if they fell asleep, they might never wake again. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open, and a bone-chilling wind rushed in, causing a group of women to scream in shock. Several men in cotton coats and hats entered in succession, disregarding the women's resistance, as they forcibly pulled them off the bed, only providing a winter coat for warmth once they reached the living room. Only two women remained in the far corner, not moving for the moment. The last man to enter, with a scarred face, greedily assessed the two women's faces and bodies. The little girl tightly hugging Yang Sitian had a wary look in her eyes, trembling as she warned, stay away. If you dare to touch us, my uncle will surely kill you. The scarred man licked his lips, suppressing his urges temporarily, and leered, little girl, I'll wait 3 more days. If your uncle doesn't show up by then, you too will obediently let me use you. Otherwise, I'll drag you out to sell. The door was locked again, and the two women, having escaped danger once more, wept quietly, covering their mouths. These people were beast garbage, worse than pigs. Although they hadn't harmed them, yet there were times they would randomly whip them with belts. In the extreme cold, even a single lash felt like a fate worse than death. After crying, the two women turned to wipe the fog off the glass window with their blankets, desperately looking down. A group of figures appeared in their view, several men leading a bunch of women as they walked on the packed icy ground. At the front were Zhang Li and Chun Chang, followed by 3 other men who had weapons in their arms, keeping the women in the middle to prevent them from escaping. In the -70-degree cold, they shivered violently, moving sluggishly. This group had limbs stiffened to the point that even taking a step was difficult, yet each person was desperately pushing forward. This world had gone mad. Staying outside for even a minute could turn a person into an ice corpse. Yang Sitian carefully discerned the direction of the group. They are heading towards buildings 9, 10, and 11. The little girl gritted her teeth, got out of bed, and braced herself against the deadly cold, tiptoeing to the door. Eavesdropping on the sounds outside, when she returned to the bed, she wore a face of despair. No, there are always people guarding outside. We can't escape. Yang Sitian regained her composure and comforted her, saying, don't panic. Even if we could escape, where could we go? Many floors of people have been controlled by this gang. No one would dare to take us in. Either we don't escape, or if we do, we must prepare thoroughly. Otherwise, even if we aren't caught, we will freeze to death outside. The little girl looked anxious, but that beast only gave us 3 days. In 3 days, who can we rely on? I'd rather jump off a building than become like them. Yang Sitian hugged the little girl's shoulders firmly, her expression resolute. You saved my life, and have always protected me. Don't worry, I will find a way to take you out. If I can, I will jump with you. The little girl was moved. Sitian, I'm so glad to have you with me. I really regret not listening to my uncle. He always taught me that girls should be well-behaved and sensible, not to run around outside saying it's chaotic out there, and one day, he wouldn't be able to protect me. I never expected. Yang Sitian couldn't help but self-deprecate. Aren't I doing the same for a bag, putting myself in this situation? You paid the price for your recklessness, and I too must pay for my vanity. At this point, she recalled Zhou Chen's earlier warning. Inviting wolves into the house was a phrase that hit the nail on the head. Thinking of Zhou Chen, Yang Sitian immediately perked up. I think there's only one person who can save us now. Fearing the guards outside might hear them, the two crawled under the blanket and discussed for a long time. On the top floor, Zhou Chen, holding a pair of binoculars, clearly saw Zhang Li and others leading a group of women into building 10. Through the stairwell windows on each floor, he saw the group climb to the 9th floor. The door was opened by Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee. The two sides exchanged a few words at the door, leaving behind 2 women while taking the others to different floors upstairs. Through the floor-to-ceiling window of one resident's house, he saw a fat man handing over a pack of instant noodles, selecting one woman from several, and bringing her into the room. Su Ro and Li Sisi were among that group of women who, once a school beauty and a class flower, they now appeared disheveled and haggard with visible scars on their faces, making Zhou Chen almost fail to recognize them. There are consequences for every action, now being treated as a commodity to exchange for resources. This was their just desserts. Zhou Chen remained calm, feeling no sympathy for them. However, Aunt Wang was a bit interesting. Now that the power was cut, mobile phones had become mere decorations, and the noisy homeowners group had turned into a dead group. He originally thought Aunt Wong at her age would have frozen or starved to death, but unexpectedly, she not only survived, but looked quite wealthy, now even acting as a madam. Impressive. Indeed, those who have no shame are invincible. But how could there be so many people in Building 10 with resources? Is there enough to use as bargaining chips? Zhou Chen felt an unsettling sense, thinking that someone was brewing a larger conspiracy. A crackling sound from the intercom signaled that Old Sun was calling him. It seemed that after more than 10 days, Old Sun finally had some good news. Zhou Chen picked up the intercom speak. Old Sun's breath was heavy, sounding quite frozen. It's done. These people previously disagreed. Some were reluctant to leave their homes, while others worried about this and that. Now they realize their situation and that of their families, and they all agree to follow your arrangements, but they have one condition. They hope you can provide resources. Zhou Chen coldly smiled. Of course, the prerequisite is obedience. He had had enough of the beasts' harassment. The longer the delay, the more resources these beasts would gather, making the situation even more unfavorable for him. He needed to cultivate his own force to fight back. He would provide resources, and these pawns would provide labor. In this cruel world, it was either you die or I die, either be cannon fodder or survive through one's own abilities. The resources in his space were enough for him to eat for 10 lifetimes, but he couldn't afford to support a bunch of useless people. Furthermore, how could he support them? Everyone understands the principle of receiving kindness in grain and harboring hatred in a bushel. If you generously offer resources today, when you can't provide tomorrow, you'll be dead. If there are those desperately striving to survive, then they should fight for it themselves. After half an hour of discussion, the two ultimately decided to take action tonight. Just as Zhou Chen was about to pull the curtain, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the opposite 14th floor, where a woman was frantically waving at him. The woman was dressed in thick winter clothing, a pair of binoculars hanging around her neck. While waving, she pointed at a writing board in her hand. Zhou Chen raised the binoculars to his eyes, magnified dozens of times. He saw a very young girl, her hair messy, yet overall, not disheveled, part of a group with abundant resources. But even with abundant resources, after a month, they should be running low. Zhou Chen looked at the writing board and saw 7 large characters. Zhou Chen, look here. Zhou Chen. Upon realizing he was looking at her, the girl excitedly waved her arms, immediately erasing the message and quickly writing down an 11-digit number, also making a gesture as if to call. Who is this girl? Zhou Chen had a good memory. He only needed a glance to remember that phone number. The phone rang once, and the other side picked up instantly. Her voice trembled significantly, unsure if it was from the cold or excitement, or perhaps both. Big shot, please, with the hands-free phone placed on the table in front of the fireplace. A large and a small figure sat on either side of the table, each holding a cup of fruit salad, while a big yellow dog lay beside. Chi-Ro, 20 years old, a rich second generation, and a first-year student at a teacher's college. Unlike other rich second generations, she had no interest in nightclubs, parties, shopping, traveling, racing cars. Her only passion was to stay home and read novels. Her mother passed away early, and her father remarried, giving her a stepmother and a younger brother. Her stepmother and father rarely cared for her beyond providing living expenses. Consequently, Chi-Ro became increasingly reclusive, spending her time at home. As soon as school was out for summer break, she rushed to the supermarket to stock up on supplies worth 20,000 yuan, staying at home every day. To read novels, she owned 5 mobile phones and 10 power banks. Considering she lived alone, her grandmother had renovated the doors and windows of her house 2 years ago for safety. Apart from the outermost security door, there was an iron railing in the middle and another iron door inside with security screens installed on the windows. When disaster struck, she was well fed and had drinks at home, while reading novels, only feeling a bit cold without suffering much impact. Recently, violent incidents had frequently occurred in her residential area, and a gang had attempted to break into her building unit 19 3 times, but after prying open the security door, they found 2 more doors. Due to the extreme cold, it was unsuitable to stay outside for long. After 3 consecutive failures, they temporarily abandoned their plans to target her. Chi-Ro indeed spent 20,000 yuan stockpiling supplies, but she shopped at an imported supermarket buying only imported foods, so it looked like a lot of money, but not much in terms of actual supplies. There were very few staples, and snacks like drinks, chips, and nuts took up half of her inventory. By the day of the typhoon, most of her supplies had already been consumed, leaving her with just a little to make do and barely sustain herself until today. As the neighborhood became increasingly chaotic and she had nearly faced harm 3 times, she began to feel anxious as her supplies ran low. Just a few days ago, she had noticed the house of Zhou Chen on the top floor across from her. In the extreme cold of -70 degrees, other residents burned any furniture they could find for heat, now forced to huddle under blankets like her, yet the household on the top floor across from her had a fire burning around the clock. Using binoculars, she was amazed to discover that this household not only had children, but also a dog. The presence of children was unremarkable. With heating, they wouldn't freeze to death. But having a dog was quite unusual. To her knowledge, almost all the pet dogs in the neighborhood had perished. During the flood, some residents had even resorted to killing dogs for meat, with their heartbreaking cries heard day and night. In the face of the extreme cold, dogs in residents' homes either starved to death, froze, were eaten by their owners, or stolen by neighbors. In short, she hadn't heard a single bark in half a month. The household on the top floor not only hadn't killed their dog for food, but had it looking plump and healthy with a shiny coat. Clearly their supplies were abundant. After secretly observing for many days, she made another astonishing discovery. While other residents were pale and disheveled, the person on the top floor actually applied a facial mask every day, casually tying a robe looking slim in clothes and fit without them. In short, strikingly handsome. Oh my god. Based on her decade of experience as a seasoned bookworm, she was sure she wasn't mistaken. Such a person in a doomsday novel would undoubtedly be the heroic male lead. Yosh. She had set her sights on this big shot. Summoning her courage, she prepared a kitchen knife and pepper spray, planning to visit today and see if she could exchange her meager supplies for a sofa in his living room. After all, such a male lead must be affluent, maintaining heating 24 hours a day at home. But she wasn't foolish and wouldn't easily step out of her house. Sitting on her bed, she perked up her ears to listen to the activity in the entire building, using binoculars to survey the nearby residential buildings, waiting for the bad guys from her building to leave before making her move. Then she spotted two women on the 8th floor across from her. In -70-degree weather, those two women actually dared to open a window and waved at her continuously. Fortunately, she had learned lip reading for 2 years in her childhood, so she clearly understood they were asking for help. She was also a weak woman, younger than the two women across from her, so they weren't asking her for help, but instead hoping she could contact the big shot on the top floor for them. Wasn't this a stroke of luck? Who? Chiro felt like her throat was on fire. Big shot, do you understand what I'm saying? The two sisters said that as long as you were willing to offer some supplies to redeem them, they would be willing to work like oxen for you. The one named Yang Sitian said that if you give her a chance to recover, she will be the first to help you deal with your enemies. Zhou Chen put down the half-eaten fruit salad and rubbed his temples. Then why doesn't she strike now? Are today's young girls so eloquent? After half an hour of her babbling, he finally had a chance to say his first word. Chiro scratched her head. It seems they have been stripped of their winter coats, and someone is guarding them outside. Zhou Chen teased, are you doing good deeds like lay foam? Of course not, it's incidental. The voice of the girl on the phone came through, deliberately flattering. Big shot, I still have some supplies left. I plead for a sofa in your living room. My home has no firewood for heating, and even if I don't freeze to death, I can't cook. The bread is harder than stone and my teeth are chipping. Moreover, those bad guys will definitely not spare my family. Zhou Chen was speechless. No way. If it weren't for old son helping him, he wouldn't have temporarily taken in a kid, let alone allow outsiders. Women are untrustworthy. Many girls can act at a young age. Perhaps someone has set a trap for him. No, big shot. A mournful wail. Big shot, I can take care of children and dogs. As long as you lend a hand and give me a sofa, I will be the most loyal and diligent little nanny in the galaxy. Boo-hoo. Can take care of children. That might be somewhat useful. Zhou Chen chuckled at her silly side. Are you willing to give up your house? Chiro was unwavering. Money is an external thing. When I close my eyes, a small box is the final resting place for a person. What's the use of a house when life is gone? Hearing this, Zhou Chen found a bit of appreciation for her carefree attitude. If the resident's old son contacted were as carefree, the matter would have been resolved long ago. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Chen said, it is impossible for you to enter my house, but I can arrange for you to stay elsewhere as long as you listen and take care of the children. I won't lack supplies for you. Chiro excitedly exclaimed on the phone. Big shot, I promise to stay quiet, be helpful, and not cause trouble. Zhou Chen. After her excitement, Chiro didn't forget the tragic situation of the two sisters on the 8th floor. Big shot, what about those two sisters? Zhou Chen's fingers unconsciously tapped the table. Tell her I want used supplies to redeem them. The chance to survive is earned on their own. He didn't know who the woman with Yang Sitian was, but perhaps Yang Sitian was someone worthy of investment. Seeking help in dire straits was a testament to resilience. But how was that relevant to him? At 2 o'clock in the morning, people were usually in deep sleep. In the extreme cold, even if they were too cold to sleep, it was still a time of mental fog and physical exhaustion. Some of the residents who had survived in Building 21 were not sleeping, but quietly sneaking out the door with their luggage, not speaking to each other, carefully stepping on the stairs, making their way up. Zhou Chen changed from his usual laziness to a commanding presence, dressed in cold-resistant clothing, cold-resistant boots, and a helmet. Just in case, he had steel plate stuffed in both the front and back. In the biting cold wind, the quietly moving residents gathered on the 15th floor. A woman covered her child's mouth tightly, leaning against her husband's embrace, each person tense and anxiously waiting. In the pitch-black hallway, the corner window let in only a sliver of faint moonlight. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from upstairs, and a tall figure appeared in the moonlight. Old Sun stepped out of the crowd and lowered his voice. Xiaozhou. Zhou Chen took out a flashlight and scanned the area. There were about 25 people. The men and women were all pale and emaciated, with no elderly figures in sight. The few children were all above 10 years old. It seemed that the elderly and infants in the building had not survived. In just a month since the natural disaster, half of the residents in one building had perished. How many people had died in the entire city? How many had died nationwide? But this was only the beginning. As various natural disasters struck, the living conditions continued to worsen, and supplies became critically scarce. The number of survivors would only dwindle. He tossed out a bag. Go to 1502. Everyone eat something first. staring at the bag on the ground, knowing it contained supplies the crowd couldn't help but swallow hard. A father with 2 small children patted his wife's hand for comfort, trembling as he stepped forward to pick up the bag, turning to lead his wife and child into the house first. Under the temptation of food, the others followed suit. The bag was small, and the supplies limited, barely enough for everyone for tonight's meal. But for those who hadn't eaten in days, it was a great blessing. With food comes motivation. Several women settled the children, and braving the extreme cold, opened the window to fetch ice for boiling water, frying a batch of eggs, and tossing several handfuls of noodles into the boiling water, followed by waiting. Steam rose from the pot, emitting the aroma of egg soup, causing the adults and children to have grumbling stomachs. Meanwhile, the men gathered in the master bedroom, discussing the next steps. A candle flickered on the table, Old Sun and the others huddled in the corner, while Zhou Chen stood alone at the door, weapon in hand. Civilization had crumbled and human hearts turned sinister. He did not dare to turn his back to others. As for the group outside, with children present, the threat was minimal. A group of men suffering from hunger and cold were initially stunned by Zhou Chen's fully armed appearance. Then their attention was entirely drawn to his winter gear. Each of them was bundled up heavily, yet they still trembled with cold, while Zhou Chen appeared to wear only a few layers and seemed unaffected by the chill. Zhou Chen asked Old Sun, "Is everyone here yet?" Old Sun had already counted the numbers and replied, "Not yet. There are still 2 households missing. One is guarding the bodies of their parents and refuses to leave, while the other might be afraid of retaliation from the scar-faced man." Zhou Chen waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. What can those with such small courage accomplish? Even if they come, it would just waste food." He scanned the crowd. They were all neighbors for over a decade, familiar with each other. Zhou Chen got straight to the point. "I won't waste words. You all know the situation well. If you are willing to follow orders, the supplies will be sufficient." In the crowd, someone raised their hand. Zhou Chen, can the supplies in your hand really sustain so many of us? They couldn't even produce a single pack of instant noodles. Could Zhou Chen really support over 20 people? How much supplies did he have at home? With this thought, greed began to stir in the darkness. Zhou Chen tapped his clothes with the machete in hand. "I can go out to look for supplies. Can you endure outside for 20? So that's how it is." The person immediately fell silent. Those who felt greed in their hearts also temporarily reined in their malicious thoughts. Zhou Chen said, "This cooperation is merely because we have a common enemy. We are all just trying to survive. You provide the strength and I provide the supplies. It's very fair. If it's just about getting by, I'm sorry, but there's no place for you here. Soon I will need you to take action. Even if you manage to survive this meal, you won't make it to the next. As for whether you want to lock yourself in your home to wait for death or seek refuge with the enemy, I won't stop you. But if you choose to side with the enemy, there will be no mercy afterward." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. This way they could very well become cannon fodder, losing their own lives with their wives and children left unprotected. But if they disagreed, how many more nights could they survive? In fact, they really had no way out. The scar-faced beasts could still exchange women for supplies, but once the resources in the community were exhausted, they might start eating people. Even if they didn't starve to death, they would become prey. Aside from cooperating with Zhou Chen, it seemed there was no other way. Moreover, Old Sun had been giving everyone a little food every day, half a bag of dumplings, 2 or 3 buns, a pack of instant noodles. Even the least was precious life-saving supplies. According to Old Sun, all of this was collected by Zhou Chen during his nightly excursions in the dark. In such freezing weather, could he really go out to search for supplies? Without Zhou Chen's assistance over these 10 days, they would have starved to death by now. Old Sun knew that Zhou Chen was not good at emotional appeals, so he stepped forward to say on his behalf, "Everyone, what is there to hesitate about? If not for yourselves, do it for your wives and children. How many of your elderly fathers and mothers have starved themselves to save food for you? To leave winter clothes for you, to where your parents locked themselves in their rooms and froze to death? The elders have done this much for you, leaving the hope of life to you. You must strive to survive, even if it means facing mountains of knives and seas of fire. Otherwise, how can you face your parents?" Old Sun struck a chord with these people's innermost thoughts, and for a moment the room was filled with choked sobs. A man choked up and said, "The scar-faced man killed my mother and wife. If it weren't for my son, I would have sought him out for revenge long ago. I'm not afraid of death, it's just that my son is only 11 this year." Zhou Chen replied, "In a firefight there are always casualties, but as long as you act more ruthlessly than the enemy, then the ones dying will be the enemy. But the scar-faced beasts are not short on supplies. They will soon control the entire building. At that time you will become cannon fodder. If you don't become their dogs, will your wives and children survive? These scum will never spare food for children. Think about the fate of those women in their hands." In fact, the beasts on the 8th floor had already begun to eye their wives, and more than once had attempted to forcefully seize them. Zhou Chen didn't want to waste any more time. As I said before, those who are unwilling to follow orders can eat this meal and leave. But if you decide to cooperate, you must follow the arrangements. What's there to be afraid of? We are all human, and in a firefight there will be injuries. I can go out to find medicine. Can they? A buzzcut man stepped forward and said, "Zhou Chen, you want us to obey? You actually want to use us as cannon fodder, right?" Zhou Chen looked at him, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Otherwise, am not your parents giving you supplies for free?" Hearing this, the men all gasped. The winter clothes in the south are very thin, and they are not as warm and durable as those in the north. At minus 70 degrees, and no matter how many clothes these beasts collected, they couldn't last 20 minutes outdoors. Zhou Chen had thermal clothing layered with several sweaters and thermal pants along with winter gear. Even standing in the hallway, he still felt a bit cold. Old Sun quickly echoed. With supplies so tight, is it realistic to let Xiao Zhou take risks outside to find supplies for everyone? Would you agree to that? I'll be the first to charge, you follow behind me. He added, it's normal to be a little scared during the first firefight, after a few more you'll become bold. Don't forget that those beasts have been getting close to the trash from other buildings recently. It won't be long before they connect and control the entire community. How many people who defied them before were pushed off the building? If it's all death, why not fight for it? These people already had a desire to survive, having concerns was normal. After listening to Zhou Chen and Old Sun and smelling the aroma of the egg noodles, their worries were cast aside. In the face of food, the so-called concerns were thrown to the back of their minds. Not doing anything would lead to death, fighting for it might give them a chance to live. Let's do it. Zhou Chen opened the door. You all fill your stomachs first. Old Sun, come out with me for a moment. The women and children waited expectantly, with several large bowls of egg noodles on the table. A group of men streamed out, their eyes glimmering as they looked at the bowls overflowing with noodles. It was truly egg noodles with both eggs and noodles, not the thin soup they had eaten before with just a few strands of noodles. After so many days of hunger, they could finally enjoy a hearty meal. When the first bite of noodles mixed with egg was fed into their mouths, they couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. What once seemed like the most ordinary of foods had now become the most luxurious meal. The women present were well aware of what was about to happen. While swallowing hard, they placed the egg noodles from their bowls into their husbands' bowls. They were already very hungry but still endured holding back as they transferred the last strand of noodles to their husbands' bowls. Eat more, being full would keep them warm and give them strength. With strength, they wouldn't get hurt. They sipped the noodle soup. Slowly the egg soup fried in lard was fragrant, and every sip brought back delightful memories. Even if it was just a bowl of noodles, if they could eat their fill at every meal, it would be wonderful. Zhou Chen called Lao Sun to the stairwell on the 16th floor and, hidden by the darkness, took out a lunchbox. The lunchbox contained rice, pork chops, eggs, and vegetables. Hurry up and eat. Lao Sun didn't know what Zhou Chen handed over, so he took it and directly grabbed it with his hands to feed it into his mouth. After biting into a piece of meat, he finally reacted. What the hell? How do you have meat? You didn't kill your dog, did you? Zhou Chen almost burst out laughing. The dog is very clever. It's becoming increasingly obedient. I wouldn't want to kill it. Just don't be foolish and rush to the front. Supervise from behind. Make a note of the most dedicated ones, and those who contribute more will naturally be rewarded. Lao Sun wolfed down the food, having not tasted meat for far too long. It was truly delightful. Let me take the lead. Well, I'm quite familiar with these residents. Usually they are nice people, and without someone to take charge they wouldn't dare to act. Besides, they were brought in by me. Zhou Chen understood Lao Sun's meaning. Lao Sun was inherently righteous and definitely wouldn't want to hide behind while these people faced danger hidden. But Lao Sun, have you ever considered the true reasons behind the deaths of those neighbors' parents? There are definitely elderly people who starved themselves for their descendants. But it's more likely that many of them were starved to death by their own families. But Lao Sun is stubborn. He wouldn't believe it even if told. 10 minutes later, Lao Sun pulled out a 1-meter-long sharp steel rod from his coat. In terms of lethality, it was more terrifying than a kitchen knife. Lao Sun stealthily led the group down. Zhou Chen walked at the end, wanting to see the determination of these people. As long as they were willing to risk their lives, he wouldn't mind providing some good supplies afterward. Everyone needs a glimmer of hope. With hope, they will fight harder, making them better fodder for him. On the empty 8th floor under Lao Sun's direction, everyone split into 2 teams blocking the 2 large doors. Lao Sun had long understood the situation of the scarred gang. He knocked on the door of 801 and shouted in a strained voice, "Captain, open the door." A voice came from inside. Who is it? Lao Sun continued in a strained voice, "I saw someone sneak out. It's very likely that bastard Zhou Chen." Zhou Chen. On that frigid night of minus 70 degrees, the people inside didn't want to get out of bed. You must be seeing things. Even if he really did sneak out, in this freezing weather he would come back. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lao Sun's tone was filled with worry. I saw him carrying a large backpack. Could it be that he knew we were coming for him and fled ahead of time? Upon hearing that Zhou Chen might have fled, a rustling sound came from inside and footsteps approached the door. A group of residents outside holding kitchen knives were so nervous that their palms were sweating. As soon as the door cracked open, Lao Sun forcefully pushed it open, thrusting the steel rod forward, and charged in. "Lisir, you bastard, where's the captain?" "Where's the captain now?" The room quickly lit up with flashlights. Lao Sun took the initiative, thrusting the steel rod through the shoulder of the opponent, kicking him over, and immediately began to attack the others in the living room. The group of residents who had been tense and fearful suddenly gained courage, seeing Lao Sun's ferocity. They all raised their knives and began to slash. It was so sudden that the followers of the scarred gang screamed in agony. "Damn, I want to see who the hell is bold enough to come here to seek death." Scarred came out of the master bedroom, holding a hammer. 1 second, he looked fierce. The next, he was dumbfounded. Damn, where did all these people come from? A steel rod came thrusting towards him, showing no mercy. "Scarred, you bastard, where's the captain? Hand over the captain." Scarred froze for a second, then quickly reacted, dodging by bending down and swinging the hammer to clash with Lao Sun. A few people rushed from the side bedroom, and the group of residents that had overturned the living room immediately turned around with their knives raised. Suddenly shouts of killing from the 10 buildings rang out alongside the screams of men and the shrieks of women. Nearby buildings were alarmed and leaned out of the windows to spy. In the one-sided battle, thinking of the various acts committed by these security guards as a criminal gang against them, the residents lost all reason and began to slash madly. A group of beasts who weren't even properly dressed, some didn't even find weapons, were directly slashed back step by step, eventually retreating into the bedroom, desperately bracing the door. Scarred was strong and younger than Lao Sun, not taking the limping Lao Sun seriously at all. However, the enraged residents next to him slashed a few times at the door. Seeing that these beasts dared not come out, they turned and slashed at Scarred. Scarred received a slash on his back. Although his thick clothes prevented serious injury, he was still frightened by the scene. He swung the hammer and injured 2 people, immediately retreating back into the room. Zhang Li and others living in the adjacent 802 heard the commotion and quickly grabbed weapons to come out and help. As soon as they opened the door, they were sprayed in the face with pepper spray. While covering their eyes and screaming, several residents waiting outside rushed in to slash. After a few cuts, they fled. Zhang Li, who was hiding at the back, was not sprayed with pepper spray. When he chased to the door, Lao Sun and his group came killing from the opposite side, and the 2 groups immediately clashed. In this room were 2 security guards, mainly to monitor Zhang Li's group of cannon fodder and all the women. These 2 had taken advantage of their position to cause trouble for women during this time. When the sudden attack came, these 2 were still asleep among the women, just getting up to grab their knives, when they suddenly felt a pain in their heads, followed by 2 slashes on their necks and backs. Yang Xitian, who had quietly snuck in with 2 watermelon knives, raised her dual knives, shouting and slashing wildly. A group of timid women were so scared that they desperately hid in the corners, each covering their heads and screaming. Yang Xitian transformed into a fierce woman, slashing one down, and immediately ran towards the main door with the young girl. In the chaos, she didn't forget to grab Chen Chong, slashing down and cutting off his other ear. "Bastard, robbing me of food and winter clothes, go die." When Yang Xitian led the young girl out, her face and body were covered in blood. Zhou Chen didn't expect the 2 women to have the courage to escape, especially since they carved their own bloody path. Looking at the 2 women who were about to freeze to death without winter clothes, Zhou Chen said, "Go to the 15th floor first and wait for Lao Sun's arrangements." "No need, I said I'd help you take down your enemies." Yang Xitian urged the young girl to go upstairs and wait for her, raising her knife and killing back. Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. This woman is incredibly fierce. According to the original plan, the ambush time was set for 3 minutes, and regardless of the outcome, they must not engage in battle. Zhou Chen looked at his watch, and as soon as the time was up, he shouted to retreat. Lao Sun led the way, limping with someone. Zhang Li, who had suffered a great loss, rushed out angrily upon hearing Zhou Chen's voice. "Zhou Chen, I'll fuck your mother." Zhou Chen stood on the steps with his hands in his pockets, looking down with an air of authority. "What do you still want to fight?" Lao Sun and the others immediately stopped, each gripping their kitchen knives, glaring fiercely at Zhang Li. Seeing this, Zhang Li was instantly frightened. His legs trembled, and he tucked his tail between his legs, fleeing into the room and tightly shutting the door, unable to utter a single harsh word. The beasts on the 8th floor were heavily injured, still in a state of thrilling fear. At this moment, Zhou Chen's voice echoed in the ears of each of them. "Get out of this building. If you dare to stay here after dawn, you will die." The victorious residents were extremely excited and immediately responded loudly, "Kill! Kill! Eliminate all of you beasts! Trash beasts, may you all die a horrible death! Hurry and scram, or we will kill you." Zhou Chen returned home, greeted by the loyal big yellow dog wagging its tail at the door. In the living room, a small child, awakened by the shouts and chaos, sat quietly on the bed, his clear eyes fixed on the doorway. Zhou Chen set down his weapon and pinched the soft face of the small child, saying, "Sleep." Half an hour later, a knock. Zhou Chen peered through the peephole and saw Lao Sun alone, prompting him to open the door. Lao Sun's eyes were red. "This time we got too injured. They aren't seriously hurt, but without proper care in this weather." Zhou Chen had been overseeing the situation earlier. Whether driven by revenge or for the sake of showing off, the 2 injured ones were indeed very aggressive. After seeing blood for the first time, it was time to bring out some medicine. With medicine on hand, the cannon fodder would charge even more fiercely next time without worries. Just wait. Zhou Chen closed the door, pretended to return to the living room to find something, then opened the door again and handed Lao Sun a first aid kit. "Tomorrow, I will go out and look again." Lao Sun understood his meaning. Even though the people downstairs were technically a group, they couldn't expose Zhou Chen's secret of having a large stock of medicine. Seeing Lao Sun's bad complexion, Zhou Chen guessed the reason and asked, "How is that person?" Lao Sun shook his head. "He just left, has a daughter married in another city. Even if he is alive, we might not be able to contact him, and if we do, I don't know how to explain it. The old captain was a good person. If it weren't for him, how could a disabled man like him work as a security guard in a high-end community for over a decade? But the old captain was too good of a person, which led to this outcome." Thinking of the old captain's untimely death, Zhou Chen gritted his teeth. In anger, "Those bastards with scars, I will personally chop them up and feed them to the dogs." Zhou Chen advised, "Don't be impulsive. Today we achieved a great victory by taking them by surprise. If those beasts had been prepared, the heavy losses would have only fallen on us. However, the other side would definitely be on guard now. If Lao Sun acted impulsively and sought revenge, he might even lose his life. Last night's one-sided battle had left the beasts almost all injured, and a few severely so. Without any medical conditions, they wouldn't last through the night. Besides, if you died, wouldn't that small child have to be left to me to take care of? You should live well. Lao Sun subconsciously clutched the first aid kit and nodded. I understand. Sooner or later, I will chop up those beasts who harm the innocent. Zhou Chen said you first take the medicine down and call everyone else up. I have something to arrange. After Lao Sun left, Zhou Chen took out several iron plates, a generator, diesel, and various tools from his space. When the sounds of hurried footsteps came from downstairs, he pretended to have just returned from the rooftop. Everyone looked at the tools on the ground in shock. Zhou Chen explained, I had planned to renovate the rooftop garden, but hadn't gotten around to it. These things will come in handy now. Under his arrangement, everyone worked through the night to install an iron door in the stairwell on the 9th floor, planning to seal the ground floor windows after the beasts rolled away at dawn. With 2 iron doors taking turns on guard, the entire building would finally be fully under their control. The 15th floor served as a makeshift dining hall with the generator left there for convenience in lighting and cooking. A wire was connected to the iron door on the 9th floor. Even if strong enemies broke through the ground floor, they would either be electrocuted or knocked unconscious. As dawn broke under Lao Sun's fierce threats, the scarred beasts were driven out of the building like stray dogs. Having suffered heavy losses last night when caught off guard, and in the extreme cold, even if the injuries weren't fatal, several bled excessively and couldn't last half an hour, leaving their bodies behind on the 8th floor. Standing in the snow, the scarred leader didn't forget to make threats. I, Scar, will remember this debt. Each and every one of you will pay for it. I will make sure you die. Lao Sun, holding a steel bar, was ready to rush up. Stop talking nonsense. Come kill me right now. On the top floor, Zhou Chen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with a cup of hot milk. He witnessed the pack of stray dogs leading a group of women toward the 10th building. Their numbers had clearly decreased, but Zhang Li and Qin Chang were still alive. They truly are cockroaches that can't be killed. Finishing his hot milk in one gulp, he put on his winter gear, knowing he would be out for a long time, and layered several sweaters and thermal pants underneath. He pulled down the ear flaps of his hat to his chin, wrapping his entire face, leaving only his eyes exposed. The small child on the children's bed slept soundly. For some unknown reason, the silly girl from the opposite building did not show up on time. The ground floor was the former 5th floor. Lao Sun was busy sealing up the windows. Every additional layer of security brought more peace of mind. Zhou Chen, fully armed, went downstairs. The busy group knew he was going out to search for supplies, and they were all very excited. Lao Sun rubbed his hands together, trembling, as he asked Xiao Zhou, the outdoors is no different from indoors. Can you withstand it for long? Others shared the same concern. At -70 degrees, staying outside for 20 minutes without finding a place to take shelter would turn a person into a frozen corpse. They had long wanted to go out to search for supplies, but conditions were limited, and they simply couldn't get out. Xiao Zhou, don't go too far. No one can withstand this terrible weather. Yes, there are a few small supermarkets nearby. Just go there and look around. Zhou Chen stepped out the window, landing firmly on the solid ice. I know what I'm doing. You all finish securing the iron door, and then go back to rest. No one will have any ideas about us in the next 3 days. Lao Sun raised the walkie-talkie in his hand and said, when you come back, remember to contact me. If anything happens, I will bring people to the community entrance to meet you. We can hold up for this short distance. Zhou Chen gave an okay sign, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he took out a pair of skates from his backpack. He even has this thing. Zhou Chen put on the skates and tested them on the spot, quickly rediscovering the grace of the ice prince from his childhood at the cultural palace. I'm off. He waved his hand and shot off like an arrow. The noise from the 10 buildings last night was still being monitored by some people. Seeing this scene, whether ordinary residents or violent gangs, everyone was shocked. Zhou Chen glided elegantly across the ice, deftly avoiding frozen corpses and debris, moving smoothly with flair. In the few hundred meters leading to the entrance, more and more residents witnessed this scene. Until his figure vanished at the doorway, these people were left in a daze. Shock, envy, jealousy, greed. Some wanted to cling to him, while others harbored ill intentions. Zhou Chen paid no mind to these people's thoughts. The moment he burst out of the gate, his mood transformed into an overwhelming sense of freedom, like a caged bird soaring from its cage. Having been trapped in the complex for an entire month, he was finally free. It felt as if the air itself carried a scent. The city beneath the snow was terrifyingly quiet. Streets and alleys no longer existed, and not a trace of familiarity could be found. The entire outdoors was desolate, with not a single person in sight, not a living creature, as if he were the only living person in the world. In truth, quite a few people had survived. As he sprinted, Zhou Chen could sense countless pairs of eyes watching him from the high-rise buildings nearby. This feeling was like a thorn in his back, making him very uncomfortable. Fortunately, these people couldn't come out. Even if they could, they wouldn't catch up with him. Zhou Chen ran freely for several kilometers, and indeed encountered a group of people. These people were dragging supplies back with fresh bloodstains on them. Upon spotting Zhou Chen, they were shocked for 3 seconds before immediately dropping what they were carrying and brandishing weapons to block the road and rob him. Take off your shoes. Their reaction speed indicated they were seasoned criminals. Zhou Chen remained calm, not slowing down as he drew a hammer from his belt. Clearly they could have avoided conflict, yet they chose to provoke trouble. Showing mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Memories of his past life flooded back. He would never show mercy nor feel any guilt. It didn't matter who they were, killing them would suffice. Zhou Chen used his speed advantage, and at the moment they closed in, he struck the nearest one's head with a loud bang. The fastest of the criminals fell to the ground in an instant. Blood gushed out, quickly congealing into a pool of crimson, his eyes wide open, dead beyond any doubt. The pursuing group couldn't even touch the hem of Zhou Chen's clothing, only able to hurl angry curses at his retreat. Zhou Chen didn't look back and gave them the middle finger. Zhou Chen's true purpose for coming out today was simply to enjoy the breeze. In plain terms, he wanted to indulge in freedom. After savoring the feeling of liberation, he found a sheltered place to replenish his energy. He definitely needed to look for supplies. There was still a building in the community waiting for him, like cannon fodder. The space contained plenty of resources, not to mention the 20 or so people in the building. Even a military unit could sustain itself for 2 to 3 years. The problem was that his space had preservation capabilities, making it inconvenient to take many resources out. The entire city had been frozen for over 20 days. No food could possibly remain intact. The poorer the quality of the resources taken out, the more normal it was. Human nature is treacherous, and one must be cautious. He did not want to be subjected to some trash being sliced up for research. He ate a piece of chocolate and drank a can of Red Bull. Zhou Chen carefully examined the appearance of the surrounding buildings, determined the accurate direction, and immediately headed towards Wanda Plaza, 5 kilometers away. That area was a new shopping district 3 kilometers away from the nearest residential building. Given the dreadful weather, people were not even stepping out of their homes, making the possibility of it being raided relatively low. Zhou Chen raced against the wind and soon arrived at Wanda Plaza. The shops of the shorter buildings were buried under layers of ice, leaving only a few department stores standing tall in the snowstorm. One of the department stores offered a combination of dining, drinking, and entertainment, and there was no shortage of food inside. Zhou Chen found this building, used a hammer to break through the ice, and shattered the glass. The moment the glass shattered, light immediately flooded in. The ground was 3 meters high from the platform. He took out a ladder from his space and climbed up. After climbing through the window, he made sure to put the ladder away to prevent someone from taking it. He was even more worried about someone using the ladder to climb in and backstabbing him. Successfully entering the building, he looked around and found that the interior was a 24-hour Heideleo. This was definitely a good place. With Heideleo's staggering daily customer flow, there would surely be plenty of food. Vegetables would not last long, but meat products were not afraid of freezing in these times, and scrupulous merchants were everywhere. How could ordinary citizens not consume zombie meat every year? Thinking about it, the stomachs of the Chinese people are indeed made of iron. The range of light was small. After walking a few steps, everything ahead was pitch black. Zhou Chen took out a flashlight and spent 10 minutes finding the kitchen. The moment he pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of over a dozen frozen corpses. Judging by the clothes on the corpses, there were managers, chefs, cleaners, and mostly wait staff. These people were night shift workers trapped in the store by a typhoon, ultimately freezing to death. The plight of workers is the most miserable. Zhou Chen inspected the kitchen, finding an abundance of ingredients, so many that they were covered in a thick layer of ice. The vegetables were severely dehydrated and crumbled at a touch. The meat was not afraid of freezing. However, the extreme cold of -70 degrees had turned them into genuine zombie meat. Even zombie meat, if casually taken out on a plate, would still be a precious resource that countless people yearn for. Zhou Chen began collecting ingredients, drinks, hot pot-based seasoning, base bowls, plates, chopsticks, and even missed not a single chair or table. These things he definitely would not eat. Why would he choose zombie meat when he had delicious food available? That would be self-torture. When he left Heideleo, the store had already been completely looted by him. This floor was all food areas. After walking around, he collected several tons of chicken, duck, fish, meat, frog, shrimp, crab, and beef, and lamb offal. Zhou Chen repeated the process, not only taking away food, but also the tables, chairs, kitchen utensils, and even some decorations and paper towels, all stored in his space. Going upstairs, he arrived at a cinema. There weren't many supplies. The drinks had frozen into blocks of ice, and the packaging of snacks had all expanded, while the popcorn had rotted into a foul-smelling mush. Zhou Chen took the drinks and snacks. He couldn't miss the 10 massage chairs in the rest area. He took the movie screen, high-quality speakers, and the seats from the audience area. In the future, if there was a chance, he could even set up a home theater to pass the time. One more floor up was a gym filled with various professional fitness equipment. After sweeping this floor clean, Zhou Chen prepared to change locations. He decided to head over to the nearby Intai to see if there were any children's winter clothes. The autistic child at home only had one set of winter clothes, and they were all dirty. Upon arriving at Intai department store, he entered through a broken window and found darkness inside. Under the beam of his flashlight, the circular layout of the mall revealed various exquisite goods displayed in the stores. Expensive clothing, shoes, hats, and bags were all unattended at this time. This floor was filled with summer and autumn, where looking at the splendid brand-new fabrics, Zhou Chen couldn't help but reminisce about his previous life. In just 3 years of the apocalypse, everyone he saw, including himself, was dressed in rags resembling beggars. With the endless natural disasters, survivors were exhausted from fleeing, their belongings discarded. In the process of searching for resources, fighting for supplies, and self-defense, even the best quality clothing had turned into rags. When he died from his injuries on the street, he had nothing but a tattered t-shirt and a pair of torn jeans. He didn't even have a pair. Thinking of all this sent a chill down his spine. Regardless of whether the clothes were for men, women, or children, he collected them all. It didn't matter if he had no use for them. In the future, they could be traded for supplies and win people's hearts. Putting aside the outside world, even in a Sakura community, there were bound to be violent gangs like the Scar-faced ones. With resources in hand, there would always be trash willing to be his dog. Zhou Chen searched through all the floors, collecting quite a bit of bedding, and finally found 2 children's autumn and winter clothing brand stores on the top floor. The quality of the clothes and shoes was quite good and thick enough. He moved like a world-ending tornado, leaving nothing behind in his wake. By 4 in the afternoon, he had unknowingly been out for 8 hours. Having been gone for so long, the cannon fodder in the building must be anxiously waiting. Zhou Chen did not delay any longer and quickly skated back home. When he was a kilometer away from Sakura community, he found a corner to stop. He took out boards and ropes from his space to make a simple shelf, packed some supplies on it, and then dragged the supplies across the room. In building 10 or more cannon fodder gathered on the ground floor, each one burning with anxiety. The beast gang had been driven away. With these 2 iron gates, the safety of the building was temporarily assured, but without supplies they would still starve. Why hasn't he returned yet? Didn't we say he should look for supplies nearby? Where has he gone? Could something have happened? Old Sun huffed and stamped his feet, feeling anxious, but had to calm everyone's emotions. Don't worry, he has returned safely every time before. Perhaps this time he found a lot of resources and is coming back slowly. A woman with 2 watermelon knives in her hands snorted coldly. What's there to rush about? In this freezing weather, even if Zhou Gu has skates carrying supplies, is still exhausting. Night had fully fallen, and in the power outage the whole world was engulfed in darkness. As far as the eye could see, only a few residential buildings emitted scattered lights. Old Sun took out a steel rod. I'll go check the front door. Just then a crackling sound came from the walkie-talkie in his pocket, followed by Zhou Chen's voice. Old Sun opened the door and tell everyone to come down to move the supplies. Everyone's blood surged. At this moment they had long awaited. Zhou Gu was back, and he had successfully brought back supplies. As the big iron door swung open, a beam of light from afar entered everyone's sight, the light swaying and drawing closer. Bang! Zhou Chen made a sharp turn and stopped. The simple shelf he dragged was flung against the wall by inertia, dropping a pile of bags. Everyone was stunned. My God, so many supplies. In the next moment, tears streamed down their faces, filled with gratitude towards Zhou Chen. They were originally worried that their cooperation was merely one-sided, that Zhou Chen only saw them as cannon fodder. Though he said he was going out to find supplies, it might have just been a facade. Unexpectedly. How wonderful. They wouldn't starve to death, and their wives and children wouldn't starve either. As long as they worked hard to survive, there would be hope. With a creaking sound, the heavy iron door closed and locked. Under the beam of the flashlight, Zhou Chen saw a fierce woman. Yang Sitian retrieved her winter clothing, brandishing 2 watermelon knives, and stepped forward, saying, Zhou Gu. Zhou Chen asked, what are you doing here? Yang Sitian replied with determination in her eyes, I can't live off others' charity. I can handle the guard duty. Zhou Chen nodded in approval. Relying on others is a precarious situation. He appreciated a woman who understood the value of self-sufficiency. He could never refuse a woman willing to wield a knife as cannon fodder. Nearby, the starving neighbors eagerly opened several packages. Upon seeing the abundant supplies inside the packages, they couldn't help but exclaim, my goodness, these supplies are too generous. Is that meat? I thought just having something to eat would be enough, but I didn't expect to find meat. There are even clothes for children and frostbite ointment. My son's frostbite is oozing now. I don't have to worry anymore. Thank you so much, Xiao Zhou. Zhou Gu, you've worked hard. Everyone can act when needed. Zhou Chen waved his hand. Everyone has been hungry for a day. Let's quickly take the supplies upstairs to cook. What I mean is, given the limited conditions, we should eat from a communal pot for now. When things get better, we can discuss differently. Despite their current grateful expressions, their gratitude was solely due to the supplies. If he hadn't brought back supplies today, these people would surely show a different face, and some might even have thoughts of harming him. A group of satisfied neighbors cheerfully moved the supplies upstairs. Zhou Gu, we'll follow your lead. Zhou Gu, you've been out all day. I hurry home to rest. We'll bring the food to you when it's ready. Zhou Chen could not eat this zombie meat. No need. I had a few pieces of bread outside. I just want to have a good sleep now. The group of neighbors was overjoyed. In such freezing weather, Zhou Chen truly brought back supplies. Partnering with him didn't seem so bad for now. Seeing Yang Sitian standing still, Zhou Chen said, this time, I brought back a fair amount of women's clothing. You should get a share. Since you've decided to participate in the defense work, you can't dress too lightly. Although she had retrieved her winter clothing, there were too few clothes underneath, and she had been shivering continuously, her face pale and blue. Thank you, Zhou Gu. Finally free from the shackles of the cave, Yang Sitian listened closely to Zhou Chen's words. She knew that the whole building was under Zhou Chen's command, and as long as she listened, she would naturally not lack food and drink. But she also understood that with supplies so scarce, no one would want to support a freeloader. Zhou Chen was certainly not someone who could tolerate others taking advantage of him. This was the reason she took the initiative to grab a knife and head downstairs as soon as she woke up. Furthermore, she also had to support Xiao Yun, so she had to work even harder. Zhou Chen returned to the top floor, and as the door next door opened, a red figure dashed out. Were there enemies? Zhou Chen's nerves tightened, and he instinctively raised his mountain-cutting knife. The red figure knelt and slid, accurately hugging Zhou Chen's thigh. "Boss, please accept my knee." Zhou Chen. He did not lower the mountain-cutting knife, looking down at the woman clinging to his leg. Dressed in a red down jacket beneath the fluffy hood was a face brimming with youthful energy. Chi-Ro. The ground was too icy for Chi-Ro to sit still, so she quickly stood up, looking eager to please. Zhou Chen frowned. Chi-Ro immediately took 3 steps back, shivering and stamping her feet, smiling obsequiously. "Boss, I've been waiting for you all day." Zhou Chen glanced at the door behind her, where another unfamiliar woman stood. "Your friend?" Seeing the displeasure in his eyes, Chi-Ro quickly explained, "No, I'm too much of a homebody to have friends. Even if I did have friends, I wouldn't dare to bring them without your permission." The woman at the door hesitated for a few seconds, braving the cold wind as she stepped out. Zhouge, my name is Long Xiaoyan." Zhou Chen felt she looked somewhat familiar. Noticing the nose ring on her nose, he finally remembered, "You are the girl Zhongli brought." Back then there was a confrontation in the hallway, and among the crowd was a girl with smoky eye makeup and an explosive hairstyle. If it weren't for her nose ring with her now clean face and ponytail, there was hardly any trace of the former delinquent. The girl nodded and proactively explained, "Zhou, good, don't misunderstand. I didn't know that gang was bad for you. My uncle works in public firefighting, and Su Ro deliberately approached me to curry favor. I've only known them for less than a month." At that moment, Yang Sitian rushed over with 2 pieces of clothing, urgently pleading for her friend when she saw that things. "Zhou Xiaoyan isn't with Zhang Li and the others. They have plotted against you several times, trying to trick you into opening the door to invade your home. Xiaoyan had no part in those plans. When I was nearly frozen to death, she saved me against everyone's objections. Zhougo, I promise Xiaoyan is a good girl. I assure you she won't drag everyone down, as she might not be able to fight, but she definitely won't be a freeloader. I heard Uncle Sun say that as long as we perform well, there will be rewards. Zhougo, I will definitely perform well. No matter who wants to harm you, I will be the first to rush up and kill them. If it doesn't work, I'll split my share of supplies with her. Please don't kick her out." Yang Sitian grew more agitated as she spoke, and the girl felt deeply moved. The 2 good friends embraced, tears flowing down their faces. Zhou Chen was most annoyed by women crying. He frowned and said, "All right, you're giving me a headache with the noise." The 2 women quickly wiped their teary eyes, looking anxiously at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen looked at the girl seriously, saying, "You know the situation right now. Oh, if you're not willing to fight or kill, just listen to old Sun and do what you can. There's no way we can support a freeloader in any place." The girl finally breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly nodding, "Thank you, Zhouge." Zhou Chen waved his hand. "All right, hurry back." In the next moment, he suddenly remembered a question. "How are you all living here?" Yang Sitian replied, "We were originally staying on the 15th floor with those older sisters, but this afternoon Uncle Sun asked us to move up here. Old Sun, bringing 3 young and beautiful girls to live in his home. If it were any other man, Zhou Chen would certainly suspect ulterior motives, but Old Sun." Chi-Ro stamped her feet, her nose turning red from the cold, and proactively explained why she lived across from him. "Last night, I heard some noise and was about to come over, but those trash on the 19th floor came to pry the door, which scared me from going out. This morning I quietly moved over. At first they wouldn't let me in, but after I brought some supplies and heard that you agreed to let me stay, they finally allowed me in. Uncle Sun heard that I studied in a normal school, so he arranged for me to stay at his place to take care of the children. Since firewood is scarce, it's wasteful for one person to keep warm, so he called the 2 of them over to stay together for mutual support." Zhou Chen nodded. "Not bad. A girl taking care of children is definitely more attentive than a big man like him." After sending the 3 women off, Zhou Chen opened the door and entered the room. He had been out all day, and the room was not as warm as usual. The big yellow dog was gnawing on a piece of wood, stuffing it into the fireplace, and upon seeing its owner return, it immediately wagged its tail, seeking praise. Zhou Chen dropped his backpack and tossed a piece of bone. The big yellow dog excitedly pounced on it to chew. Though he had trained the big yellow dog to add firewood, no matter how smart the dog was, its intelligence was only that of a 5 or 6-year-old human, making it challenging to maintain the fireplace. He reached out to touch the little child's forehead, hands, and feet. They were somewhat cool, but not frostbitten. After adding enough firewood to the fireplace and taking care of the ash, he lifted the little child off the bed to take care of their needs, then heated a large cup of milk before attending to his own matters. He drew all the curtains in the house, took out another home generator, connected the water pipe, and hot water was available. The whole building was relatively safe now, so there was no need to hide. One should enjoy life. In the extreme cold, many people couldn't even get a sip of hot water, and taking a hot bath was an unimaginable luxury. Zhou Chen lay in a tub full of hot water, enjoying a hot bath. Soaking comfortably for an hour proved highly effective in alleviating fatigue. Zhou Chen felt light and refreshed. After a long day, it was time to reward his stomach. With electricity at home, everything became convenient, and after an hour and a half of effort, the table was filled with delectable braised pork, braised mixed fish, spicy prawns, steamed hairy crabs, taro milk, steamed ribs, vegetarian, mixed platter fish, head tofu soup, fruit salad, and a glass of fine red wine. With a large and a small indulging, a big yellow dog, gnawing on a half-eaten bone, came running, wagging its tail, and circling around its owner. Zhou Chen ate with great satisfaction, while the neighbors downstairs, mere cannon fodder, were equally content. Having been hungry all day at home, they had hoped for instant noodles, bread, or steamed buns. They never imagined Zhou Chen would bring back meat. Lamb rolls, fatty beef rolls, beef balls, duck blood, and sweet potato noodles boiling together with the aroma of meat wafting through the air. This made them who hadn't tasted meat in so long incredibly excited. The quantity was considerable, a full bag enough for everyone to eat for a day. Full. Satisfied. This was the best meal they had had since the disaster struck. The men were all happy, no longer worrying about their wives and children going hungry. The women were also pleased. It was fine for them to eat less, but the children must not go hungry, and the men, being the pillars of the family, should never go hungry either. Several children wore winter clothes and new shoes. Though the sizes were not a perfect fit, they were warm enough, no longer needing to huddle under the covers out of fear to get out of bed. The kids with toys in hand ran around and quickly formed a group. Hearing the joyful laughter of the children and seeing their smiling faces, the parents felt a deep sense of contentment. Old Son held a bowl, scooping a serving of meat soup from the pot, which contained several pieces of lamb and beef rolls, a chunk of duck blood, and 2 beef balls. After some thought, he used his spoon to scoop another meatball and tossed it back into the pot. A neighbor of similar age saw this and quickly said, "Old Son, why are you being polite? We are grateful to Zhou Chen, and we also thank you. If it weren't for you finding us, we might have starved by now. You should eat more." As he spoke, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, making a move to help Old Son get more meat. Old Son waved his hand. "No, I'm already full. I was thinking about that young man on the 6th floor." Everyone understood Old Son was soft-hearted, thinking of that young man who couldn't bear to leave his parents' remains. Perhaps considering that the supplies were brought back by Zhou Chen, they belonged to everyone, and he felt it wasn't right to take too much. Everyone looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to say. It was absolutely impossible to have no objections. After all, if they couldn't fill their own stomachs, who would care about others' lives? Old Son pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? They'll send him a bowl first, persuade him to join us. The more people, the more strength we have. If he still refuses, then we can't help it. Now that the city is sealed by ice and snow, it's not easy for Xiao Zhou to bring back these supplies." After hearing this, everyone naturally nodded in agreement, considering Old Son's current standing. After Old Son left, everyone continued to eat, stuffing slices of meat into their mouths and getting greasy. Across from them in Building 19, a group of violent thugs on the 16th floor were peering out the window with greedy eyes, drooling. Damn it, the people in Building 21 are really eating meat. Not only does everyone get meat, but they're each having 2 big bowls. This is insane. Damn it, I can't even get a sip of soup. Wasn't Scarface saying he had already robbed all the food? Scarface used to be so arrogant, but last night he was cut down like a dog. Now he's begging for Brotherface shelter in Building 10. What a useless person. Boss, the people across have meat. It must be Zhou Chen who brought it back today. It must be him. Ow, everyone saw it in the morning. He can skate fast. In front of the fire pit sat a middle-aged man wearing a gemstone ring, firmly pressing a woman's head with his left hand, grunting as he pushed her away. The woman's face was hidden by her hair, making it hard to see her features. She stood up and spat into the trash can, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. The middle-aged man zipped up his pants, took a sip of hot wine, and his small eyes sparkled with calculation. Does anyone know Zhou Chen? A dozen little brothers shook their heads, and one with green hair stepped forward. I don't know Zhou Chen, but everyone knows Old Son. How about? The middle-aged man straightened up and said, tomorrow morning you go find Old Son and let him inform Zhou Chen that the Cherry Blossom Gang is planning to deal with him. As long as he is willing to supply us with meat, we on the 19th floor won't interfere with this matter. Otherwise, the green-haired guy took on the task. Then how much should we supply daily? The middle-aged man sneered. Of course, the more the better, at least 10 pounds of meat. What if he doesn't agree? One little brother worried, and before the middle-aged man could respond, the other little brothers had already. Damn, who does he think he is to refuse? If he doesn't agree, we'll just go over there with knives. Exactly, does he think an iron door can stop us? Should we move now? Even if we can't eat meat, we can still have a pot of meat soup. That's a good idea. I'm already craving it to death. A group of little brothers became more excited as they spoke, wishing they could act immediately at the thought of the taste of meat. Pathetic. The middle-aged man slammed the table. What? You think following me means you'll starve to death? The group of little brothers immediately fell silent, hurriedly apologizing and seeking favor. Look at your cowardly looks. Oh, I get angry just looking at you. The middle-aged man scolded a few more times before finally, while speaking, he suddenly noticed a woman still standing nearby. Why haven't you left yet? Then he thought of something, picked up a packet of instant noodles from the table and threw it on the ground, as if dismissing a dog. The woman said nothing, silently picked up the instant noodles from the ground and hurriedly left. The moment she stepped out the door, she was freezing and shivering, wrapping her clothes tightly around herself as she made her way down in the dark. As she walked out of the building, she couldn't help but look up, feeling heartbroken as she gazed at the top floor across the street. Zhou Chen's fireplace must be burning warmly, right? Even if the window was covered by curtains, a sliver of light still seeped through. Could even his neighbors be eating meat? A beam of light suddenly hit her face, and Su Ruren instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Zhang Li, accompanied by a woman, walked over from the adjacent building. Why are you just standing there? Did you get the supplies? Here. Su Ruren directly threw the instant noodles at him, turning angrily to leave. Zhang Li bent down to pick up the instant noodles from the icy ground and quickly chased after her. What the hell are you going crazy for? Did a guest bully you? Didn't I tell you to be more docile? Just endure it, and ITLL pass. Endure your mother. Su Ruoren couldn't suppress the hatred in her heart, and suddenly turned around slapping Zhongli. Zhongli, already vexed to death recently, could not tolerate being slapped by a woman, raising his hand to retaliate with 2 slaps. Qi-Ro was in a daze listening to the knocking sound at the door, thinking she was dreaming. She was a bit unaccustomed to the bed and had gotten used to sleeping alone. She moved here yesterday to avoid freezing to death in her sleep, sharing a bed with 2 other women, and had only fallen asleep around 3 or 4 in the morning. Is someone knocking? It seems so, let me check. Yang Sidu thought something was wrong and hurriedly got dressed, grabbing 2 watermelon knives before heading to the door. As soon as the door opened, Zhou Chen, fully armed, stood there holding a bundled-up child. He had a large and a small bag at his feet, a children's bed behind him, and a pile of firewood. Brother Zhou, where's Qi-Ro? He'll go call her. After 5 minutes, Qi-Ro ran out with her hair disheveled, having just crawled out of bed shivering from the cold. Wow, what a cute little friend. Qi-Ro's eyes lit up as she looked at the little child. With a fair face and big round eyes, the fluffy hat made the beautiful little face even cuter. Is he really Uncle Sun's grandson? His name is Chu Zakai, and he has autism. If you take good care of him, he'll give you a big reward. Zhou Chen handed the little boy showed no reaction as he was placed in the arms of a strange sister. Zhou Chen tossed the 2 bags inside. These are his clothes and food, don't let him freeze. After raising him for a while, there was bound to be some attachment. However, in the apocalypse, such attachments are a burden, it's better to sever them early. In the future, when leaving the city, he had no plans to bring anyone along. Qi-Ro hurriedly promised, don't worry, he'll make sure to take good care of the little darling. On the 15th floor, 2 doormen were shivering while yawning. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, they immediately put on a smile. Brother Zhou, are you heading out this early? The 2 quickly turned off the power and pushed open the heavy iron door. Brother Zhou, stay safe. On the 8th floor, Old Sun was moving corpses downstairs with a few other doormen. The bodies, already heavy, were made even colder and heavier by being frozen. Zhou Chen said, why bother? Just throw them out the window directly. Everyone realized that this made sense. While respecting the dead is important, these were all beasts, what was there to respect? At Zhou Chen's suggestion, the doormen retreated back inside and opened the window to throw the bodies out. The quiet community was immediately filled with the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. The frozen bodies shattered. Just as Zhou Chen finished putting on his ice skates, Old Sun chased after him. Xiao Zhou, everyone discussed last night that with so many people in the building, you can't go out searching for supplies alone. What if you encounter danger and have no one to help you? What everyone means is that today you shouldn't look for food when you go out, instead find some warm clothing. Tomorrow we can send a few people with you. The more people there are, the stronger we are. Bit can also help lighten your burden. Zhou Chen placed his cold-resistant shoes into his backpack and adjusted the cotton hat on his head. The disaster struck in August, and the stores were full of summer clothes. Autumn wear hadn't even arrived, let alone winter clothes. What a joke. The doormen have gained survival skills, would they obediently listen and remain as doormen? Even if they found something they wouldn't share. Old Sun couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, this damn natural disaster is truly harmful. And mainly going out today to look for firewood, the furniture in the building must be nearly burnt out by now. The warmer it was indoors, the less the doormen wanted to endure the cold. As the desire to go out waned day by day, the only option left was to rely on him. Old Sun nodded. Yes, everything that could be burned has been nearly used up. Zhou Chen waved his hand and kicked off, flying out. In the few hundred meters to the community gate, he moved as if riding on the wind and fire, will his figure so fast, it was dizzying. This scene made those secretly watching extremely envious. Zhou Chen is out again. We need to find a way to get those shoes from him. And his clothes. Without his cold-resistant outfit, he wouldn't dare stay outside for long with just the ice skates. Yeah, this kid went out at the same time yesterday and didn't return until night, managing to bring back several large bags of supplies without freezing to death. Brother Fei said to observe for 2 more days, then we can set up an ambush at the gate. At Cherry Blossom Community, countless people waited anxiously, finally spotting Zhou Chen returning just before dark. Initially, they didn't see anyone, but they heard a rumbling sound from afar. It sounded like a heavy truck slowly rolling over the road. The rumbling grew closer and louder. It felt as if the ground itself was shaking. Knowing they couldn't see, many people still leaned out of the windows to peek. What's that sound? Is it rescue arriving? At minus 70 degrees, can the vehicle still run? Of course the vehicle couldn't run. Zhou Chen had spent a long time outside and had found 5 scales securing them in a row with ropes. He took out over 20 logs from his space, tied them tightly with ropes, and threw them on top. He had spent 3 days by the river collecting many logs that flowed downstream. The scales had 4 iron wheels at the bottom, making it easy to drag, even when loaded. Rumble. Thus, everyone in the community witnessed Zhou Chen dragging the logs back. This drove everyone to madness with jealousy. After more than 20 days of extreme cold, those who could wear clothes had done so, and countless residents had died in their sleep without heating materials. Ordinary residents had burned up nearly all the furniture they could. The violent gangs robbing from house to house couldn't maintain their supplies for long. They forced a batch of residents to go out searching for firewood, but all ended up freezing to death outside. In this bitter cold, if they didn't find a way to get firewood, they would eventually all freeze to death. Now seeing Zhou Chen bringing back so many logs for building 21, each of them was consumed with jealousy, their eyes as red as a rabbit's. After the intercom sounded, Old Sun immediately gathered 10 people to head to the gate to assist. In the dim community, dark currents surged. Fearing someone might rush out to rob them, the 11, including Old Sun, all ran to the back and pushed hard. With the help of the scales' iron wheels, they quickly returned to building 21. Without wasting time, they swiftly cut the ropes and hurriedly carried the logs inside, ensuring not to leave behind us. Once the heavy door was shut, everyone felt at ease, yet their emotions were exceptionally high. Old Sun's face flushed with excitement. "Xiao Zhou, where did you drag all these logs back from?" Zhou Chen was sitting on a stool, changing his shoes, his face flushed and covered in sweat. A person's strength is limited. Even though he only dragged them for a kilometer, it was still quite exhausting. But to make these neighbors aware of his hardships, he certainly had to exaggerate a bit. "I remembered there was a small private furniture factory in the suburbs, so I wanted to see if there was still firewood left. Most of it had been washed away by floods, but some were stuck on the buildings. These things are buoyant as they weren't frozen under the ice layer, but moving them is very troublesome." Upon hearing that they were dragged back from the suburbs, the doorman's feelings became quite complicated. Such a long journey in this icy world. Zhou Chen was all alone. If it were them, they definitely couldn't manage. A few doormen's hearts began to change, feeling a bit genuinely moved. As for the others, they had other thoughts, but didn't dare to express them. In the whole building, only Zhou Chen could stay outside for any length of time. He had the ability to find supplies and wasn't afraid of hard work. In the current situation, everyone really couldn't do without him. Damn it, those bastards on the 19th floor dared to covet Zhou Chen. If one came, he would cut one down. If two came, he would cut both down. Zhou Chen was quite satisfied with the doormen's reactions. Regardless of whether it was genuine admiration or acting, as long as they recognized his importance, that was enough. Without him, they could only wait to starve or freeze to death. Zhou Chen took out 2 bags of flour from his backpack. "Dragging these logs was too laborious, and I didn't bring back much food today. Let's take this up so everyone can have a hearty meal." Everyone looked at him with expressions of immense gratitude. "Xiao Zhou, I don't even know what to say. Brother Zhou, you are like my rebirth parents. Xiao Zhou, I old who will say this, if anyone dares to harm you in the future, I old who will chop them down in a heartbeat." Hearing these ambiguous words, Zhou Chen naturally had to respond with a few perfunctory remarks. Perhaps a few were genuinely grateful, but he didn't feel guilty. He had a lot of supplies in his space, enough to circle the earth 3 times. The supplies he handed out weren't the best. But humans are the greediest animals. If you're too good to someone from the start, over time, they will only feel it's a given. With insatiable desires, their appetite will grow, and eventually, they will want to drain every drop of blood from you. It was originally just a partnership. If these supplies could also help a portion of the neighbors who can keep their bottom line, then this partnership would be a win-win. Old Sun immediately began directing. "Old who, take the flour upstairs. Xiao Huang, go find a saw upstairs. There are a few axes in the fire safety cabinet above the 15th floor. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Chen, you two go get them. We need to chop these logs into firewood overnight." After arranging everything, Old Sun walked up to Zhou Chen with a worried expression. "Xiao Zhou, after you left today, the owner of Building 19 sent a green-haired person over. They said the Cherry Blossom Gang is preparing to deal with us." Zhou Chen was taken aback. "What gang?" Old Sun repeated. "The Cherry Blossom Gang. Every building in the other 29 buildings has an owner. These 29 owners formed a gang called the Cherry Blossom Gang." Zhou Chen curled his lips, revealing a cold smile. This was quite normal. In the apocalypse, it's survival of the fittest. Small fish eat shrimp, and big fish eat small fish. Not only in Cherry Blossom community, but the situations in other communities were similar. Unlike Old Sun's worries, Zhou Chen directly scoffed. "Damn it, just listening to the name doesn't sound good." The sound of sawing echoed through Building 21 all night long. That night, the Sakura gang found it hard to sleep, not due to the noise, but because of envy. It wasn't just the noise of sawing. The residents of Buildings 18 and 19 and 20 across from Building 21 could all smell the aroma of noodle soup. Delicious. It was incredibly fragrant. This was not the mixed smell of instant noodles, regular noodles, and stale rice. It was the unique scent of authentic hand-rolled noodles. As the hand-rolled noodles boiled in the bubbling water, the air was filled with the fragrance of wheat. The violent crew from the 3 buildings were deeply captivated by the aroma, each of them leaning out of the windows, sniffing the air. With eyes wide open, they gazed at the group on the 15th floor opposite, everyone stuffing noodles into their mouths. After finishing a bowl of noodles, they came back for another bowl of steaming noodle soup. The taste was pure bliss. Despite the distance between the buildings, they could see the noodles on the chopsticks with their naked eyes. They were white, wide, and long, resembling a belt. Beast, they are actually eating the belt noodles from my hometown. Damn, they even had a second bowl. Is this for real? Even women and children can eat 2 bowls. What a waste of resources. Isn't this too extravagant? With this eating style, aren't they afraid of going hungry tomorrow? How much supplies did Zhou Chen bring back? A middle-aged man wearing a gemstone ring sat alone on the sofa, not knowing how many times he had swallowed. "Get back here and sit properly." A group of younger brothers who had been leaning out the window reluctantly gathered around them. The middle-aged man looked at the green-haired guy. "Did you clarify my words to Old Sun today?" Don't worry boss, I made everything clear. Old Sun was so scared, he went weak at the knees, haha. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, habitually slicking back his hair, which now only gathered grease instead of gel. But that did not affect his pretentiousness. My patience is limited, I will only give them 2 days. If I don't see any meat on the 3rd day, let's see how I deal with them. The group of younger brothers immediately flattered him. Boss is awesome. As expected of our boss. There are 3 young women opposite, each prettier than the last. Can we? You know. Later on, a bald man said, Boss, didn't Feiga say we should present a united front? Won't this offend him? What the hell, the Sakura gang has nothing to do with us. Those decision-makers were the original building owners, but am I not? If the Sakura gang could supply us with 10 gene of meat daily, we could unite against outsiders. But they provide nothing and only talk nonsense. As long as our brothers have meat to eat and wine to drink, who cares about them fighting among themselves? Wang Dachui will never be cannon fodder. The younger brothers all gave a thumbs up. Boss is mighty. Boss is brilliant. Wang Dachui's eyes sparkled with brilliance. However, that group opposite has reminded me. Starting tomorrow, you all should dismantle a few big gates and set up a barrier on the ground floor. We don't want someone getting jealous of Zhou Chen bringing us meat and sneaking in at night to attack. The younger brothers, thinking of the meat, shouted excitedly. Only the bald man sitting at the outermost edge looked on with disdain, silently calculating. From that night onward, the sound of sawing wood echoed through the Sakura community for the next 2 nights. Chop, chop, chop. In the dark of night, the flames from Building 21 made it clear how much firewood Zhou Chen had brought back. The smell of food was tormenting. The wind and snow were fierce, and the aroma carried away by the wind allowed everyone in the community to catch a whiff. The residents of Building 21 were living too comfortably. I can't stand it. A batch of neighbors controlled by the violent gang had died from freezing and starvation. The resources depleted violent gang was also in a state of panic. Today, the leaders of each building went to Aunt Wang's house in Building 10 to discuss countermeasures. Wang Dachui from Building 19 also attended, but at the same time, he sent Green Hair and 3 others to Building 21 to inquire about the results. Green Hair and his 3 companions were quite cocky, swaggering up to the iron gate of Building 21, directly knocking on the door with a kitchen knife. A small opening appeared in the middle of the iron door, revealing a pair of eyes. Green Hair proudly declared, Bring Zhou Chen down to talk. Suddenly, the heavy iron door swung open, and Old Sun charged out with a group of people. Their movements were swift, bursting out and hacking wildly, then turning around and rushing back inside. It took no more than 30 seconds. Bang! The heavy iron door slammed shut, leaving 4 people sprawled in a pool of blood. The 4 of Green Hair did not die immediately, they struggled to crawl back. Just as they reached the bottom of Building 19, they collapsed onto the icy ground, eyes wide open in death. Inside the heavy iron door, the roaring flames raised the temperature of the entire room. Warmth, nothing but warmth. The group of neighbors who had just killed people sat around the fire, continuing to roast potatoes and sweet potatoes, overflowing with happiness. Zhou Gu is right, those aren't good people. If they want our supplies, they should crawl over like dogs and beg for charity. How dare they act so arrogantly, thinking there's something special. Anyway, we have this door, and we're not afraid of this rabble. Even if the door is breached, we can retreat to the 15th floor and let them taste something even worse. With a pull of the switch, we can fry a whole lot of them. Although it's only been a few days, our lives have gotten better and better, all thanks to Zhou Gu. Old Sun, I heard Zhou Gu found a batch of mushroom spores. Are we going to have fresh mushrooms to eat soon? This was undoubtedly exciting news for everyone. They all looked at Old Sun with eager anticipation. Old Sun was under pressure. Little Zhou did mention it yesterday, but what? Is it very difficult to bring back? How about this, we send 2 people out tomorrow to help Zhou Gu. At most, each person can contribute a piece of clothing for these 2. We have firewood for warmth indoors, so it won't be a problem to wear 1 less piece of clothing. Yes, that's mushroom spores. As long as they are planted, we'll have fresh mushrooms to eat and delicious mushroom soup to drink. Stop talking, you're making me drool. Old Sun's heart raced. These people just a few days ago only wanted a bite to eat. Yesterday, Zhou Chen casually mentioned mushroom spores, and the news spread. Now everyone was thinking about it. And regarding winter clothing, it had already been said that the season was wrong, and they couldn't find any, yet it was brought up again. Little Zhou was right, you can't feed dogs too much. Old Sun adopted a serious attitude. Everyone stopped thinking about it. Even if we get the spores back, they need to be kept at a certain temperature for 24 hours to grow. It takes time, and Zhou Chen expended great effort just bringing back these logs. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed. They indeed had a lot of firewood now, but using it for warmth and cooking was a significant consumption. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, I never thought there would come a day when even a piece of firewood would be incredibly precious. They all knew Zhou Chen had 2 fireplaces at home burning continuously 24 hours a day. Waste was inevitable. But the burning wood was something Zhou Chen had bought himself, and the firewood everyone was enjoying now was also brought back by Zhou Chen through great effort. Who would have the face to go and tell Zhou Chen to save some firewood for growing mushrooms? What if Zhou Chen got offended and refused to cooperate? What do we eat? At the foot of Building 10, over 100 subordinates stood in a dense crowd. Each of these subordinates operated independently, gripping their weapons tightly, maintaining a wary distance from one another. Footsteps echoed from within the building, and Wang Dachui was the first to emerge. The bald man immediately approached him asking, "Boss, how did the negotiations go?" "Boss." Wang Dachui spat a mouthful of yellow phlegm onto the ground, looking quite displeased. "What negotiations? A bunch of worthless fools want us to be cannon fodder." "What? How can this be? They don't want to get their hands dirty, they just want us to do their dirty work right." Wang Dachui sneered coldly. "We'll talk about it later." As they approached Building 19, he asked, "What about green hair? How did they respond? When will they start supplying us with Upon hearing this, the bald man and the other subordinates all wore grim expressions. Green hair and his crew. Wang Dachui looked at the 4 corpses on the ground, first in shock, then filled with rage. Damn it, they even dare to kill my men. They're courting death. The subordinates felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing the corpses of green hair and his crew. The people from Building 21 were not to be trifled with. Simply refusing to cooperate was one thing, but who would directly kill someone? Yet they had done just that, hacking away, indiscriminately closing the heavy iron doors as if nothing had happened. Just when everyone thought their boss was about to give the order to attack, Wang Dachui silently walked back inside the building. The subordinates were left bewildered and quickly followed him. One of the younger subordinates quietly tugged at the bald man's shirt, asking, "Brother Guang, are we just going to leave green hair's bodies like that?" The bald man shot him a cold glance, saying, "You want to take care of it? Then you can bury them yourself." The young subordinate immediately fell silent. How could he dig a grave in this freezing weather? Before he could even finish digging, he would freeze to death. Back indoors, Wang Dachui kicked over a table in anger, shouting, "Damn it, they don't give me any respect. My men are killed without a second thought, and they want us to be cannon fodder as if I'm just some disposable pawn." The subordinates dared not make a sound. With only a few pieces of wood left in the room, and their boss, not mentioning starting a fire, they could only huddle together shivering. The bald man said, "Boss, we are outsiders. The Sakura gang definitely wants to use us as cannon fodder, but there might still be some room for cooperation with Building 21. Wang Dachui narrowed his eyes, asking, "What do you mean?" The bald man replied, "You know green hair's character, always showing off. He thinks he's the biggest shot around. Who knows what insulting things he might have said to provoke them into action." Wang Dachui scoffed coldly. "So what? A bunch of weaklings targeted by the Sakura gang. Am willing to avoid getting involved for the sake of resources. With one less enemy, they should be celebrating. They'll have to put up with whatever insults come their way." The bald man fell silent, wondering if there was any hope in following such an arrogant person. Wang Dachui's eyes were fierce. "Brother Guang, you take a few men and demand they immediately hand over 1,000 jin of firewood and 10 jin of meat. If they don't have meat, then 30 jin of grain instead. Otherwise, to survive, I'll have to take action against them." The bald man went downstairs with 2 others. To avoid ending up like green hair, they deliberately stopped about 10 meters away from the heavy iron door. They maintained "Old Son, our boss has some business to discuss with your boss." The heavy iron door opened a crack, revealing Old Son at the entrance with a roaring flame behind him. The 3 of them gazed at the fire, filled with envy and jealousy. Damn it, some people really make you feel inferior. The folks from Building 21 could keep the fire burning 24 hours a day with their rotating guard duty. In the entire Sakura community, they were undoubtedly the only ones like that. Just as the bald man was about to speak, Old Son interrupted, "I am the boss of this building." "You are the boss. Are you deaf? So you have the final say here." "I don't have the final say." The bald man was speechless, saying, "Aren't you the boss? If you don't have the final say, then who does?" Old Son replied calmly, "In Building 21, it is naturally Zhou Chen who has the final say." The bald man realized that Old Son was merely a puppet. "Fine then, please bring Zhou Chen down. Our boss has something to discuss." Old Son glared fiercely. "Bah, what are you? What is your boss? Do you think Zhou Chen is someone you trash, can just see whenever you want?" The bald man's expression darkened, and his 2 subordinates were immediately incensed. "You're asking for death, son. Do you believe I'll kill you right now?" At that moment, several figures appeared behind Old Son, brandishing knives and axes, ready to spring into action. Thinking of the fate of green hair and the others, the 2 subordinates quickly fell silent, stepping back in fear. The bald man felt a surge of anxiety, his face plastered with a smile. "Old Son, don't be so agitated. We're not here to cause trouble. Our boss just has instructions and wants to discuss cooperation with you." "Cooperation?" Old Son scoffed as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world, sneering, "What qualifications do you have to cooperate with us? You're about to freeze or starve to death, and yet you still want to show off, just a bunch of pitiful creatures waiting for death." The sting of those words made the bald man's face turn pale. He turned to look at his 2 companions, gazing up at a window in Building 19, then glancing at the surrounding buildings. Compared to the people from Building 21, weren't they just a bunch of pitiful creatures waiting to die? Old Son sneered. "Zhou Chen has already made it clear, if you want to show off, go elsewhere. If you're not satisfied, just come at us directly. The fate of green hair and his crew is what awaits you." The faces of the bald man and his crew changed. Was there really no room for negotiation? The bald man hurriedly said, "Old Son, you probably don't know the Sakura gang has many people. The Sakura gang is numerous and powerful. If they really took action, there would be nothing left of them." He didn't believe Zhou Chen's crew wouldn't be afraid. Old Son interrupted him disdainfully. "What is the Sakura gang? Aren't they just a bunch of pitiful creatures waiting to die? Old Sun waved his hand, as if swatting a few disgusting flies away. Stop using that trash from the Sakura gang to threaten us. If you're bold enough, then let's have a real fight. Whoever dies is just unlucky. So what if you have more people? We can just lock the doors and wait until you all die one by one. The bald man was at a loss for words. How could that be possible? You can afford to wait, we can't. The resources in Building 19 can barely last a day, tomorrow we'll be starving. The trash from the Sakura gang will never give us any food just to force us into becoming cannon fodder. If a fight breaks out, they would either be killed by the people from Building 21 or picked off by the Sakura gang. Whoever makes a move is a fool. As the bald man was drenched in cold sweat from anxiety, Old Sun laughed coldly again. Zhou Chen said he has plenty of resources to find. Not even a dog would get fed. However, we can still give you an opportunity. If you want resources, then you must offer your loyalty. As soon as the bald man entered, he received a slap to the face. Wang Dachui cursed loudly. Are you an idiot? In front of a cripple you cower like that. You dare to insult us as worse than dogs, yet you want to take a knife and stab him. You say that green-haired guy is too arrogant. I see you as nothing but a coward. The bald man thrust a knife into his opponent's abdomen, twisting the handle forcefully. Boss, we don't hit faces. Be more careful in your next life. Wang Dachui fell to the ground, scaring the small brothers present out of their wits. The two lackeys following the bald man, shocked by the sudden turn of events, immediately hid far away. You killed the boss. The bald man crouched down, wiping the blood off the knife onto the corpse's face, fierce as he cursed. Shouldn't he be dead? How much supplies did we gather in the beginning? Conserve them. Will it be enough for us brothers to last 2 months? Wang Dachui spends all day chasing women. 1/3 of the supplies have been used up for his pleasures. Did he ever think about our survival? He dares to slap my face. My mother has never slapped my face. Zhou Chen was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was at home enjoying a feast. The space was filled with semi-finished fresh foods, allowing him to choose whatever he desired based on his mood. Today he made squirrel fish shrimp with green spirals, style eel strips, braised hairtail, fish boiled flour snails, white-cut chicken, oil braised bamboo shoots, corn rib soup, along with 2 plates of vegetables. He opened a bottle of Matai, which was smooth, crisp, refreshing with a rich body and a long aftertaste. Truly a national treasure of liquor with a prominent sauce aroma and a rich fragrance that lingered even in the empty cup. This stuff is usually bought by those who don't drink, while those who drink don't buy. Zhou Chen had previously bought a few boxes as gifts. Now he had hoarded tens of thousands of boxes in his space, enough to make many alcoholics drool. Just as he poured his second cup, a piercing noise came from outside. The noise was extremely sharp, making one feel. Following that was a crackling sound as someone was testing a microphone. The loudspeaker was so loud that the entire community could hear it clearly. Hello. Good afternoon to all neighbors. I am Juan Baojia, the owner of Building 10. We are currently in a difficult time. As neighbors, we should unite and overcome the hardships together. To better protect everyone's interests, the Sakura gang has officially been established. I have been appointed as the leader in this crisis thanks to everyone's trust. I guarantee to procure more supplies for the surviving neighbors. Those who are selfish and disregard the lives of their neighbors are enemies of the people. Zhou Chen from Building 21, listen carefully. According to reliable information, not only do you have a fireplace for heating, but you also have stored a lot of supplies. You cannot be so selfish. You should share all your supplies with everyone. As everyone knows, you are the only one in the entire community who can go out to find supplies, so you have the obligation to bear the burden of everyone's living supplies. Of course, our Sakura gang is very democratic. If you find this too tiring, we understand. In addition to your household supplies, please hand over your outdoor gear for the gang to distribute fairly. Right now we will send a team to collect the supplies, so please prepare them quickly. Next, we invite 2 neighbor representatives to speak. The head of the violent gang gathered in Building 10 was grinning from ear to ear. This method is great. The survivors from nearby communities must have heard right. Without having to go out, they could roast Zhou Chen over a fire. From today onwards, as long as Zhou Chen dared to go out, there would definitely be someone lying in wait for him. To ensure his own safety, he could only compromise with the Sakura gang. The cannon fodder neighbors from Building 21 changed their expressions drastically. Old Sun and the others gripped their weapons tightly, standing guard behind the large iron gate. The cannon fodder neighbors on break hurried downstairs in fear. The Sakura gang's people have arrived, and there must be quite a few of them. What if we can't hold them off? Is retreating to the 15th floor really safe? Or, a rustling noise came from the loudspeaker, followed by the voice of an old woman. Zhou Chen, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Right now, the citizens of the entire city are suffering. As a citizen, you should fulfill your civic duty. Helping your neighbors is a contribution to the country. If you refuse to contribute to the country, you are a sinner of the nation. Sinners against the country will definitely be accounted for by the organization in the future. Not only will you be imprisoned, but it will also affect your descendants for 3 generations. In more serious cases, the punishment is death by firing squad. Take care of yourself. Zhou Chen tossed a chicken leg to feed the dog. Everyone was familiar with the voice of Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee. Is this old hag still alive? From the sound of her voice, she was angry, but too weak, already starving to the point of skin and bones. How could a group of beasts capable of murder and robbery afford to use their precious supplies to support an old woman? After a few seconds, a man's voice came from the loudspeaker. Zhou Chen recognized this voice too. It was his good brother. Zhou Chen, we were once classmates. You are so selfish and ungrateful. Even if you refuse to help us, how can you bear to watch so many neighbors starve to death? Zhou Chen, you may not care about our past friendship, but we old classmates must think of you. Do you really want to send yourself to prison for a few bites of food? Because of your selfishness, so many people will starve to death. Can you live with your conscience? When midnight dreams come, are you not afraid that everyone will return as vengeful spirits to find you? Zhou Chen, listen to me, who voluntarily hand over all the supplies. We share hardships and blessings together. At least you'll be able to sleep soundly at night. The microphone returned to the hands of the leader of the Sakura gang. Zhou Chen, our people will be downstairs shortly. If we don't see the supplies within 10 minutes, don't blame us for being heartless. We of the Sakura gang are also thinking of the survivors in the entire community. The intercom on the table transmitted Old Sun's anxious voice. Little Zhou, what should we do now? They have a large number of people coming over. There are at least 40 to 50 by my estimate, and the first floor will definitely fall. Zhou Chen pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth. With a calm expression, he replied, just hold your position at the door if anyone tries to turn against us, and let people in. Zhou Chen pulled back the curtains and opened a small window. Below, a large crowd of beggars was brandishing weapons, acting outrageously arrogant. Open the door. Hand over the supplies. Down with the capitalists. Zhou Chen took out a spray liquor machine and a large-capacity plastic water tank from his space. 5 tons of mineral water can fetch a sky-high price during extremely hot periods, a real bargain for this group of trash. He extended the telescopic spray head out of the small window. Aiming at the crowd below, he unhesitatingly pressed the switch. A torrential downpour sprayed out in a fan shape, falling from the sky. The cold rainwater drenched their heads, faces, and bodies, causing the 50 or so thugs to freeze in shock. They were stunned for only 3 seconds before they began to scream in terror, covering their heads and fleeing in all directions. They quickly got soaked from head to toe, and in the minus 70-degree outdoor temperature, it was nothing short of a torture. The rainwater that poured onto them turned into ice, and several people were frozen to death on the spot. Help me. Save me. The screams echoed endlessly. The thugs who couldn't escape ended up freezing to death. The fastest fleeing thugs either froze to death on the escape route or dashed into a nearby building, freezing to death in the hall. Only less than 1/10 of the people managed to survive. Zhou Chen put away his tools and immediately got busy. So you want to compete in volume with a loudspeaker, huh? A cheap loudspeaker costing just a few dozen yuan, can it compare to professional sound systems in cinemas? Soon survivors within a 2-kilometer radius centered on Sakura community heard someone speaking. Zhou Chen's clear voice reached everyone's ears. Trash from the Sakura gang, listen up. Put away your hypocritical faces. If you don't want to die, keep your tails tucked and behave like dogs. You tried to rob, but ended up getting dozens killed, scared the piss out of you, huh? Here's a song cool for you. Madman. Zhou Chen is definitely a madman. Room 1101 of Building 10. All 29 leaders of the Sakura gang were gathered here. These 29 individuals looked ashen, their shocked expressions unable to conceal their profound fear. Who among them hadn't spilled blood? But compared to this madman Zhou Chen, they seemed like mere ants. Silence is golden. A sudden outburst is astonishing. Truly, a biting dog does not bark. Over 30 lives extinguished without a blink. The fortunate few who survived suffered varying degrees of frostbite. Some had lost their ears, others their fingers or toes. The Sakura gang had only about 100 underlings besides these leaders. In just 5 minutes, Zhou Chen had halved their combat effectiveness. Shock, anger, anxiety, fear, and regret filled the room, while the bald man who replaced Wang Dachui as the new leader appeared dazed. He hadn't intended to be cannon fodder for the Sakura gang, but circumstances forced his hand. Seeing the gang deploy forces for real, fearing that he wouldn't participate, he knew that a mob of thugs would turn and attack the 19th floor if they took their supplies. Fortunately, the 2 subordinates he sent out were at the back and were not splashed by the icy water. Earlier, he thought the Sakura gang could crush Zhou Chen like an ant, but now he realized Zhou Chen had the capital to be arrogant. Recalling Old Sun's words, he began to ponder whose life could serve as a token of allegiance. Stealing glances at the leaders before him, his eyes darted between the gang leader, Wan Baojia, and the scar-faced man. At that moment, the scar-faced man wore a heavy expression, yet he felt quite pleased inside. A group of self-righteous bastards who had previously mocked him as a stray dog. And now, were they not thoroughly dealt with by Zhou Chen? He just hadn't expected Zhou Chen to be so ruthless. That night surviving was purely because Zhou Chen had no intention of wiping them out completely. One of the leaders cautiously asked, what should we do now? Shouldn't we retaliate? Gang leader Wan Baojia slammed his fist on the table, angrily stating, retaliation is certain, but not now. We underestimated Zhou Chen. We need to discuss a foolproof plan before taking further action. The Sakura community echoed the song, Liang Liang, throughout a 2-kilometer radius. The entire city had been silent for far too long, and now suddenly, there was music. Many survivors perked up to listen. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though they had returned to a time of peace. Survivors from several nearby communities vaguely learned about the recent fatalities in the Sakura community. They too had gangs led by leaders, and upon seeing a throng of thugs charging towards a building they all believed Zhou Chen, who was named over the loudspeaker, was doomed. But the turnaround came so swiftly. One man alone killed over 30 people decisively and ruthlessly. One spread to 10 to 100, and soon it reached the ears of survivors farther away. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. I was truly scared to death just now. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how many came, they were easily dealt with. The cannon fodder neighbors from Building 21, who had been so frightened just 10 minutes ago that their legs felt weak, now stood tall, having survived. Two of them were even overjoyed, completely in a state of excitement. Old Sun subtly glanced at the two and said, "You two don't rush back upstairs, stay here. He'll go find Zhou Chen and see what plans he has." Upon seeing Zhou Chen, Old Sun immediately gave him a thumbs up, respect. He genuinely admired. "I thought we would be retreating to the 15th floor today, but you found a way." Zhou Chen glanced at the tightly closed door next door and whispered, "What about these neighbors?" Old Sun's expression darkened. "I can currently confirm 2 people. I had a feeling these 2 weren't trustworthy, knowing they came for supplies. Everyone has only one life, so it's normal to play some tricks, but today, if you hadn't swiftly dealt with those thugs, those 2 would have definitely stabbed us in the back and opened the door for them." Zhou Chen, still brimming with killing intent after just killing over 30, declared, "They cannot be left alive." Saying this, Zhou Chen led Old Sun downstairs. Old Sun was shocked so soon. Why not let them charge to the front in the next skirmish, or pretend to give them some tasks, and he'll join you to eliminate them outside the community? If we act directly in front of everyone, what if it causes panic? Zhou Chen, with his hands in his pockets, replied, "There's no need to make it so complicated." In the safety corridor of the ground floor, sparks occasionally erupted from the roaring flames. The cannon fodder neighbors sat in a circle, warming themselves while chatting. With a glance from Zhou Chen, Old Sun immediately stepped around the corner. "Xiao Huang, Xiao Xin, you two come here, as Xiao Zhou has a task for you." The 2 felt no suspicion at all, and happily left their positions under the envious gazes of everyone. Zhou Chen had previously mentioned that besides concentrating forces to defend the building, there would also be other tasks. Taking on tasks individually could earn them a substantial supply reward. Brother Zhou. The thought of abundant rewards made the 2 beam with joy. But just as they approached, Zhou Chen and Old Sun's eyes flashed with menace. One was slashed across the throat with a mountain knife, while the other was pierced through the abdomen with a sharp steel pin. The cannon fodder neighbors by the fire were stunned. In the next moment, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts, nervously staring at Zhou Chen and Old Sun. What just happened? How could they suddenly turn against their own? Old Who took a long time to regain his voice. "Old Sun, this." Old Sun pulled up a piece of clothing, wiping the bloodstains from the steel pin, and said, "Everyone, don't overthink it. Those 2 deserve to die." They were already indecisive and just eating and drinking, which wasn't much. But just now they had sinister thoughts, planning to stab us in the back and open the door to let those thugs in. If it weren't for Xiao Zhou acting swiftly, if that group of thugs had rushed in, would we have had a chance to retreat upstairs? Upon hearing this, a group of cannon fodder neighbors shivered. In fact, just a moment ago, under the violent threats of a large group of thugs, each of them had contemplated surrendering. No one wanted to die, in moments of intense fear, any behavior is understandable. However, they had wives and children, and the thought of their families falling into the hands of the Sakura gang made them temporarily suppress this idea. But what if Zhou Chen hadn't acted? If that group of thugs had forced their way in at the brink of life and death, they would surely... They feared suffering, but death was terrifying. The 2 neighbors lying on the ground, living solely for themselves, simply didn't understand restraint. They were foolish enough to write their true thoughts on their faces. Old Who couldn't help but swallow hard, stammering, "Well, there's no need to kill them, or we could just drive them away and let them fend for themselves." Zhou Chen's icy gaze met him. "Where can they go if we drive them out? To survive, they will certainly relay all the information about this place to the Sakura gang. If the Sakura gang learns the secret of the electric traps on the door, will they fall for it again next time? Only the dead can keep secrets." Hearing this, the cannon fodder neighbors dared not speak. This was a secret they all shared. 2 living souls killed. Behind Zhou Chen's ruthless actions lay a clear warning. He unabashedly told them that anyone who dared betray would meet the same fate as the 2 corpses. Zhou Chen glanced over everyone, issuing a warning. "I hope everyone remembers one thing. I, Zhou Chen, despise those who stab from behind. Anyone who dares to backstab me, no matter who it is, must die." After one night, the infamous reputation of Zhou Chen spread far and wide. Survivors within a 10-mile radius all learned about a madman named Zhou Chen living in the Sakura community. How mad is Zhou Chen? While you all boast about your prowess after killing a few people in your scramble for power and resources, look at Zhou Chen, who remains unflinching in the face of 50 violent thugs. With a single strike, he displayed a level of ferocity akin to the King of Hell, taking down dozens on the spot. Undoubtedly, he is a ruthless individual. Various gangs from different areas began to secretly discuss recruiting Zhou Chen. If they could bring such a formidable figure on board, he could command respect just by standing in front of them. The Sakura gang suffered heavy losses, and without a solid plan to counterattack, could only lie low for the time being. The neighboring survivors, after being coerced, gradually began to align themselves around mutual interests. What is the core interest? Survival. Who can ensure their survival? Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen secured the inner piece, making the entire building as solid as a fortress. While the Sakura gang did not wish to provoke Zhou Chen, he on the other hand could not tolerate the Sakura gang. There was no way around it. He was meticulous and sought revenge for every grievance. If it weren't for the citywide power outage making it inconvenient for him to act in the dark, he might not have harbored any grudges overnight. As dawn broke, the first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to turn on his speaker for retaliation. His clear voice echoed over a distance of 2 kilometers. Hello everyone. Please pay attention. The Sakura gang in the Sakura community engages in murder and robbery, treats lives as mere trifles, forces people into prostitution, and is more brutal than beasts. They can be killed. I, Zhou Chen, am offering a generous bounty. Anyone, whether a neighbor from this community or a hero from outside gangs, who kills one of the 29 leaders of the Sakura gang can come to me for 10 packs of instant noodles. Regardless of whether it's an individual or a team, the bounty will accumulate. Kill 1 for 10 packs of instant noodles, kill 2 for 25 packs, kill 3 for 40 packs. If someone or a team accumulates 10 kills in addition to the corresponding number of instant noodles, I will also reward them with a 10-kilogram bag of flour and 10 kilograms of frozen meat. I welcome everyone to participate bravely. I, Zhou Chen, promise that the supplies will be delivered on the spot, and I will never default. Bang! The 29 leaders of the Sakura gang were instantly frightened into trembling. The timid ones fell to the ground, a puddle forming in their pants. The most cowardly were directly terrified into incontinence. This madman Zhou Chen. How dare he threaten their lives with a bounty? In the face of calamity, trying to use 10 packs of instant noodles to claim their heads would have been laughable. But now survivors were willing to draw their weapons over a mere piece of bread. Among these survivors were some truly vicious individuals who had resorted to cannibalism, turned against their brothers, and killed their parents. Without supplies, they would starve anyway. At that moment, 10 packs of instant noodles were undoubtedly a significant bounty, drawing countless survivors towards it. The 29 leaders of the Sakura gang felt a fear they had never experienced before. Even after being taken down by Zhou Chen yesterday, no one felt as terrified as they did now. Because not only did the thugs outside the community want their lives, but the lower-ranking members of the Sakura gang were also tempted. At this moment, each of them felt the call of death. Stop, help. Bastards, how dare you betray me? What are you doing? No, don't kill me. Just 3 minutes after the bounty was issued, cries resembling those of slaughtered pigs echoed from several buildings in the Sakura community. Hearing the screams, the nearby hesitant survivors could no longer sit still and rushed to the Sakura community with weapons in hand. Survivors or gangs far away, fearing they would arrive too late to even get a sip of soup, displayed their ingenuity to hurry to their destination. Some rode bicycles, some on skateboards, some used dogs of various breeds as sleds, and one zookeeper rode a gaunt Siberian tiger sprinting through the ice and snow. Survivors from even further away never expected these people to move so quickly. They were still discussing how to gather everyone's winter clothing to distribute to the strongest members of the gang, striving to secure 10 kill points. Now they were left only with regret and frustration. Kill. The heads of the Sakura gang are mine. Sakura gang leader Wan Baojie, come out and face death. 10 packs of instant noodles, they are all mine. I want meat. Kill. Hundreds of survivors wielding weapons charged towards the Sakura community like a pack of hungry wolves from all directions. As more and more survivors arrived, their disheveled beggar-like appearance made the scene look like a zombie apocalypse. These survivors were ruthless, raising their weapons and shouting. Once they burst into the community, they charged into whichever building caught their eye, kicking down doors and slashing at anyone they saw. If they couldn't find the leader in one building, they immediately turned to another. Those whose leaders had already been killed by their own subordinates directly slaughtered their subordinates and dragged the corpses to claim the reward. In an instant, the entire Sakura community was filled with frenzied thugs, with screams and cries ringing out incessantly. A blood-soaked bald man desperately fled to the first floor of Building 21, clutching his wounded abdomen with one hand and carrying a severed head with the other. Old son, open the door quickly. Old son, I killed the leader of Building 20. I'm here to claim my reward. Old son, brother son, am one of your own. Please open the door quickly. Poochie. A knife suddenly plunged into his back. Poochie. The assailant's bloody belly spilled out a piece of intestine, and after stabbing him over a dozen times, they collapsed together with the bald man in a pool of blood. Boss, I avenged you. A pursuing accomplice cursed him as a fool. He swung his knife to sever the bald man's head, and quickly picked up another head. His steps toward the iron gate lighter than ever, as if he were heading to a beautiful paradise. However, he had barely taken a step when he was engulfed by a group of thugs. After a flurry of hacking, 2 heads disappeared, leaving behind only a dismembered corpse. Another group of thugs turned back upon seeing the heads and charged at this group. In the end, the thugs rushing into the community could no longer tell who was who. They slashed at anyone they encountered. They were already blinded by rage, solely focused on bringing back a head to claim their 10 packs of instant noodles. As for whether it was one of the 29 leaders of the Sakura gang, that no longer mattered. One by one, people fell, and on the icy ground of the Sakura community, flowers of blood bloomed. Zhou Chen stood before the floor-to-ceiling window with his left hand in his pocket and his right hand holding a red cup. 99. 103. 121. 125. Damn, I can't count anymore, my eyes are blurring. Aunt Wong from the committee hid beneath a pile of corpses pretending to be dead, only daring to crawl out when the thugs had moved far away. Unexpectedly, as she turned her head, she came face to face with a drooling Siberian tiger. Roar! The Siberian tiger pounced excitedly. Ugh! Old Sun stood in the corridor counting the heads of those outside through the small window of the iron door. With each count he couldn't help but turn away and retch. These were bloody severed heads. Too violent and too gruesome. In a time of peace, encountering even a single head was rare for ordinary people, yet now there were 70 or 80 right in front of him. This group of thugs had gone insane. They initially targeted the building owner, but soon began attacking anyone in sight. Some of the heads weren't even from the Yinghua community, yet they dared to display them in front of him. For every confirmed head belonging to a member of the Yinghua gang, Old Sun tossed out a packet of instant noodles. The thugs who received the bounty materials were naturally ecstatic, but a deadly crisis soon followed. With a pack of hungry wolves surrounding him, whether he could survive and bring the supplies back depended entirely on his own skills. But that was no easy feat. Some grabbed the instant noodles and ran only to be chased down by a large group of thugs. Before even escaping the community's main gate, they were caught and killed on the spot. Others who took the noodles sought refuge in nearby buildings only to be followed inside by the pack of thugs, and soon screams echoed out. In an instant, a new wave of chaos began. But none of this concerned Zhou Chen. To him, the thugs outside were merely enemies. The more that died, the better. After distributing the last packet of noodles, Old Sun immediately shut the small window, cutting off the bloody scene and the sounds of screams from outside. Old Hu and the other expendable neighbors were so tense they were drenched in cold sweat. Each of them gripped their weapons against the iron door, fearing that the thugs might target them. Old Sun, do you think these thugs will? If the thugs don't leave, isn't that inviting wolves into the house? The number of thugs far exceeds that of the Yinghua gang. Old Sun was even more nervous than them, as he had single-handedly distributed the bounty materials outside. At this moment his legs couldn't help but weaken, and he found a spot to sit down, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. No need to panic. The Yinghua gang's dwindling resources have already been snatched by the thugs. They are just waiting to die here. Little Zhou is on the rooftop with a water gun. If these thugs dare to target us, the 30+ who froze to death yesterday will be their fate. They aren't fools, they'll naturally leave after resting for a while. Old Sun was right. After this new wave of chaos, there were dozens more corpses on the ground along with scattered remnants of instant noodles. The thugs who hadn't gained anything found furniture to chop up for warmth in the corridor, gradually leaving within 2 or 3 hours. Zhou Chen was fully armed as he descended the stairs. At this moment, the expendable neighbors looked at him with entirely different eyes. Eliminating the Yinghua gang meant dealing with the greatest threat in the community. Now in the entire Yinghua community, Zhou Chen was the one who called the shots. Zhou Chen said, "Aren't there still 2 households left in this building?" Old Sun replied, "There were originally 3 households, but the young man on the 6th floor left the day before yesterday and wouldn't be persuaded to stay. Now only 2 households remain. One is a couple on the 7th floor, and the other is your uncle on the 11th floor." Zhou Chen was taken aback. "My uncle? How is this family with no supplies still alive?" Old Sun's expression was peculiar. "Shall I take you to see?" When they reached the 11th floor, the door to 1101 was locked from the outside. Old Sun unlocked it and took out a key to open the door. Before pushing the door open, he had to remind a little Zhou, "You should be mentally prepared." Zhou Chen nodded, somewhat understanding what was going on. Upon entering the room, the disordered living room contained not a single piece of intact furniture, and the ground was covered with the black ashes left from a fire. Nearby was a cold pot with several bones that didn't resemble those of animals. Old Sun held a sharp steel rod and checked around, kicking open the door to the master bedroom, where 2 men were curled up on a stinking bed. There were only 2 men with no sign of Zhou Lily. Zhou Chen then understood why Old Sun had referred to your uncle instead of your aunt. Upon seeing someone approach, the famished father and son looked at him with gleaming eyes. In their extreme hunger, the father and son wanted to get up and kill for meat, but they were so starved that they didn't even have the strength to rise from the bed. Old Sun sighed. "They first ate the dead pregnant woman and her fetus, then killed your aunt." Zhou Chen's heart was calm and unperturbed. The bond he had with his aunt had long been worn away by the other party. Feeling sad was impossible. A gambling addict who stole his parents' savings, defrauded his siblings of money, and forced his nephew to pay for a house deserved such an end. He just wondered what kind of despair she felt when she saw her husband and son raise the butcher's knife against her. Zhou Chen couldn't be bothered to look at the father and son again. "Throw them out." With his orders, the accompanying expendable neighbors naturally complied. The emaciated father and son were forcibly dragged off the bed. "No, you can't do this. Zhou Chen, we are cousins." The father and son struggled weakly, being dragged out of the house like 2 dogs and thrown into the snowy outdoors. After crawling on the ground for 2 minutes, they became 2 cold corpses. At this time, the residents on the 6th floor were called down. The disheveled couple saw Zhou Chen and immediately put on a flattering expression. With all the commotion these past days, they already knew who to align with moving forward. Zhou Chen's expression was emotionless. "You have 10 minutes to pack your things and get out of this building." The couple looked shocked. "Why? Zhou Chen scoffed. "Why? You want to enjoy the fruits of others' labor without putting in..." The man replied, No, we were just afraid of retaliation from the Scarface. We may not have contributed, but we didn't take your supplies either. Besides, this is our house. What right do you have to kick us out? Zhou Chen's gaze turned sharp. There are many empty houses in the community now. Will you leave on your own, or shall we? As soon as he finished speaking, Old Sun and the others quickly surrounded them. Each one looked fierce, brandishing sharp. Oh no. The woman noticed the situation was not in their favor and sat down on the ground wailing. God, is there no law left in this world? Zhou Chen was most irritated by women throwing tantrums. Whenever he saw a woman throwing a fit, memories of his aunt finding him in the factory, sitting down and pounding her thighs while scolding him for being heartless would flood back. That scene was nauseating. Are you out of your mind? Even in an apocalypse you still pull this stunt. Zhou Chen kicked her down to the ground. In this community, I am the law. With just a glance from Old Sun, the neighboring expendables immediately rushed forward, grabbing the couple by their collars and tossing them out the door, shortly followed by a pile of their belongings. In the freezing cold with corpses scattered everywhere, the couple picked up their belongings from the ground and rushed to the door, repeatedly banging on it and begging. In the blazing hallway, Zhou Chen sat on a stool, extending his hands towards the fire to warm himself. Not a single one of the expendable neighbors dared to sit down, all standing obediently across from him, ready for orders. Zhou Chen elegantly rubbed his long fingers and commanded, "Call all the survivors down to move the bodies. Anyone who disobeys will be thrown out to fend for themselves." Everyone gathered downstairs. The two loud and fierce neighbors called out, moving from building to building. After a few days of improved rations, they had gained some weight and felt energetic. In front of the gaunt survivors, they felt like they could take on 10 at once, and their attitude was naturally arrogant. Within half an hour, 45 survivors were divided into two groups, shivering in the snow. One group consisted of ordinary residents oppressed by the Sakura gang, while the other group comprised the lowly minions of the gang. Zhou Chen, dressed in a neat winter outfit, strode forward with an imposing presence. As soon as he appeared, a woman from the survivor group rushed towards him. "Ah Chen, save me." Yang Sitian reacted quickly, grabbing the woman's hair and kicking her back to the group. That kick carried a hint of personal grudge. The woman, who fell to the ground, struggled to get back up. Just as she attempted to run towards Zhou Chen, a cold watermelon knife was pressed against her neck. Yang Sitian issued a warning, "Try moving again." Su Wanwan knelt on the ground, desperately stretching out her hands, looking at the striking man with a pleading expression. At this moment, she was in a condition 10 times worse than before. Her hair was messy and yellow, and her clothes were... Her face was devoid of flesh, covered with a thin layer of yellowish skin. Due to hunger, her eye sockets sunken and cheekbones sharply protruding, looking worse than a beggar on the street. "Ah Chun, it's me, Wanwan, can't you recognize me?" Zhang Li and a few others were in the group, too frightened to look up. Zhou Chen didn't even glance at these old classmates, directly assigning Yang Sitian the task: pick them out and throw them all out of the community. Yang Sitian held a grudge and immediately began to pull people out one by one. These people had nearly caused her death. She remembered them, even if they turned to ash. Zhang Li, the skinny monkey Li Sisi, and a few other women immediately knelt down, begging for forgiveness. Brother Zhou, I was wrong, please spare me. Brother Zhou, please don't kick me out, I don't want to die. Achin, please don't be so ruthless, I can help you wash clothes and cook. If you want, I can bear you children, however many you desire. Zhang Li crawled on his knees, crying as he approached Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, no. Brother Zhou, I was wrong, it's all my fault. Please give me another chance. Oh, I am willing to be your dog. Woof. 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 The skinny monkey and a few others also crawled up to Zhou Chen, eager to lick his shoes. Brother Zhou, just forgive me once, treat me like a dog or a cat, I really don't want to die. Brother Zhou, it was my heart clouded by greed. I didn't spend a single cent of the 200,000 that bitch Su Wanwan gave me. He'll transfer the money to you right now, please don't kick me out. Brother Zhou, it was all Zhang Li's doing, I know I was wrong. Ooh, just say the word, and he'll kill him for you. Brother Zhou, the one who harmed you was Chun Chang. Ew, I broke up with him long ago, he's dead now, and this has nothing to do with me. Zhou Chen looked at them with disgust and kicked away the filthy hands. Watching these beasts begging for mercy, he felt utterly repulsed. If he had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? The neighboring riffraff raised their sticks and knife blades, banging them against these people, frightening the other survivors into trembling legs. After knocking them down, they dragged them by one leg like handling livestock towards the community's gate. A few people, terrified of being thrown out to freeze to death, desperately clawed at the snow with their hands, their nails breaking and bleeding, leaving long trails of blood in the snow. They were dragged out of the community and taken behind a wall surrounded. Looking at the faces full of hatred, they suddenly realized that something even more terrifying awaited them. What? What do you want? Zhou Chen only said to kick us out of the community. He never said to kill us. Yang Sitian raised the watermelon knife, and the neighbors who formed a circle with her also raised their kitchen knives and clubs. In the sunlight, a cold glint flashed, and blood splattered 3 feet away. Yang Sitian wiped the blood from her face, sneering. Who said we're going to kill you? Just wait to die slowly. They turned and left, leaving behind a few people in a horrific state. The snow was stained red with blood, and severed limbs lay everywhere. Those whose limbs had been hacked off let out agonized cries of terror. Su Wanwan struggled desperately, trying to get up from the ground. Oh, at this moment, all she wanted was to return to Zhou Chen's side. Yet having lost her limbs, she was like a maggot without limbs, expending all her strength only to squirm like one. until she drained her last ounce of energy staring blankly at the sky. At the brink of death, she suddenly recalled many past events. Zhou Chen had truly treated her well, almost to the point of being indulgent. If it weren't for her lack of contentment, how could she have been treated like a commodity by Zhang Li exchanged for that pitiful little bit of resources? Zhou Chen treasured her and had never laid a hand on her. But following Zhang Li, she was worth only a pack of instant noodles. Zhang Li and Li Sisi were all the same. Now with no intact corpse, this was the price of greed. Zhou Chen, seeing the fresh bloodstains on Yang Xitian and the others, could roughly guess the fate of Zhang Li and Su Wanwan. Kicking them out was equivalent to cutting off their path to survival. As for how they would die, he did not care. The grudges between him and these beastly old classmates at this moment turned to dust. The survivors, especially those from the Sakura gang, shivered even more at the thought that they too might be kicked out to freeze to death. Zhou Chen's sharp gaze swept over these people as he declared, "From today on, Sakura community is under my command. If you want to survive, you must obey, do whatever I say." The 30 or so survivors dared not even breathe. Zhou Chen pointed at the corpses on the ground and said, "Everyone must work, clear out all the bodies in the community and dismantle the security doors to rebuild a new wall. If you're afraid of freezing to death, go into the hallway for warmth every 10 minutes until I am satisfied." Also, after completing these two tasks regardless of gender, take turns guarding the front and back doors. A woman in the crowd timidly raised her hand. Zhou Chen pointed at her. "You speak." The woman stepped out of the crowd. Quickly swiping her greasy bangs, she winkingly said, "Do we women have to carry the bodies too? Those are all strenuous tasks. I can help mop the floor, wash clothes, and cook." Everyone in the line looked at her with disdain. After the disdain, they began to envy internally. A pretty woman certainly had her advantages. Perhaps she really would get her wishes fulfilled. Among the ragged beggar crowd, this woman was definitely cleaner than anyone else. Her face had a bit of flesh, and her overall appearance was naturally the best. But in Zhou Chen's eyes, she was no different from a crazy woman on the roadside. Zhou Chen directly instructed Lao San. "This woman's clothes are too clean, and she has flesh on her face, indicating that she lives more comfortably than others. Assign her the dirtiest tasks. If she fails, she won't get to eat." The moment he finished speaking, Lao San immediately moved to drag her out, and two neighbors stepped forward to take her away. Amid her cries for help, all the survivors were scared stiff. One by one, they silently repeated in their hearts, "No questioning, no rebuttal. Any dissent must be reserved." In short, whatever Zhou Chen said went. Under the supervision of the expendable neighbors, the survivors in the community worked tirelessly for an entire afternoon. Carrying the corpses was an outdoor task that was nothing short of a nightmare for them. At -70 degrees without adequate winter clothing, even taking a few steps was a struggle. The corpses were heavy, and frozen corpses were heavier still. It took 3 or 4 people to lift a single frozen body. Every few steps they took while carrying a corpse, they had to stop and rest. Timing themselves to 10 minutes, they rushed back into the building to escape the cold, otherwise they would soon find themselves being carried as corpses. After all, working in extreme cold while starving and lacking sufficient energy would only accelerate their demise as the last remnants of their strength ebbed away. Many people were already exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Staring vacantly at the falling snowflakes, they oddly felt a sense of calm, as if facing death. The sound of growling stomachs echoed around them, constantly reminding them of their lingering existence. Touching their sunken bellies, the inner desire to survive reignited. They looked at each other, seeing the hunger for food reflected on each other's faces. Some gazes were particularly terrifying. As they stared, their eyes glowed with a green light, saliva dripping as if they were about to pounce on a piece of flesh. Were they contemplating cannibalism? The thought sent shivers down the spines of many who hurriedly crawled away as far as they could. The few survivors on the brink of madness looked at the swaying figures and felt a primal desire arise. After all, weren't people just food? Peeling off the clothes and roasting them over the fire, it was like cooking a suckling pig, the white meat gradually turning golden and sizzling as oil oozed out. Those who passed by carrying corpses felt a chill run down their spines. "Dinner is ready." A voice interrupted some people's terrifying thoughts. "Is there food? Will it be served?" "I can hardly imagine." All the survivors found it unbelievable. Would it be like the Sakura gang, giving them a bucket of slop every day, treating them like livestock? Old Sun walked in front with 4 women carrying 2 large buckets of food in the middle and 2 others behind them wielding sticks to maintain order. "Dinner is ready. Oh, all of you wait in the corridor of Building 1. The frenzied survivors, unwilling to leave, followed Old Sun's group step by step. They instinctively craned their necks to see what food was in the buckets. The white broth looked clean, nothing like slop. The air was filled with a fragrant aroma of wheat. It was noodles. Unable to resist, they sniffed the air, desperately inhaling every wisp of fragrance. Delicious. So delicious. In the corridor of Building 1, over 30 survivors clutched dirty bowls. They kept swallowing, their eyes fixated on the 2 cauldrons over the fire. Although only a few hundred meters away, the noodle soup had already frozen solid on its way here. Now they could only eat it after heating it up. "Brother Sun, how much longer?" "Brother Sun, it's thawed. Can we eat it now?" They knew that steaming hot noodles would taste better and keep them warmer, but they truly couldn't wait. No need for Old Sun to speak. Someone naturally scolded them. What are you all in such a hurry for? Are you starving ghosts reincarnated? Just wait a few more minutes. Are you going to starve to death, or what? Anyone who keeps whining will have their portion given to others. From then on, no one dared to speak out. Under the roaring fire, the two cauldrons emitted steam, and soon they heard the long-awaited sound of boiling water. To hell with symphonies, this was the most beautiful music in the world. In an instant, they couldn't hold back, rushing forward. What are you doing? If you knock over the cauldron, can you afford to pay? You all don't want to live, you want to starve to death, right? Line up, ooh, everyone line up. The two expendable neighbors maintaining order were in a foul mood. While cursing, they swung their sticks at the crowd. The few survivors who rushed the fastest each received several blows. Even when beaten, their bodies did not retreat. Instead, they instinctively continued to push forward, their eyes fixed hungrily on the food in the cauldron. Seeing this, the two expendable neighbors struck harder, their blows raining down more fiercely until they finally drove the feud. The milky white noodle soup was not particularly thick, and there weren't many noodles in it. But for these survivors, it was the best meal they had eaten in a month. Each received a full bowl, the aroma wafting enticingly. Before they got the food, they wished they could swallow the soup. After receiving the food, they suddenly became very appreciative. They first took a sniff, then tasted a small spoonful, closing their eyes in bliss. With each sip, they smacked their lips, savoring the taste for several seconds. Then tears welled up uncontrollably. It was just a bowl of the most ordinary vegetarian noodle soup, something they would have scoffed at before. But now it had become their most precious food. They sipped it slowly, greedily extending their tongues to lick the bottom of the bowl. Everyone still wanted another bowl, but the two cauldrons were already empty. Old Sun watched this unfold, feeling a twinge of guilt. You've been hungry for too long, eating too much at once is not good. As long as you behave and don't cause trouble, you won't lack for supplies in the future. On the way back, the two expendable neighbors expressed their dissatisfaction. Old Sun, just cook a few packs of instant noodles to feed them. Why waste such precious flour? Exactly, giving flour to these people is such a waste. The four women shared the same sentiment. Our supplies are already scarce, let them starve to death instead. A whole bag of flour, it breaks my heart. Yes, these people aren't even our neighbors. In my opinion, Old Sun, you're just too soft-hearted. Old Sun's expression changed slightly as he swallowed the words on his lips. Did the voices of these six represent the thoughts of the entire building? Had they forgotten the tragic experiences they endured under the oppression of the scar-faced one, just because they had a few good days? Did the dragon slayers turn into dragons themselves? Thinking of Zhou Chen's murderous temperament, Old Sun wanted to kindly give a timely warning. Before he could speak, he heard the sound of arguing from afar. The survivors had been uniformly settled in Building 1A, and the only place where the entire community was arguing was the same. By the time Old Sun rushed back to the top floor, Long Xiaoyun, who lived with him, had already curled up on the ground, her hair disheveled and her face scratched. Three women were not enough. Now they were each standing with their hands on their hips, pointing at her nose and cursing. Yang Xitian, emotionally charged, argued back, clenching her fists tightly, afraid that she might impulsively attack with a knife. Old Sun asked, "What's going on?" One of the women immediately spat with rage. "Old Sun, we have put up with her. She never does anything, just eats our food. We've discussed it, we should throw her out to carry corpses. If she refuses, she deserves to die outside of the community, better than wasting our supplies here while she eats and drinks for free." A leisurely footstep echoed as a tall figure descended from the rooftop. Zhou Chen, hands in pocket, sneered. "When did it become your place to call the shots here?" Just hearing Zhou Chen's voice, the three women who had taken action trembled in fear. The cannon fodder neighbors who came up with Old Sun initially had a look of amusement, but now each of them had retracted their smiles and stood in an orderly manner. Zhou Chen treated them well, not only providing supplies, but also never oppressing anyone. However, just thinking about how he had killed over 30 people on his first strike was enough to send shivers down their spines. On his second occasion, he personally slit someone's throat. On the third, he issued a bounty that led to the demise of the Sakura gang along with many external thugs. In total, he had taken action 3 times, resulting in over 200 lives lost. Even the beasts of the Sakura gang had never been this daring or ruthless. They thought that Zhou Chen would surely lose sleep in the following days. To their surprise, he appeared completely unperturbed, even in better spirits. It was as if he hadn't taken the lives of over 200 people, but merely slaughtered 200 chickens and ducks. Just thinking about this instilled a deep-seated fear in them. One of the women shivered all over, not daring to meet Zhou Chen's gaze. Stammering, she explained, "Zhou, we didn't mean it that way. In the entire community, of course, you have the final say." Another articulate woman, trembling, stepped forward and said, "Zhou, we absolutely did not mean to overstep. The situation is like this. Long Xiaoyan does nothing at all, just eats and drinks for free every day, and she even flirts with our men." Zhou Chen coldly interrupted, "So you came here to cause trouble? Where is this?" "Right at my doorstep." The 3 troublemaking women immediately shrank back. The articulate woman quickly closed her mouth. Zhou Chen's sharp gaze swept over to Yang Xitian. "You speak." Yang Xitian's cheek had been scratched, and although she felt indignant, she kept her composure. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her emotions and explained the situation clearly. Long Xiaoyan has never worked a day in her life and knows nothing about household chores, but she absolutely does not slack off. Though she can't cook, all the chores like chopping wood, starting fires, boiling water, and washing dishes have been done solely by her. Previously, when these women washed dishes, they used hot water. Now that it's Long Zioyan's turn, they say it's wasteful to heat water and make her use cold water, causing her hands to freeze and crack, yet they still find fault every day. They gossip behind our backs, saying I and Long Xiaoyan were involved with those beasts, calling us shameless and fox spirits. Unable to find fault with me, they just want to drive Long Xiaoyan away. Hearing this, the three women glared at Yang Xitian, wanting to retort several times, but were frightened into silence by Zhou Chen's sharp gaze. The two cannon fodder standing behind Old Sun had a strange look on their faces. They observed the expressions of these women as Yang Xitian spoke. Zhou Chen began to understand the reason. When wealth men tend to have ulterior motives. The group of men in the building, upon seeing two young and beautiful girls, inevitably entertained some thoughts. Thinking that the women had been controlled by the beasts for some time, and believing they had lost their chastity, they confidently thought they could take advantage of the situation. Can men hide their petty habits from married women? Which woman can tolerate such sneaky behavior right under her nose? If it were still the peaceful times of the past, they would have long returned to their parents with their children clamoring for a divorce. But now in this apocalypse, men are their only support. Zhou Chen shifted his gaze to Old Sun, who looked completely bewildered. Clearly, Old Sun never concerned himself with women's matters. Zhou Chen was even less likely to focus on such trivialities. In an apocalypse, could the squabbles among women be more important than a pack of instant noodles? However, daring to cause trouble at his doorstep could never be treated as a trivial matter. This was a slap in his face. Zhou Chen's expression darkened. I must have given you too much face, making you think you can disregard me. The three women who had acted flinched at his words. Zhou Chen looked at Old Sun. Old Sun replied, punish them by making them skip 1 meal, no 2 meals. What do you think? Yang Xitian's expression turned serious. There's one more thing. Previously, when Uncle Sun was secretly rallying everyone, the Knife's Guard once caught wind of it. Long Xiaoyan and I overheard them say that the people on the 13th and 14th floors were willing to be their spies, but since the Knife's Guard beasts are all dead, we couldn't find any evidence to bring it up. Those three just happened to be from those 2 floors. Old Sun's heart raced. Is that true? Yang Xitian raised her hand and swore, if I tell even half a word of a lie, may I suffer a terrible fate. They are in a hurry to drive people away, or isn't it? Because they fear we know something and are guilty. The three women hurriedly defended themselves, denying being spies, but their evasive eyes betrayed their guilt. Zhou Chen asked Old Sun, you are the building master. How do you think we should handle this? Old Sun looked troubled. This was no small matter. Had they not launched a surprise attack that night, they would never have known what terrifying events might follow. But because they struck suddenly, they caught the Knife's Guard beasts off guard and drove them all out. The spies had become useless pieces on the chessboard. Zhou Chen looked at Yang Xitian again. If you were to handle it, what would you do? Yang Xitian's spirit surged, her aura chilling, resembling a cold-blooded creature. She raised her hand across her throat, making a slitting gesture. Causing trouble is minor, but potential dangers must. Zhou Chen said, then what are you waiting for? With a flash of blades, a spray of blood splattered against the wall. One woman had her trachea severed, blood gushing out like a Turnitin faucet. The other 2 women were stricken with terror, collapsing to the ground, unable to utter a word of plea. Old Sun and the 6 behind him were equally shocked. This bloody scene unfolded too suddenly. Yang Xitian, like a loyal hound, wielded 2 machetes, hacking one. In just a minute, 3 cold corpses lay on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Chen asked, what comes next? Yang Xitian, covered in blood with a fierce expression, said, root out the weeds and eliminate future troubles. After speaking, she gripped her dual blades and charged downstairs. Not only did she rush in, but she also called out to the 2 men beside Old Sun, you 2 come with me. Old Sun looked at the corpses on the ground, at the 3 who were leaving, and at the terrified living people in the scene. At this moment, he began to question life. Old Sun numbly stared at Zhou Chen. Zhou, does it really have to be this way? Even if they were willing to be spies for the Knife's Guard ones at that time, it was merely a means to survive. They did not deserve death. Zhou Chen asked, have you ever considered what would happen if the bounty had not been issued, and the Knife's Guard ones had secretly contacted them, asking them to quietly open 2 big doors on a certain night? Old Sun's heart sank upon hearing this. Zhou Chen's thoughts were simple. Whether it was jealousy among women or any personal vendettas, he had no interest in their squabbles. However, today you are a spy for the Knife's Guard ones, and tomorrow you could very well become a spy for another faction. The city has more than just the Sakura community. There is no such thing as a 1000-day thief. How can there be a 1000-day defense against a thief? Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened. Old Sun, I am merely taking the initiative. In the corridor lay the bloody corpses of 3 couples. Except for Chi Ro, who was with a child, all the expendable neighbors had been called together to watch. In the extreme cold faced with the tragic sight of the deceased, everyone trembled, even more with some women unable to suppress their nausea and covering their mouths to vomit. Zhou Chen sat in a chair, crossing one leg. You all understand the cause of death for these 6, right? All the expendables dared not speak. Zhou Chen's expression was cold. I am giving you a chance. If anyone has ever agreed to be a spy for Scarface, you can step forward now, and I will not hold it against you. If one day you are exposed, the consequences need not be explained by me. I, Zhou Chen, absolutely will not allow myself to risk my life searching for supplies to sustain you, only to end up being backstabbed. Upon hearing this, all the expendables hastened to declare their innocence, angrily denouncing several of the deceased as treacherous individuals. If it weren't for Zhou Chen using bounties to eliminate the Sakura gang, these few might have colluded and opened the iron door in the dead of night, fearing they would be hacked to death in their sleep. Thinking of this made them feel a chill run down their spines, filled with lingering fears. Zhou Chen scanned the crowd, carefully observing the subtle expressions of these expendables, and they indeed seemed untroubled. After this incident, who would still dare to collude with the outside world, as long as they weren't foolish? At this moment, Old Sun had already recovered, pulling out a small notebook. Xiao Zhou, I can guarantee that the remaining ones are trustworthy. These 9 followed me and fought the fiercest. Zhou Chen glanced at the names in the notebook, genuinely not knowing who was who. Good. He stood up. Those who perform well should be rewarded. Old Sun will treat everyone to an extra meal tonight. Extra meal. Upon hearing these 2 words, everyone became excited. Supplies were precious, and to plan for the long term, they had all been rationing their food. Otherwise, they wouldn't have felt so pained over the bag of flour today, wishing that the survivors would starve to death instead. Apart from the mixed meat soup that night, they hadn't tasted meat in several days. Tonight's extra meal would surely have meat. Thinking of the long-lost taste of meat, everyone swallowed their saliva. Zhou Chen said there are 3 more things. First, the people in Building 1 will be under your management. You must complete the tasks I assign within a month. Second, I will assign you a deputy leader. Starting today, Yang Sitian will take the position of deputy leader, assisting Old Sun in managing related affairs. All the expendable neighbors exchanged glances, feeling both envy and jealousy. Yang Sitian was fierce in battle, her strikes swift and ruthless like a cold-blooded animal. But they were not lacking either. They just weren't as obedient as her, more like loyal dogs. Perhaps that was Zhou Chen's true reason for promoting her. Compared to a group of thugs, Zhou Chen needed a loyal, vicious dog even more. Old Sun was somewhat surprised, feeling no discomfort about it. He understood that his softness needed someone with a strong, aggressive nature to keep these neighbors in line. Thirdly, I need to go out for a few days. The number of survivors able to move outside for extended periods is increasing. I must seize the time to search for supplies, as being slow could leave me with nothing. Upon hearing this, all the expendable neighbors immediately became tense. Zhoga, you don't need to be gone for a few days. Outdoor activities are inherently dangerous, and if you get tired or exhausted, there's not even a lookout nearby. Should we let Old Sun? No, Old Sun is not well. How about picking someone to accompany you? These were all here. Apart from Zhou Chen, anyone would perish outside within 30 minutes. Zhou Chen waved his hand. No need, I have roller skates. Even if you could come with me, you would only slow me down. You just need to secure the community. If any external enemies invade, retreat directly to the 15th floor. After explaining this, he suddenly remembered something. Zhou Chen turned his gaze to a group of women among you who knows how to make clothes. Making clothes. The women looked at it. Do you need clothes sewn? As homemakers, everyone knew how to sew. Zhou Chen shook his head. No, I mean making clothes, autumn shirts and socks. The temperature-regulating fabric was still lying in his space. He had worn and washed the finished products so much that he was due for a few new outfits. If no one here had this skill, he would have to ask the survivors in Building 1. No one expected the disheveled Long Xiaoyan to slowly raise her hand. I can do it. I studied fashion design, and making clothes is no problem. It's just that I don't have a sewing machine. Hand sewing will be a bit slow. And with the cold weather, her hands had already been frostbitten, but she didn't dare say this. She didn't want Zhou Chen to think of her as useless. She feared being kicked out one day. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up, snapping his fingers. You go back to your room. I'll bring the materials over soon. He then pointed to the corpses on the ground. Old Sun, take care of this. And also the bloodstains at my door. Old Sun immediately got busy. A group of men starting to move the bodies while a group of women went to fetch mops and brushes. Zhou Chen quickly handed the tools, fabric and needles to the little sister. The little sister was stunned. She thought she would need to sew by hand, but she didn't expect the tools to be so complete. These pieces of fabric were the same color and appeared to be of the same material. However, upon closer inspection, there were still subtle differences. Finally, it was her moment to shine. The little sister was full of confidence. Zhou Gu, making autumn shirts and socks is very simple. With a sewing machine, it becomes even easier. I just need to pull a wire. No, we'll go downstairs to do it. Zhou Chen certainly disagreed. There's still wire downstairs. I'll have Old Sun pull a wire up here. With so many people downstairs, if the secret of the fabric was discovered, even those without ill intentions could develop bad thoughts. Having finally subdued this group of expendable neighbors, it was better to keep things calm for a while. He pointed at the fabric and carefully reminded, remember, do not mix them up and do not let anyone downstairs see them. The little sister immediately cleaned the table and spread a clean sheet. She arranged all the tools in their respective places according to her usual habits. She breathed on her frostbitten hands excitedly, saying, Zhogo, aren't you going out for a few days? I have an address for you. If you get the chance, go check it out. There was a lot of fur stored there before, and fur is the best for warmth. This struck a chord with Zhou Chen. Disasters came one after another. In his past life, he only survived 3 years in the apocalypse. Who knew what kind of natural disaster would occur 3 years later? What if one day the tectonic plates collided, pushing the entire Arctic inland, or if the inland sank, forcing survivors to seek refuge on high-altitude icebergs? They would once again face extreme cold weather. His future was still long. Having as many supplies as possible was of course best. Chi-Ro stood nearby holding a small child and joining in the excitement. Although there was a bonfire in the house, it was still not as effective as a fireplace. To prevent frostbite, the small child was bundled up like a ball with both hands tucked into thick sleeves, and his face was rosy from the cold. Chi-Ro looked at him with longing. Big guy, if you bring back fur, can you reward me with a fur coat? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Give me a reason. Upon hearing there was a chance, Chi-Ro immediately got excited. I am young and invincible, as beautiful as a flower, obedient and skilled. Clap, clap, clap. Zhou Chen clapped slowly, utterly speechless at the girl's absurd antics. Next time you speak without thinking, I'll assign you to split firewood downstairs. Don't. Please, senior brother, I was wrong. Chi-Ro instantly wilted, cradling the child tightly as she scurried back to the fire for warmth. Power lines hadn't yet been strung up. The rebellious teen extended her frostbitten hands and began threading a needle. But it was bitterly cold. The trembling fingers fumbled, repeatedly failing to guide the thread through the eye. Zhou Chen pretended to search his pockets, then withdrew from his spatial ring a tube of chilblain ointment and a pair of thick cotton gloves, placing them silently on the table. The teen stared in stunned disbelief. Zhou Chen spoke flatly, expressionless. Every additional task carries its reward. I'd rather not have your blood smearing the fabric. It's revolting. Still gazing at those two simple items resting on the table, the teen's eyes brimmed with tears. After all, she was but a young girl. Wasn't every girl entitled to hands both graceful and unmarred? The moment Zhou Chen stepped away, Chi-Ro hurried forward, hugging the set of nesting dolls close. She beamed warmly and offered genuine comfort. You can breathe easy now. Once senior brother brings back more fabric, you'll have no shortage of work, and rewards will follow in kind. Should fortune favor us, don't forget me. The next morning at first light, Zhou Chen departed fully armed. He couldn't afford to remain hidden forever. Sooner or later questions would arise about the origin of his supplies, inviting suspicion and scrutiny. His ice skates blurred across the frozen ground. Within seconds, he shot past the neighborhood gate. From multiple directions, several pairs of binoculars locked onto him. Following his trajectory, rival factions from neighboring compounds sprang into motion. Zhou Chen raced across the ice, savoring the exhilarating rush of freedom, breathing crisp, clean air. Ahead, a figure dashed out, waving a white flag high even from afar. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened like a blade. His hand drifted to the iron hammer secured at his belt. Brother Zhou, please stay calm. I'm unarmed. He assumed those words alone would halt Zhou Chen's advance. Instead, the world seemed to blur. Then a gust of wind swept past him. With a sharp whoosh, the figure vanished beside him. One moment, they were nearly shoulder to shoulder. The next, when he whirled around, only a distant silhouette remained. Zhou Chen sprinted onward. Across 2 kilometers, over a dozen survivors emerged, waving white flags, calling out to him. He understood their intentions perfectly. Some sought alliance, others wished to submit and serve, still more harbored ill intent, to strip him of his gear by force. That single bounty announcement had drawn a swarm of survivors, but none had ventured far. All hailed from nearby compounds. None came from beyond a kilometer's radius. They dared not step outside, fearing they'd freeze to death before reaching safety. Zhou Chen had no desire for followers. He already bore the burden of sustaining that unruly mob back in his building. Nor did he seek partnerships, unless the other party possessed rare, valuable resources worthy of trade. As for those plotting against him, the precedent stood clear. The fearless were welcome to an icy baptism. Guided by the teen's address, Zhou Chen arrived at his destination over an hour later. This district housed a sprawling garment wholesale market. Vast in scale, its buildings tall and imposing. Now the lower 5 floors lay submerged beneath glacial ice. Only rooftops rose defiantly above the blizzard's fury. Snow and ice blanketed every roof, exposing only fragments of glass windows. No signage remained visible, let alone any indication of where foreign leather goods might be stocked. But was this truly a problem? Not in the slightest. Having come this far, he might as well scour every building thoroughly. After all, his spatial ring held boundless capacity. Zhou Chen raised his iron hammer and struck. Then he fled. Crash, shatter. Tempered glass exploded into shards, cascading with snow and ice onto the ground below. Once certain the area was secure, he swapped his skates for boots and approached the shattered window, peering down. Darkness swallowed the interior. Only faint scattered beams of light flickered dimly within. He drew a flashlight from his spatial ring and swept its beam downward. Stairwells, doorways, and corridors remained intact, untouched by other survivors. Demai Ju Bao Pen Lian Yi La Feng Kai Yuan Sheng Shi Exine. Store names sprawled across the district. Eccentric, whimsical, wildly varied. The influx of frigid air instantly glazed both corridor walls with frost. The flashlight featured a clamp mount, designed to affix securely to a helmet. Freed of the need to hold it, Zhou Chen swiftly retrieved a climbing rope, one end anchored firmly to the window's metal frame, the other looped around himself, as he slipped inside. Each floor of the wholesale market stretched vast, crisscrossed by numerous corridors, each lined on both sides with clothing stores. Quality here paled beside that of department stores, yet it served its purpose. Fortunately, nearly every garment was autumn weight, or even heavier winter grade. Compared to summer tees still stocked downtown, these were infinitely more practical. The apparel industry thrived on foresight. It guided consumer habits year-round, always striving to seize advantage before demand surged. Halfway through spring-summer collections appeared, halfway through summer-autumn lines debuted. Before winter even arrived, down jackets already filled the racks. Law and order long gone, Zhou Chen swung his hammer again. Clang, clang, clang. At first he worked methodically, emptying each shop with meticulous care. But as hours passed, patience waned. Soon he grew selective, discarding what failed to meet his standards. His method of acquisition demanded physical contact, hand after hand, item after item. Even for him, the monotony grew wearying. The mall loomed immense, overflowing with untouched goods. How long would it take to touch every piece, down to the last stitch? Bang! A sudden thunderous impact. The sound echoed from the blackness ahead. If no breach existed there to let in the wind, then the noise must be deliberate. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was striking the floor, rhythmically, insistently. A plea for rescue, or a carefully laid trap. Zhou Chen snapped off his flashlight and retreated silently into a nearby shop, crouching low behind the counter. His right hand gripped the hammer, his left drew the mountain-splitting cleaver from his belt. Until he knew the truth, he would not risk a single step forward. The knocking continued, urgent, almost frantic. Likely the silence from his end had sparked fear that he might vanish without trace. Is anyone there? He called out, then instantly shifted position, slipping unseen into another shop. Bang, bang, bang. Help! I'm a wholesaler trapped here for weeks. Do you have food? I have money. I'll pay you. This time the knocks intensified, desperate, ragged, and mingled with faint, trembling cries. Zhou Chen paused, then replied, voice booming. I hear you, don't panic. I'm coming now. No sooner had the words left his lips than he switched on his flashlight and sprinted back the way he'd come. Nonsense. A month into the cataclysm, trapped without food or water. How could anyone retain enough strength to pound a stick, let alone speak coherently? If they were still breathing, that alone bordered on miraculous. His footsteps echoed down the silent corridor, growing fainter, fading further into the distance. Damn it, he's running. After him. A beam of light flared to life. From the shadows, several figures surged forward, hunting Zhou Chen. He led them upward with heavy, unmistakable footfalls, then circled back silently to the stairwell's blind corner below. He raised his weapons, steadied his breath, and waited. From the chaotic rhythm of approaching steps, he estimated 4 or 5 assailants. For a faction, or any group, to field multiple members simultaneously, they must possess formidable strength and discipline. In short, they were ruthless, hardened fighters. I heard him head upstairs. Hurry, chase him. Zhou Chen held his breath, raised the iron hammer high. At the instant the first attacker crested the stairs, crunch. The hammer crashed into his skull. The blow carried lethal intent. His body stiffened, then collapsed rigidly to the floor. His woolen cap flew off, blood pulsed violently from a gaping wound in his head. Zhou Chen slashed sideways, felling one foe, then swung the hammer in a brutal arc, crushing the third skull, and lashed out with a whip-like kick, toppling the fourth. Right hand wielded hammer, left hand cleaver. Every strike precise, savage, relentless. His aura of lethality blazing unchecked. Within 5 seconds, 3 corpses lay motionless on the floor. The fourth kicked down and dazed stared in horror at his fallen comrades, then watched paralyzed with despair as Zhou Chen advanced upon him. No, don't kill me. Panic contorted his face. He dropped his weapon and scrambled upright, only to stagger forward as the iron hammer smashed into the base of his skull. Under the stark glare of several flashlights, Zhou Chen spared no one. He lifted his right foot and stepped calmly over the gory remains of one corpse. Help! A woman's cry for help echoed through the dark corridor. Zhou Chen, who was searching for corpses, felt an alarm ringing in his mind. Are there traps? Is anyone there? Please help me untie the ropes. I don't want to die here. The woman's sobbing trembled, gradually becoming heart-wrenching and surprisingly genuine. If this were an act, it would only show that the woman had great talent. Zhou Chen gripped his weapon tightly and moved toward the sound of crying. Not to save someone, but to kill. Falling for a woman's deceit was foolish enough once. Killing someone would allow him to gather resources with peace of mind. He just didn't expect that the person was truly a woman in need of rescue. Under the beam of the flashlight, the woman's hands and feet were bound, her winter coat torn open and her cotton pants pulled down to her knees as she shivered and struggled. This woman was disheveled, but upon closer inspection, she appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old and a stunning beauty. The flashlight blinded her, and after hoping for rescue, only fear remained on her face. Could it be that she just escaped a den of wolves only to fall into a tiger's mouth? The woman, tears streaming down her face and trembling, choked out, "If you want to just go ahead, but please don't kill me." Zhou Chen. What the hell? Not to mention whether he was a beast or not. It had been a month since the disaster, with no food and no baths, and no matter how exquisite and beautiful a woman was, she would become unkempt. The beauty in others' eyes looked no different than a crazy woman to Zhou Chen. He approached and crouched down. The woman instinctively shrank back, especially upon seeing the bloodied hammer in his hand, causing her to be utterly terrified. Zhou Chen did not reach out to untie her. Is there no one else here? The woman trembled even more, obediently nodding her head. Zhou Chen asked, I can save you, but I won't do it for free. What do you have to offer as a reward? The woman looked up at the clothing around her. Isn't the material here enough? Zhou Chen's tone turned cold. The resources here were originally mine. The woman. Isn't that a bit too domineering? Under the eaves one must bow their head. Trembling she pointed at a backpack nearby. I have a piece of beast skin in my bag, a real beast skin. Upon saying this she hurriedly explained, please don't misunderstand, this has been passed down in my family for 5 generations, it's definitely not ill-gotten gains. Even though social order had collapsed, her subconscious still feared the law. Zhou Chen opened the bag, and indeed there was a genuine piece of beast skin inside. No wonder she was so nervous. The tiger, a first-class endangered species, is worth a fortune. Zhou Chen unfolded it, revealing a complete tiger skin. The fur was glossy with a honey-yellow base color adorned with deep brown stripes, thick, soft, and smooth, warm to the touch. Upon closer inspection, this tiger skin did indeed have some age to it, so her claim of it being ancestral was likely true. However, whether it was truly passed down from her family is another question. This is a valuable item that money can't buy. Zhou Chen tossed the tiger skin onto the sofa and sat down, instantly elevating his status. Zhou Chen was very satisfied with this reward. Watching him shove the tiger skin into his own backpack, the woman, bound and helpless, felt a pang of pain. After receiving the reward, Zhou Chen finally used a knife to cut the ropes. The woman complied, eagerly regaining her freedom as she pulled up her pants and turned to put on her clothes. Zhou Chen inspected the store situation. There were over 20 plastic bags piled on the ground, and aside from a few cigarette butts, there were also some instant noodle and biscuit wrappers. The large black bags were incredibly spacious, which was a common trend in the clothing industry. Each bag was stuffed to the brim. Opening one revealed several fur coats. Opening a few more bags revealed they were all filled with fur. Although these coats were made of synthetic fur, they still held high warmth retention. After a rough estimate, there were probably over 200 pieces. Zhou Chen exclaimed internally that he was quite knowledgeable. The 4 thugs had entered the building before him. The thugs had a clear purpose, collecting fur resources. It was unclear how this woman ended up in their hands. However, it was certain that the thugs intended to do something unspeakable to the woman. At this moment, Zhou Chen's appearance disrupted the thugs' plans. The market was so vast, yet they all chose to enter the same building. Perhaps this was fate. With an outsider intruding, the thugs could only tie up the woman and secretly observe for a long time. When they confirmed he was alone, they planned to take advantage of their numbers, but instead they were counterattacked. A few fools. Zhou Chen couldn't help but curse. Surviving in -70-degree weather was a stroke of luck. How could they not cherish their lives? To get the best resources in this building, even if they weren't in a hurry to leave, they should avoid confrontation. If it weren't for the thugs' ill intentions, Zhou Chen might have considered retreating for his safety. Well, after all, these resources ultimately benefited him. Zhou Chen hurriedly stored the furs into his space. Why aren't you leaving yet? The woman standing still slowly picked up her empty bag. Then hesitantly looking at Zhou Chen, she said, Big brother, is there still a chance for me to redeem my ancestral beast skin? Zhou Chen, not angry but imposing, replied, Are you trying to die by thinking of my stuff? The woman immediately took a few steps back, feeling a wave of sorrow. My dad was right, my family really fell because of me. Zhou Chen, unwilling to see the woman with her tear-streaked face, said, I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, I won't mind adding another life to my hands. The woman shivered in fear, sidestepping Zhou Chen as she exited the store, then immediately ran. In her panic, she knocked over a trash can in the corridor. The building fell completely silent. Zhou Chen collected the fur bags on the ground and casually gathered everything in the store. Without legal constraints, he swung his hammer and worked vigorously. By the time he finished collecting on this floor, it was already... Zhou Chen sat down to replenish his energy. Having been given a second chance at life, his principle now was to never let himself suffer losses. He started a fire, set up a pot, and cooked a steaming bowl of tofu fish head soup, even frying himself a steak. After resting for a while, he headed to the next floor. Upon reaching upstairs, he casually swept the flashlight around. The items illuminated by the light made even a big man like him blush and his heart race. The flashlight scanned again. Goodness, wherever the light reached was filled with Victoria's Secret. A dazzling array of styles stimulated the eyes. Zhou Chen instinctively wanted to leave. This is a bit awkward. Moreover, these resources were of no use to him. Really of no use. Are you sure? Look at the black stockings worn by the models. His legs seemed to have a mind of their own, rooted to the spot. Deep inside, a voice seemed to be questioning him, mocking him, tempting him. Zhou Chen scoffed. Women. I don't care for it. As the sun set, Zhou Chen crawled out of the window, his expression somewhat unnatural. Behind him was a building that had been emptied. The cold wind carried a hint of snow. The woman tugged at the scarf around her neck, cautiously peeking out from behind the ruins in the icy wasteland. She watched as Zhou Chen approached another building and decisively smashed a window with his hammer. Is it getting dark? Isn't he going home? If he doesn't return home, how will he know where his house is? How can she retrieve the animal skin? That animal skin is a family heirloom. In the middle of the night, Zhou Chen, sleeping in his tent, faintly smelled a pungent odor of smoke. From his makeshift tent, he could see the windows of the building. Through the glass, he clearly saw flames raging outside. Amidst the thick smoke, someone stumbled out, covering their mouth and nose. Zhou Chen quickly put on his coat and cautiously observed from the window. Cough, cough. A survivor escaping the fire, covered in soot, knelt on the icy ground, tears streaming from their eyes. Looking back, the fire had already engulfed the entire building. That was close. Oh no, I must have exposed myself. The woman, panic-stricken, turned to look at the building across. In the glow of the raging fire, a tall figure emerged. Zhou Chen stepped out of the window wielding a hammer stained with dark. The woman got up and ran. While running, she fearfully explained, "I wasn't following you, I was just collecting supplies." In less than 5 seconds, Zhou Chen with his long legs caught up with her. Realizing she couldn't escape, the woman crouched down, hugging her head, pleading, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Zhou Chen stood in front of her, his sharp gaze filled with murderous intent. "This is what you brought upon yourself." Feeling the deadly threat, the woman suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Big brother, I beg you, I never intended to harm you. That animal skin is a family heirloom, I just couldn't bear to part with it. I just wanted to know where you live, hoping to find other supplies to trade for it back. My family is gone, I just want to keep a memory. Please don't kill me, sob sob." Just as the woman was crying and repeatedly bowing her head in supplication, a group of ragged survivors swaggered out nearby. There were 6 survivors in total, each armed with a weapon. Their clothes were insufficiently warm, and upon appearing they headed straight towards the burning building. The heat of the flames instantly invigorated them. Seeing 2 living people illuminated by the fire, their eyes glinted with greed. A short one eagerly swallowed his saliva. "Big brother, see, I told you there was a woman here. Haha, what a beautiful lady." They had been hungry for several days, and on the way over they thought it a pity to kill the woman after having their fun. But now that there was a man, that problem no longer existed. Killing the man for meat naturally meant they could keep the woman to play with slowly. The leader, a tall brute, deliberately displayed his weapon to intimidate the 2 prey while wearing a lewd grin. "Don't be afraid, beautiful, I'll let Big Brother protect you." Several little brothers followed suit, brandishing their weapons with an extremely arrogant attitude. "Big brother, leave this two-legged sheep to us." The woman was in shock. Two-legged sheep? Did this group of brutes consider people as two-legged sheep? Do they still have any humanity left? Faced with these 6 demons, the woman felt it would be better to be hammered to death by the man in front of her. Zhou Chen's face darkened terrifyingly. "Consider yourself lucky, a more wretched garbage has appeared now." After saying this to the woman, Zhou Chen turned around, flexing his wrists and cracking his neck. The 6 brutes were momentarily stunned, but the next second they burst into laughter. "Big brother, this two-legged sheep isn't afraid of us at all. The more arrogant he is now, the more cowardly he'll be when we chop off his arms and legs. I have an idea. If he doesn't kneel and call us daddy one by one, we won't let him off easy. Good idea, let's start by pissing off. I say we gouge his eyes, slice his kidneys, hang him by his breath, and stir-fry his kidneys in front of him, scaring him to death. This is to let him taste hell." "Ha ha." Zhou Chen did not turn back, warning the woman, "Are you not leaving yet? Do you want me to give you a hammer first?" The woman finally reacted, her stiff limbs struggling several times before she managed to crawl up from the ground. Then she fled without looking back. Seeing the woman run, the brutes immediately split up to chase her. Zhou Chen stepped forward. "Little trash, did I give you permission to leave?" The leading brute scoffed. "Quickly kill the person. We can't let our beautiful lady escape." In recent days they had killed at least 8 or 10 people. No matter how impressive someone was, they couldn't withstand the siege of 6 of them. In such a harsh environment, even if they were only grazed by one of their blades, it would only leave them waiting for death. "Kill him." Under the flames, the 6 brutes charged forward, wielding their knives and iron rods. Zhou Chen calmly tucked his hammer back into his belt and pulled out a high-pressure water gun from his storage. The running brutes instinctively hit the brakes. When they realized it was a water gun, they suddenly threw their heads back and laughed. "Oh my goodness, you almost scared me to death. I thought he could pull out a real gun, but it turned out to be a water gun. Ha ha, is he insane to use a water gun against us? This guy must be out of his mind. How could a water gun? Wait a minute. Water gun. Is it a high-pressure water gun? Damn. In this ultra-low temperature of -70 degrees, being hit by a high-pressure water gun could truly end their lives." The brutes reacted. The brutes wanted to run. Zhou Chen turned on the switch, and a water column the size of a child's arm shot out. Each of the 6 brutes was sprayed in the face with the freezing water column. Immediately after, they were drenched from head to toe, turning into drowned rats. Oh no. The icy water froze, and the wet, cold clothes clung to their skin instantly, inflicting a pain akin to being flayed alive. The brutes, now sluggish, fell to the ground one by one, writhing in pain and howling. The short brute, in his struggle, remembered the fire behind him, and desperately craving warmth, crawled towards the flames. In an instant, he became a man on fire, letting out a more horrifying wail. The other brutes, also longing to crawl towards the fire, looked on in terror at this scene. Steady footsteps approached from behind. The brutes turned in fear, watching as the tall figure, bloodstained hammer in hand, walked towards them. "No, don't kill me. Please spare us." They wanted to escape, but their stiff limbs would not move to survive. They could only continuously plead for their worthless lives. Zhou Chen approached, hammer raised. Bang! The sound of shattering bones was extremely clear, sending chills down the spine. Two-legged sheep. Call daddy. Gouge out eyes. Slice kidneys. Still want to stir-fry kidneys. What is hell? Zhou Chen's face was terrifyingly dark, resembling a demon that had crawled out from hell. He raised his hammer, striking hard with each question. With each strike, he held nothing back. Bang, bang, bang. The bones of the 5 brutes' hands and legs were shattered completely. It wasn't over yet. Zhou Chen dragged the 5 brutes like dead dogs one by one to the front of the burning building. The scorching heat of the fire immediately dispelled the chill from the brutes' bodies, their frozen limbs slowly regaining sensation, but but the true pain was just beginning. The fire was hot, the ground was cold, and the severed limbs caused intense agony. This feeling tormented them more than death itself. They cried to the heavens, but it was all in vain. Throughout the night, the area was filled with their excruciating wails. We are from the Hanging Explosives gang. We will not let you go. Some survivors nearby, hoping to take advantage of the fire, were terrified by the horrific screams and fled in panic. A night passed. The horrific wails from the wholesale market event spread like wings, reaching the ears of countless survivors. In no time, the nearby survivor circles were buzzing with discussions. Did you hear? The wholesale market is haunted. Did you hear? Someone is dressing up as a ghost to scare people in the market. Did you hear? There's a ghost pervert killing people in the market. I heard that too. The pervert is killing everywhere. No way. The little pickled vegetable, disguised as the pervert, is chasing the explosive gang to kill. What? The pickled vegetable from the explosive gang, disguised as the pervert, encountered several little asins screaming all night, "It's too perverse." The survivor circles around the market were in an uproar. The pickled vegetable circle, overwhelmed, banged its head against the wall. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The pervert circle was furious, pulling out their swords. Baka, this is disgrace. I will commit seppuku. The asin circle, deeply affected, clasped their hands in prayer. Great Shiva, I want to curse the rumormonger. May he have a daughter. The leader of the explosive gang angrily flipped the table. Bastard. Immediately put out the word, anyone who can catch the murderer, our gang, will reward heavily 2 packs. No 2 packs of instant noodles. The followers spread the message, and the gang members' eyes sparkled with excitement. None of this concerned Zhou Chen. He had been busy collecting supplies from building to building. By evening, he found the first shop of Maoxiong. Truly a fighting nation. Various realistic animal decorations hung on the walls, and in the center stood a roaring black bear with a wind chime made from white liquor bottles at the entrance. Zhou Chen burst through the door, causing several liquor bottles to clink together. The shelves were filled with mink, sables, arctic foxes, silver foxes, wolf, pelts, opossum, and various bear furs. Each fur was genuine, glossy, soft, and comfortable, warm and smooth, carrying a faint scent of animal skin. Not only were there pure furs, but also finished fur cloaks, hats, gloves, coats, pants, boots, and even leg bindings. Each item possessed considerable warmth. In the store, there was a treasure of the shop. A large cloak made from black bear fur reaching to the calves, with a piece of gray wolf fur specially inlaid at the shoulder. Zhou Chen decided to try it on. It felt a bit heavy in his hand, and was still a bit heavy when draped over his shoulders. Once he gradually adapted to its weight, he immediately discovered its advantages. The thick wolf fur and sturdy bear skin provided wind resistance and warmth, exuding an air of dominance. It was somewhat reminiscent of a character named Jon Snow from a globally popular TV series from over a decade ago. Zhou Chen wore it for a short, while feeling warm and reluctant to take it off. However, as majestic as it was in terms of practicality, it was no match for his own winter jacket. In a world where human hearts are treacherous, this coat would only invite envy and jealousy, constantly attracting the risk of death. Let it temporarily become a collectible. Once he finds a stable place to settle and secures the perimeter in his own territory, he could throw a tiger skin over a chair, drape the coat over himself, and flaunt as he pleased. With the furs acquired, he casually collected all the supplies in the building. Zhou Chen changed into roller skates and immediately headed for the next destination, the Armed Police Brigade. Compared to camping with troops in the countryside, the Armed Police Brigade in the city center was naturally the first choice. The Armed Police Brigade is a combat unit. The number of firearms and ammunition in their armory is absolutely astonishing. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Thus, he needed to seek out firearms, the more the better. The buildings of combat units were not tall, usually 2 or 3 stories, to facilitate rapid assembly. The only issue was that the buildings were buried beneath layers of ice, making it difficult to locate the armory. However, he could utilize the excavator he had collected earlier to dig slowly. It was merely a matter of consuming time and energy. The city was eerily silent. Only the sound of the wind and the sharp sound of roller skates sliding over the ice could be heard. Before him lay a vast expanse of white. Apart from some tall buildings, almost nothing else was visible. Zhou Chen swung his arms, maintaining a rapid forward motion, occasionally weaving around obstacles on the ice, as he sped along. Shadows flitted behind the glass of some tall buildings. Some spotted him, astonished, crouching at the windows to stare, excitedly waving at him. Humans possess the most tenacious vitality, much like the grass by the roadside. Even if it bends in the wind and rain, it soon regains its vigor. After a month of extreme cold in the apocalypse, the survivors who made it this far had mostly adapted to the ultra-low temperatures, unlike at the beginning, when they couldn't endure the cold, constantly feeling pain. However, the lack of outdoor warm gear remained unchanged. In sub-zero temperatures of -70 degrees, this could not be conquered by mere belief. In the shadows of the buildings on both sides, occasional peepers appeared. Those who survived might have different methods, but none were simple. Each could potentially be a latent enemy. In the apocalypse, one must never trust humanity. Zhou Chen took an hour to reach the Armed Police Brigade. Before him lay a flat expanse. If it weren't for having passed this way daily for work before, even with a map, now he might not be able to find the place. Zhou Chen changed into cold-resistant boots and found a sheltered spot to rest. As night fell, he took out the excavator. After trying to operate it for 10 minutes, he roughly grasped some basic controls of the excavator. It was time to show off. With these skills, even a teacher from Blue Sky Technical School would curse. Ding ding ding. The ground began to tremble, and the excavator emitted a harsh mechanical sound. Zhou Chen's digging work was busy yet seemingly blind. The ice layer was extremely compact, making the digging speed very slow. Each time he broke through a building, he had to jump down to check if it was the armory. He broke through several buildings and jumped down several times from the cafeteria to the office building, then to the dormitory. Surprisingly, he didn't see a single corpse. During the flood, when the water rose a meter, soldiers could not easily relocate. But later the seawater suddenly flooded the city, instantly submerging buildings below 5 stories, causing more than half of the city's residents to perish. Land transportation was unusable, and there were no large ships or submarines here, so logically, there should be many corpses left behind. Yet strangely, there were none, only the bodies of various fish, including a shark. Around 300 soldiers were in the armed police brigade. Where did all the soldiers go? Zhou Chen thought for a while. The only possibility was that during the citywide flood, they were participating in outdoor rescue. The flooding of seawater submerged the brigade, so they naturally needed to find another place to settle down. In fact, this could be seen as a good thing. Every soldier possesses a strong physique, organization, discipline, camaraderie, and patriotism. No suspicion, no scheming, no killing. Their survival rate is 1,000 times that of ordinary residents. Clang, clang, clang. Soldiers on flood relief duty would not be carrying firearms. At the thought of the armory stuffed with lethal weapons, Zhou Chen felt his blood rush. He steeled himself to work with single-minded zeal. With fierce, relentless effort, as if an excavator itself had been driven to smoke, he finally breached the armory before dawn. Zhou Chen could not help but feel relieved that the armed police detachment had been the one to respond. If he had foolishly headed for a unit of thousands with hundreds of acres of buildings to search, he might still be digging next year without ever finding the armory. He quietly gave himself credit for his prudence. Normally, opening an armory demanded multiple strict procedures. There was the infrared remote key for the main gate, a locked safe, sealing the external door keys, fingerprint verification, paired with keys, and so on. The process was rigorous and exacting. Zhou Chen knew he would not find a single key. He could only rummage through his space for breach tools. He donned a protective mask, lifted a metal cutter, and set to brutal forced entry. The shrill mechanical scream, the showering sparks, and his unremitting toil. 2 hours later, Zhou Chen had succeeded in entering the armory. The instant he slid through the steel door, the sight within was enough to quicken any man's pulse. Welcome to the paradise of armed men. As an ordinary civilian, this was his first real glimpse of an armory. Unlike the movies, there were no mounds of ammo crates heaped to the ceiling. On custom iron racks, black, gleaming weapons were displayed by Model Type 95 assault rifles, Seats LS-7 submachine guns. Zhou Chen casually lifted one and adopted an aiming stance. A fully loaded assault rifle with ample spare magazines. Whoever provoked him, give him a few minutes, and he would return a world devoid of fear. Lower down were rectangular black metal crates. He opened one and found, unsurprisingly, a sniper rifle. He drew a deep breath to restrain the impulse to touch everything immediately. Beside it lay 2 more heavy black metal chests that looked ponderously weighty. When he opened one, a chill ran through him. A Type 04 grenade launcher, operable by a single soldier or a squad, capable of a terrifying rate of fire and remarkable accuracy. Long range, enormous power, brutal lethality. The great cannon among infantry weapons. Zhou Chen felt as if he were dreaming and hurried to transfer these arms into his spatial stash. Next came the ammunition and gear, helmets hanging on the wall, camouflage uniforms, bulletproof vests, and a complete set of explosive-proof equipment. Nothing was left behind. With this haul of firearms, the future seemed promising. Zhou Chen floated on a private joy as he carefully placed each weapon rack item into his space. But he had not forgotten an old adage: extreme joy often sows sorrow. Before climbing back onto the roof, he took out a mirror and extended it to survey the surroundings. A night of excavator work had unsurprisingly drawn the attention of nearby survivors. Yet with a dark, windy night, those survivors had been too fearful to approach for a closer look. Now that morning had come, the bitter cold was the greatest enemy for those survivors. Those who could not get closer kept to the buildings to observe. A few wrapped in thick winter clothes and bearing weapons crept forward. The excavator clanged all night. Where did it go now? Maybe someone drove it off. Maybe it fell through the ice. If it fell, in fine. Pull it up, and it will be ours. Then the nearby supermarket will be ours to dig through. He'll sleep with 10 influencers then. Ha ha. The few survivors rubbed their hands in anticipation when suddenly a nimble figure sprang up from the snow. Seeing the thick, cold weather suit on that figure, each face twisted with greed. Quick, don't let him get away. Take off his coat and shoes. We might spare your life. At -70 degrees outside, would anyone survive removing their coat? Even if they did not kill him, the cold itself would. Such hypocrisy and robbery enraged him. With a hard kick from his right foot, Zhou Chen launched himself forward. He did not skate toward emptiness. Instead, he reversed direction and charged straight at the group of survivors. He drew a hammer from his belt and struck a fatal blow to the first man's head. Bang! The survivor spun 3 times on the spot. His face smeared with blood, the man's body lurched twice and then lay still. Those hiding inside the building witnessed the grisly scene with stunned horror. They had assumed this man would run at the first sign of danger. Who could have guessed he would charge heat into fight? With each swing, another corpse fell. His blows were pitiless. The sickening sound of skulls cracking carried far, chilling those who heard it. Bang, bang, bang. Using the speed and agility granted by his ice skates, Zhou Chen smashed at anyone he saw. He took a long, graceful glide away, leaving several headless corpses on the ground. The dozen or so survivors who had rushed out were all driven back in fear. But soon they returned, clawing at the bodies in a scramble, and then dispersed in a noisy rush. The corpses on the ground were stripped down to nothing but a pair of underpants. The morning wind moaned through the scene. A new light gleamed in Zhou Chen's eyes. This trip had paid off handsomely. Not only had he collected furs, he had also secured a cache of firearms. He could hardly contain his exhilaration. Zhou Chen could not help but let out a few triumphant howls. A nearby survivor, cautiously rifling through a trash bin, was startled by the sudden cries. He looked up to see a shadow flash past. Recognizing the clothing, the survivor was shocked. She darted after him, pursuing desperately and screaming at the top of her lungs. My fur! My ancestral fur! Her feet, numb and rigid from the cold, were shredded by the speed of his eye. She chased only a few dozen meters before the figure vanished entirely from sight. On the whitewashed street, there remained only plastic refuse whipped by the wind. In a state of boundless satisfaction, Zhou Chen detoured past 2 small supermarkets on his way home, gathering over 1,000 jean of zombie meat in a pile of rotten cabbages. He tried tearing off a rotten cabbage leaf. After peeling away a dozen layers of decay, the two-finger-sized core left was still edible. In former days, even pigs would refuse such cabbage. But to the survivors now starved of supplies and vitamins, it was a rare delicacy. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Zhou Chen was only a kilometer from home and about to enjoy a hot bath and but the Yinghua residential complex was billowing thick smoke. Zhou Chen stopped dead at the sight. He took out his binoculars, his expression darkened. The fire was in his own building. Smoke poured from the 15th floor in a black column. The surrounding ice was melting and falling away in chunks. His own floor-to-ceiling windows were blackened by soot. Something had happened. Crackle, static hissed through the walkie-talkie in his backpack. Xiaozhou, can you hear me? Do you see the smoke? It's me who said it. It's dangerous. Whatever you do, do not return. Do not come back, run. Lao Sun's voice was near hysteria, and the cries of women and children filled the background. Amid the clamor, there were repeated vicious thumps at the door. Open the door, or we'll beat you to death. Weren't you so brazen yesterday, electrocuting so many of us? Now there's no power. Damn you, I'll butcher you into mince when we get in. Lao Sun, straining to hold the metal door shut, wiped blood from his eyes. In the whole building, even the autistic child and 10-year-olds were bracing together to hold the iron gate. Each crash from the mob outside shook them to the core. They had been at it for a day and a night. Exhaustion had hollowed them out. It felt like a futile struggle. Despair had crept into every heart. Then the walkie-talkie that had sat dead for days suddenly crackled to life. The voice was clear, colder than an ice cellar. Tell those trash people to wash the blood from their collars. Dare to provoke me, Zhou Chen, and you must die. It's Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou has come back to save us. Everyone hold on together. Zhou Chen's voice undoubtedly brought hope of life to everyone. They transformed their previous despair and desolation, each one filled with renewed spirit. Originally exhausted, it felt as though they suddenly possessed boundless strength, bracing themselves against the door. A large group of thugs outside suddenly became bewildered. What was going on? They were about to break through the iron door, yet the people inside seemed to have regained their strength to struggle. Keep hitting. They can barely hold on any longer. If we break the door, the supplies and women inside will all be ours. The stairway was too narrow, and the 20-odd thugs split into 3 groups to take turns smashing the door. To keep warm, they even moved the firewood piled on the first floor upstairs. 3 teams took turns smashing the door, and after a day and night, they still hadn't broken through, not because they were weak, but because they were simply too hungry to muster any strength. The fact that these residents could withstand them for 24 hours indicated they were not used to starving. After so much time of back and forth, these residents were already exhausted. Thinking of the rich supplies behind the door, the thugs became even more energized as they swung their hammers. At that moment, Zhou Chen had already rushed to the community's main entrance. The 4 thugs on lookout saw someone breaking in and immediately approached with knives and clubs to block the way. Zhou Chen swept his assault rifle like a gust of wind, tearing through the bodies. The sound of gunfire caused the nearby survivors who had been watching in shock to freeze. Is that gunfire? It was already getting dark, and no one knew what had happened at the entrance of Sakura Community. Survivors with binoculars had been observing the thugs breaking down the door. Zhou Chen arrived at the first floor. The iron door here stood wide open, and the inside was a mess. He changed into thermal boots and proceeded through the corridor. Zhou Chen's face was grim as he ran upstairs. This was his territory, his home. This was the regret left to him by his parents. A bunch of trash dared to touch the home left to him by his parents, and they all deserved to die. Above, amidst the loud crashing against the door, there were also cheers from a group of thugs. Hurry, hurry, they can't hold on any longer. This door is about to break, brothers, give it your all. Victory was in sight. The supplies and women were right there. Even the thugs who had just switched off to rest couldn't sit still and rushed forward, cheering and shouting. As one careless thug stumbled, and was about to get up from the ground. The dark muzzle of a gun was pressed against his forehead. Before he could react, he looked up and found himself being held at gunpoint. The person pointing the gun at his head had a terrifyingly dark expression. Bang! The sharp gunshot rang out, and a spray of brain matter splattered against the wall. The sudden gunfire startled everyone inside and outside the iron door. The sound of smashing stopped abruptly, and a group of adrenaline-fueled thugs instinctively turned around, looking at Zhou Chen in shock. When they saw Zhou Chen holding a rifle, their shocked expressions were instantly replaced by fear. In their panic, they desperately retreated, fearing for their lives. No one dared to stand in front. Each thug tried to squeeze back behind the crowd, only to be pushed out by their comrades behind them. The thug pushed out to block the gun ended up wetting his pants in fear. A thug, wide-eyed with terror, pleaded, "Don't kill me." Zhou Chen raised the gun without a shred of hesitation and bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted and bullets flew out of the barrel as if they were worthless. Shells dropped at Zhou Chen's feet. The cries of horror were incessant, with the thugs who were shot falling one by one, rolling down the stairs. Zhou Chen's first time firing lacked rhythm and precision. He swept the thugs with wild shots. After exhausting 30 rounds, he immediately switched to a new magazine and continued shooting. The continuous gunfire spread out for a mile, and every survivor nearby heard it clearly. Survivors holding binoculars witnessed through the broken corridor window as the group of thugs were shot to death. Each body had at least 2 bullet holes. Some thugs were shot to pieces, others had their intestines spilled on the ground, while some had half their heads blown to bits. Terrifying. A horrifying massacre unfolded just like that. Indeed, this was a merciless slaughter. With absolute firepower, the group of thugs was like helpless bugs, unable to resist. The survivor gangs nearby were no longer shocked by the fact that Zhou Chen had a gun, but instead began to fear his ruthless and merciless nature. 20-odd lives, Zhou Chen wouldn't even grant them the chance to kneel and beg for mercy. At that moment, countless survivors mobilized, not out of greed for weapons and ammunition, but to do something to Zhou Chen. They might have wanted to, but they feared for their lives. Members of various gangs gathered in their respective factions primarily to discuss how to build a good relationship with Zhou Chen. At this moment, everyone in the Iron Head gang across from Sakura community was terrified. The thugs who had just died under the gun were members of their Iron Head gang. With Zhou Chen holding a gun, what could they use to resist? Thinking about the possibility of Zhou Chen coming to take revenge, every member from the leader down was terrified and panicked. When the gunfire stopped, Old Sun and the others behind the iron door still looked bewildered. Gunfire? Where did the gun come from? It's not their fault. As ordinary citizens hearing a series of gunshots at close range, anyone would question their life. Little Zhou. Old Sun trembled as he clung to the now quiet iron door. Besides Zhou Chen, he couldn't think of anyone. It's me. Zhou Chen was crouched down, rummaging through the pockets of the corpses. He found the answer he wanted from several ID cards, which bore the same community address. Immediately afterward, he turned and went downstairs. Zhou Chen swaggered out of the community with his rifle, striding across the street. Upon reaching the opposite Jin Yuan community, he directly opened fire, taking down 2 guards. Upon hearing the gunfire at the entrance, the Iron Head gang trembled in fear. He's coming. It's Zhou Chen, he's come to take revenge on us. The leader trembled, completely panicked. The 2 vice leaders exchanged glances, instantly forming a tacit understanding. One wrapped his arms around the leader's neck from behind, while the other raised a kitchen knife and began to chop wildly. All the members were scared, hiding in the corners, their ears filled with the leader's screams. The bloodied head of the leader, "Those thugs have nothing to do with us. Everything was directed by the leader." The terrified gang members gradually understood the meaning of the 2 vice leaders and saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Yes, everything was the leader's orders. We opposed it. That's right. It was the leader's insistence. We had nothing to do with it. But would Zhou Chen believe their explanations? The sounds of banging on the security door already indicated everything. They had no chance to deceive him. The security door was cut open by a cutting machine, and soon thick smoke began to seep in. Hiding inside, members of the Iron Head gang covered their mouths and noses while desperately explaining to those outside. But there was not a single response. The pouring smoke increased, leaving them with nowhere to hide. They couldn't jump out. Opening the door was their only chance of survival. When the security door opened, disregarding the pile of burning charcoal on the ground, a group rushed out in a panic with dark muzzles aimed at them. Bang, bang, bang. In the dim corridor, the flames, accompanied by gunfire, harvested countless thug lives. Bodies piled up at the narrow entrance, and the terrified thugs could only retreat and beg for mercy. Zhou Chen would not bother to clear the bodies, nor would he let the remaining thugs inside go. He took out a bucket of gasoline and doused it over the pile of corpses. The piles of corpses that had not extinguished the fires instantly ignited into a high blaze. Some thugs who were not yet dead among the pile of corpses screamed in agony as the flames engulfed them, struggling but pinned down by the bodies on top of them, only to be burned alive. The thugs inside, fearing being shot, could not bear the thick smoke and were forced into a corner, choosing to jump out of the window. At 10 stories high, jumping down would mean becoming a corpse. Zhou Chen, holding the rifle, wore an expressionless face. One man swaggered in while another swaggered out, leaving no one alive after the killings and the burning of bodies. Make friends. Must get close to Zhou Chen. Within half an hour, having witnessed Zhou Chen's formidable demeanor and ruthless tactics twice, all the nearby gangs had only one thought. We must establish a connection with Zhou Chen. We must befriend him. Some gangs that had previously plotted against the Sakura community were now sweating in fear, thankful that they hadn't acted. Having seen the fate of the Iron Head gang, now the nearby gangs know. All surviving gangs in the city who could afford to provoke Zhou Chen. He kills without blinking, and after finishing, he even burns the bodies. Zhou Chen is a heartless monster, a true madman. Moreover, he's a madman armed with firearms unmatched in strength. Whoever provokes him is a big fool. From this moment on, the outside survivors gave Zhou Chen the nickname Mad Zhou. Zhou Chen returned to the community. The group of survivors, having escaped death, huddled together, trembling, with timid women and children crying loudly. It was terrifying. They had almost died at the hands of a group of thugs. Zhou Chen saved everyone again. Zhou Chen placed the rifle on the table and pulled up a chair to sit down. Thinking of how old Sun had reminded him of the danger by setting a fire at a critical moment and desperately calling over the intercom for him not to come back, Zhou Chen felt a bit moved. He took out the first aid kit he had prepared in advance and instructed them to bandage each other. Everyone was injured, mostly scrapes or minor knife wounds, nothing serious. Old Sun had been stabbed in the back, but fortunately his clothes were thick enough, preventing serious consequences. Despite this, he had still endured a day and night. The bonfire blazed brightly, quickly dispelling half the cold. Under the warmth of the flames, the neighbors who had been bandaged began to calm down. Zhou Chen asked what happened. Old Sun was busy stitching himself up, enduring the pain, without anesthetic, unable. The neighbors, still shaken, trembled at the thought of their experiences over the past 2 days, struggling to speak coherently. A young man with yellow hair stepped forward. Let me explain. Zhou Chen had already noticed an unfamiliar face in the building. Who are you? The young man with yellow hair flicked his disheveled hair and casually replied, I am from the bombing gang of Hanyan community. Mentioning his gang, he quickly clarified, it's the bombing gang, not the adjacent district's bombing gang. Our boss has a grudge against theirs. Zhou Chen reached for his gun. Get to the point. The young man's heart skipped a beat, immediately correcting his posture, standing upright. Brother Zhou, here's the thing. The Iron Head gang came to our bombing gang the day before yesterday, claiming you're Sakura gang. Yang Xitian, pouring alcohol over a wound, exploded on the spot. What Sakura gang? Who is the Sakura gang? That bunch of beasts from the Sakura gang has already been taken down by Brother Zhou. Oh yes, my mistake. The young man quickly apologized, feeling that this little woman was quite fierce. The Iron Head gang said you have a large stockpile of supplies in the Sakura community, and they can smell the aroma of food, even meat, from hundreds of meters away. The Iron Head gang said they would take you down and share the supplies, but they were scolded away by our boss. Our boss said that resources should be obtained through ability. Killing and robbing isn't real ability, it's trash behavior by trash people. Our bombing gang will not engage in that. In fact, they weren't scolded away, but at this moment it had to be said that they were, and it was a chance to boast about their boss. Yesterday the boss sent me to find the building owner, hoping to trade with you to exchange resources and establish a long-term friendly cooperative relationship. I didn't expect that as soon as I found Boss Sun, those trash from the Iron Head gang came to attack. Fortunately, Brother Zhou arrived in time, otherwise my little life would have been lost here. Brother Zhou, you are my rebirth parents. Zhou Chen looked at Old Sun, who nodded to confirm that the yellow-haired boy was telling the truth. Moreover, the young man looked at the group of survivors and gave a thumbs up. The people of Sakura community are brave, resilient, and united. Brother Zhou truly leads well. Flattery never gets old. Zhou Chen's sharp gaze scrutinized the young man. He was casual with a smooth tongue. His eyes revealed cleverness along with the shrewdness of a small-time vendor. Zhou Chen said, your gang is a second-hand dealer, right? The young man raised his thumb again. Brother Zhou, you have sharp eyes. A second-hand dealer is someone who resells various goods for a profit. This profession has a bad reputation and is often looked down upon. But when the young man admitted to being a second-hand dealer, his eyes sparkled, as if he believed he was doing something remarkable. The young man rubbed his hands together, wearing a fawning expression. Brother Zhou, my boss has been in this business for many years with a reputation that has always been #1 in the industry. Absolutely fair prices, no cheating. I wonder if you have any supplies you need. Zhou Chen intertwined his fingers, resting his hands on his thighs. What I need, can you all get it? The young man was overjoyed and immediately perked up. Brother Zhou, don't worry. The customer is king. Whatever the king needs, our bombing gang will do our utmost to procure it. Zhou Chen asked, a helicopter, can you get that? The young man was taken aback, clutching his chest with one hand, and after a long moment, he came to his senses as expected of Brother Zhou. Right off the bat, you're asking for something as grand as a helicopter. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to get it. Zhou Chen was direct. What do you want from me in return? The young man couldn't help but swallow. Brother Zhou, to be honest, food is currently the most valuable, but of course other supplies can also be traded. He stole a glance at the rifle on the table, just a glance, looking too long might get him shot. Zhou Chen couldn't help but show a sly smile. Food. He had plenty in his space, enough to last 10 lifetimes. If this bombing gang could really get a helicopter, he wouldn't mind offering up a batch of zombie meat. The young man walked away feeling delighted. He felt he was about to make a fortune. Gurgle. As soon as the young man left, everyone's stomachs began to grumble uncontrollably. Thinking about how the fire had burned up all the supplies made him feel sad. Brother Zhou hurried back to save them. Even if he had found supplies before, they would have been abandoned on the road, and now they were probably picked up by other survivors. Exhausted, sleepy, and hungry, it was truly unbearable. Zhou Chen took his gun and went out, instructing Yang Sitian to settle everyone down. After wandering outside for a while, he returned carrying a bag. Besides zombie meat and rotten cabbage, there were also some biscuits and instant noodles. The neighbors who thought they would go hungry were overjoyed. Soon a pot of steaming cabbage and pork was ready. Old Sun was still slumped in the chair, wearing the blood-stained military coat again. Facing the food brought by the young girl, he shook his head to indicate he wasn't ready to eat yet. The usually oblivious autistic child suddenly kicked his legs in Chi-Rao's arms. "What's wrong?" Chi-Rao thought he needed to pee, so she put him down. The bundled-up autistic child staggered over to Old Sun, staring with round eyes. In a baby voice, he called. Old Sun was stunned. Everyone was stunned. At that moment, everyone's gaze fell on the pair of grandparent and grandchild, including Zhou Chen, who was about to go back inside to rest. Old Sun was stunned for a long time. When he finally reacted, his eyes were already moist, and his voice was choked with emotion. "Oh, my dear grandson." At that moment, he felt that everything was worth it. Old Sun was also a man with a grandson. The hot water was already filled. Zhou Chen shaved his beard and lay down to soak. The temperature was just right. Bathing in hot water during the extreme cold was simply delightful. Enjoying the comfortable water temperature, he slowly organized the supplies in the space, staring at the piles of clothes and shoes. He fell into deep thought. A night without dreams. The first thing Zhou Chen did upon waking was to call Old Sun to the rooftop. Old Sun, not as resilient to the cold as Zhou Chen, stood against the wall, pulling his military coat tightly around himself, not daring to take a step outside. Zhou Chen handed Old Sun a cigarette. Old Sun was taken aback, but happily accepted it. The two of them shared a puff of smoke. Old Sun was a heavy smoker and took 2 deep drags, his face filled with ecstasy. "This stuff is hard to find now, right?" Zhou Chen stuffed the remaining half-pack into Old Sun's hand. "It's hard to find, collected from the bodies of the thugs." Old Sun didn't hesitate and happily tucked it into his pocket. "Little Zhou, you specifically called me here. Is there something?" Zhou Chen nodded and asked, "Are you really planning to take care of that child forever?" Old Sun's face was resolute. "Of course, he's already calling me grandpa. No matter how tough it gets, I can't give up on him." At this point, he voiced his request. "Little Zhou, can you take me with you next time you go out? I couldn't sleep a wink last night. When that child called me grandpa, I must take on the responsibility of supporting him. Relying on you alone isn't a solution." Zhou Chen said, "I thought a lot last night. Hey, race my plan. I'll give you a batch of supplies, and you all can move out." Old Sun was startled. "Move out? Where to move?" Last night, they almost died at the hands of a group of thugs. Not just him, all the neighbors in the building realized that the world was more dangerous than they had imagined. They were few in number and had families to take care of. Even if they were given more supplies, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves and would likely perish within 3 days. Zhou Chen exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "No, the Sakura community is quite large. What I mean is you should find a cleaner building, or it would be more comfortable to live there. The survivors of Building 1 will still be managed by you. Whether it's enslavement or incorporation is up to you to decide. The world has changed. Everyone needs to experience the survival crisis firsthand to better protect themselves and their families in the future." Old Sun pondered for a long time. "Little Zhou, how long do you think this extreme cold disaster will last?" Zhou Chen smiled and said, "Perhaps after this extreme cold disaster, new calamities will emerge." Old Sun couldn't help but widen his eyes, though he felt it was unlikely. He was still deeply frightened. Do we really have? Inside, he was unwilling. He felt that those neighbors were also reluctant. On one hand, everyone was too dependent on Zhou Chen for supplies. On the other hand, it was relatively safe for him to live with Zhou Chen, who had a gun. But Zhou Chen was right. Everyone was too dependent on him, which would gradually erode their ability to survive. In a survival environment governed by the law of the jungle, this was definitely not a good thing. Zhou Chen smiled a somewhat cold smile. "Old Sun, to be honest, everyone will eventually have to part ways. You have no ties to me. To put it bluntly, you are a burden to me. I will leave here, but I don't want to travel with a group of Old Sun's face turned red, feeling ashamed inside. "Indeed, you have helped everyone too much, but we really have no ability to repay you." Zhou Chen shook his head. "Old Sun, I'm not like you. You want everyone to live well, but they can only have a future by following you." He patted Old Sun on the shoulder. "This time when I go out, I've hidden a lot of supplies outside. Tonight I'll go get them back, enough for you all to last a month if you ration it." After that, he would wash his hands of the matter. Old Sun wanted to refuse, but thinking about how all the supplies in the building had been burned, and even the blankets were down to a few, everyone indeed needed a batch of supplies. "Little Zhou, thank you. I understand your meaning. From now on, I will try to take everyone out to find supplies and adapt to the dangers outside as soon as possible. If you need anything, just let me know." Zhou Chen nodded. "Of course, if I really need your help, I will exchange supplies for your assistance." Old Sun wanted to ask Zhou Chen to reconsider, but with the conversation reaching this point, he felt embarrassed to speak further. They had no ties, and Zhou Chen's help was already more than enough. To forge iron, one must first be strong. Let's wait until everyone becomes stronger before discussing it. Old Sun acted quickly and gathered everyone together to discuss the matter the same day. When the cannon fodder neighbors heard this, naturally none of them were willing to move out. Old Sun tried hard to persuade them for a long time. "Why is everyone so pessimistic? It's just moving away from this building, not out of the community. As long as we stay in the same community with little Zhou around who dares to come and cause trouble. But we need to adapt to the current survival rules. People will always have to separate. If this disaster can pass, that's great, but what if other disasters follow? What if the calamity never resolves? Are we going to let little Zhou support us indefinitely? That's unrealistic. That night, Zhou Chen used a skateboard as a sled, dragging supplies that were several meters long behind him. Each person received 2 blankets, winter clothing, and a pair of cotton shoes. He allocated dozens of pounds of zombie meat, instant noodles, biscuits, flour, and corn. He even gave away hundreds of pounds of rotten cabbage. This batch of supplies would be enough to drive the outside survivors mad and make them fight for it. When the cannon fodder neighbors saw these supplies, they were all dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, they were anxious, thinking that without Zhou Chen, they would either starve or freeze to death. Now they felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. Once again, they sincerely thanked Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen didn't need the gratitude of the cannon fodder neighbors at all. He was just clearing away the burdens. To facilitate the management of the survivors in Building 1, and not wanting to be too far from Zhou Chen, the cannon fodder neighbors chose a building in the middle of the community. With too many supplies, fearing being targeted by the thugs outside, everyone decided to move overnight. They quickly got to work, moving with great enthusiasm. Yang Sitian directly asked Zhou Chen, "Brother, Zhou, do I have to move too?" Zhou Chen replied expressionlessly, "You are the deputy building master. If you don't move, who will help old son manage the entire community?" He pointed to the little girl. "You stay here for now, and make the clothes." The little girl nodded, frantically pulling her good friend aside. "Sitian, you go move first. Once I've made all the clothes, brother Zhou needs, I'll come find you after getting my reward." Chi-Ro rubbed her doll against Zhou Chen. "Boss, I don't want to leave you." Zhou Chen almost kicked her out of the building. "Old son is very righteous. Following him is your way out." Chi-Ro nodded. After relying on Zhou Chen for so long, she felt he was good at everything except being a bit cold, as if he didn't want to form too many emotional ties with anyone. Also, who wouldn't feel cold after being betrayed by family, lovers, and friends? Old son carried his luggage. "I've packed." Zhou Chen said, "Bring that generator with you." He had already given too much. As for the diesel needed for the generator, they should find it themselves. Old son felt very touched inside. This thing was too precious. The entire city was without power, and at night all sorts of monsters came out to cause trouble. With the generator, the stairway door would have electricity, making it safer for everyone to stay. Once Old son and the others left, the entire building fell silent. Zhou Chen immediately placed a pile of furs in front of the little girl. "This is your task. If you do it well, I will reward you with a generous supply. However, if you let this matter leak out, even if it's just to one person, you both will die." A month has passed in the blink of an eye. The extreme cold has claimed the lives of many. The simple walls of the community have been erected, but among the 30 survivors of Building 1, only about 10 remain. The bodies were thrown out of the community and disappeared that very night. In every district of the city, a horde of ghouls appeared, a group of starving survivors who had lost their sanity, fixated on each community. Whenever a community had bodies taken out, they would take action. At first, they snuck around in the dark to steal corpses, but soon they became bold enough to seize them in broad daylight. A yellow-haired man shivered as he arrived at Sakura community. He first found Old Son, and after obtaining Old Son's permission, he was allowed to enter the community and rushed to Building 21. Zhou Chen had already received news through the intercom. Yellow hair. That two-faced traitor. After a month of silence, he thought the other party had already perished. Zhou Chen did not allow him to go upstairs, only permitting him to stay on the ground floor to avoid the wind. The yellow-haired man exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Zhou, there's news about the items you wanted. Tell me in detail," Zhou Chen said. The yellow-haired man immediately became animated and recounted, "It's really hard to find a helicopter. We threw some inquiries at the bombing gang and finally found out that a wealthy businessman is interested in selling one. The boss took us to see it. The item is indeed good, but the businessman has a large family, and their asking price is very high." Zhou Chen asked, "What does he want?" The yellow-haired man trembled as he pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket filled with a list of supplies: 10,000 pounds of wuchang rice, 10,000 pounds of high-grade flour, 10,000 pounds of pork, 20,000 pounds of vegetables, luxury, brand-down jackets. Zhou Chen interrupted directly enough. "Let the wealthy family starve to death. Wuchang rice. High-grade flour. Has the wealthy businessman lost his mind and not noticed what time it is?" The yellow-haired man expressed serious agreement. "It's indeed absurd. Countless people die of starvation every day. These wealthy people had plenty of supplies before, and their villas are in remote areas, so they have never encountered any marauders. That's why they are unaware of the suffering of the world. Our boss means to let him stew for a while. Once his entire family is on the verge of starvation, he won't dare to be picky." The yellow-haired man rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Brother Zhou, I didn't want to disturb you when there was no news about the helicopter before. Now that we have leads, we will definitely keep a close watch on this matter. By the way, do you need any other supplies?" Zhou Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Books, do you have any?" The yellow-haired man was, "This big brother looks quite smart. Why would he need something like books? Are you going to tear them up to keep warm? You might as well ask for wood." "Oh, wood burns better than books." Zhou Chen pointed in a direction. "There's the largest library in the city over there. The top floor should not have been flooded. If you can get me the books, I'll take as many as you have, weighed by the pound. How about 30 pounds of instant noodles for a package?" 30 pounds for a package of instant noodles. What are we waiting for? The yellow-haired man eagerly agreed, flattered Zhou Chen a few times, and then hurried off. Finding books is much easier than finding a helicopter. The next day, the yellow-haired man arrived with a large group. Including him, there were over a dozen survivors looking like beggars, each pulling a cart into Sakura community. Old Sun and the others all ran out to watch. The yellow-haired man pulled out a small notebook. Brother Zhou, we have a total of 2,415 pounds of books here. Round it down to 2,400 pounds, and you just need to pay 80 packs of instant noodles. Do you have a scale? Let's weigh it again in front of you. We have a lot of people, it won't take long. Zhou Chen waved his hand. No need to weigh it, or just put the books in the stairwell. Then he pretended to look troubled. I don't have 80 packs of instant noodles on hand. Can the missing part be compensated with? The yellow-haired man nodded eagerly. Of course. Every supply has its value, but food is the most valuable, and other materials. Zhou Chen said, steamed buns noodles, is that okay? The yellow-haired man was overjoyed. That's absolutely fine. Books are just something that can be torn up for firewood, to trade for the most precious food. He hit the jackpot. The members of the bombing gang who came with the yellow-haired man were also grinning from ear to ear. They looked at Zhou Chen as if he were a big fat sheep. While these people moved the books from the carts into the corridor, Zhou Chen pretended to go upstairs to fetch supplies. Half an hour later, he came down holding a black plastic bag. Inside were 20 packs of instant noodles, 10 bundles of noodles, 15 rotten cabbages, and then a few dozen hard steamed buns. The buns were dark and covered with mold, hard as stones on the roadside. But they were still precious supplies that countless survivors longed for. What good are winter clothes? What good is knowing the thick ice layer is over 10 meters deep? Are you going to dig it with your hands? Zhou Chen pretended to be heartbroken. If it weren't for my love of reading, I really wouldn't be willing to take out such precious supplies for exchange. The yellow-haired man sincerely expressed understanding. How precious is food? Even a moldy steamed bun could lead to a bloodbath. He hugged the bag of food tightly to his chest, his face flushed with excitement. Brother Zhou, do you still want books? We haven't finished moving from the library yet. In fact, this visit was just a test to see if they could really exchange for food. Now that they had truly exchanged for food naturally, they planned to work hard. He was just afraid that Brother Zhou would say he didn't want any more if these books were already enough for him to read for years. Thinking of this possibility made him feel a pang of pain in his stomach. Zhou Chen couldn't help but know what the yellow-haired man was thinking. Yes, but the food I have is not much either. How about this? You come every 2 days, and I need time to search for supplies outside. The yellow-haired man nearly rushed over to hug Zhou Chen's leg. No problem. Brother Zhou, you are my benefactor. When the bombing gang arrived, he was anxious. Now that he was leaving with supplies, he couldn't be happier. Once these people left, Old Sun came over. He had been living in hardship during this time, and 2 scars had formed on his face. Old Sun truly could not understand. Xiao Zhou, what do you want these books for? Exchanging a bag of food for useless books, he felt pain just watching from the side. Zhou Chen smiled. I'm bored, just passing the time. I originally wanted to run to the library myself, but now that someone is running errands, I'm quite happy to be idle. This transaction quickly spread to various gangs. Everyone was shocked. The notorious Zhou madman actually liked to read. For those gangs that had been trying to befriend Zhou Chen but had never succeeded. At this moment, they were all considering whether to curry favor with him by bringing some books to Zhou madman. From that day on, the yellow-haired man brought gang members with carts to deliver supplies every 2 days. And the quantity increased each time. Zhou Chen went out every day to let air and pretending to search for supplies. In half a month, he collected tens of thousands of books covering both domestic and foreign literature with knowledge spanning various fields. Zhou Chen stored them all in his space, casually picking one out to read when he was bored, enriching his spiritual world and enhancing his mental entertainment. Recently, the yellow-haired man had been bringing supplies steadily. His complexion improved significantly, and he had even Brother Zhou, that wealthy businessman, has been left to stew for half a month. He finally couldn't hold on any longer and has relented. Our boss asked me when it's convenient for you to go trade. The sooner the better. Zhou Chen responded. The extreme cold was about to end, followed by extreme heat, plague, and earthquakes. The city would be a hot spot for the plague, and he planned to leave before the extreme heat ended and the plague broke out. Survival in the wilderness is unstable. When an earthquake strikes, where on land is safer than in the sky. Tools for escape, like helicopters, should naturally be acquired as soon as possible. The next morning, Zhou Chen was fully armed as he stepped out. The journey to the wealthy merchant's villa on the outskirts of the city was long. Considering his own safety, his gear today was quite different from before. This time, he donned a complete set of riot gear provided by the armed police unit. With a riot helmet, riot suit, riot knee pads, baton, and crowd control equipment, he looked imposing. Fully armed from head to toe, the only thing missing was a riot shield in his hands. Zhou Chen could not carry the heavy shield on his journey, so he opted for a gun instead. The 95 assault rifle came with a strap that hung around his neck, allowing him to carry it on his back, ready to strike at any moment when danger arose. He also carried a large backpack. A backpack was now a must-have for survivors. Some survivors even had various bags packed inside theirs. Every time he went out to scavenge for supplies, he wished he could fill it to the brim. However, while ideals were grand, reality was harsh. If he managed to pack it halfway full, he was already the envy of others. Zhou Chen quickly put on his skates and swooped over to the community entrance. Huang Mao and his boss had been waiting there at the gate. During this time, Huang Mao had become familiar with Lao Sun and the others, and they were chatting together. In this dreadful weather, everyone was bundled up tightly, with only their eyes visible, making it impossible to discern their faces. When Zhou Chen made his appearance, everyone was taken aback. Everyone's eyes widened with shock, envy, and jealousy. Wow, this outfit was simply stunning. Huang Mao couldn't help but swallow. Brother Zhou, you look absolutely amazing. Lao Sun found it hard to believe. Xiao Zhou, where did you get this riot gear? A middle-aged man with 2 knives at his waist looked longingly. Brother Zhou, do you have any more of this gear? No, I was just lucky to grab this set. The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel disappointed. These things are indeed hard to find. I wanted to go to the police station to get a set, but the ice is too thick and hard. It's simply unrealistic to dig through it by hand. Huang Mao seized the opportunity to introduce the two. Brother Zhou, this is my boss Yang Ziming, the leader of the bombing gang. And this is our super client, Brother Zhou. Zhou Chen nodded. Yang Ziming understood the rules and nodded in greeting from a distance of 3 meters. Lao Sun knew they had business to discuss and wisely left. Zhou Chen observed Yang Ziming and Huang Mao's attire. They were well bundled in winter clothes with weapons at their waists, but their shoes. Yang Ziming was eager to finalize this deal. This was a massive order, and he could reap substantial benefits from it. The wealthy merchant's villa in the Maohua mountain area on the outskirts of the city used to take 2 hours by car before the disaster. Now, with the extreme cold, vehicles won't start. If we leave at this point, we should arrive by 4 p.m. It's not just because of walking. Mainly in such low temperatures, humans can't withstand the cold, and the thicker the clothes, the more it affects movement. Zhou Chen skated around in place. He didn't want to spend a day with these two, wasting time and suffering. Zhou Chen pretended to rummage through his bag and pulled out 2 pairs of ice skates. You can skate, right? Their eyes lit up. Huang Mao nodded vigorously. Of course. Both the boss and I are from Harbin. Oh, we wouldn't forget how to skate, even if we skipped meals. Zhou Chen placed the skates on the ground and withdrew 3 meters to maintain a safe distance. You can borrow these, but they— Yang Ziming nodded happily. Having the skates would make things much easier, that's for sure, Brother Zhou. You can rest assured doing business with me. No one who has ever traded with me, Yang Ziming, has said him not trustworthy. In the apocalypse, people's hearts are hard to gauge. Zhou Chen wouldn't let his guard down just because of a few flattering words. The two tried on the skates and glided around in place, immediately feeling the urge to get a few pairs. Brother Zhou, let's set off. With these we can reach in half a day. Zhou Chen squinted. You two go ahead. Yang Ziming didn't find it surprising. He chuckled and kicked off. Huang Mao excitedly shouted, Boss, let me take the lead. If it were usual, Yang Ziming wouldn't mind, but now he felt the freedom like the wind. Get lost. When I was out here, you were still in diapers. Do I need you to protect me? As a result, the two argued, both wanting to be at the front to enjoy this moment of freedom. Yang Ziming occasionally glanced back to check on Zhou Chen. Both he and Huang Mao were from Harbin, influenced by their hometown culture. They had started skating at the age of 2, so their skills were naturally impressive. To his surprise, Zhou Chen's skills were equally impressive. No matter how fast they went, he kept up, maintaining a safety distance of about 3 meters. Each time they turned back, their gazes inevitably fell on his riot gear and that rifle. Envy. Utter envy. He wondered if Zhou Chen had another gun. If he could exchange for one, he could monopolize the trading market in the entire city. Zhou Chen noticed Yang Ziming was frequently glancing back at him, but he didn't sense any malice. However, should the other party harbor any ill intentions, he would surely point his gun and fire without hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures sped down the street. Survivors hiding in the buildings were envious to the point of frustration. Those risking their lives to go out in search of supplies were even more jealous, their eyes turning red. Some survivors had already lost their sanity. Seeing the 3 speed by, they only wanted to rush out and rob them. However, the trio was simply too fast, and they couldn't even grab a piece of clothing. Once they left the urban area, the ice layer, nearly 10 meters high, covered all the buildings on the ground. The entire view was white, making it impossible to distinguish directions. On the road, some survivors looking like beggars were in small groups struggling to pull a cart. The cart was loaded with damp timber. Wet wood is hard to ignite and produces a lot of smoke, but it's better than freezing to death without any fuel. Humanity is a remarkable species. In the face of any disaster, there are always some who rise to the challenge. If all the furniture in their community had been burnt, they would go outside to find more. If all the firewood outside was gone, they would venture out of the city to gather materials. As long as one has the will to survive, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Every step they took was arduous, and when the skating trio passed them, all they felt was deep shock, overwhelming envy, and even jealousy. Where there are strong-willed survivors, there are also thugs who commit evil. These thugs sat around a fire, their eyes coldly sizing up the group of survivors. A family of 3 lagging behind in the survivor group caught the attention of a group of thugs. The thugs rushed up, hacking indiscriminately, dragging away the cart, while stripping the deceased of their winter clothes, then waiting for the next weak family or team. The appearance of the skating trio sent every vein in the thugs' bodies into a frenzy. When they saw Zhou Chen's stunning riot gear, their minds filled with frenzied thoughts. They howled and charged out, hoping to intercept the trio with their numbers. Just as Yang Ziming and Huang Mao drew their knives, a bullet whizzed through their midst, hitting the lead thug. The sudden sound of gunfire left the thugs stunned. Zhou Chen raised his pitch-black gun, his eyes unblinking, unleashing a barrage. The thugs all fell, becoming cold corpses. Those who block me will die. Some thugs rushed in from all directions, hoping to join the robbery. At this moment, they were already fleeing in panic, rolling and scrambling for their lives. Their hearts raced with terror, wishing they could sprout wings and fly away. A gun. This person has a gun. Are they crazy? How could anyone have a gun? Looking at the corpses scattered across the ground, Yang Ziming was drenched in cold sweat. He turned and gave Zhou Chen a thumbs up, secretly amazed yet fearful of the latter's ruthless nature. Indeed, he was the notorious Zhou Chen, known for killing and burning bodies. These thugs were once living beings, yet Zhou Chen had mercilessly wiped them all out. Having been around the block for a while, Yang Ziming had fought against thugs many times, and just now, he had only intended to knock down two and flee. Who would have thought that Zhou Chen would kill them all without a second thought? In the face of natural disasters, the law of the jungle prevails. It turns out that the ruthless survive the longest. Alas, it seems my vision is still too narrow. Yang Ziming pointed towards the southeast. That hill over there is the Maowa Villa area, and the wealthy businessman is situated in the middle of the villas. Having just taken a few lives, Zhou Chen felt no psychological burden. Looking up, all he could see from afar was a bald hill. Although it appeared small from this distance, the actual size was certainly much larger. The saying goes, a horse dies running after a mountain. After more than an hour, the three finally reached the foot of the mountain. The once green hills and waters were now completely covered in ice and snow. The trees on both sides of the mountain path were bent under the weight of thick ice and snow. In the woods, shadows moved, and the sound of trees being chopped could be heard. From here on, the path inclined upwards, rendering the ice skates useless, and the three could only walk on foot. Yang Ziming, valuing the rules, changed into his cotton shoes and promptly returned the two pairs of skates to Zhou Chen. He mainly didn't want Zhou Chen to overthink and suspect he wanted to keep them for himself. After running at full speed for several hours, the three were now quite warm. However, after walking for 10 minutes on the mountain road, Yang Ziming and the yellow-haired guy began to shiver from the cold. "Brother Zhou, aren't you cold?" "Not cold." Zhou Chen walked at the back holding his gun. He had to keep a close watch on the movements of the two, while also staying alert for any thugs that might rush out from the woods. Do not underestimate those survivors who are currently chopping wood. One moment, they may be innocently working, and the next they could be brandishing their axes to seize others' supplies. Everything is for survival. There are no right or wrong. Maowa Villa area. This place is truly wonderful. Nestled among the mountains and trees, it is untouched by typhoons, immune to floods, and even in extreme cold one can gather materials locally. Unlike the survivors in the city who risked their lives walking 12 hours just to gather a few wet logs. After walking along the road for an hour, they finally reached the entrance of the villa area. While the entire city was in chaos, there were actually bodyguards patrolling here. Recently, more and more survivors had come to chop wood, among whom were naturally many greedy thugs. The wealthy, accustomed to comfort, gradually realized the crisis and decided that each household should provide a bodyguard to replace the security guards who had perished from the cold or hunger, taking turns to patrol around the clock. Seeing the three approach from afar, the bodyguards at the gate immediately went on alert, especially when they noticed one of them in riot gear brandishing a firearm, causing them to tremble in fear. They were indeed professional bodyguards. But no matter how skilled they were, they couldn't compete against guns. Moreover, the rich themselves had little to eat or drink. The food they managed to scrape together barely enough for each to eat a third of their fill. In short, despite their numbers, they were all starving and weak, struggling to walk even a few extra steps. If the three wanted to raid the villa area, a single gun would suffice. Yang Ziming, panting heavily, waved his hand and jogged a few steps forward to negotiate. The gate opened, and all the bodyguards' gazes were drawn to Zhou Chen. That outfit is just too domineering. If I had such gear, the entire villa area would be crawling at my feet. The moment a few bodyguards had this thought, their scalps tingled in fear. Because a dark gun barrel was aimed directly at them. Zhou Chen said coldly, "If you keep looking at me with greedy eyes, I won't mind adding a few more lives to my hands." The bodyguards immediately raised their hands and took steps back, indicating they would not cause trouble. There were over 100. Most of them no longer had any living occupants, with only a few shadows moving behind the windows of some villas. Seeing Zhou Chen in riot gear, these survivors thought help had arrived and excitedly began to bang on the glass. Someone leaned out from a second-floor window, shouting desperately, "Hey, are you here to rescue us?" "Great. Hey, don't go. Damn, do you know how much tax I pay each year? Without taxpayers like me, what would you all eat and drink? Come back." The yellow-haired guy picked up a stone and, "You fool, which eye of yours saw us as a rescue team? Keep talking, and I'll come in and give you a couple of blades." The once arrogant, wealthy man was not frightened by the stone, but by the yellow-haired man's words. Has the world really changed? Is it really chaotic outside? Are there truly ruthless thugs everywhere? Well, damn it. I'm a major taxpayer, and no one has come to rescue me after being trapped for almost 3 months. Immigrate. Once help arrives, I'm definitely immigrating. Along the way, the sudden appearance of the three excited these wealthy individuals. Especially Zhou Chen's outfit made them mistakenly believe that they were people from an organized group, causing them to wave their arms in excitement. Yang Ziming clicked his tongue. The rich have indeed stored a lot of supplies. It's been almost 3 months, and though they are a bit thin, they still look quite spirited, unlike us who resemble beggars. The yellow-haired guy licked his lips cheerfully, saying, "Boss, these rich folks must have enough birds' nest to eat for several months, unlike us who only have a few packs of instant noodles at home." Yang Ziming, being a seasoned trader, replied, I've wanted to say this for a while. A bird's nest can't be used as a meal. Let these rich merchants go hungry for a while, and then we can exchange a bunch of rotten vegetables for it, allowing us to enjoy the taste of bird's nest for every meal. The yellow-haired guy's eyes lit up as expected of the boss. It's great to follow you. Come back. Damn, are you deaf? Come, when I call you back, can't you hear me? Do you know who I am? Are you here for rescue? Do you have a vehicle? If not, I have trouble walking and need someone to carry me. A man hurriedly chased after them. Zhou Chen couldn't help but frown. In the apocalypse, and yet his mouth is still so filthy. Zhou Chen turned around, aiming the dark gun barrel at the man. You have trouble walking, and I have a bad temper. What do you think we should do? The man was so scared that he fell to the ground. What? What do you want? Help. The police are killing people. The yellow-haired guy said, Brother, Zhou, don't waste bullets on such people. Watch me. He picked up a sharp machete and boldly walked towards the man, swinging the blade. While chopping, he cursed, Damn it, do you still think you're a beloved rich man? Even if I cut you into 8 pieces now, no one would care. Zhou Chen could see that the yellow-haired guy didn't use much force. He merely shredded the man's clothing, purely intending to scare him. The man was indeed terrified, rolling on the ground with his hands covering his head, repeatedly begging for mercy. A woman rushed out in panic. What do you want? Is there no law? Do you know who my husband is? If you're sensible, kneel and kowtow 10 times immediately, or we have 100 ways to kill you. The yellow-haired guy was about to curse, but Yang Ziming stopped him. Scaring them is enough. This place has long been targeted by several groups of thugs. Don't argue with the dead. The man curled up on the ground instantly felt a greater fear. Wait, what do you mean by that? Thugs? Haha, you must be joking. So what if there are thugs? This is the most luxurious villa area in the Magic City. People like us living here are either rich or noble, not something you lowly people can compare to. Where are the police? I demand the police to come protect us right now. This is the place. Yang Ziming smiled, pointing to a large villa. In the next moment, his expression darkened. Damn, how did Su Laosan, that bastard, end up here? Zhou Chen looked at the large villa in front of him. Through the glass window of the living room, he could see an elderly man talking to a middle-aged man. Several bodyguards stood beside the elderly man, while a group of fierce-looking subordinates stood behind the middle-aged man. Yang Ziming instinctively took a step back, but thinking of Zhou Chen's impressive gear, he quickly regained his courage. At this moment, Huang Mao quietly explained, Brother Zhou, that is Su Laosan, the boss of the Diaojia gang. After the disaster, he has been robbing us of business, causing a lot of trouble. Our leader's younger brother was set up by his men and was forced to jump off a building. After the disaster, the casinos couldn't operate, and this bastard has been competing for our business. Yang Ziming said to Zhou Chen, Brother Zhou, this bastard is probably also after the helicopter. With so many of them, it might be hard to negotiate. Zhou Chen touched his gun with his right hand. Hard to negotiate. Are you sure? He understood Yang Ziming's implication. He merely hoped that Zhou Chen would hold the fort later. It didn't matter. He was determined to get that helicopter. Now that he was here, even if he was the only one, he would boldly walk. Yang Ziming seemed to have gained confidence, striding to press the doorbell. The people inside had already seen someone coming, but the view was blocked by a few snow-covered trees, so they couldn't see clearly. The door opened, and Yang Ziming swaggered in the front. The fireplace inside was roaring with flames, sending waves of heat his way. As soon as the Diaojia gang members saw him with Huang Mao, they immediately took a defensive stance. Su Laosan, with a cigar given by a rich businessman, sneered. Yang Ziming, I heard you connected someone to buy a helicopter. Unfortunately, Boss Liu has already agreed to trade with me. The well-dressed businessman wore a forced smile, clearly being threatened. Yang Ziming was not courteous, spitting a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. I already know Su Laosan's dirty tricks. You're threatening people again, aren't you? Su Laosan chuckled sinisterly, revealing a set of yellow teeth that hadn't been brushed in months. So what? Boss Liu has no objections, and who are you to talk? Knowing him here, you dare to come in. Today is the day I take care of you. Hearing this, Boss Liu quickly stepped back in fear. Yang Ziming dug into his ear, not taking Su Laosan seriously at all. He looked at Boss Liu and said, Boss Liu, make an offer. My buyer said he wants the helicopter. Boss Liu was in a cold sweat. The other wealthy people in the villa might not have realized what was happening, but Boss Liu, being older, had already sensed the chain reaction brought on by the disaster. Civilization has vanished and morality has decayed, leaving behind violence and bloodshed everywhere. He was merely a businessman, though he had his dirty dealings and had blood on his hands. Compared to these thugs, he was nothing. He couldn't afford to offend anyone, as Su Laosan was clearly more dangerous. Better to provoke a gentleman than a rogue. Ha ha ha. Su Laosan laughed arrogantly. See, even Boss Liu can't be bothered with you. What did you just say? Your buyer is going to secure the helicopter. Who the hell is he? Tell him to come out so I can see him. If he dares to interfere with my business, I'll make him a two-legged sheep. Upon hearing the words, two-legged sheep, Boss Liu trembled in fear. This scumbag had just threatened him like that. Yang Ziming looked disdainfully at his rival, casually blowing dust from his fingernails. Then he stepped aside and made a gesture for someone behind him. Brother Zhou, please. Su Laosan shot a cold glance, and 7 or 8 of his underlings drew their knives from their belts. Blocking half of the entrance, a black gun was revealed, and then a heavily armed man stepped out. As the gun appeared, the atmosphere intensified. The group that had just been feeling pleased suddenly began to retreat in fear. Zhou Chen aimed his gun at Su Laosan. I just heard you say you were going to turn me into a two-legged sheep. Su Laosan's fierce expression vanished, replaced by terror. This is a gun. He glared at Yang Ziming with malice before quickly putting on a fawning smile. Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Zhou Chen fired a shot into the floor, causing the others to cover their heads in fear. Get lost. Su Laosan trembled at the gunshot, and in the face of absolute power he didn't dare to utter a single harsh word. He cautiously circled around Zhou Chen, fearing he might get shot at any moment, and as soon as he reached the entrance he bolted through the door. His 7 or 8 underlings hastily followed suit, fleeing for their lives. Boss Liu. Boss Liu. The elderly Boss Liu experienced temporary tinnitus from the gunfire. After a while he finally recovered, but his mood had plummeted. With one villain gone, another fierce person had arrived. He was the one who was unlucky on both sides. Zhou Chen sat majestically on the sofa, keeping his gun aimed. Boss Liu, let's talk about the supplies you want to exchange. Boss Liu wore a bitter smile. I don't dare to ask for anything anymore. Just give me what you think is fair, Boss Zhou. Zhou Chen. Yang Ziming looked displeased. Boss Liu, our Boss Zhou, is a talented young man. He's definitely a straightforward person, not like that garbage Su Laosan. Yang Ziming may not be as famous as you wealthy elites, but am quite well known in Pudong district. With thugs everywhere outside, if I really wanted to mess with you I wouldn't keep coming back here. Upon hearing this, Boss Liu realized it was indeed the case. He cautiously glanced at Zhou Chen before hesitantly pulling out a list. Huang Mao, quick-witted, immediately took the list and handed it to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen glanced at it, sneering. Boss Liu, you haven't stepped out since the disaster, have you? I suggest you take a walk outside, not too far, just down the mountain. Bring your bodyguards with you, and if you make it back alive I'll pay you 10 times what's on this list. Boss Liu's face stiffened. In the end he had no choice but to compromise. The two sides haggled for a while before finalizing the supplies and the transaction time. Zhou Chen obtained a helicopter at a bargain price and his spirits lifted. The three of them swaggered out of Boss Liu's house. In the distance, someone hiding in the snowy forest glanced over sneakily before quickly turning to flee. Boss, they're coming out. Su Laosan, hiding in the woods, was nervous yet excited. Everyone be alert. When I say the word, rush out and kill them. Anyone who dares to hesitate will be chopped up for dinner. We must get that gear, especially that gun. Half an hour later a group of people was nearly frozen, still waiting for them to arrive. What's going on? Logically they should have reached here in 10 minutes. Could they have entered another villa? There are several female celebrities living there, maybe. Su Laosan scolded. Shut up. Once we get the gear I'll take you all in. Whether they're female celebrities or rich girls, we'll have our fun. Before the few underlings could feel happy, they heard mocking laughter from behind. They instinctively turned around to see a person standing 20 meters up. The person was dressed in a black riot suit, standing out starkly against the white forest. They had been focused on the road and hadn't realized someone had already circled behind them. Zhou Chen tossed away the cigarette in his hand. A group of scurrying rats, were you waiting for me? I'm sending you on your way now. The gunfire erupted. The sounds of shrieks grew louder and blood sprayed onto the snow, quickly freezing into ice crystals. In the snow-covered ground the thugs clutched their injured legs, wailing incessantly. Su Laosan, who had shielded himself from bullets, was so frightened that he wet his pants. He thought he was done for, but to his surprise the attackers only fired a few shots before stopping. Huang Mao also questioned Brother Zhou, why did they stop? Zhou Chen felt a pang of regret saving bullets. Despite having thousands of rounds, each shot meant one less round. How could he not feel heartache? If it weren't for noticing Su Laosan's intentions to seize his equipment, he wouldn't have intervened. The grudges and fates of others were none of his concern. At this moment Yang Ziming had already drawn his dual blades. That's right, bullets should be saved. Now it's my turn to act. Watching his leader jump down, Huang Mao hurriedly followed. Zhou Chen aimed for the legs, but due to his lack of expertise, several thugs were shot in their backs and abdomens, now all lying on the ground howling. Su Laosan, your grandpa Yang is here to take your life. Su Laosan, having wet his pants, pushed aside his underlings and crawled away in panic. His frozen pants caused a sharp pain tearing at him as he fled. Zhou Chen stood in place looking down at the scene. Yang Ziming and Huang Mao charged down the slope, ignoring the injured thugs chasing after Su Laosan. Huang Mao, the youngest and fastest, jumped and tackled Su Laosan, the two grappling with each other. Yang Ziming arrived and kicked Su Laosan, raising his machete. Su Laosan looked terrified, struggling to get up multiple times without success. Yang Ziming, do you dare to kill me? Do you know who is backing me? Yang Ziming slashed at Su Laosan's calf, blood spraying onto the snow. Kill you. You're the kind of scum that deserves to have a life taken for you. After saying this, he struck the other leg. Oh, you have someone behind you. Who is it? Hurry and call them out to save you. Su Laosan, I won't kill you. Just wait here to die. Slowly spit. The three of them retraced their steps to the mountain road, and as soon as they changed shoes they heard several pig-like screams from the snowy forest. Zhou Chen couldn't help but frown. The Diaza gang had been injured and couldn't last 10 minutes in this extreme cold. If it were just for the supplies on them, they could easily wait until they died before acting. But the screams clearly indicated they were being killed. There was likely another group of thugs hiding in the mountains targeting the... Returning to the community, the three were drenched in sweat. Yang Ziming returned the ice skates, sighing, these are great, otherwise we wouldn't be able to make it back until tomorrow evening. He thought for a moment and said, Brother Zhou, I have an unreasonable request. Once your trade with Boss Liu is successful, could I have a pair of skates as my reward? Zhou Chen packed the skates into his bag, saying sure. The extreme cold would soon be over, and there wouldn't be many opportunities to use them again. Why not sell them for a good price now? Yang Ziming was very happy, but still asked, you really don't need our gang to help you transport supplies. Zhou Chen shook his head, no need, I have a batch of supplies not far from the Maohua villa. I don't need friends. Zhou Chen knew she was referring to those nearby gang members who had been trying to curry favor, but had been blocked by the cannon fodder neighbors. The cannon fodder neighbors also had their own interests. Those gangs had numerous members and were 10 times stronger than them. What if Zhou Chen was flattered and ran off? If they were left weak and alone, wouldn't they be bullied by everyone? This wasn't a time of peace. Bullying wasn't just a simple beating, it could cost lives. At this moment, Lao Sun happened to return with several neighbors. They had some superficial injuries and looked very down. Xiaozhou, just in time, you're here. We got a batch of seeds, take a few bags to plant next to the fireplace, and maybe some vegetables will grow. Zhou Chen was about to leave when he turned and asked seeds. Lao Sun nodded, looking quite grim. Today, we went out to search for supplies and found a seed store. There were originally several bags of corn seeds, enough for everyone to eat several meals, but we encountered a batch of starving survivors. Starving survivors had no rationality, or once they acted they were no different from thugs. To survive, they had to scatter the corn seeds everywhere. Taking the opportunity, while the survivors were picking up seeds, they managed to escape safely. The world had truly changed. During this time, he had taken his neighbors out to search for supplies, and had repeatedly realized how chaotic it was outside. A single ear of corn could trigger a bloodbath. Thugs who killed for supplies one moment would be killed by other thugs the next. Just a moment ago they were brothers, and the next they were stabbing each other in the back to monopolize supplies. Zhou Chen was quite excited. How many seeds did you get? Seeds were truly valuable. How long would the natural disasters last? In his previous life, the apocalypse lasted only 3 years, and as supplies became scarcer, many seeds were eaten up by survivors. Having productivity without seeds, the surviving humans resorted to gnawing on tree bark and digging for wild vegetables, while the inhumane thugs raised survivors as livestock. Not much, several bags of vegetable seeds and dozens of bags of grains. Just give me all the vegetable seeds. Oh, we don't have enough firewood and can't grow vegetables. Zhou Chen said, since you can't grow vegetables, why not trade all of them with me? Hearing this, Lao Sun and all the neighbors, if they couldn't plant vegetables, the grain seeds would only provide a few meals. If they could trade directly, that would be the best. Less than 100 bags of seeds were exchanged for 5 gene of zombie meat, 10 bags of instant noodles, and 10 black buns, making Lao Sun and the others burst with joy. A dreamless night passed. Zhou Chen enjoyed a delightful lunch and donned a complete set of riot gear before heading out. He visited the Maohua villa area for the second time. Boss Liu's people were already waiting at the community entrance. Under the setting sun, the imposing man from yesterday appeared, dragging a cart, finally easing everyone's minds. Everyone knew this was a ridiculous transaction, but they couldn't resist, as Boss Liu's family had run out of food. No one wanted to starve to death, but didn't dare to go out searching for supplies. The cart was piled high with supplies. Several hundred gene of zombie meat, several hundred gene of rotten cabbage, hundreds of moldy buns, dozens of bags of instant noodles, and some soaked flour and stale rice. Boss Liu watched as the bodyguards transported item after item into the warehouse, trembling as he pulled out a key to unlock the underground storage. A helicopter was exchanged for a truckload of such supplies. It's too much to bear. Dad. A young man rushed out in a fit of rage. Dad, are you crazy? A helicopter exchanged for a pile of trash. The elderly Boss Liu, exhausted, said, get back to your room. Truly, youth knows not the sufferings of life and does not understand his good intentions. The young man was escorted back inside by bodyguards still shouting. As the underground storage opened, a nearly new helicopter was revealed. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. Boss Liu felt very reluctant, but for the sake of his family's survival, he could only endure the pain of parting. According to the terms agreed upon yesterday, he called over a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner who spent an hour explaining the most basic theoretical knowledge and operations to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen listened attentively, wishing he could take a flight immediately if the fuel tank weren't frozen. With the help of the bodyguards, the helicopter was transported to the mountain road outside the community. By now it was dark, and the bodyguards, fearing the thugs, ran quickly with their flashlights. Zhou Chen stored the helicopter in his space, feeling exceptionally pleased. Just as he was about to leave, a woman's voice came from behind. Wait a moment. 2 women bundled up like balls shivered with their flashlights, stamping their feet. It's so cold. It's freezing outside. The shorter one shouted towards a beam of light down the hill. Not knowing if the other party could hear them, but having heard there were marauders outside, they didn't dare step outside the door. Handsome, you're not leaving, yet can you come back for a moment? We need supplies and want to trade with you. The beam of light wavered, and soon the person holding the light was walking. This made the 2 women ecstatic. 3 minutes later, Zhou Chen stopped 5 meters away from the door. As the flashlight beam illuminated, he instantly recognized one of the women as a well-known female celebrity. This was a place where the rich gathered, and it was normal for several big stars to live here. During her peak, this female celebrity had walked the red carpet, several times worshipped as a goddess by countless otaku. Due to a scandal in the entertainment industry last year, she publicly claimed to be suffering from depression and had been recuperating. Compared to the survivor women outside, who looked like beggars, this celebrity was merely thin with no blemish on her face. Zhou Chen never idolized stars, but he still knew some of the most popular celebrities in the country. Zhang Chuchu stamped her feet, subconsciously pointing her flashlight at the figure, where only a tall silhouette was visible in the faint light. She urged her assistant to hurry and talk. The assistant stammered, "We need a batch of supplies, can you get them?" Zhou Chen pondered for a moment. "It depends on what you have to exchange." The assistant freezing got the celebrity's approval and quickly said, "Can we go to our house to discuss?" "It's freezing." Zhou Chen replied, "No, we'll talk right here." The assistant. Zhang Chuchu. Zhang Chuchu was very angry. She was a top female celebrity in the country, a goddess in the hearts of millions of otaku. She purposely pulled down her scarf to reveal her face, not believing that he wouldn't recognize her. As a celebrity pursued by countless men, she asked him to go to her house, and he actually refused. The assistant glanced at the celebrity and said, "If you get us a batch of food, our sister Chuchu can give you an autograph." Zhou Chen turned and left. What a waste. He thought this trip could conveniently exchange for some useful supplies, but it truly was a waste of time. Zhang Chuchu, who had been silent, widened her eyes. What does he mean? What's his meaning? Is this man a fool? Her autograph photos had always been in high demand. Many times she found it troublesome and had her assistant sign on her behalf, leaving clueless fans scrambling for them. Thinking of her empty fridge, Zhang Chuchu in a moment of desperation was willing to speak up. "Wait, I am the top female celebrity Zhang Chuchu. An autograph photo can sell for tens of thousands outside. No fan can get their hands on one." From the dark woods came a lewd chuckle. "Big star, let's trade. I'll give you a pack of instant noodles for an autograph. Hee hee hee." Zhang Chuchu was startled, clinging tightly to her assistant. The bodyguards at the gate were also feeling uneasy. Compared to the ignorant rich living in villas, they were more attuned to the changes in the outside world. There had been marauders spying on the villa area before, but generally they would take a glance and leave, residing in some cave in the mountains. Unexpectedly, they had now come outside the community, and hearing laughter, there were quite a few people. It was said that marauders treated people like livestock. If the villa area was attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bang! Zhou Chen fired a shot into the sky, audible from both the mountain top and bottom. "No matter who you are, if you obstruct me from descending the mountain, my gun does not have eyes." In the face of absolute power, all sorts of demons and monsters fell silent, and the surroundings fell into dead silence. This made Zhang Chuchu think of another possibility. She chased a couple of steps and stopped at the iron railing, shouting, "Handsome, I have jewelry. I'll trade you jewelry for food." As a hugely popular top female star, she owned countless pieces of jewelry. Exchanging a few relatively cheap pieces for a batch of food was not a big deal. Most importantly, this man had a gun and could protect her. This man probably wasn't interested in the entertainment industry, otherwise how could he refuse to help her? First, she would take him back home to talk, shedding her ugly and thick winter coat. Displaying her beautiful face and devilish figure, she couldn't believe there would be a man who remained unmoved. As long as she could mesmerize this man, she would have both safety and supplies. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, she had her ways of dealing with men. However, Zhou Chen didn't even turn his head. Jewelry. Perhaps someone would still take it now? But in a year and a half, a piece of jewelry worth millions would be worth less than a pack of instant noodles. Zhou Chen had just arrived at the foot of the mountain when he noticed a large fire at the mountaintop. It was the villa area. Such a large fire must signify that a house was on fire. If it were merely an accident of warmth, the flames wouldn't form a fire dragon. The marauders who had been lurking for a long time had made their move. Cha-cha-cha. Taking advantage of the marauders running up the mountain to loot, survivors who had come out to gather would hurriedly drag trees back towards the city. Those with carts had it relatively easier, while those without could only make sleds out of wood. They piled heavy wet wood on top, tied them with ropes, and shouldered the ropes, trudging along step by step. These survivors might have come out yesterday, or have been out for several days. Having gathered wet wood, they didn't dare to walk alone. They needed to gather dozens or hundreds of people before daring to set out. Even if they safely reached home, it would at least be the next afternoon. They had witnessed the darkness of human nature earlier than the rich on the mountain, and had no time to think about the fate of those wealthy people who were attacked by marauders. All they knew was that the road home tonight was safer than before. Still, there were some scattered marauders guarding the road with bonds. All were taken care of by Zhou Chen at the front, smashing one with a hammer. Zhou Chen had gotten a helicopter, and his mood was genuinely good. On the way home, feeling bored, he simply focused on smashing the marauders. The marauders charging at him had their heads smashed in, while those resting by the bonfire also met the same fate. Some women forcibly detained by the marauders took the opportunity to escape towards the city. "Beast, let go of me." A woman was pinned to the ground by two marauders while her companions were being beaten by a group of marauders. Just as the marauders were about to tear her clothes off, a shadow appeared. Bang bang, 2 shots rang out. 2 marauders had their heads smashed and fell to the ground. The woman was stunned, just rising from the ground when the shadow disappeared into the distance. The marauders surrounding her companions screamed in agony, some dying on the spot, others covering their heads and fleeing. The shadow chased after them, smashing the fleeing marauders with a single blow. In the light of the bonfire, the figure glided on roller skates, moving gracefully, striking fiercely. Whoosh! In half a minute, the person had vanished into the darkness. The woman suddenly snapped back to reality. "It's him. It must be him." She desperately chased after the direction the shadow had disappeared. "My animal skin. My family's heirloom animal skin." Zhou Chen slept in, indulging in a lazy morning. In a state of drowsiness, he heard cheers coming from outside. With a sense of bemusement, he opened his eyes, stared blankly for a moment, and then got out of bed to draw back the curtains. This was the 23rd floor, and the view was exceptional. He could see that in every nearby community people were celebrating. On the white snowy street, ghouls dropped the corpses they were holding, clutching handfuls of snow, laughing and crying as if they had lost their minds. A little girl rushed to knock on the door. Under normal circumstances, she would never have dared. But now she was so excited, animatedly flailing her arms, eager to share this good news with Brother Zhou. Zhou Chen approached the door and asked through the door panel, "Is there something you need?" The little girl, overwhelmed with joy, wiped her tears and said, "Brother Zhou, the snow is melting. The calamity is finally over. You must come out and see." Zhou Chen rubbed his sleepy face with both hands and replied, "Have you finished the clothes? Do you believe I will deduct your payment?" The girl outside the door was momentarily stunned. Even receiving a scolding couldn't dampen her excitement. "Everything is done. When will you check it, Brother Zhou?" Zhou Chen, still grumpy from sleep, replied, "Just wait." Waiting meant he wanted to sleep for another 2 hours, wash his face, brush his teeth, shave, and enjoy a hearty meal. At 2 p.m., the little girl cheerfully laid out the finished fur coats in front of Zhou Chen. "Brother Zhou, these are all the finished products made to your measurements. I assure you each piece fits perfectly. Would you like to try them on?" Zhou Chen casually flipped through them, noting the craftsmanship was quite good. Each piece was neatly bound with no unsightly loose threads visible. The little girl pointed to a pile of leftover fur scraps and said, "These are the remnants. If you have anything in mind, I will make it for you as quickly as possible. I want to go home when the weather warms up. My uncle must be waiting for me." Zhou Chen glanced back at the little girl, his expression somewhat complex. He felt a twinge of pity, yet he didn't voice it, and tossed a few short fur coats to her. She instinctively caught the fur coats, her face reflecting shock. She could hardly imagine receiving several fur coats. She never expected to receive both the scraps and the sewing machine. The larger scraps could be made into socks and gloves. Though the rest were just bits of fabric, with her skilled hands, it would be no problem to stitch a few more garments. The thick ice over 10 meters deep wouldn't melt completely overnight. It might take a month, or even 2 or 3 months, and the warmest fur coats remained one of the best resources available. But what she wanted more were food and firewood. During this time, she occasionally took the chance to chat with Yang Xitian. She was very aware of the situation over there. Everyone was starving and thin, as some had even succumbed to the harsh conditions and committed suicide. Besides Yang Xitian, she was also very grateful for Uncle Sun's care. "Brother Zhou, may I? May I?" Zhou Chen took a pile of finished products home, speaking in a calm tone, "This is your extra reward. Remember to come to the door later to collect your payment." The little girl, still feeling anxious, instantly burst with joy. Yang Xitian and Chi Ro happily ran over to help the little girl move. Seeing the supplies Zhou Chen had provided, they were astounded. Meat, rice, potatoes, flour, eggs, and cabbage, along with 2 boxes of frozen yogurt, filled to the brim. Chi Ro was moved to tears, saying, "Brother Zhou is so generous. Xiaoyan, you are amazing. Ooh, I am envious." Long Xiaoyan, holding a compact sewing machine, smiled and replied, "No need to be envious. What's mine is yours. We all share in this." Yang Xitian was also very happy, saying, "Xiao Ro is right. As Xiaoyan, you are incredible." Long Xiaoyan shook her head. "Times are tough. Surviving together makes us family. Let's first find Uncle Sun and have him exchange some food for firewood. We can't just have food without firewood for cooking. Going to chop wood outside the city is too dangerous." The three of them couldn't help but look up at the sky as they reached the ground floor. The snow was quietly melting, and the tough times were finally coming to an end. Perhaps because they saw a bright future ahead, they found today's snow and ice much more agreeable than before. In the evening, Huang Mao arrived. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, he waved joyfully from a distance. "Brother Zhou, the snow has melted. The calamity is finally over." Zhou Chen handed him a bag of rewards and asked, "Do you still want those ice skates?" Huang Mao nodded vigorously, "Yes. The snow won't melt completely in just a day or 2. With these skates, we can do a few more business runs for the gang." That said, he then wore a troubled expression. "But it's a bit problematic. The end of the calamity means many of our resources will be stuck in our hands. The boss has been feeling down, otherwise he would have come personally today. With the calamity over, everything was set to begin anew. With the incredible labor force of the people, it would take less than half a year to return to normal. By then there would be fresh chicken, duck, fish, and meat every day. Who would still eat those moldy steamed buns?" The temperature began to rise. In just a week, it had risen from -70 degrees to 0 degrees. Throughout the city, wherever there were survivors, cheers could be heard. This damn cold snap was finally leaving. Zhou Chen's life continued as usual with hardly any changes. Every day he woke up naturally, and every day he prepared a table full of delicious food. The trade with the Zha gang had not ceased. He provided Huang Mao with a list, as long as they found one or several items, they would deliver them. However, the rewards demanded by the Zha gang had changed. They no longer accepted rotten cabbage. Now they wanted money, gold, silver, jewelry, watches, and Maodai. Zhou Chen was broke, but during the salvage operation, he managed to retrieve a box of figurines. In times of peace, a wall of figurines could buy a house in Kyoto. Now it came in handy. Old Sun delivered 2 bunches of vegetables. They couldn't exactly be called vegetables, they were merely thin, delicate seedlings. But for survivors who hadn't had fresh vegetables in 3 months, they could hardly wait for them to grow. Seeing the green sprouts, only 5 inches tall, in the pot, they hurriedly picked them to taste. Old Sun was in high spirits, saying, "Little Zhou, we've made it through." Zhou Chen gratefully accepted the 2 pathetic bunches of seedlings and offered a can of milk powder and a pack of cigarettes as a return gift. Old Sun hadn't expected a return gift and felt it was too formal. But upon seeing it was children's milk powder, he accepted it without hesitation. The vegetables were grown collectively, and he would take the cigarettes back to share with a few neighbors in the building. Another week passed, and more than 10 military trucks arrived like divine beings. The first few trucks carried soldiers while the last 10 were loaded with food. Survivors were overwhelmed with joy, all chasing after the trucks. The entire city was under military control. The organization not only began repairing the power supply, but also provided food to the survivors. The first batch of food had already been delivered to the city. Due to the severe cold calamity, the food available was temporarily limited to rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and salt. Each survivor could receive half a pound of rice, 1 potato, or 1 sweet potato, and 5 grams of salt each day. This left many survivors dissatisfied. They had been yearning for days, hoping to eat good meals at every meal. But what were these garbage provisions? The rice was moldy, and the frozen potatoes and sweet potatoes tasted terrible. They wanted rice, fresh meat, fresh vegetables, and fresh fruits. 0 degrees. The survivors no longer had to face the terrifying extreme cold. Those who had been trapped indoors finally stepped outside. They laughed, jumped, and cheered. Ice and snow occasionally fell from the buildings above, crushing quite a few overjoyed survivors. The organization had restored some electricity, providing power for an hour each day throughout the city. However, conditions outside the city remained unchanged. This prompted refugees outside the city to pack their belongings and relocate. As electricity was restored, the vanished broadcast came back to life. The host passionately narrated the various hardships the natural disaster had brought upon the nation and the common people, expressing deep sorrow for the deceased. With a firm voice, he encouraged everyone to unite and build a better home. Old Sun delivered 2 bunches of green vegetable seedlings, thinner than bean sprouts. Zhou Chen took out a real bunch of green vegetables as a return gift. Old Sun stared at the lush green vegetables, his jaw dropping. "Xiao Zhou, where did you get these greens?" Zhou Chen casually concocted, "I have plenty of firewood here and dog manure. As fertilizer, they grow better than yours." Old Sun couldn't resist. Regardless of the dog manure, he plucked a fat leaf and chewed it. "Damn, this is real green vegetable. Is there still dog manure? I should take some back to plant." Zhou Chen laughed and cried, "Indeed," bringing out a bag of dog manure from the house. Old Sun cherished it like a treasure, exclaiming, "Xiao Zhou, don't you think there's something wrong with us? We've produced so much waste, but never thought to use it for planting vegetables." Zhou Chen raised his hand to stop him. "Please stop talking. If you keep this up, I'm going to be sick." Old Sun scratched his head. "By the way, the organization is recruiting. There are no restrictions for technical personnel, and they're temporarily hiring only 1,000 ordinary workers. You get an extra half kilogram of rice daily. Are you going?" Zhou Chen shook his head. "No, I won't go. Working is not an option for me. It will never happen in this lifetime." Old Sun felt envious. "You're capable and don't need that food. I'd love to go, but they take one look at my leg and shake their head." Zhou Chen put his hands in his pockets. "Then let's continue searching for supplies. Keep what's useful and trade what's not." Old Sun sighed. "It can only be that way." As the temperature soared to 0 degrees, it seemed to press the pause button. Someone took out a thermometer, and after days of testing, they found the outdoor temperature consistently remained between 0 and 1 degree. No one found it problematic. Instead, they deemed this the most normal weather. In just a few days, a large number of refugees flooded into the city. An unprecedented natural disaster highlighted the advantages and disadvantages of urban and rural life. In times of peace, everything good such as medical care and education concentrated in the cities, driving the common people to desperately seek roots in urban areas. After 3 months of extreme cold, the city dwellers were nearly perished, while the survival rate of rural residents was noticeably higher than that of the urban populace. In the city, it was easy to buy food, but every household lacked the habit of stockpiling. But rural life was different. Families had chickens, ducks, rice, and vegetables. Any household could sustain themselves for a month or 2 without issue. When floods came, they ran up the mountains with supplies. When their houses were submerged, they took refuge in caves, and when the extreme cold hit, stepping out of the caves led them to vast forests. The city was nearly deserted with empty houses everywhere. Refugees saw an apartment complex and rushed in, quickly occupying a unit to settle down. This infuriated the original residents of the complex. Having all experienced the disaster, they were all boiling with anger, ready to explode. Conflicts broke out between the 2 sides, leading to casualties. With insufficient manpower, the organization struggled to manage. They could only advise the original residents via broadcast to accept the newcomers, while warning the refugees not to cause trouble. In Sakura community, a batch of refugees also poured in. Old Sun, unable to stop them, simply locked the ground floor doors, refusing to share a building with outsiders. Some refugees attempted to move into Building 21, where Zhou Chen lived alone, only to be blocked by a large iron gate. They knocked and banged, eventually cursing and leaving for elsewhere. As the population increased, so did the problems. The anti-theft doors that had been removed to create a wall were quickly reinstalled one by one. The survivors who had intruded felt ecstatic. A house in Magic City is something ordinary people would need generations to afford. Now they obtained a property worth tens of millions for free, filled with energy, and worked tirelessly every day. Zhou Chen fell asleep amidst the noise and woke up to it as well. Frustrated, he decided to bring out his speaker and connect it to his laptop. Whenever it wasn't broadcast time, he played music. With hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of sound equipment, he turned the volume up to the maximum, spreading music for a kilometer around. Zhou Chen initially thought the survivors would have strong objections, but quite the opposite occurred. Listening to music helped them express their emotions and ease their anxiety, and conflicts within a kilometer noticeably improved, gradually becoming harmonious. But this was merely superficial harmony. Among the refugees who had mixed into the city, at least more than half were former thugs. When committing crimes, they wrapped themselves up, leaving only their eyes exposed, making it impossible for anyone apart from their accomplices to recognize them. Now revealing their faces, they blended into the crowd of refugees as ordinary survivors. However, the seeds of evil had already been released, and fearing exposure would lead to a bullet, they decided to continue their wicked ways. Once a person begins to commit evil, especially with the crime of murder, turning back is but a joke. This group of thugs pried open doors at midnight and fled with stolen supplies. Upon seeing a beautiful woman, they killed the male owners, satisfied their beastly desires, and left no survivors. Then they carried the supplies into the street, returning a couple of hours later, appearing as ordinary, honest refugees. Such crimes left the true ordinary refugees feeling anxious and sleepless at night. Having barely survived the disaster, they now faced the prospect of dying tragically under the darkness of evil. Old Sun, along with his neighbors, resumed old trades, forming a community self-defense team, going door to door to register and issuing warnings directly upon discovering anything amiss. A group of habitual offenders dared not confront openly, instead discreetly inciting other refugees to cause trouble. "We outsiders have rights too. Why should we listen to you locals? Who do you think you are? Why can't we step out of our homes after 10 p.m.? Damn community self-defense team. You're clearly just xenophobic. The Qing dynasty has fallen, yet you think of yourselves as superior." Zhou Chen took De Huang downstairs for a walk. He didn't wear the eye-catching riot gear, still clad in his original cold-weather clothing, with a mountain-cutting knife and hammer at his waist. The hammer had killed too many, and the dark red stains had formed a thick patina. The dog had been trapped at home for over 3 months. Now free, it dashed around wildly. A group of emaciated survivors, seeing the shiny-coated fat dog, all had green light in their eyes. "A dog. Let's block it. Everyone gets a share of dog meat." De Huang wasn't stupid. Sensing he was surrounded, he quickly ran back to his master for protection. The throng of refugees surged before Zhou Chen, greedily staring at the big yellow dog at his feet. One thug licked his lips, smiling, but his gaze was fierce. "Brother, is this your dog?" Zhou Chen placed his hands in his pockets. "Are you blind? If it's not my dog, is it yours?" Hearing many people downstairs shouting about dog meat, the refugees, barely having enough to eat, drooled at the thought of it and rushed out of their homes, eager to grab a share. More and more people gathered surrounding Zhou Chen and the big yellow dog. Lao Sun arrived with the self-defense team, and as he tried to persuade them, a conflict broke out. At this moment, whether they were rioters or refugees, all they could think about was dog meat. "This is dog meat, fresh." The rioter wiped his saliva, his gaze shifting from fierce to sinister. "Hey, you got it right. It's my dog that went missing these past few days. Turns out you stole it from me." Zhou Chen let out a cold laugh. "Do I look like an easy target?" In the next second, he pulled out a hammer and charged forward. The rioter barely had time to react before feeling a warm splash on his face. The crowd around them was terrified, backing away. Someone's been killed. The refugees were shocked, and the rioter hidden among them was startled as well. This person was simply too arrogant, daring to kill in broad daylight. Zhou Chen stepped on the corpse, his right hand holding the hammer, tapping it against his left palm, and with a sharp gaze he scanned the crowd. "Who else wants to eat my dog?" At this moment, everyone finally noticed the thick patina on the hammer in his hand. My God, how many people has he killed to have such a thick patina? To say he was a killer would not be an exaggeration. The ordinary refugees shrank back, but the rioters were unafraid. Hadn't they killed before? Aside from killing, they had committed numerous other heinous acts. Another rioter stepped forward. "I can testify this dog is his. You stole his dog, and even killed him." A hammer struck his jaw, sending a spray of teeth and blood. Zhou Chen, young and strong, well-fed with proteins and vitamins, outperformed the rioter in terms of physical ability by a wide margin. The rioter fell to the ground, clutching his shattered jaw, and fainted from the pain. Zhou Chen kicked him twice, as if kicking a dead dog. "Stop talking nonsense. Don't speak at all from now on." This made the rioter group present extremely furious. They had been secretly collaborating, planning to control all the refugees in the neighborhood, including the original residents, through coercion and bribery. They intended to make these people hand over a part of their daily food rations. Unexpectedly, before they could start their plans, a troubleshooter emerged today over a dog. The refugees would definitely assume that this person was the toughest in the entire neighborhood. They had to do something to make all the refugees realize that they were the real ones to be feared. Bang, bang, bang. The rioters, in perfect harmony, drew knives and clubs hidden under their clothes. Most of the refugees, scared, turned to run, but didn't want to miss the show, looking for a place to hide and watch. The leader of the rioters stepped forward, shouting in a righteous manner, "Brothers, this person stole our brother's dog and killed our brother. We must seek justice for them. Seek justice. The dog thief is despicable. Kill the dog thief and seek justice for our brothers." More than 20 rioters echoed loudly, watching the fat dog while swallowing their saliva. Zhou Chen tucked the hammer back into his waist, reached behind his clothing, and pulled out a submachine gun. With a click, he released the safety and aimed the dark muzzle at the rioter leader. The rioter leader was startled, incredulously touching the blood hole in his chest. He fell straight to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Zhou Chen raised the gun, his body radiating killing intent. Whose dog is this? Reacting, the rioters were so scared that their legs trembled and urine flowed down their pants. A gun. This person actually has a gun. Zhou Chen pulled the trigger, randomly shooting a rioter. Whose dog is this? The group of rioters was terrified, peeing their pants, their faces filled with fear. Yours. Big brother, please don't shoot. The dog is yours. Big brother, we were wrong. We won't dare again. Zhou Chen angrily said, a few days ago some refugees were robbed at night. Was it you beasts who did it? Under the gunpoint, the group of rioters desperately denied, no, it wasn't us. Zhou Chen angrily commanded, Lao Sun, tie them all up and interrogate them one by one. Anyone who dares to commit evil in Sakura neighborhood will not be spared. Lao Sun and the others had seen Zhou Chen's methods before and immediately found ropes to bind all the rioters. The refugees hiding nearby, still in shock, couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. This person has a gun. This person killed someone. This person has a ruthless heart. Zhou Chen fired a shot into the sky, causing all the refugees to tremble. Zhou Chen loudly warned, anyone entering Sakura neighborhood must abide by its rules. Either live an honest life or get out. Anyone who dares to commit evil at night will be beaten to death on the spot. And also anyone who dares to have designs on my dog will taste the consequences of a bullet. With heads blown off and gunfire claiming lives, the ordinary refugees all looked down, not daring to glance at the big yellow dog again. The dominant big yellow dog bared its teeth and barked, woof woof woof. Zhou Chen continued his walk with the dog. Lao Sun took the opportunity to carry out his ideological work. Fellow compatriots, listen to me. Lao Sun spoke fluently, embellishing Zhou Chen's deeds. Not only did he glorify Zhou Chen, but he exaggeratedly portrayed him as a savior. In short, if it weren't for Xiao Zhou repeatedly repelling the rioters, no one in our entire neighborhood would have survived. Today Xiao Zhou acted again to deal with a bunch of rioters, all for the sake of everyone's safety. With so many people, disputes are inevitable, but as long as we don't cause trouble, we are all one family. Having survived floods and extreme cold, who doesn't want to live peacefully? I advise those with ill intentions that once caught, our neighborhood's self-defense team will handle them severely. Being expelled from the neighborhood is lenient. For serious offenses, they will be beaten to death on the spot. To rally the people's hearts, Lao Sun publicly interrogated the bound rioters. At first the rioters all denied. After a severe beating, the rioters could no longer endure and finally admitted to the 5 burglary cases that had occurred in the neighborhood the night before. Those rioters, not wanting to be beaten to death, began to turn on each other, unraveling countless murder cases. We hid in the ruins, robbing anyone we saw, killing men, keeping women and children. Some children were sold by us, the unsellable ones were thrown out to freeze to death. When we entered the city to leave no evidence, we killed all the women. The surrounding refugees listened in horror. Thinking about living in the same neighborhood as such rioters sent shivers down their spines. Everyone began to denounce the crimes of these rioters. Beasts. Worse than livestock. Completely heartless. We are all human. How could you bear to act so cruelly? You deserve to die. Kill this group of beasts. Food is in short supply. The relief grain distributed by the organization is limited. The survivors made a fuss for a while without any results and gradually resigned themselves to their fate. Everyone began to engage in planting themselves. They were reluctant to eat the potatoes and sweet potatoes they received daily, trying to find soil to plant in flower pots, waiting for them to sprout and bear fruit. However, this batch of potatoes and sweet potatoes had long been frozen and would not sprout or flower at all. In order to fill their stomachs, the survivors began to seek ways to save themselves. Some people formed teams to search for supplies. The current weather is not as deadly as before, making it much easier to go out or search for resources. There are military forces stationed in the city, and the thugs hiding among the refugees dare not rob or kill openly, only lurking in corners waiting for the right moment. As long as they do not leave the city, the survivors are basically safe from life-threatening dangers. But this situation did not last long. On Christmas night, the temperature, which had been hovering between 0 and 1 degrees, is suddenly climbed to 30 degrees. Many people were awakened from their sleep by the heat. In the moment of waking, they were still a bit dazed, only realizing after several minutes that the temperature had risen. The refugees living on the ground floor noticed something was off with the ice layer. The solid ice layer from the evening was now visibly melting. Sticking their head out the window, they could feel the cool air rising, reminiscent of air conditioning in summer. An emergency broadcast sounded. The host repeatedly warned the survivors not to venture outside, recklessly cautioning them about the dangers brought by the melting ice. However, many refugees simply ignored the warnings and rushed downstairs, jumping and yelling as soon as dawn broke. Zhou Chen was also awakened by the heat. He went to the kitchen and turned on the faucet, and after a few sputters, a stream of yellow muddy water sprayed out. Da Huang, feeling the heat, stuck out its tongue and anxiously stared at the fireplace. Zhou Chen extinguished both fireplaces and went to the rooftop. He took out over a dozen plastic water storage tanks from his space and filled the entire rooftop area. He also took out 3 hoses connecting them to the faucets in the kitchen, bathroom, and master bedroom. The yellow muddy water flowed into the storage tanks, and after nearly an hour the water quality gradually improved. It was still very murky, but no mud was spewing out, and after a period of sedimentation, it was still drinkable. However, Zhou Chen would never drink this water. He had plenty of mineral water in his space. Recently, Lao Sun had been close to a second-hand dealer from the explosive gang and had exchanged supplies for a telescope. He was observing the nearby communities and found that the situation in each community was quite similar. Even though it was winter during normal seasons, for the survivors who had endured the torment of freezing, the rise in temperature was a cause for great joy. As he looked around, he suddenly saw Zhou Chen busy on the rooftop. Lao Sun took out his walkie-talkie. "Xiao Zhou, what are you doing?" After calling for a long time, there was no response, and he thought surely Zhou Chen had not brought the walkie-talkie with him. He kept watching Zhou Chen return home and called again. Zhou Chen had only been busy on the rooftop for an hour and was drenched in sweat when he returned to the house. As soon as he turned on the air conditioning, he heard Lao Sun's call. Zhou Chen sat on the sofa cooling off in front of the air conditioning, saying stock up on water. After 10 days of temperatures hovering around zero, it had suddenly climbed to 30 degrees in the dead of night. If the survivors still had no sense of crisis, then their lives would be left to fate. Lao Sun was astonished. "Stock up on water. Are you suggesting that a drought will occur next?" Zhou Chen did not clarify. "The weather is unpredictable. It's best if there is no drought. In any case, we can water the flowers and vegetables." Lao Sun began to mutter to himself. "This temperature is indeed a bit abnormal. It drops and rises suddenly, fierce like a cannonball. I should discuss this with everyone. A better safe than sorry." Zhou Chen took a shower and sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window eating cold snacks. Lao Sun had already gathered the community's refugees together, reminding every household to stock up on water. The refugees dispersed in a hurry, feeling that Lao Sun had become addicted to authority, meddling in everything. Only the original neighbors remained by Lao Sun's side. "Lao Sun, do we really need to stock up on water? Lao Sun, are you overthinking this? This isn't Ningxia. How could we possibly run out of water?" Lao Sun sighed. "I only saw Xiao Zhou stocking up on water. Zhou Gu is stocking up on water. If Zhou Gu is stocking up on water, then we should stock up a little too. I still regret not listening to Zhou Gu's advice and going out to grab supplies in time." "Exactly. Just thinking about this makes me restless at night. If we had paid attention to Zhou Gu's warnings back, then our community wouldn't be left with just a handful of us." Yang Sitian wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, "I think we should stock up on water. Zhou Gu, how should I put it? I feel that whatever he does is correct." Everyone nodded, finding some truth in her words. Lao Sun looked at Yang Sitian. "Didn't you take Long Xiaoyan home? How is she? Is her uncle still alive?" Yang Sitian shook her head. "The house has been occupied by refugees. To reclaim the house, she even got into a fight. I accompanied her to several places but couldn't find any news about her uncle. She asked me to return first and wait at home." Upon hearing this, everyone felt it looked grim. Chi-Ro walked over with her child. "I think it should be fine. Her uncle is a firefighter and his survival skills are 10 or 100 times that of an ordinary person. He must have comrades around him, and any thugs would have to steer clear of him." Everyone listened and found that made sense. If ordinary people could survive with Long Xiaoyan's uncle's survival skills and daily physical training, he would be just fine. Lao Sun hugged his grandson, who was as thin as a bean sprout. He needed to find Huang Mao to get 2 water towers and see if he could get some baby formula as well. Chi-Ro took off her Cartier bracelet. "Uncle Sun, all the second-hand dealers in the city only recognize money now. You should exchange for some other supplies." Lao Sun was troubled by this matter. During extreme cold, food was the most valuable, but when the temperature warmed to 0 degrees, those second-hand dealers began to only recognize money. In recent days, everyone had pawned everything valuable they had. "Uncle Sun, you can take this." Chi-Ro pressed the bracelet into Lao Sun's hand. "This bracelet is worth more than gold, but don't let anyone deceive you." Lao Sun felt a surge of emotion. "Xiao Qi, if there's ever a chance, I will definitely repay you with a better one." The high temperatures persisted for several days, accelerating the melting of ice and snow. The solid ice layer cracked, revealing murky water in many places, with various household waste floating on the surface. Some refugees frequently ran around on the ice layer. Lao Sun was anxious and tried reasoning with them emotionally and logically, but all was in vain. Zhou Chen suspected that if Lao Sun kept this up, he'd be left with a bald scalp. "Forget it, Lao Sun, you can't reason with the damned fools." Lao Sun, extremely frustrated, decided to ignore them. "You all can go ahead and kill yourselves." Zhou Chen was enjoying hot pot while cooling off with the air conditioning when he first heard a scream followed by a series of cries for help. Da Huang, who was gnawing on a bone, was startled and ran to the window, barking down at the street. Zhou Chen walked to the window and took a look. He saw that the ice layer below had collapsed, creating a 20-square-meter hole with a dozen refugees having fallen into the icy water. Those who could swim were paddling toward the shore, while those who couldn't flailed in panic in the water. The icy water was bone-chilling, and a person who fell and lost body heat, rapidly becoming stiff within 15 seconds. Some refugees wanted to help, but in a moment they couldn't find suitable tools. By the time they took off their clothes to tie them together into a rope, several of the non-swimmers had already sunk beneath the water. Several fresh lives thus vanished before their eyes. The group of refugees who had rushed downstairs stood there in a daze, shocked, fearful, and reflective. The melting speed of the snow and ice was astonishingly rapid. Apart from the soldiers busy with gathering, there were no more desperate refugees outside. After a while he pulled up the hard head and measured the wet part of the rope with a ruler. The onlooking neighbors, wiping their sweat, gathered closer. How is it? Old Sun frowned. It has dropped another meter. The water level is decreasing by 1 meter per hour, which means the water evaporates at the same rate. Even the hot desert cannot be this exaggerated. A group of neighbors also realized the problem. I have a feeling that 2 water tanks might not be sufficient. Old Sun pondered for a long time, then stood up with a pat on his pants. Come on, let's make some wooden implements. I will find Huang Mao to exchange for 2 more water towers. Neighbors immediately started to act. Those looking for wood found wood, and those looking for rope found rope. A thin woman hesitantly approached and took off the gold necklace from her neck. Old Sun, please try to exchange for as many as possible. At the current evaporation rate, we are likely to face extreme heat. Old Sun was taken aback. What extreme heat? The neighbors who were busy next to them all turned to look at the woman in unison. The woman said, under normal circumstances, there are only about 16 days of extreme heat each year, and many businesses provide heat allowances to employees during that month. With an increase in allowances, everyone nodded. This group of neighbors before the natural disaster included business owners and mid-level managers in companies, all of whom were well aware of heat allowance fees. For those sitting in air-conditioned rooms during the scorching summer, it was manageable. But for small businesses or outdoor laborers, sweat could practically be wrung out of their clothes. It was sheer torment. Ironically, those sitting in air-conditioned rooms received heat allowance fees, while outdoor laborers like migrant workers received not a single cent. The woman explained, extreme heat refers to sustained high temperatures. Heat stroke is merely a mild condition, but the most feared is heat exhaustion, where the internal organs are essentially cooked, leading to multi-organ failure and death. Chiro said, I know about heat exhaustion. Every summer during the hottest days, people often die from it. If it becomes sustained high temperatures, it would be truly terrifying. The woman nodded. My father was a doctor when he was alive. I have heard him talk about cases of heat exhaustion with a high mortality rate. Once diagnosed, it is almost impossible to save. A neighbor with glasses said, after experiencing 3 months of extreme cold, do you think we will face 3 months of extreme heat next? Everyone was startled by this statement. If a weather of minus 70 degrees Celsius can occur in August, what else is impossible? Old Sun frowned, deeply, forming crinkles on his forehead. I cannot rule out that possibility. The neighbors panicked. What should we do? After barely surviving the extreme cold without freezing or starving, are we now to be cooked alive by the heat? It could also be that we will die of thirst. Old Sun quickly reassured everyone. This is merely a hypothesis. Let's not scare ourselves, but we should indeed prepare some supplies in advance. The woman reminded, if extreme heat arrives, we will not only need to stockpile a large amount of water, but also a significant amount of salt. Old Sun nodded. Yes, we need to replenish salt in the scorching summer. The woman handed the gold necklace to Old Sun, reminding, exchange for as many water towers and salt as possible. A man took off his watch. Old Sun, this is for you. A skinny 10-year-old boy came over. Dad, this watch was bought by Grandpa when you were in college. Since Grandpa is gone, you should keep it. He'll give you my piggy bank. The man affectionately ruffled his son's hair. Don't worry, Grandpa will be watching from above and won't blame Dad. Old Sun raised his hand to stop. Wait, you all focus on making the wooden implements first to let me think a bit more. He then went upstairs alone and secretly took out a walkie-talkie. Zhou Chen was chopping ducks in the kitchen, preparing to cook a plate of beer duck for lunch. Hearing Old Sun's call, he put down the knife and returned to the living room. Xiaozhou, are you busy? Not busy. What can one be busy with at home? Old Sun explained the situation and asked, Xiaozhou, do you really think extreme heat disasters will occur? Zhou Chen did not expect the neighbors to react so quickly. I'm not sure, but I think it's better to be prepared than not to be. Old Sun hesitated and asked, apart from water towers and salt, what other supplies should we stockpile? Zhou Chen casually replied, food, perhaps instant noodles, compressed biscuits, canned goods, sugar. Things with long shelf lives. The wooden implements were quite large, and Old Sun went out with 2 men. At the second-hand market, although food was not worth as much as before, the prices were still high. Besides water towers and salt, Old Sun bickered with Yang Ziming in exchange for a large amount of zombie meat. When night fell, the neighbors were all baffled. Why did you exchange for so much zombie meat? The ice has melted and the meat is about to stink. Old Sun was exhausted and hurriedly said, so we need to act quickly to turn this meat into jerky and seal it for preservation. One of the companions said, canned goods and biscuits are just too expensive. At the current market price, we can hardly exchange for much. Old Sun's method works. Instead of buying those supplies at high prices, it's better to buy zombie meat to cure. Without further ado, they got to work. After the snow and ice melted, a lot of wooden furniture floated on the water, which could be salvaged and dried in the sun for an hour before splitting it for firewood. The 15 buildings where Old Sun and others lived had been emitting a meat aroma for several days. By the time they worked overtime at night to turn all the zombie meat into jerky, the water level downstairs had evaporated nearly completely, and the outdoor temperature had reached 50 degrees Celsius. Even more terrifying was that the temperature was still rising by 1 degree every hour. In such high temperatures of 50 degrees Celsius, how could the survivors endure it? Indoors was stifling and uncomfortable, while outdoors the sun beat down directly with not a hint of wind. The ground was hot enough to fry an egg. Standing in one place for too long, even the soles of the shoes began to melt. The broadcast had already issued a high-temperature warning advising citizens to stockpile water and salt. Refugees from the Sakura Blossom community, upon hearing that even the organization advised citizens to stockpile water, began to take action. However, the market price of water towers had skyrocketed dozens of times, the demand was too high, and even with money, it was not guaranteed to find any. The helpless refugees returned empty-handed, regretting it, deeply wishing they had listened to Old Sun's advice. Meanwhile, Old Sun and the others had it much easier, as all 10 water towers were filled with water. Any container at home that could hold water was brought out, and they had cured over 100 pounds of jerky. Compared to the survivors in tank tops and shorts who were still sweating profusely, Zhou Chen, when going out, was dressed in long sleeves and pants. The temperature-regulating clothes were indeed a great invention. He felt as if he was living in spring. Zhou Chen ran to the basement, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work dealing with the messy vehicles draining all their gas tanks. After emptying the gas tanks in the community, he rushed out without stopping for a week. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he drained dozens of gas stations in the area, single-handedly, except for the abandoned vehicles on the road. He had initially wanted to continue draining in the neighboring district, but he ran into a group of soldiers who were also draining gas, so he could only pretend he was just passing by. While others hurriedly searched for supplies, Zhou Chen hoarded water. While others rushed to stock up on water, Zhou Chen hoarded oil and vehicles. He was rich beyond compare in the city. As the extreme heat descended, roads and low buildings re-emerged. The vast majority of supplies had already been collected by the military. However, due to limited manpower, many small supermarkets were still available for refugees to loot. The grains had deteriorated after soaking and cooling and needed to be sun-dried again. After drying, they had a poor taste and a moldy smell, causing many to suffer from vomiting and diarrhea. An increasing number of refugees flooded into the city, which meant that supplies were becoming increasingly scarce, especially water sources. The tap water had run dry. Some refugees, desperate, decided to venture to the Pujiang River to fetch water, only to find the riverbank covered in parched yellow sand and black mud. Unable to find water in the city, they had to seek it outside. There was a reservoir outside the city which once had a water level of 150 meters, now reduced to less than 10 meters. The banks of the reservoir were crowded with refugees fighting fiercely for water resources. Bang! A team of soldiers, also hoarding water, had their leader fire a shot into the air, unable to bear it any longer. He climbed to a higher place, desperately advising fellow compatriots, stop fighting. If you keep this up, the water will evaporate. Some refugees realized and ceased fighting, raising their buckets and desperately pushing forward. Others, unable to withstand the hardship, sat on the ground and cried. Old Sun led a group of neighbors to retreat to the outskirts of the crowd, but some refugees had their eyes on the heavy buckets they carried, itching to make a move. Yang Sitian unsheathed a watermelon knife, without hesitation, saying, "Come and try to snatch it." Back in the community, Old Sun felt a lingering fear. Using a walkie-talkie, he recounted the events to Zhou Chen. "Zhou, you have no idea. There were at least tens of thousands of people at the reservoir today. Those refugees fought like crazy for the water source, and we almost got robbed several times." Zhou Chen was applying a hydrating mask to his face. In the past week outdoors, his neck and face had suffered severe sunburn, and his hands were peeling. Not even a sun hat could shield him from the scorching ultraviolet rays. A reservoir. Is it really a full day's walk back and forth? Old Sun rubbed his sore thigh. "Isn't it? We set off in the middle of the night, and the road was filled with refugees heading to the reservoir. It took a lot of time to fill the water, and by the time we returned it was already evening." Zhou Chen took a cold drink from the fridge, opened it, and took a sip, feeling refreshed. Since all the city's refugees are rushing outside to grab water resources, you should consider a different approach. "Xiaozhou, what do you mean?" "I mean your round trips waste too much time. Why not continue searching for other supplies, and then trade them for water with the refugees? Wouldn't that be more convenient? What do you think we should look for?" "Food." Old Sun was surprised. "Food? Didn't the broadcast say another batch of grain would be brought into the city in a few days?" Zhou Chen was left speechless. "Then just pretend I said nothing." After the call ended, Old Sun fell into deep thought. The neighbors who were resting were equally puzzled. Does Zhou Gu mean that hoarding food is more valuable? All supplies have value. I guess Zhou Gu means that while water sources are important, food is equally crucial. The second batch of relief grain is about to enter the city. Should we go collect the deteriorated food? Can we trade it for water? So are we still going to the reservoir tomorrow to grab water? Old Sun suggested a compromise. How about this? Tomorrow we split into two groups. One group continues to the reservoir, while the other group goes to collect food. Heeding advice, we should fill our stomachs first. Chi-Ro, holding a sleeping child, wiped the sweat from her face with one free hand. "We shouldn't just collect food. We need to find other supplies too. The high temperature can spoil stored water easily, so let's find some purification tablets. I just measured and the surface temperature has already reached 70 degrees. To prepare for the potentially prolonged high-temperature heat, we should collect as much salt and sugar as possible." She thought for a moment and looked at a woman who seemed unwell. "Hong Jie, you've already suffered from heat stroke. You shouldn't go out tomorrow. Stay here to take care of the child while I run around for a few days." Yang Xitian, clutching her stomach with concern, pulled Chi-Ro aside. It's chaotic at the reservoir tomorrow. When you collect supplies, remember to find some of that. Chi-Ro understood immediately. Several women in the building now had no sanitary pads. The discomfort was something only women could understand. They had quietly asked around the community and found that all women faced the same issue. Wait, why don't we ask Zhou Gu? Upon hearing this, Yang Xitian was so startled that her stomach pain vanished. Zhou Gu, he's a big man. How could he possibly have that? Chi-Ro, however, disagreed, thinking that while everyone was trapped at home, Zhou Gu was the only one out wandering. If he could collect guns, perhaps he also picked up that item while gathering supplies. Chi-Ro took the walkie-talkie from Old Sun and ran back to her room to whisper, "Bread." Zhou Chen was enjoying a table full of food, savoring the freshly cooked beer duck. "Yes, what supplies are you trading?" Chi-Ro immediately realized that the other party had no clue what kind of bread she was referring. Blushing, she lowered her voice to a whisper, "The bread I'm talking about isn't that kind of bread." Zhou Chen paused, then finally responded, "Cough, yes, I have some." Chi-Ro dashed out a grin spreading across her face as she winked at Yang Xitian. When she reached the stairwell, she thought for a moment and ran back to grab the child, planning to take the child along to scrounge some formula. It was getting dark, but the outdoor temperature remained alarmingly high, with heat waves rising from the ground. It made one feel as if they had moved from a village on Earth to a village on Mars. Chi-Ro waited at the first iron gate on the 5th floor holding the child. A few minutes later, the door opened. A dog appeared before her, dropping a black plastic bag it had been carrying in its mouth onto the ground. Then it stared at her with a cold expression. Oh no, the formula was unreachable. Chi-Ro's mouth twitched as she slipped off another Cartier bracelet from her wrist. The big yellow dog caught the bracelet in its mouth and lifted its paw to close the door. More refugees returned with water, and among them were a few shady-looking individuals eyeing Chi-Ro with ill intent. Even after the crowd had moved far away, they continued to gawk at her slender figure with drool pooling in their mouths. Is it her? It's definitely her. I've been observing for several days. The residents of Building 15 go out daily to collect supplies, and she's the only one at home with a child. That woman with the dual knives is quite impressive too, just too fierce. This girl looks weak at first glance. She must be quite a treat. Keep a close watch. Tomorrow when the others leave, we'll go over and enjoy ourselves. I heard there's a man in the community with a gun. He has warned everyone not to cause trouble before. Won't we be in trouble doing this? What are you afraid of? Which woman would have the face to speak of such matters? If she doesn't say anything, we want either. Who would know? It was just dawn. Suddenly a commotion erupted in the neighborhood. Someone was shouting furiously, and in the next moment the sound of shattering glass echoed. A loud thud followed, resonating sharply in the early morning. Then came the screams of women and the cries of children. The noise was so great that all the survivors in the neighborhood were awakened. Many believed a robbery and assault had occurred. Zhou Chen thought so too. He got out of bed, put on a black silk robe, and rushed out of the house with a gun in hand. His expression was grim. On one hand, he was furious for being woken up, and on the other, he was enraged that someone dared to make trouble in his territory. The combination of these two matters turned his anger into murderous intent. Help! Is there anyone who can save my husband? Ambulance! A woman barefoot and running downstairs was holding a bloody corpse on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, while two skinny children stood nearby wailing. There was another corpse on the ground along with two overturned buckets, blood flowing everywhere. Many people came out to check, bewildered about what had actually happened. Zhou Chen appeared with his gun, and a group of refugees immediately made way for him. Who did this? The refugees dared not speak, while the weeping woman seemed to see a glimmer of hope as she crawled and rolled to cling to Zhou Chen's leg. Brother, Zhou, please help take my husband to the hospital. He's still alive. He's still alive. With half his head smashed in, it was obvious to everyone that the man was already dead. Zhou Chen pulled the woman's bloodied hand away and approached the two corpses, checking for a pulse on the neck, confirming that the safety was disengaged. Zhou Chen's face turned ashen as he questioned the woman. What exactly happened? If there were indeed thugs causing trouble, he would kill them today and hang their corpses at the entrance of the neighborhood to serve as a warning. The woman, sobbing uncontrollably, shook her head. Water. She pointed towards her apartment, crying in anguish. The water we painstakingly brought back from the reservoir is all gone. A refugee, feeling pity for her, asked, was it stolen? Did your husband fall while fighting a thief? The woman shook her tear-streaked face, taking a long time before saying, no, the water in the bucket evaporated. After working hard to bring water back from the reservoir, it had all evaporated overnight, not a drop left in the bucket. Recalling the hardships during the extreme cold, her husband couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide by jumping out the window. In the process, he accidentally crushed a refugee who had just returned from fetching water. The water in the bucket evaporated. This left all the refugees in shock. Most of them had gone to the reservoir outside the city to fetch water, and not only was the journey long, but the weight of the water was also heavy. After returning home, they were exhausted and fell asleep, and upon being startled awake, they rushed out, without even checking the situation of their water buckets and basins. Hearing this woman's words, the refugees quickly turned and ran home. Before long, the sound of wailing could be heard from every household. The precious water they had worked hard to bring back had vanished overnight, leaving not a single drop. Old Sun and his group were no different. Only a few tightly packed buckets remained intact while the room was filled with buckets and bowls, all dry, without a trace of water. The commotion in Sakura community was so loud that refugees from nearby neighborhoods were awakened, and upon seeing that their own water had also evaporated, it was as if it had disappeared into thin air. In an instant, everywhere was filled with cries of despair. Heaven, are you forcing me to death? Almost every neighborhood had refugees who, unable to cope, jumped off buildings to commit suicide one after another. Zhou Chen went to the rooftop to check on the water tower. Each 5-ton water tank had already lost 1/5 of its capacity. At this terrifying rate of evaporation, there would be no water left in less than a week. On a rooftop of a certain building, a group of greedy refugees gathered, eyeing the neatly arranged water towers on building 21 with excitement. See that? This person hoarded a lot of water. But he has a gun, or I've heard the locals call him Zhou the Madman, saying he kills without blinking. I'm not blind, how can I not know he has a gun? Who cares if he's Zhou the Madman, Zhang the Madman, or Li the Madman? The real madmen are the refugees without water resources. Big brother, do you have a good plan? Gather all the water-starved refugees together and force him to hand over those water towers. What if he refuses, eh? If he refuses with so many refugees, can he kill us all with just one gun? In the end, he'll have to hand them over. While Zhou Chen was checking the situation of the water towers one by one, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Was he being targeted? At noon, as Zhou Chen went downstairs to walk his dog as usual. In the past few days, the neighborhood had been empty, but suddenly many refugees had appeared. The evaporation of water resources had deeply impacted a large number of refugees. Today, they lacked the spirit to go out, some lying at home in a daze, while others squatted in the dark corners downstairs lost in thought. One by one they appeared, numb, their faces filled with worry. When they saw Zhou Chen and his well-fed large yellow dog, many refugees felt a pang of jealousy. Why should they suffer so much? Why should Zhou Chen live so freely? They couldn't even afford a meal, yet Zhou Chen had enough food to keep a dog. What those people said was right. Zhou Chen had hoarded unimaginable supplies at home and should share them with everyone. Woof woof woof. A few refugees, too agitated, caught the large yellow dog's attention, causing it to bare its teeth and bark. The walkie-talkie on Zhou Chen's belt crackled with old son's voice. Xiao Zhou, I've discovered something very bad. Are you free to talk now? Zhou Chen took off the walkie-talkie and replied, I'm walking the dog. Let's talk when I get back. Despite the malice of many refugees in the neighborhood, Zhou Chen still walked his dog proudly, which only fueled the anger of the psychologically twisted refugees. After strolling for about an hour, he swaggered back to building 21. Once the two large iron doors of the stairwell were closed, it isolated those refugees who tried to sneak in. Zhou Chen took a cold shower first, then grabbed a bottle of ice-cold cola from the fridge, taking a refreshing sip. He didn't call old son, but directly turned on the microphone speaker. He tapped the microphone twice for a test, and his clear voice reached the ears of every refugee within a kilometer. This is Zhou Chen. Oh, I have discovered a group of murderous thugs hiding in Sakura community. These thugs not only want to harm me personally, but also intend to target all the refugees in the entire community. Now whoever brings these thugs to me will be rewarded with a ton of water. Everyone hurry up. If the water source on the water tower evaporates, what's the point of capturing the thugs? The refugees who had just looked down on Zhou Chen's voice suddenly brightened with excitement. The insidious thugs hiding in the building conducting brainwashing were stunned. The dozens of refugees who were called into the room looked at each other, and then they all pounced. The thugs were terrified. Zhou Chen is playing tricks, you must not be fooled. But as long as they could get the water source, they didn't care how tricks were being played. In less than 5 minutes, the group of thugs was wiped out, each tied up and taken downstairs to building 21. The original residents of nearby communities found this scene somewhat familiar. Didn't Zhou the Madman do something similar back, then offering a bounty on heads? Back then the reward was 10 packets of instant noodles, now it had become a ton of water. Zhou Chen held a gun in his right hand next to a plastic water tank. There are 2 tons of water here, 1 ton is a reward and the other ton. Whoever takes these thugs to the gate and hangs them up, that is theirs. 10 minutes later, 5 refugees were hung upside down at the entrance of Sakura community. In the sweltering heat of 80 degrees on the surface, it felt like being thrown into a furnace, each one suffering greatly, constantly begging for mercy. After just 2 hours, they dehydrated to death. By the next afternoon, the 5 corpses had turned into 5 mummies. Every time the refugees in the community saw these 5 mummies, they were scared to the core. Afterward, when they saw Zhou Chen walking his dog downstairs, they all took a wide berth around him. A madman. Indeed, a madman who kills without blinking. Zhou Chen, holding a cigarette, chuckled coldly. A rustling sound came from the broadcast. The host was reporting the latest news released by the Meteorological Bureau. Due to the current temperature changes, it is expected that the high temperatures will continue for the next 3 months. Residents are advised to stock up on water and supplies, and to take appropriate protective measures when going out. This made the refugees furious, throwing pots around. Now there's even no water to drink. Aren't we going to die in 3 months? The reservoirs have dried up, where can we stock up on water? Is an artificial rain possible? Why haven't they fired a rocket yet? Lao Sun and the others were not as miserable as the refugees. Xiao Zhou is amazing. The value of food in the market has returned, and salt is in such high demand that it's hard to find a single pack. We have stocked hundreds of packs of salt. Should we take some out to trade for other supplies now? Absolutely not. Didn't the broadcast just say? The high temperatures will last for 3 months. Salt will only become more precious. We need to keep a low profile when we go out. Everyone should act their part. When we see people, we must act poor and definitely not let the refugees know we have supplies. I've noticed that recently young girls in our building have been eyed by some young refugees who often loiter downstairs looking like trouble. Yang Sitian drew out 2 watermelon knives exuding a murderous aura. There are 5 mummies hanging at the front door. Who dares to cause trouble? This time I need Brother Zhou to step in. He'll take 1 out if 1 comes, and he'll take out 2 if 2 come. Huang Mao arrived and got Zhou Chen a mountain bike. Bro, how's it going? This is the best mountain bike on the market, capable of flying through even the most complex terrains, and if there's no road it will carve 1 out. Zhou Chen scrutinized the condition of the motorcycle. Is there any stock left? Huang Mao nodded vigorously. Bro, even if there is scent, there must be. As long as you want it, we will definitely make it happen. Zhou Chen patted the seat of the motorcycle and nodded in satisfaction. You just bring the good stuff. Oh, what do you want to trade? Huang Mao looked troubled. Bro, the market trend has changed again. The most valuable items are still food and water, and salt is now ranked 3rd in value. My boss is depressed again, having collected a pile of cash and gold and silver jewelry. Gold and silver jewelry are still decent, but cash, it's now as good as worthless paper. Zhou Chen nearly laughed out loud. Don't mention gold and silver jewelry. Soon even high-end gems would be worth no more than the broken stones by the roadside. Huang Mao asked with hopeful eyes, Bro, can you get water? He had heard that Zhou Guest rooftop had stocked dozens of tons. Zhou Chen pretended to consider. I have water, but I can't give you too much. Huang Mao's eyes lit up, licking his lips. Bro, can we start with 5 tons? Zhou Chen feigned a difficult expression and after a moment nodded. You need to prepare the vehicle to carry the water. Huang Mao let out a big breath of relief. No problem, I'll drive it over right away. Huang Mao moved quickly, and 2 hours later he brought over a water truck. To prevent the refugees from snatching it, he also brought a group of companions, all wielding knives and looking fierce. Zhou Chen originally wanted to say to deliver at night, but this guy brought a 70 to 80 meter long hose. Zhou Chen couldn't help but laugh. You've really thought this through, haven't you? Huang Mao chuckled. They weren't too short on water, but they wanted to seize the market quickly. They were nearly dying of thirst themselves. Zhou Chen dragged the hose upstairs, and it took over 3 hours to fill 5 tons of water. Huang Mao was overjoyed. Bro, don't worry, as long as it's good stuff, our explosive gang will prioritize supplying you first, and whatever you leave over will be given to other clients. Zhou Chen called out to Huang Mao, who was about to leave. You need to help me find someone. Find someone? Huang Mao was taken aback. With the extreme cold and typhoon, the city was full of dead bodies and many had gone missing. Finding someone wasn't an easy task. Zhou Chen said, many people must have come to your gang for supplies, right? Huang Mao nodded. Zhou Chen continued, help me find an experienced helicopter instructor. A professional instructor would be best, but even a non-specialist would do. Supplies can be exchanged for tuition. I guarantee he won't suffer a loss. Huang Mao nodded. No problem, I'll ask around for you as soon as I get back. Huang Mao happily drove the water truck out, but just as he reached the door he slammed on the brakes. What the hell? A helicopter instructor? Is Zhou Gu planning to learn how to fly and roam around? He really keeps a low profile. A few days later, Huang Mao brought over several mountain bikes and an old man in his 60s. The old man was unremarkable with graying hair. He was not very tall, but stood straight. Due to lack of supplies, he appeared gaunt and pale with yellowing eyes and severely chapped lips. Huang Mao introduced the two. Bro, this is Grandpa Bai. He says he can fly a plane. Zhou Chen sent Huang Mao away and started chatting with Grandpa Bai. Grandpa, were you a soldier before? Grandpa Bai nodded. I used to fly bombers in the military, then transitioned to civil aviation after retirement, and later became ground crew as I aged. I just retired a few years ago. Zhou Chen couldn't help but show respect. Thank you for your service. Grandpa Bai immediately raised his hand in salute to serve the people. It was clear that he sincerely respected the other man, and his anxious heart gradually calmed down. Are you hiring a pilot, or are you just learning to fly? Zhou Chen asked, if I want to learn to fly myself, how long would it take? Grandpa Bai replied honestly, under normal circumstances, to fully master helicopter flying skills, it takes at least 6 months to a year. Zhou Chen shook his head. I don't have that much time. How long does it take to learn the most basic flying skills? Grandpa Bai kindly reminded, that would be very dangerous. Zhou Chen said, there's no choice, all supplies in the city are scarce. I want to go out to see the situation. Can we do it in a week? Grandpa Bai thought for a long time before saying, it can be done, but many skills can only be learned through practice during flight. Zhou Chen picked a motorcycle. Can you ride one? Grandpa Bai was startled. Of course I can. Zhou Chen said, you give me an address and I'll send the tuition to your house later. The helicopter is outside the city and we can ride out to learn every day. Grandpa Bai nodded, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. He wanted to mention the matter of supplies, but it wasn't out of greed for a large quantity. He had rushed over after hearing Huang Mao say that Zhou Chen had valuable water resources. However, now that he hadn't received anything, he felt embarrassed to make any demands. In the evening, Zhou Chen pretended to take a stroll in the street with a flashlight. On the pitch-black street, there were no signs of life, only the refugees groping in the dark for supplies, not even a rat in sight. In fact, all the rats in the city had been eaten to extinction by the refugees. Zhou Chen walked to a deserted corner and took out a pickup truck from his space. He loaded a bag of rice, a bag of flour, dozens of pounds of potatoes, dozens of pounds of sweet potatoes, a ton of water, and 2 bags of salt onto the pickup. These supplies were enough to make any survivor go crazy. Grandpa Bay's living place was nice, a detached small villa with strong privacy. This place had once been flooded, and with the extreme heat arriving, nostalgic old-timers like Grandpa Bay had moved back. When the seawater flooded the city, many people drowned, and now 9 out of 10 houses were empty. Zhou Chen parked the truck at Grandpa Bay's doorstep and honked the horn. Grandpa Bay had been waiting for a long time and hurriedly opened the door upon hearing the horn. His wife, worried, followed him out with a flashlight, while their 2 little grandsons hid upstairs, not daring to speak. Zhou Chen unloaded the supplies one by one, and Grandpa Bay's eyes widened. "Xiaozhou, why are you giving me so many supplies?" Although it had been agreed to use supplies as tuition, both the quality and quantity had greatly exceeded his expectations, especially the water and salt, which were incredibly precious. Zhou Chen left the city overnight and found a deserted mountain peak. The mountaintop was overgrown with trees and weeds, but there was a flat area suitable for landing a helicopter. Now the refugees were all rushing into the city, not out of fear of being observed. The next morning, just after Zhou Chen finished his breakfast, the sound of a motorcycle horn came from downstairs. Looking down from the window, it was indeed Old Bay who had arrived. Sitting on his motorcycle, Old Bay watched the surrounding refugees carrying buckets to search for water and felt much more at ease thinking about the ton of water Zhou Chen had delivered the night before. Zhou Chen went downstairs with De Huang. Old Bay was astonished at the sight of this robust local dog. All the animals in the city had been eaten by refugees, and few pet dogs could be found, yet Zhou Chen still raised a local dog. Seeing Zhou Chen still dressed in his long sleeves and trousers from yesterday, he said, "Xiaozhou, you're going to get heat stroke like this." He had only gone out for a short while in his tank top and shorts, and was already sweating profusely. Zhou Chen smiled. "My constitution is different from ordinary people. I fear the cold, not the heat." De Huang excitedly jumped onto the vehicle, his paws resting on the fuel tank. The two rode a mountain motorcycle out of the city. Despite being over 60, Old Bay drove the motorcycle with incredible skill. Truly excellent soldiers are versatile individuals. Zhou Chen scrutinized Old Bay, who carried an old military canteen and a worn satchel. To save space, the canteen was not filled to the brim and made a ding-dong sound as it rattled with the bumps. The satchel was also deflated, likely containing just 2 flatbreads for sustenance. A rusty kitchen knife was sheathed on his belt at the back, showing no signs of blood, probably having never been used to harm anyone. Along the way, they encountered many refugees. The ones unable to walk properly looked at their motorcycle with envy. The robust dog at the front of the vehicle made them even more envious. Some refugees rushed forward, attempting to snatch at them, and Old Bay's immediate reaction was to dissuade them. Just as he opened his mouth, Zhou Chen charged ahead, wielding a hammer and striking down on a refugee's head. Old Bay was momentarily stunned, glancing back at the deceased lying on the ground, and said nothing. In the collapse of civilization and the decline of morals, honest people were forced to become villains, while villains became even more wicked. Even military trucks loaded with relief supplies were nearly robbed outside the city. It was no longer the peaceful era it once was. Zhou Chen led his companion to the mountaintop, stopping in front of a patch of grass. "Please hide the motorcycle, while I'll check if the helicopter is still there." He then slipped into the woods, confirming that the area was clear before pulling the helicopter out from his space and placing it on the flat ground. He then returned to bring Old Bay to the spot. Old Bay gave a thumbs up. "I heard that refugees are hunting all over the mountain. You really have the guts to leave it here." Carefully inspecting the helicopter, he immediately began a verbal lesson. When it came to basic theoretical knowledge, Old Bay's explanations were far superior to those of the blonde, blue-eyed boss Liu. "Remember what I just told you, but theoretical knowledge is always just theory. To master flying skills, you must experience them firsthand through practice." The two boarded the helicopter, and De Huang also climbed aboard. From the moment he sat in the aircraft, Old Bay's demeanor transformed completely. Confident, composed, and adept, it seemed as if this was not a helicopter, but merely a child's toy. Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh. Truly, as expected of an excellent veteran who had flown bombers, this aura and presence were something he could never hope to match in his lifetime. "They'll take you for a spin." The rotor began to spin, blowing the surrounding dry weeds. As they soared into the sky, the mountains shrank, and the refugees below appeared as tiny as ants. Old Bay was very diligent, explaining various key points of actual flight while guiding Zhou Chen in the air. He spoke so much that his lips became chapped. Zhou Chen pretended to rummage through his bag, taking out 2 bottles of mineral water. He opened one and handed it to Old Bay. Old Bay shook his head to refuse. "You drink it. I brought a canteen. Please just take it." Zhou Chen insisted, and only then did Old Bay reach out to accept it. After flying a lap, the helicopter returned to the flat area on the mountaintop. It was already noon, so they could only hide under the trees to cool off. Old Bay wiped the sweat from his brow, reluctant to drink too much water. Just moistening his lips was satisfactory. He gazed at the gradually drying forest and lamented, "I fear that in half a month all the trees on this mountain will be scorched dead." Zhou Chen did not refute. He was busy gathering stones to build a simple stove. If he were resting alone in the wild, he would have set up a tent by now and taken out solar panels to have a fan blowing directly at himself. But with others around, he could only try to be as low-key as possible. However, his low-key demeanor compared to the survivors of the current refugee life still appeared rather extravagant. Frying pans, bowls, and chopsticks, mineral water, nash ingredients, oil, and seasonings were all laid out on the ground. Old Bai was once again taken aback. He hurriedly stopped him. Xiao Zhou quickly put away all these supplies. I brought flatbreads. If you didn't bring any dry food, I'll share one with you. No, you mustn't. Zhou Chen twisted open a bottle of mineral water and poured it into the pot, while Old Bai watched with wide eyes. Today's youth were indeed extravagant, unaware of the hardships of life. Seeing Old Bai sweating profusely with worry, Zhou Chen genuinely feared he might suffer from heat stroke. You can rest assured I know what I'm doing. What do you know? You can't afford to waste food. It's not like the old days. Every bit counts, and we have 3 more months of extreme heat ahead. Who knows what days those will be after 3 months? The mountain was not lacking in firewood. Zhou Chen hadn't walked 5 meters when he picked up a bunch of dry branches and pulled up some dry grass. He started a fire and first brewed a pot of cooling tea. Then he poured oil into the pan, tossed in the soy sauce, marinated meat slices, and added bell peppers with the aroma wafting far away. In just half an hour, Zhou Chen prepared 3 dishes and a soup along with a pot of rice. Stir-fried meat, cold shredded chicken, cold cucumber salad, and tomato egg soup, along with a large bowl of Yangzhou fried rice. Zhou Chen was determined not to shortchange himself. If it weren't for the need to stay low-key, he would have roasted a leg of lamb to pair with beer. Old Bai, usually restrained and calm, was also astonished by the spread laid out on the stones. What appeared to be ordinary home-cooked dishes were, for all the current refugees, an unimaginable delicacy. Zhou Chen served Old Bai a bowl of fried rice. I forgot to mention last night, since you taught me to fly, I'll provide 2 meals a day, so please eat without reservation. Old Bai looked at the fried rice with ham and peas in hand, feeling a surge of emotions. Zhou Chen noticed Old Bai's reluctance to take food and deliberately said, it's just too hot. If we eat too slowly, won't the dishes spoil? With surface temperatures at 80 degrees and no refrigerator, it would be strange if they didn't spoil. Upon realizing this, Old Bai finally loosened up and ate with abandon. Da Huang, accustomed to meat, tried to sneak a piece, but was sent aside to eat dog food. In the afternoon, the two took another flight, and after landing the helicopter, Old Bai continued to elaborate on flying precautions. Zhou Chen found a small excuse to send Old Bai away first, and only then did he store the helicopter back in his space. Riding the motorcycle back to the city, it was already 9 p.m. Over the next few days, the two left early and returned late. Sometimes on their way back, they would also seize supplies from the hands of thugs. Old Bai had become accustomed to Zhou Chen's ruthless behavior. After all, he was only killing the thugs who obstructed them, and the supplies they seized were those taken by the thugs from the refugees, so he had nothing to say. Moreover, Zhou Chen not only shared half of the seized supplies with him, but after a few days of improved meals, the hollows in his cheeks had noticeably filled out. Zhou Chen thought he had been low-key enough, but unexpectedly he still attracted the attention of a group of people. Zhou Chen piloted the helicopter back to the mountaintop. He spotted a group of refugees standing on the flat ground from afar. 2 off-road motorcycles hidden in the grass were discovered by the refugees. If only they had the keys, they would surely have ridden them away by now. Seeing the helicopter approaching, the group of refugees waved their knives and clubs aggressively. Zhou Chen was about to switch places with the co-pilot, intending to grab a weapon for a more intense approach, when he saw a small squad of soldiers emerge from the woods. As soon as the armed soldiers appeared, the refugees immediately became obedient. Some of them attempted to take the motorcycles, but were stopped by the soldiers. No hurry, descend slowly, steady now, very good. The helicopter landed smoothly and came to a complete stop. The old man Bai said, "I'll go up and ask first." Zhou Chen nodded and jumped down, watching Bai approach a military officer. Bai introduced himself first, and the officer showed respect, immediately rendering a standard military salute. Bai returned the salute, and then the conversation began. After 5 minutes, Bai waved Zhou Chen over. Zhou Chen walked over and heard Bai introduce, "Xiao Zhou, this is Captain He." Captain He saluted, his lips cracked. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, my surname is He, and my name is He Yoguang. We would like to requisition your helicopter. It's not compulsory, but I wonder if it would be convenient for you." Zhou Chen directly refused, "Not convenient." Captain He looked disappointed, urgency in his eyes. "Mr. Zhou, the situation is as follows. We have a small team sent to Hang City to transport water, originally scheduled to return in 3 days, but it has now been 5 days. We want to borrow your helicopter to quickly ascertain the real situation for our next actions." Zhou Chen remained silent. The highway from Magic City to Hang City takes less than 2.5 hours. Even if natural disasters had damaged the roads, a round trip should take no more than a day. Could it be that a criminal gang has emerged, one with considerable power? Zhou Chen asked directly, "Is the road?" Captain He nodded, hesitating for a moment before saying, "It's not just the roads. Originally, for the sake of social stability, there are some matters that the public cannot know." Alas, after the typhoon, seawater flooded the city, and the warden of Shaoshan prison reacted quickly, opening all the cells at the first opportunity. Some of the escaped prisoners died in the extreme cold, some went missing, and others have taken control of the mountains. Magic City is short of water, and the organization sent a team of soldiers to Thousand Island Lake to fetch water, which is now a stronghold for a bandit group made up of prisoners. With no news from his comrades, the organization grew anxious, and Captain He was even more worried, since those were his soldiers. However, due to the damaged roads, it would take a day to drive there, and encountering thugs along the way would only delay things further. Thus, when they spotted a helicopter in the sky these past few days, they followed the flight path to find it today. Zhou Chen wasn't keen on lending it out. After all, he only had one helicopter. What would he do if it got damaged? Yet looking at Captain He and the 5 soldiers behind him, all of whom appeared haggard with cracked and peeling lips from prolonged outdoor exposure, their skin sunburned. Just as Zhou Chen was hesitating, a soldier suddenly collapsed to the ground, startling everyone. Li Xiaoyang has fainted. Quick, give him some salt water. All the soldiers, including Captain He, pulled out their water bottles, but despite several bottles combined, not a drop of water could be poured out. Old Man Bai hurriedly took off his water bottle and handed it over. After a long while, the fainted soldier finally came to. However, he was severely overheated and didn't even have the strength to stand. This scene filled Zhou Chen with emotion. In such harsh post-apocalyptic times, perhaps the families of these soldiers had already perished in the disaster or gone missing, yet they continued to stand firm in their posts. Old Man Bai noticed Zhou Chen was wavering. Zhou Chen, feeling embarrassed, said, "Well, you can take it, just remember to return it to me." Captain He in excitement rushed up to Zhou Chen, gripping his hands tightly. "Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Rest assured, I will definitely return the helicopter on time within 3 days." Zhou Chen waved his hand. "You all can take off now." Captain He looked awkward. "Oh, we still need to find a pilot." Old Man Bai chuckled. "What are you looking for? Am I not a ready man?" Then, Captain He called over a soldier. "Xiaolong, take your brothers back to the city. First, be careful on the way. I will set off immediately to check on the situation of our comrades." Old Man Bai left with Captain He. Zhou Chen felt like he was missing something. After thinking carefully, oh no, the dog is still in the helicopter. That guy had been sleeping soundly in the back seat of the helicopter, and after landing he forgot to call it down. The well-fed dog wouldn't end up being slaughtered by Captain He for a meal, would it? Seeing Zhou Chen staring blankly at the sky, the soldier, named Xiaolong, thought he was reluctant to part with the helicopter. "Mr. Zhou, it's getting dark. It's safer for you to return to the city with us." Zhou Chen came back to his senses. There were 5 soldiers across from him, with the overheated soldier being carried on his comrade's back. "Did you come by car?" Xiaolong shook his head. "All usable vehicles have been sent out to transport water. We rode motorcycles here, and they are probably taken by the refugees by now. Does that mean we have to walk back? In this extreme heat with scorching temperatures day and night, they don't even have a drop of water. It could be deadly." Zhou Chen took out 2 keys. "These 2 are for you to ride." Xiaolong hesitated. "What about you?" Zhou Chen nonchalantly waved his hand and turned to dive into the woods. "I have another one hidden." Before long, Zhou Chen emerged from the woods riding a normal motorcycle, tossing a bottle of mineral water to each of them from his backpack. The soldiers receiving the water were shocked. "Is this too extravagant?" Zhou Chen opened a bottle and drank half of it in one go. Drink up, drink up. Ew, I had hidden these in the mountains before." These soldiers were already extremely thirsty and understood the preciousness of water. After opening the cap, they only dared to take a small sip. The overheated soldier was fed a few sips of water, but his condition did not improve. The heat stroke was too severe. Drinking water alone couldn't resolve it. After going down the mountain, Xiaolong got off the bike and checked. Indeed, the motorcycles they had hidden in the grass were gone. Though they were old and dilapidated motorcycles, they were still important means of transport in the current situation, and it pained them greatly to lose them. On the bumpy road, 3 motorcycles rode side by side. The soldiers who lost their motorcycles were in low spirits. In this extreme heat, relying solely on their legs to walk, not only would it waste time, but eventually they would die of thirst on the road. Zhou Chen honked the horn, and the 4 soldiers immediately came to their senses and looked at him. Zhou Chen smiled. "Brothers, could you sell me some information? They'll give you these 2 mountain motorcycles for free." Xiaolong hesitated this. Zhou Chen said, "I'm not trying to make it hard for you. Surely you can share some information that doesn't violate the regulations. How about I throw in a ton of clean water as well?" Xiaolong pondered. "That can work, but what kind of information do you want? Just so you know, if it's something we can't disclose, it won't matter if you offer us 10 tons of water." Zhou Chen was simple and direct. "Where can I find an M134 minigun in Magic City?" "You really are bold." Xiaolong was terrified and revved the throttle, speeding away quickly. 3 days passed. Zhou Chen hadn't seen a shadow of the helicopter. Captain He and Elder Bai seemed to have vanished. Elder Bai's wife had come to find Zhou Chen several times despite the scorching heat. Unable to sit still, Zhou Chen rushed to the temporary shelter set up by the organization to inquire. The entire city was under military control, with the surviving local officials assisting in managing all affairs. After much inquiry, Zhou Chen finally found the soldier who had suffered from heat stroke at the hospital. The hospital was also a temporary shelter, rows of tents stretching as far as the eye could see. A natural disaster had led to significant losses of medical personnel and equipment, making the place look extremely rudimentary. "Do you remember me?" "Who are you?" The soldier lying on the bed had been feeling dizzy from severe heat stroke. Zhou Chen patiently reminded him, 3 days ago your captain came to borrow my helicopter from the mountain outside the city." "Oh, that did happen." The soldier weakly nodded. Zhou Chen urged, "Where is your camp? I need to ask Xiaolong about something." As soon as the soldier finished mentioning the location, he turned and began to vomit, clutching his head afterward in discomfort. Heat stroke was unbearable, and although there were fans in the temporary hospital, the wind they blew was hot, making it difficult to cool down. Zhou Chen, feigning the motion of rummaging through his bag, discreetly took out 2 bottles of Huaxiang Zhengqi liquid from his space and quietly placed them in the soldier's hand. You wouldn't know until you came. The shock was overwhelming. In addition to the survivors injured in the disaster, there were countless patients suffering from heatstroke lying around. Just as Zhou Chen stepped out of the tent, he saw 2 medical staff carrying a corpse past him. In this extreme heat, if the corpse wasn't handled in time, a plague would soon follow. Zhou Chen hurried to the military camp, and upon arriving at the entrance, he saw Xiao Long leading a squad of soldiers rushing out. Pairs of soldiers mounted on their dilapidated motorcycles. Zhou Chen ran forward. Xiao Long's squad leader. Xiao Long looked surprised. It's you. Has your captain not returned yet? Zhou Chen asked directly. Xiao Long's expression turned grim. We just received news that Captain He and the others have been captured by those bandits. What? Isn't he just borrowing the helicopter to scout the situation? How could they be captured while in the air? Xiao Long was anxious. Mr. Zhou, I don't have time to explain. We must head to Qiandao Lake immediately to rescue our captain and the other brothers. Zhou Chen reached out to stop Xiao Long's motorcycle. Take me with you. If the people were captured, wouldn't his helicopter also fall into the hands of the bandits? This is outrageous. That was the only helicopter he had exchanged for a truckload of rotten cabbage. Xiao Long couldn't dissuade him. After riding a short distance, he turned back to see Zhou Chen truly tailing the group. After another stretch, he turned around to find Zhou Chen had vanished. Soon after, a massive vehicle appeared at the rear. A brand new Kamaz sped down the damaged road. Zhou Chen honked the horn and leaned out the window. Get in. Under the scorching heat, with ground temperatures reaching 80 degrees Celsius, even riding a motorcycle would not prevent one from getting heatstroke. The soldiers quickly moved their motorcycles to the back compartment, where the air conditioning from the front began to blow cool air. Each soldier sighed in comfort. So refreshing. It's like returning to that summer before the disaster, sleeping in the dormitory with the air conditioning on, making my mind feel much clearer. Xiao Long sat in the passenger seat, glancing around. If it weren't for the military uniform he wore, he would have wanted to touch everything. Mr. Zhou, where did you get this vehicle? Want to know? Then answer my question from last time first. Zhou Chen expertly handled the steering, while taking advantage of the vehicle's rugged performance as they sped along. On the road, large groups of ragged refugees were heading towards the demon city, their eyes widening at the sight of the vehicle. Some thugs rushed up to block the vehicle, and Xiao Long loaded his gun ready to fire a warning shot. Then he leaned forward. Zhou Chen accelerated and rammed straight into them. Bang! The charging refugees flew like kites with severed strings. Xiao Long was horrified. What are you doing? Zhou Chen replied expressionlessly. Save some bullets. If warnings were effective, the military trucks delivering supplies wouldn't be robbed on their way into the city. Xiao Long felt a surge of anger. Maybe he just wanted to ask us for some water. Zhou Chen shot him a glance. Oh, do you have water? If you give one refugee water, countless others will swarm to ask for water. If you can't provide, you might not even. Xiao Long could not help but swallow hard. Zhou Chen's words were not mere alarmist rhetoric. One of their squads had been attacked by crazed refugees for this reason, resulting in the death of one comrade on the spot. Moreover, they really had no water on them. Each person's water bottle was only filled 1/5. If they couldn't find a water source at their destination, even rescuing someone might not guarantee their own survival. This damn disaster had deprived the common people of drinking water. This was just the beginning. On the way, similar situations occurred several times, and without exception, all were knocked aside. The highway leading to Hangzhou was not only obstructed by refugees, but also by bandits who established checkpoints to illegally demand supplies. Refugees without supplies had to either turn back or traverse mountains to bypass the bandits' control. Turning back was also not feasible, as they would still have to pay a toll. Traversing mountains required even more physical exertion. Under the extreme heat and lacking water sources, many refugees perished from heat or dehydration before they could even ascend the slopes. Bandits set up a checkpoint at the toll station on the highway, blocking the exit with wooden stakes. The dozen or so bandits stationed there saw the imposing Kamaz from afar, greed evident on their faces. Zhou Chen slammed down on the accelerator. Fire. Xiao Long was taken aback. No, we don't have many bullets. Let's pay the toll. We have supplies. Zhou Chen impatiently clicked his tongue, freeing one hand to pull out an AK from his bag. Use mine quickly. Xiao Long was shocked. Where did you get this? Zhou Chen retorted, do you think these scum care more about your supplies or this vehicle? Xiao Long was enlightened. Without hesitation, he loaded the gun, opened the window, and opened fire. As a hail of bullets erupted, several bandits armed with blades fell dead on the spot, while the others scattered in all. The refugees who had been blocked rushed through the checkpoint, desperately running toward the demon city. As the vehicle burst through the checkpoint, Zhou Chen sharply turned the steering while stopping the vehicle horizontally in the middle of the road. He snatched his gun back from Xiao Long and leaned out the window, firing fiercely at the group of bandits. Xiao Long reacted quickly, directly opening the door and getting out of the vehicle, using the front as cover to shoot at the fleeing bandits. The soldiers in the back jumped down, and most of the bandits were either dead or injured, with only 2 escaping into the woods. Squad leader, should we chase them? Chase what? Get in the vehicle quickly, don't waste bullets. Zhou Chen fired at the sky, hot shells falling at his feet. He shouted brazenly, go back and tell your boss, keep your eyes wide open. If you dare to block my vehicle again, I'll take down your... Zhou Chen returned to the vehicle, seeing Xiao Long fastening his seatbelt. What's the hurry? Hurry up and gather supplies. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long felt it made perfect sense and quickly jumped out of the car. In just a few minutes they had cleared all the supplies from the toll station. Potatoes, flatbreads, moldy bread, and moldy buns, each weighing dozens of pounds, were all obtained from the refugees by the bandits. They also found 2 barrels of water. The quality was poor, and there was an unpleasant smell, but it was the most precious water source available. A group of soldiers watched as more and more refugees gathered, taking only 1 barrel of water. As soon as they left, the refugees with green glints in their eyes rushed forward to loot, brandishing knives and clubs. Xiao Long sat in the car watching through the rearview mirror as the refugees fought fiercely over the supplies, feeling a sense of discomfort. He felt that his good intentions had led to bad outcomes. In less than 200 kilometers they encountered a dozen checkpoints set up by bandits. Some refugees exchanged supplies to leave, while those who couldn't produce supplies could only sadly stay behind. Some bandits not only set up illegal checkpoints to demand supplies, but even targeted women, forcibly dragging them into the woods for their own desires. Among them were some underage girls. Husbands fiercely protecting their wives and fathers desperately caring for their daughters were left barely alive on the ground after being beaten, soon losing their breath. These damn bastards. Xiao Long gritted his teeth in anger. At the subsequent checkpoints he acted before Zhou Chen, running out of bullets and resorting to fists and kicks, blood splattering all over his military uniform. As they approached Qiandao Lake, only 3 kilometers away, he began to regret. After the natural disaster, their ammunition was limited, every bullet was precious. Now holding an empty gun, how could they go rescue their captain? Zhou Chen turned the steering wheel to the left, driving the Kamaz deep into the woods. Xiao Long and the others unloaded the motorcycle. The bandits holding captain were very powerful, and they hadn't even figured out the details. Without bullets, they were even more at a loss. Zhou Chen took out a small speaker. Who can help me install a speaker on my motorcycle? Xiao Long asked in confusion. Why? Zhou Chen replied irritably. Of course, to retrieve my helicopter. Xiao Long waved his hand. Wait a minute, let's first come up with a strategy. Zhou Chen directly threw the small speaker at Xiao Long. What strategy? You can't even produce a single bullet. Any strategy would be a death sentence. Hearing this, all 10 soldiers, including Xiao Long, looked at him angrily. Isn't it your fault? We were ready with supplies for the journey, but you insisted on a heated confrontation, and in our zeal, we accidentally exhausted our ammunition. However, if it weren't for Zhou Chen's vehicle, they wouldn't have arrived here in just 3 hours. Moreover, they had been comfortably enjoying the air conditioning all the way. Now that they had just gotten out of the car, they were already drenched in sweat. Zhou Chen said, Listen to me, let's find a secluded spot to rest. After dark, we'll scout out the bandits' lair, and I'll take the lead. You want to take the lead? The 10 of them voiced their doubts in unison. Zhou Chen maintained a stern face. So you want to go ahead now, fall into the bandits' den, and wait for the main force to rescue you? The 10 of them fell silent. If it were before the disaster, they wouldn't need a large force. Even a single police station's manpower would be enough to scare off all the bandits. Now the military and police forces were all focused on civilian issues. The whole country was a disaster zone. There weren't enough people to search for supplies, let alone a large force to come to their rescue. Afterwards, they found a cave to rest. Zhou Chen took the opportunity to store the Kamaz in his space. The cave wasn't large, and the entrance was covered by bushes, making it difficult for anyone to discover. One soldier installed the small speaker and tested its sound effects. Zhou Chen replaced the magazine, ignoring the envious gazes from Xiao Long and the others, and found a spot to meditate. After dark, Xiao Long took 2 comrades out of the cave, returning late at night. The 7 soldiers who stayed behind immediately surrounded them. The 10 heads leaned together, listening to Xiao Long sketching on a notebook. Those prisoners have taken control of the entire Qiandao Lake as their base, with at least 500 people, among whom several prisoners are armed. The armed prisoners are the backbone of the base and are likely a group of death row inmates. No matter what crimes they committed before having become death row inmates, for freedom and survival, they will definitely do anything. Hearing Xiao Long's account, everyone felt worried. Squad leader, let's not even talk about not having ammunition. Even if we did, 10 guns can't withstand dozens of guns. What if we pretend to be captured, sneak in to find the captain and the others? Zhou Chen listening with his eyes closed. In the morning, he woke up to the rustling sounds. Seeing Xiao Long and the others getting ready to leave, he said, Didn't I tell you? I'll take the lead first. Xiao Long didn't want to pay attention to him. This matter doesn't concern you, Zhou. You better not get involved. Regardless of life or death, we must sneak in to find the captain and the other brothers. Zhou Chen got up from the ground, twisting his waist to stretch. How can you say this doesn't concern me? My helicopter is still in the hands of these bandits. If you all are so eager to be martyrs, I won't stop you, but if you want to survive and rescue your captain and comrades, you should at least try my method first. Martyrs are certainly glorious, but isn't it more honorable to retire alive? They came up with the idea of sneaking in out of desperation. It's a risky move with little reward. Once discovered, they would either be captured or die gloriously. Regardless of the outcome, they were very likely unable to rescue their own. Xiao Long hesitated for a moment. What good method do you have? Zhou Chen waved his hand. First, let's fill our stomachs. Xiao Long and the others replied. Breakfast consisted of compressed biscuits. It was Zhou Chen's first time eating. He broke off a piece and put it in his mouth, finding the dry and crumbly biscuit, filled his mouth, needing half a bottle of water to wash it down. The 10 who were sipping from their water bottles watched him gulping down water, feeling their temples throb. This was simply too wasteful. And there was something even more wasteful. Zhou Chen poured the remaining half bottle of mineral water over his head for a quick wash. Standing under the sun for a minute, his hair dried, and he sprayed styling spray on it using his hands to fix his hairstyle. With a long leg stretched out, he sat on the motorcycle. You all try not to leave the cave so as not to be discovered. The 9 soldiers looked at their squad leader. Squad leader, can he really do it? Why do I feel this person is quite unreliable? Will he sell us out for the helicopter? The prisoners formed a bandit group using the Qiandao Lake scenic area as their dark base. On the road leading to the scenic area, there were hidden lookouts every 100 meters. In the woods, the outermost lookout was stunned by the scene before him. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Attention, a very arrogant guy is heading towards the base. The other lookouts who were chatting immediately became alert. Someone inquired over the walkie-talkie, how arrogant? The person replied, very arrogant, you can see for yourselves. The small speaker on the motorcycle was playing upbeat music. Friends on the mountain, friends in the trees, come with me, let's move it, shake it. Zhou Chen, having styled his hair, smoked a cigarette and rode the motorcycle as if flying. That air of arrogance made it seem as if this was not someone else's base, but his own. Qiandao Lake, famous for its green mountains and clear waters, is a place of enchanting beauty. Beneath the scorching heat, the lake's water has noticeably receded, leaving only a few small ponds guarded by bandits. The trees are withered, and the fallen leaves have all but vanished, leaving the mountains dotted with bare trees of various sizes. It is said that a very arrogant individual has arrived, and a group of armed bandits stands at the base entrance that was converted from the ticket booth. These individuals are the backbone, all former death row inmates. Each wears a fierce expression, shirtless, adorned with various tattoos. Thrilling music echoes from afar, and a motorcycle appears around the bend of the road, moving at a remarkable speed. The rider sways his head to the music, carrying a submachine gun on his back. The numerous bandits raise their guns, yet the rider not only does not flee, but rides directly in front of them. The bandits exchanged glances, recognizing this as the boldest survivor they have encountered. Zhou Chen applied the brakes and turned off the music. Pinching the cigarette in his mouth, he casually flicked the ash and said, tell your boss that a big business opportunity has come, hurry up and serve the finest food and drinks. It's scorching here, and don't forget a cold Coke with ice. Arrogant. Truly arrogant. Even under the threat of 20 guns, he remained unfazed, still demanding fine food and drinks. A little leader stepped forward. Brother, do you know where this place is? Zhou Chen put the cigarette between his lips and glanced at him disdainfully. With you. You dare to call me brother? The little leader, used to boasting, was momentarily stunned. Kid, do you even know where this is? Zhou Chen smashed the cigarette but onto the leader's face. You talk too much, aren't you just a bunch of prisoners? If it weren't for your little influence, I wouldn't even look at you. The little leader was burned by the cigarette, but furious and about to fire, but was immediately restrained by a few others. Chinga, this guy might have some background. We should inform the boss first in case there really is a big business. We can't explain ourselves to him. The little leader spat a mouthful of yellow phlegm on the ground and pointed at Zhou Chen. Kid, you better be here for serious business, or I'll chop you up to feed the dogs. Zhou Chen exuded an aura of unparalleled arrogance as he pulled a fresh orange from his pocket. Peeling it, he threw the peel at the leader's face. You little punk, keep your filthy paws to yourself, or I'll slice you up and your boss wouldn't dare say a word. All the bandits' eyes widened, including that of the little leader. An orange. In the entire Hangzhou city, their base has the most resources and the strongest power, yet they couldn't even produce a single orange. After the natural disaster, all the fruits had rotted and fruit trees had been damaged, making it harder than climbing to the sky to taste a piece of fruit. Yet this arrogant fellow was eating the very fruit they couldn't even dream of. No wonder he's so arrogant. Now, all the bandits at the entrance were convinced that Zhou Chen had significant backing. The little leader swallowed hard, his anger dissipating, and with a cold snort, he turned and walked towards the base. Before long, the little leader returned with a somewhat refined middle-aged man. Refined indeed, but his gaze carried a... Compared to the fierce-looking bandits, this type of person is the most difficult to deal with. Zhou Chen took another cigarette, tossing the remaining half-pack to the surrounding bandits. The base has cigarettes, but only the top 10 leaders are qualified to smoke them. Despite being armed and part of the core, their status is still low, and they only receive a couple of cigarettes as rewards when they achieve something. This half-pack of cigarettes wasn't enough to share, so 2 or 3 would huddle together to take turns enjoying a puff. It's the second brother coming. The bandits hurriedly cleared a path. The middle-aged man approached Zhou Chen, a smile on his face. Young friend, I heard you came to engage in major business with us. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively, his expression clearly displeased. Is this how you treat guests in your base? On such a hot day, leaving someone out in the doorway to discuss business. The middle-aged man quickly gestured invitingly. Young friend, please come inside. Zhou Chen tossed the car keys to one of the bandits. Clean my car. The base is located on multiple islands, and the core of these prisoners is on the highest terrain, Meifeng Island. Before the disaster, reaching the island required a boat, but now with the lake dried up, one can simply walk over the cracked muddy path. Zhou Chen picked up a leaf to fan himself, engaging in casual conversation with the middle-aged man. From your accent, you're from Magic City, right? Yes, born and raised in Magic City, but I haven't returned in several years. The world has changed since I last came back. Haven't you been in Magic City in recent years? I was abroad running a small business. Oh, may I ask which country and what kind of big business? Not far in Myanmar, doing some business with kidneys. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man and the little leader turned to look at him in disbelief. Zhou Chen smiled naturally. Don't look at me like that. Your base has no shortage of talents. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. I'm just surprised at your honesty. Zhou Chen sneered. In the past I had to hide and be cautious, afraid of being caught and shot, but now the tides have turned. The more arrogant you are, the less others dare to provoke you. If I hadn't done kidney business for a few years, would I personally come here to do business with a bunch of prisoners? The middle-aged man cupped his hands, seemingly deepening his smile, yet his suspicions remained unshaken. Recently the base has been holding a group of soldiers with hidden talents in the army. Who knows if someone might disguise themselves as an ordinary survivor to infiltrate the base. Given the uncertainty, he didn't believe a word Zhou Chen said. Climbing up the last step, an ancient-style building appeared before him. Several armed bandits stood at the entrance, demanding Zhou Chen to surrender his weapon as soon as they saw him. The middle-aged man smiled apologetically. Young friend, this is the rule. As long as you are genuinely here to discuss business, we will naturally return your weapons to you, in their original condition, when you leave. If someone tries to use the guise of business to create trouble. Zhou Chen pretended not to hear the latter threat, took off his gun, and tossed it over. Look at what you're saying. Am I here to catch the autumn wind in this scorching heat? The middle-aged man laughed heartily again. Young friend, please. The door opened, and a rush of cool air greeted him. The base has a generator, and the room is equipped with air conditioning. In the main hall, 10 chairs were placed horizontally with 9 individuals seated, all bald and looking quite intimidating. The middle-aged man took his seat, and the 10 leaders were assembled. A little minion brought over a chair. After Zhou Chen sat down, he snapped his fingers. Coke with ice. The minion looked at the leaders in the hall, received instructions, and then went to prepare. The middle-aged man was quietly relaying their previous conversation to the other 9 kidneys. All of them listened, eyeing Zhou Chen with skepticism. A young and handsome lad engaged in such business. He really doesn't look the part. Zhou Chen finished a glass of iced Coke and demanded a second glass. The prisoner leaders of the base remained silent, so he kept quiet as well. Leaning back with his legs crossed, his eyes slightly raised, he exuded an air of arrogance. The people in the hall were observing Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was also observing the 10 prisoner leaders. Except for the more refined second leader, the other 9 had shaved heads. After the natural disasters with scarce resources, even with excessive feasting, they could not gain back even 2 taels of meat. Each was emaciated. He had been listening to the second leader whisper that the first leader had a broken brow. His left eye seemed to have been injured, twitching occasionally, yet he looked at Zhou Chen with a relatively kind gaze. Mainly, he wanted to open up the market for business. The first leader coughed, and everyone else stopped whispering. What is your surname, young friend? Zhou Chen, very arrogant, replied. Zhou. Surname Zhou. The first leader frowned. Are you Zhou the madman? Hearing this, the expressions of the 10 in the hall changed to one of disdain. Some even prepared to reach for their gun. Zhou Chen knew that some people outside referred to him as Zhou the madman, but he did not expect that even the prisoners in Hangqing knew this nickname. Zhou the madman. Zhou Chen scoffed. Never heard of him. What path is he from? If he was doing well, why wouldn't he come here to pay respects? Pay respects? The 10 in the hall were confused. They had heard that Zhou the madman from the Demon City was a ruthless killer. Even they had heard of him, yet this person looked down on Zhou the madman, claiming that if he was doing well, he should come to pay respects. So arrogant and proud. Zhou Chen pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, opened it, lit one, and then threw the entire pack to a small minion beside him. The small minion instinctively caught it, stunned. The 10 in the hall were also surprised. After the natural disasters, the salvaged cigarettes had all gone bad. Even when dried again, they had a strange taste. But the cigarette that Zhou Chen had in his mouth had a pure tobacco flavor that filled the room, intoxicating everyone. In their base, they wouldn't starve, so they naturally pursued other resources such as cigarettes and alcohol. This very arrogant fellow was indeed generous, taking a single cigarette from a pack and throwing the entire pack to a small minion. They knew that as the 10 leaders of the base, they would think twice about spending on a pack of cigarettes. This very arrogant guy must have considerable resources, and it was all scarce goods that they didn't have. Zhou Chen exhaled a smoke ring and urged, so are we still negotiating? If not, I might as well leave. There are other places that have what I want. The somewhat refined second leader quickly replied, Brother Zhou, please don't rush. We welcome business opportunities. We just don't know what you want from our base. Zhou Chen, with a cigarette in his mouth, said, what can a wasteless person want? Whoever has a waste is what I need. Hearing this, the 10 in the hall fell into doubt. Several of them quietly reached for their guns. Was he asking for people right off the bat? It felt fishy. Was he targeting those soldiers? The second leader narrowed his eyes, a sinister look showing through. Brother Zhou, let's be more specific. Zhou Chen yawned. I want people, young women. Women. The ones reaching for their guns stopped in their tracks. Zhou Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette. Men are fine too. Still the same thing. Whoever has a waist is what I need. Anyone over 25 is out. Having their waist cut off has no vitality, and it would affect my reputation. The 10 in the hall began to whisper among themselves. One person left his seat through the side door and returned 10 minutes later with a dozen women who looked like beggars. They varied in height, and even without washing their faces one could tell their looks were quite low with ordinary figures, each trembling like quails. Brother Zhou, what do you think of them? Zhou Chen turned to look and immediately became displeased. Aren't you claiming to be the biggest base in Hangqing? Is this the quality of the women in your base? No way. No way. His full skepticism made the 10 leaders feel ashamed. The second leader said, but didn't you say you wanted young women? They are quite young. Zhou Chen sarcastically retorted, bro, widen your perspective. Killing the wasteless won't kill anyone, it's a waste to keep them alive. Send them off to serve drinks and sleep. As long as they're still breathing, they should earn money from me. The 10 in the hall were shocked. The dozen women being pointed at by guns cried and begged for mercy. The second leader waved his hand, and the dozen women were taken away. Now the way the 10 leaders looked at Zhou Chen was completely different. The first leader invited, brother, it's been a hard journey, why don't we drink and chat? Zhou Chen slapped his thigh. It should have been like this. What business can't be discussed over a banquet? If there is, then let's have 2 banquets. Ha ha. Zhou Chen was taken to a side hall, and soon the table was filled with dishes. Braised chicken with mushrooms, braised duck pieces, braised fish heads, stir-fried potatoes with beef, shredded potatoes, steamed sweet potatoes, fried buns, and 2 bottles of liquor. The meat dishes were all heavily flavored. Needless to say, they were definitely zombie meat, spoiled meat. The strong seasoning was merely to cover up the rancid smell of the spoiled food. Even the buns fried in oil could not hide the truth of having gone moldy. The 10 leaders were enjoying their meal. Under the natural disaster, this table of food was absolutely top-notch. Many influential figures in the past could not even get a bite of this. Zhou Chen picked up his chopsticks, disdain evident in his expression. The chopsticks paused in the air for a long time before finally, with great reluctance, reaching for the plate of shredded potatoes. When it reached his mouth, his expression was one of utter disgust. The 10 watched in silence, each having their own thoughts. This meal was in fact a kind of test. If they were refugees pretending, they would have salivated at this table of delicacies and lunged at it like starving ghosts. However, Brother Zhou's performance seemed as if he was eating not gourmet food, but poison that was worse than garbage. His disdain was not just a little, it was a very strong kind of contempt. It didn't seem like an act. This guy was definitely a wealthy man. Not only did he have plenty of resources, but their quality was also top-notch. The 10 leaders took turns inviting Zhou Chen to drink, and Zhou Chen accepted, all ending up intoxicated. On the way to his room, being supported by someone, Zhou Chen was still shouting, let's keep drinking, or we won't go back until we're drunk. There's money to be made together. I have so many resources they could pile up into a mountain. And then collapsed on the bed unconscious. Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou. The second and third leaders called out a few times, and after pushing him a few times and confirming he was sound asleep, they quickly started rummaging through his bag. The moment they opened Zhou Chen's backpack, they were shocked. Good heavens. 2 whole packs of cigarettes, one of which was opened. Taking out a pack and smelling it through the packaging, it seemed tasteless, but for an old smoker, it was just the right flavor. A bag of bread showed no traces of mold and exuded a fragrant barley aroma, truly unbeatable quality. The bag also contained an apple and a few oranges with a fragrance that was irresistible. How did he manage to get intact fruit in this damn disaster? 2 bottles of mineral water with a slightly different packaging. The bottles were a bit taller. The third leader lowered his voice in amazement, saying, I know this kind of mineral water. It's imported, previously sold for over 3,000 a bottle in supermarkets. Indeed, he was a wealthy man. Most importantly, there was also a notebook in the bag with a pen tucked in it. Upon opening it, read Boss Chen from Black City, type AB, blood surgery on the 1st of next month. Boss Wang from Guangxing, type O, blood surgery within 2 months. Boss Chun from Xiangqing, Panda, blood hard to find. Flipping further back revealed some names, both male and female, most under 30, with many around 20. The 2 exchanged glances. So he really was targeting the wasteless. Good heavens, he was actually a ruthless character carrying half a criminal code on him. A person specialized in exploiting his own kind. Zhou Chen stood barefoot on the ground, extracting a telescope from the space. The elevated terrain here made it convenient to scout the entire base. Shadows flitted at the entrance with guards unable to withstand the scorching heat, hiding under the eaves, constantly waving fans to cool themselves. Zhou Chen tiptoed to a window, gently opening a crack, and observed the valley below through the telescope. He couldn't tell if it was a coincidence. At first sight, he spotted his helicopter riddled with bullet holes. He wondered if there was any damage inside. This made Zhou Chen's heart ache as he cursed under his breath. Next to the helicopter were several military vehicles, a water truck, and a heap of rusty cars. The base placed great importance on these transportation tools, specifically assigning guards to watch over them, with everyone holding rifles, though it was unclear if they had any ammunition. Through the mobile telescope, countless islands appeared nearly devoid of human presence, with bandits guarding every pond. Where had they locked up Captain He and the others? Keeping people locked up requires food and water. Now that water is so precious, could they have killed them all? Zhou Chen thought carefully and deemed it unlikely. Prisoners were survivors too. For all survivors, natural disasters were just natural disasters. They were completely unaware that the apocalypse had arrived. Almost all survivors believed that natural disasters would eventually pass and social order would soon be restored. With this mindset, it was not uncommon for refugees to harm soldiers while scrambling for resources, but it was nearly impossible for dark forces to kill numerous soldiers. After all, there was an innate respect for soldiers. Robbing military vehicles could accidentally lead to the detention of soldiers, but harming them was an entirely different matter. Engaging in such crossing-feline activities would also fear the main force directly rolling in with tanks to turn them into mush. But where were the people? Zhou Chen moved to another window to continue observing. Besides the prisoners in the base, he saw not a single ordinary. This included the women brought up previously. With a total of 1078 islands in Xiandao Lake, some of which had never been developed, could they be locked up on those islands? How would he find them? By the way, where's De Huang? He wouldn't have already turned into a pot of dog meat, would he? Also, where was the base's supply warehouse? If they dared to seize his helicopter, he would empty the supplies of these prisoners. Zhou Chen lay back on the bed pretending to sleep. He thought to himself that if he hadn't secretly diluted the erguo with water, he would have truly been drunk by those 10 heads today. In the evening, Zhou Chen feigned waking up from a nap, yawning and stretching as he walked out of the room. 2 guards huddled in the dark corner immediately rushed over. "Boss, you're awake. I'll get you some water to wash your face right away. Are you thirsty, boss? Let me bring you a glass of cola, the one with ice." Zhou Chen inwardly sneered. "All right, you two are quite good at this. If you serve me well, you won't miss out on your rewards." The 2 guards acted quickly, soon bringing in the wash water and a glass of iced cola. As for the cola, it was fine, but the water in the wash basin was murky beyond measure. Zhou Chen took the cola, waved his hand to indicate he didn't want the wash water. "You bring me a chair, and you go get a pack of cigarettes from my bag." Zhou Chen crossed his legs, and under the greedy gazes of the 2, leisurely opened the cigarette pack, took one out, and tossed the entire pack over. The 2 guards immediately beamed with joy. They had heard at noon that Boss Zhou was very generous, and it turned out to be true. Soft Huazi, even their boss couldn't get such good cigarettes. The 2 rushed to light Zhou Chen's cigarette. Zhou Chen, with the cigarette in his mouth, casually surveyed the scenery below. His mood seemed quite poor. "Sai, I heard your base is the best in Hangqing. I personally came this time thinking I could strike a deal, but unexpectedly. Sai, what a hassle for me to come here for nothing." The guard who was enjoying the cigarette immediately perked up. He had heard that this person dealt in kidneys and was a tough character. There were plenty of kidneys at the base. "Boss, I don't know about other things, but in your line of business this trip definitely won't be in vain." Yes, we have plenty of the goods you want at our base." Zhou Chen wore a puzzled expression. "Oh, you aren't talking about those subpar women you brought before me, are you? Are you crazy? With that quality, the cost of transporting them to the base wouldn't even be covered. My place is a real big base with medical services, dining, casinos, bars, karaoke, and massage parlors, all in one service, 100 times better than yours." The 2 guards' eyes lit up. "Boss, hasn't there been a natural disaster over in Myanmar?" "That's right, now the refugees can't even eat or drink. How can they gamble, drink, or get massages?" Zhou Chen scoffed, flicking the ash from his cigarette with a proud and arrogant demeanor. "Youngsters, huh? What does a natural disaster matter? For the truly wealthy, it hardly has any significant impact. For many rich people, disasters are actually a good thing. Things they could only do secretly before can now be done openly, without anyone watching. To put it simply, while ordinary people starve and die of thirst, my VIP clients continue to throw pool parties using mineral water as bath water, fresh cream, smeared on women." Tisk, you wouldn't understand. The 2 guards were completely stunned. "What? Pool parties? Mineral water as bath water? Fresh cream, smeared on women?" These people lived so extravagantly and decadently. Just listening made one envious. "Boss, could you tell us more about it?" Yeah, are there women at the pool party? Are they all wearing bikinis?" Zhou Chen said irritably. "What the hell are you talking about? Where's your boss? I need to take my leave. Business requires integrity. I promised my VIP clients to quickly get some fresh goods over there. If your base doesn't have it, I'll have to go to another base." One of the guards was very clever. "Boss, don't worry. If our base truly has the fresh goods you need, all locked up on an island." Zhou Chen's acting was on point. He quickly shifted from disappointment to excitement. "Oh, where are they locked up? Quickly take me to check the goods. How's their appearance? Is their figure good? Speaking of which, your boss isn't being honest. He actually tried to fool me with substandard products." The second-in-command happened to walk to the door. "Cough, brother Zhou, you're awake." The 2 guards quickly moved to stand by the side, exchanging glances as they hid the pack of cigarettes. Zhou Chen, displeased, glanced at him sideways. "Brother, you're being dishonest. I sincerely came to discuss business, and you clearly have beauties, yet you tried to fool me with substandard products." The second-in-command shot a glare at the guards and smiled apologetically. "Brother Zhou, you misunderstood. We absolutely did not mean to deceive you. I thought you only wanted kidneys, but I didn't expect you to also be involved in other major businesses. Come, let's discuss it in detail over drinks." Zhou Chen reluctantly followed, saying, "Let me put this clearly, if I'm not satisfied this time, I'll have to go to other bases to discuss business. I have plenty of goods in my hands, so don't regret it." The dinner was clearly a significant upgrade from lunch. The meats were the same few types, still heavily seasoned, but the presentation was much more exquisite. The sweet potatoes were not boiled. They were made into candied sweet potatoes with added sugar, accompanied by 2 plates of... A few beautiful women were also brought in to keep company. These women looked emaciated with sallow faces and greasy hair, but they were certainly cleaner than the refugees outside. Yet there was a sour odor that was simply unbearable. While under extreme heat, everyone had a hint of that unpleasant smell that could be detected from afar. Only the dead do not smell. Only Zhou Chen had the privilege of bathing every day, feeling refreshed. The temperature-regulating clothing kept his body temperature normal, only causing him to sweat on his head and neck when going outside. Washing with mineral water made it hard to smell bad. Just as Zhou Chen sat down, a woman was stuffed into his arms. This woman was the most voluptuous. Knowing Zhou Chen was an esteemed guest, she wrapped around him like an octopus. Especially seeing him young, handsome, and clean, she seemed eager to stick to him for life. The sour odor hit him, and Zhou Chen quickly pushed the woman to the seat beside him. The scene was too beautiful, he almost couldn't hold back his nausea. One of the 10 leaders was missing. It went without saying, he must have gone to find 2 guards to inquire about what had been discussed earlier. With cups being exchanged, the atmosphere was warmer than at noon. The first leader, drunk, had a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. "Brother Zhou, if we supply you, what materials will you trade with us?" Zhou Chen swatted away the woman's hand on his thigh and said, "That depends on how much you provide. I can't just trade with jade, that worthless stone. Before the disaster it was worth something, but now it's only good for building houses." The more he spoke, the more his words seemed to ring true. The first leader held up 3 fingers. "Brother Zhou, how about starting with 30? Your business is far abroad, and this is our first cooperation. We carry significant risk." Zhou Chen frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the amount. But he still gave an okay sign. "It's a bit low, but trust and cooperation builds over time. You can't give me just this little amount that wouldn't be worth my trip." "Then what materials will Brother Zhou use to trade?" Zhou Chen arrogantly replied, "If you were in Yun City, whatever materials you wanted I could airlift them in no time. Hang City is so far." Seeing the 9 people's disappointed expressions, he slapped the table and said, "How about this? I have a batch of cigarettes that haven't been soaked in water. Want them?" "Cigarettes that haven't been soaked in water? Of course we want them." The first leader asked anxiously, "What brand?" Zhou Chen thought, "Could you possibly want Huazi cigarettes?" "Dream on. I wasted 2 packs today, and it already hurt my wallet." Zhou Chen thought about the materials in his space. To fit his new identity, he deliberately excluded domestic products. Eagle Sauce Marlboro. The 9 leaders felt disappointment, of course. Who wouldn't want to smoke Huazi? But cigarettes that had not been soaked in water were definitely good stuff. Old 6 hurriedly asked, "How many do you have?" Zhou Chen held up 1 finger, "A box, 10 packs. Old SIX's eyes widened. 10 packs for 30 women. What a loss. A bloodbath. 30 young women, 60 kidneys. 1 kidney is 300,000. 60 kidneys is 1,800,000. The woman whose kidney was taken could still earn money for him, and yet it was only worth 10 packs of cigarettes. Not just him, but the other leaders felt it was a loss. Isn't this guy a big shot? Is he just pretending? Zhou Chen leisurely chewed on peanuts, and after a moment said, "Brothers, it's been months since the disaster. If you still discuss business with old thinking, then you won't be able to do business with anyone." He changed from being arrogant and proud to adopting the demeanor of a serious businessman, asking, "Brothers, what materials are the most valuable now?" "That would definitely be water, food, and medicine. Does this even need to be said?" Zhou Chen observed the expressions on everyone's faces, seriously discussing business. "If I buy the goods back, even if I keep the kidneys alive to continue earning for me, won't I still need food and water to keep them alive? Under the disaster, human life is as cheap as grass. My offer of 10 intact packs of cigarettes as a trade already shows my sincerity. How about I give you 2 trucks of raw stones? If you guys have time to sift through them, you might just find a piece of imperial green worth several hundred million." The 9 leaders panicked. Old 6 was impatient. "What good is jade? A big house's imperial green isn't worth a truck of moldy buns." The shrewdest second leader shot Old 6 a glare. "You idiot, you can't even keep up with the conversation. If he says something, you just follow along. How are we supposed to negotiate?" Zhou Chen spread his hands. "See, you all know what materials are most valuable now. The money from before is just paper. If you don't want this box of cigarettes, fine. I also have a batch of cabbages that haven't spoiled, kept fresh for 24 hours. 9 leaders chorused cabbages. Vegetables are definitely among the top materials right now. They eat potatoes and sweet potatoes daily. Eating too many potatoes leads to hand-scooped stools, and too many sweet potatoes leads to diarrhea. Over time, they could only alternate between potatoes and sweet potatoes to resolve their stomach issues. But lacking vitamins from vegetables for a long time, they truly feared a day when their teeth fell out, and they couldn't even nibble on a woman's cherry lips." This time the second leader was also anxious. "How many cabbages do you have?" Zhou Chen thought carefully. "About 40 to 50 pounds. Only 40 to 50 pounds. I thought you had several thousand pounds." Zhou Chen was displeased. "Big brother, are you talking about several thousand pounds of rotten cabbages? The kind that smells horrible? I have genuine cabbage hearts, and their quality is similar to before the disaster." He still had a pile of rotten cabbages in his space, and peeling off the outer rotten leaves left dozens of pounds of good cabbage hearts. At this point, he couldn't help but complain. "It's just that I didn't bring my military helicopter, or else I really want to fly to Demon City right now and show you the cabbages in front of you. Just to let you see my power. I'm very arrogant, and that's definitely backed up." Old 3, a military fan, asked, "You have a military helicopter?" Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, returning to his arrogant nature. "What's a military helicopter? I even have an army in Myanmar. Otherwise, how could I run an honest-stop business? I can take you guys to my territory someday. A military helicopter is nothing. I usually drive a tank when I go out. If I'm happy, I fire 1 shot. If I'm not, I fire 2. Boom." Zhou Chen's bragging became more exaggerated, yet this group of prisoners believed him. Especially Old 3, whose eyes were as wide as brass bells. "Really? You have a tank? What's it like to drive a tank? Zhou Chen rejected the food that the woman was feeding him and picked up a piece of potato to feed himself. What else is there to say? When the tank rolls out, everyone within 10 miles has to give way. You haven't seen those women. Every single one is crying and shouting to marry me, practically wanting to swallow me whole. And my military helicopter equipped with all sorts of weapons can turn an adult elephant into a sieve with a sweep of its 6-barrel machine gun. I can take you hunting someday, directly sweeping with machine guns. It will be absolutely exhilarating. By the way, do you still want the premium cabbages? All the leaders were stunned. Zhou Chen thought he was so convincing that he almost believed himself. Let's return to the issue of the cabbage. The two sides began to bicker. When it came to business, Zhou Chen maintained a very arrogant persona. What is there to discuss? I can give you a truckload of rotten cabbage, but can you really pick out dozens of pounds of hearts in this dreadful weather? Perhaps you won't even manage to salvage a single heart. I could just give you dozens of pounds of top-quality cabbage. Would you consider that a loss? Isn't that a blood profit? Moreover, why don't you go ask around at the border? My supplies are piled high. Anything I give you is top-notch material. Zhou Chen exclaimed. Where do you expect me to find you a truckload of rotten cabbage? You're just trying to make things difficult for me. The two sides began to bicker again. In the end, they successfully negotiated with dozens of pounds of cabbage and a pack. 30 living young women were worth just dozens of pounds of cabbage and a pack of Marlboro. The absent leader returned and subtly nodded to his brothers. The hinting dialogue between Boss Zhou and the two guards was completely without issue. Now the prisoner gang was even more enthusiastic. After a few more drinks, Zhou Chen insisted on inspecting the goods. Before long, armed henchmen entered with a group of women. 10 women lined up in 3 rows, malnourished and skinny, yet indeed all very young. One of the women stared at Zhou Chen in shock. The others trembled in fear, but this woman behaved very differently. Instantly, she caught the attention of the prisoner gang. Zhou Chen sat in his position, pretending to turn his head to inspect the goods, but upon seeing this woman, his heart skipped a beat. What the hell kind of monkey shit is this? A woman from a magic city has fallen into the hands of bandits in Hang City, and now she has run into me. The second-in-command was quite sinister, pointing at the woman. Do you know Boss Zhou? The woman gritted her teeth. Even if he turned to ashes, I would recognize him. How do you know Boss Zhou? The second-in-command asked again. Hearing this, the prisoner gang focused on the two. Zhou Chen felt a chill running down his spine and was already prepared to draw his gun. In the next moment, the woman rushed out of the crowd, charging at Zhou Chen with murderous intent, her small fist striking towards him. While hitting, she shouted, My beast skin. The beast skin that has been passed down in my family. You unscrupulous merchant, return my beast skin. The henchman immediately pulled the woman aside. With a single glance from the second-in-command, the armed henchman immediately chambered around. Brother Zhou, what's going on here? Zhou Chen scoffed. What do you mean, what's going on? I carry half of the criminal code on my back. I occasionally hunt and snatch some beast skins when I'm bored. Is there a... Before the second-in-command could ask again, the woman pointed at Zhou Chen and raised her voice to everyone present. Don't be fooled by him. Zhou Chen was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, is this where the good show ends in failure? Fortunately, Qiandao Lake is big enough. As long as I draw my gun quickly, I can unleash a wave of crazy shooting and find a forest to hide. Next, it would be a contest of who has more bullets. The guns of this prisoner gang probably came from the prison, and their ammunition is definitely not as plentiful as mine. At this moment, the woman pointed at Zhou Chen with deep hatred, cursing. He is no good person. He exploits his own people and tricks the youth into Myanmar to have their kidneys taken. Not only did he steal my family's ancestral beast skin, but he also deceived my sister. My sister. You beast, return my sister to me. Upon reaching this point, she tried to rush forward to hit someone, but was met with a gun pointed at her by the henchman. Zhou Chen slowly raised his hands from under the table and picked up his wine glass. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, why couldn't that woman just cower in the crowd, trembling in fear? Why did she have to come out to confront me over that tiger skin and nearly scare me to death? Zhou Chen took a sip of wine, looking at the woman with a smirk. I remember now, your sister is still a high school student. I told her I would take her to Myanmar to ride elephants, and she actually believed it. How is that my fault? Return it to you. How about the bones of the dead? The woman lunged at him like a mad woman. Shameless beast, worse than a pig or dog. Why hasn't a lightning bolt struck you dead? The henchman, ruthless, struck the woman in the back with the gun, knocking her to the ground on the spot. Zhou Chen brushed off the dust from his clothes, angrily saying, Dare to insult me as worse than a pig or dog. Once I cross the border, I will make you know what true suffering is. The woman was dragged away. Zhou Chen looked over the other women again, knowing he was the demon who harvested kidneys. A group of women cried in fear, holding their heads. Zhou Chen waved his hand. Not bad, next time bring more of this quality. The 10 leaders took their seats again. Initially, they suspected a con and would have loved to tear this arrogant guy apart and feed him to the dogs. After this incident, they no longer held excessive doubts about Zhou Chen's identity. Zhou Chen got drunk again and was helped. Initially, it was a henchman who was supposed to help him, but Zhou Chen insisted on holding on to the third-in-command. What is your surname, brother? I feel a connection with you. Are you interested in airplanes and tanks? Next time you visit me, I'll take you flying and hunting. Zhou Chen was placed onto the bed. The third-in-command called over the most well-endowed woman at the table. You make sure to take good care of young Master Zhou tonight. If you don't do well, you'll be sent for kidney harvesting next time. The woman turned pale with fear, nodding repeatedly in assurance. Creak. The door to the room closed, and a woman's hand reached up to Zhou Chen's chest. Zhou Chen directly swatted the woman's hand away. Are you looking for death? The woman, startled, feared being harvested for her kidneys and could only use her charm to leap at him. Zhou Chen kicked her down to the floor. Have you taken a shower? You stink and dare to jump on me, get away. Just as the third in command was about to leave the courtyard, he heard the sound of the door opening. Turning around, he saw the woman rushing out in a panic. Young Master Zhou, he dislikes that I haven't showered. The third in command was dumbfounded. Shower. In this dreadful weather, water is more precious than life. Oh, where can one take a shower? But thinking of the task assigned by the boss, he could only arrange for the woman to wipe herself down a bit. The boss said this was the last test. If Zhou refused the woman's service, it would indicate an issue with his identity, likely a soldier, and he might be here for the detained soldiers. The woman wiped herself down, but had no clean clothes to change into, still stinking. Zhou Chen complained that the woman hadn't brushed her teeth, pointing at a bottle of mineral water on the table. How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Drink this water and rinse your mouth. The woman could hardly believe such a good thing existed. She quickly opened the mineral water and gulped down more than half a bottle. Oh my god. It tasted so good. Not only was it a full bottle, but it was also clean mineral water, not the muddy water she usually drank. She immediately thought she had to serve young Master Zhou. Well, perhaps he would take her away. Once she became the woman of the base's big boss, she would live luxuriously. As the woman was about to climb onto the bed, darkness enveloped her, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Zhou Chen put away the remaining half bottle of water laced with sleeping pills. He took out his notebook from his space, picking and choosing from the many downloaded films, casually clicking on a domestic film. Sparks flew as Zhou Chen supported himself against the bedpost, shaking it vigorously. The bed creaked incessantly. The guards at the door crouched by the door panel, eavesdropping. Wow, young Master Zhou has such tastes. That whip sounds really satisfying. Ooh, poor woman. As the sun rose in the east, a woman groggily awoke, finding herself lying on a comfortable big bed. Turning her head, she was met with a grim face. Zhou Chen, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and his eyes half closed, exuded a distinctly dangerous aura. How did you end up in bed? Zhou Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette. Your boss sent you to serve me. Look at you climbing into bed and sleeping like a pig. Tell me, which organ will you use to compensate me for the half bottle of precious water? The woman trembled all over, frightened, as she crawled and rolled to Zhou Chen's feet. Young Master Zhou. Too. I didn't mean to. How did she fall asleep? How could she dare to sleep? It's over, as she couldn't afford the water for young Master Zhou, nor could she explain it to the base's leader. She was doomed. Zhou Chen pushed her away in disgust, saying, damn it, you sleep like a pig. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I was incompetent, and I've spent half the night venting my frustration. If you don't want to die, you know what you should do, right? The woman nodded and crawled back to Zhou Chen's side, reaching to unbuckle his belt. Young master, I will serve you now. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen forcefully swatted her hand away. I've got more important matters to attend to. I don't have time to play with you. Forget it. You seem like a pitiful person. When they ask later, I'll say you've served me well. Next time I'll let you warm my bed. You understand what I mean, right? Or are you saying you'll find a way to compensate me for my half bottle of water? The woman shook her head and then nodded. Where would she get clean water to repay him? Besides, if those people found out she slept like a pig right after getting into bed, wouldn't they beat her to death? Young Master Zhou, I know what I should do. Great. Zhou Chen shrugged on his backpack and strode toward the door. Upon opening it, two guards at the entrance what greeted them was a visibly exhausted young Master Zhou with dark circles under his eyes, frequently stifling yawns. The two guards exchanged glances, smirking mischievously. Then there was the woman following behind, her face pale, walking weakly and unsteadily. TSK. In fact, she was terrified, unable to imagine what would happen if the leader found out she had fallen asleep in bed. She had witnessed disobedient women being beaten to death at the base. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became, and before reaching the door, her legs gave way, causing her to fall to the ground. Zhou Chen turned to look, thinking her acting was quite good. But according to his wild and arrogant persona, he feigned disgust. You're too weak. I didn't even finish having fun last night. The two guards were speechless. Dude, you even used a whip and still didn't finish. We eavesdropped at the door all night. The way she screamed was nothing short of tragic. What a backstabber, a demon who betrays his own. Lao Sen arrived, glancing over and taking in Zhou Chen and he had stayed in the adjacent building last night, and several brothers had come to listen in. After a while, they were finally convinced of Zhou Chen's true nature. So ruthless. They say these death row inmates are not to be trifled with, but they have never used a whip on a woman. Young Master Zhou was not only wild and arrogant, but also a pervert. That makes sense. If he weren't a heartless pervert, he wouldn't be able to pull off such gruesome acts. Zhou Chen yawned again, stepping forward and putting his arm around Lao San's shoulder. By the way, what was your surname again? Lao San was about to answer when Zhou Chen interrupted. That's not important. Among your 10 brothers, I feel the most aligned with you, so from now on I'll call you Lao San. This is our first collaboration. Once we work together a few more times, you'll understand what kind of person I am. I'm absolutely loyal and generous to my friends. It's just a tank. Oh, I'll get one for you to play with in the future. Lao San knew Zhou Chen was just being polite, but upon hearing he would get a tank, his mind immediately turned to mush. Really? Of course, why would I lie? Zhou Chen with his arm around Lao San's shoulder boasted, leaving him in a daze. After all, boasting doesn't cost anything. In any case, any brother who associates with me will have tanks and women. I'm leaving now. If you want anything, I'll find a way to get it and bring it to you tomorrow. Lao San rubbed his hands together excitedly. Hee, I just want a few packs of cigarettes. Zhou Chen really wanted to kick him in the face. But he still opened his backpack and tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to him. Don't say I'm stingy. I came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare many good smokes. I have other bases to take care of. In a while I'll get you 2 cartons. Quietly, so that no one finds out. Lao San cherished the 2 packs of cigarettes, smiling warmly. It's best if it stays quiet. If the boss Lao Air and a few brothers found out, they would definitely come to snatch it. Young Master Zhou, I'll take you out. Tomorrow when you come, I'll try my best to get you a bottle of good wine. Brother, you're on the right track. Then I won't stand on ceremony. The 2 of them slung their arms around each other, looking like good brothers, chatting and joking as they walked down the mountain. By the way, Zhou Chen asked, what did you do to end up in prison? Lao San hesitated to speak well. I accidentally killed a few little girls, haha. Zhou Chen was shocked. Truly shocked. What the hell? You look like you know you've lost your conscience. In the next moment, Zhou Chen patted the other's shoulder. You really should come with me to Myanmar. A few brothers under me share your interests. It's no big deal. If that natural disaster hadn't happened, none of them would be in prison. As they reached the entrance, a polished motorcycle was pushed over. An AK assault rifle was handed to Zhou Chen with both hands. Zhou Chen slung the gun over his neck, mounted the motorcycle, and cranked up the explosive music to full volume. And I'm passionate like fire while you're frozen like a river, claiming the right to love for yourself. With a roar of the throttle and a release of the brake, he left behind a wild and arrogant figure. The anxious little dragons finally waited for Zhou Chen's return. Mr. Zhou, how's the situation? Have you seen our company commander? Are our brothers still alive? Are they injured? Those bastards should have been shot dead. Zhou Chen detailed the situation from the past 2 days, leaving the little dragons in a daze. Didn't you say you were going? How did you turn into a beast that pulls off such gruesome acts? If you could bring 30 people out, why didn't you choose the commander and the others? Yeah, we should first rescue the commander and then figure out a way to kill our way back in. Zhou Chen led Xiao Long and the other 9 men down the mountain. Dense with towering trees and waist-high withered grass, the area concealed a black wagon, a cargo truck, and a pile of rotting cabbages. Xiao Long stared in disbelief. Where did these come from? Zhou Chen strolled to a shaded spot and lay down. Want to know? Then answer my question first. Where can you get an M134 minigun? Xiao Long instantly clammed up. As a disciplined soldier, he would rather die than disclose such information. Amidst the foul-smelling heap of decayed cabbages, a young man named Xiao Bai approached his squad leader. Squad leader, do we really have to peel these rotting cabbages? I still think he's utterly unreliable. What does peeling rotten cabbages have to do with rescuing our company commander and comrades? All eyes turned to the squad leader. Xiao Long sighed, deeply rolled up his sleeves, and declared, no more hesitation. Follow his orders for now. Once peeled, the cabbages were stuffed into sacks and loaded onto the truck. Wiping sweat from his brow, Xiao Long asked Zhou Chen, what's next? Zhou Chen was nearly asleep. How could he not be exhausted after rocking a bedpost all night? He'd spent half the night listening to fragmented chatter. No wonder he was half dead with fatigue. Half asleep, eyes still shut, Zhou Chen weakly raised a finger and pointed toward the black wagon. There's gear inside, try it on. Try on clothes. Bewildered, the 10 soldiers opened the trunk. Black suits. They had already cut off their uniform sleeves and pant legs to endure the scorching heat. Yet Zhou Chen expected them to wear full suits. Was he trying to bake them alive? Zhou Chen murmured drowsily. Before donning the suits, remember to put on the undershirts. And let me emphasize this, the suits are yours to keep, but return the undershirts once the mission is complete. These 10 undershirts were flawed prototypes of thermostatic fabric slightly inferior to the one Zhou Chen wore. Yet he had tested them himself. Their thermal regulation deviated by only 5 to 10 degrees Celsius. While his suit delivered perpetual spring-like comfort, theirs would merely replicate a normal summer day. Before the cataclysm, legions of white-collar workers routinely dashed across sweltering city streets in full suits. Yes, it was hot, but certainly not fatal. Under extreme blistering heat, this was cutting-edge cooling technology. The young technician had produced barely 24 such undershirts. Who knew how long the apocalypse would last? 5 years, 10, 20, or a lifetime. Having grown accustomed to the sublime comfort of thermostatic clothing, he refused to part with even a single piece. Not even the flawed ones. Oblivious, the 10 soldiers stood frozen in confusion. Undershirts under suits. Was he planning to steam them alive? Xiao Long scratched his head. Let's try them on, at least for now. If it's unbearable, we'll take them off. Xiao Bai snapped, unbearable. I'm already roasting alive. I refuse. Hesitant, the others watched as Xiao Long, their squad leader, took the lead and slipped on an undershirt. Instantly, his expression contorted in shock. Squad leader, are you alright? He's collapsed from heat stroke. Fetch water. Don't scare us. Strip him bare right now. A swarm rushed forward, tearing at his clothes. Xiao Long, who moments before had been dazed, shoved them aside. What in the world are you doing? Squad leader, you're suffering heat stroke. Take off those clothes. Here, sip some salt water. Xiao Long waved them off. I'm not suffering heat stroke. I'm just stunned. Suddenly I'm too cool. My mind hasn't caught up yet. Cool, eh? Where's the coolness? How is it cool? Ignoring his 9 bewildered soldiers, Xiao Long swiftly donned the suit and paced back and forth, visibly invigorated. Huh, truly refreshing. Even in a full suit, I feel no heat. Just my head, neck, and feet are warm. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and dress. You won't believe how blissfully cool this is. The 9 men exchanged strange glances. Is squad leader all right? Has the urgency of rescuing our company commander and brothers driven him mad? Xiao Long fell silent, then barked, "Obey my order. Change into the suits." In unison they shouted, "Yes, sir." Zhou Chen jolted awake. "Do you want to draw every sentry in that prison compound? Keep your voices down." Realizing their mistake, the 10 men immediately moved with hushed precision. As the suits settled over their frames and polished shoes clicked against the earth, their earlier resistance dissolved, replaced by startling clarity and vigor. What kind of high-tech is this? So comfortable. I was about to melt. I'm now utterly refreshed. Wait, someone has a bag too. Holy hell. Inside are bullets, bottled water, and fresh bread. This is insane. Where on earth did all this come from? Zhou Chen, fully roused, now nearly exploded when he saw a soldier pouring bottled water into his canteen. You'll carry that canteen into the prison compound. Are you insane? Do you want the inmates to recognize you as soldiers at first glance? Chastised, the soldier lowered his head, speechless. Zhou Chen rose from the grass, brushed dust from his trousers, and said dryly, "Must you be so rigid-minded?" By noon the next day, all were impeccably dressed. 10 soldiers in tailored suits and gleaming Oxfords transformed instantly into 10 sharp-eyed young elites. Cradling rifles, they looked like elite bodyguards. Zhou Chen, a cigarette dangling from his lips, warned, "One final time, once inside the prison compound, do not let your gaze wander. That place is vast, dozens of islands. Even if you strain your eyes until they bleed, you won't find your company commander. From this moment onward, your sole focus is me. Your mission is to safeguard my life, nothing else. Let's run through the script once more." Zhou Chen pointed at himself. "Who am I?" The 10 men stammered, Zhou Chen pressed on, "And who are you?" Their faces twisted in discomfort. "An illegal overseas organ trafficking syndicate." Zhou Chen continued, "Our objective in going there is to conduct a trade." Zhou Chen probed further, "And our ultimate purpose in this trade." Their demeanor shifted, shoulders squared, resolve blazing, "To rescue our company commander and brothers." Zhou Chen nodded. "My determination to reclaim that helicopter matches your resolve to save your comrades, so under no circumstances must our cover be blown." With a sharp snap of his fingers, he commanded, "Let's go." Xiao Long studied Zhou Chen with a skeptical, almost incredulous gaze, and finally blurted, "You're seriously going to walk into that deal dressed like this?" "You..." Zhou Chen's eyes flashed, fierce, arrogant. "I am your boss now. Say you again, and I'll dock your..." On a cracked, parched highway, the black G-Wagon roared past, kicking up a storm of dead leaves. Behind it surged the cargo truck, its roof crowded with armed, sharp-dressed young men. At the prison compound's gate, Lao San had long since lost patience. An hour had passed. Had the deal fallen through? Just as he debated driving out to investigate, a sharp horn blast pierced the air. The black G-Wagon emerged into view, visible to every inmate. At the main gate, 8 young men leapt from the truck in perfect unison, sprinting to flank the G-Wagon and assume defensive positions. Their piercing gazes, lightning-fast movements, and unwavering discipline radiated professionalism. Yet, the inmates gathered at the gate stood frozen in disbelief. Lao San's cigarette tumbled from his lips onto the ground. What on earth was this? In the suffocating apocalyptic heat, even shirtless and barefoot, they nearly cooked alive. Yet these men wore full suits and polished shoes. Were they courting slow-steam death? Xiao Long, acting as driver, stepped out and respectfully opened the rear door. "Boss, we've arrived." A languid voice preceded a single foot stepping out, clad in a gleaming brown Oxford. Above it rose immaculate white suit trousers. In the next instant, a striking man in a pristine white suit and opulent fur stole appeared before them. He held a cigar between his fingers, a gem-encrusted ring glittering on his hand. Arrogant, audacious, untouchable. Every detail screamed global elite. A billionaire's wardrobe radiating overwhelming prestige. Silence descended, absolute, profound, deafening. Every inmate gaped, jaws slack. Lao San, still crouched on the ground retrieving his cigarette, froze mid-motion. He abandoned the cigarette entirely, whispering, reverent and awestruck, "Truly, young Master Zhou, still as fiercely arrogant as ever." Zhou Chen was ushered into the compound amid a flurry of deference and attention. Xiao Long assigned 1 soldier to accompany him closely for personal protection, while the remaining 8 young men stood rigidly at the compound's entrance, eyes fixed straight ahead, radiating an aura of unapproachable severity. A junior officer instructed to offer cigarettes approached the 8 young men, but they did not so much as glance his way. When he offered bottled water instead, their expressions turned distinctly disdainful. One of the young men said flatly, "No need. We have our own water," and pulled a mineral water bottle from his backpack, downing more than half of it in 3 swift, loud gulps. Having quenched his thirst, he felt his head grow hot, and poured the remaining half over his scalp. The prisoners stared, stunned. Is he mad? Could it be that Master Zhou's subordinates were truly this audaciously extravagant? After all, that was premium mineral water, half-drunk, half-wasted. Even their 10 commanders would never dare flaunt such extravagance. In truth, the soldier himself winced inwardly at the waste, but dared not show it. Zhou Chen had made his directive clear upon entering the prisoner compound. They were to project supreme arrogance. Now Zhou Chen himself removed 2 gemstone rings and placed them personally onto Lao San's fingers. Lao San stood frozen in disbelief. Thighs. Master Zhou, you're far too generous. Zhou Chen clapped him on the shoulder. I told you. I feel the strongest kinship with you among the 10 brothers. These rings once held real value, but now? They serve only one purpose, to impress. Here, take another. Wear one on each hand. After all, they were mass-produced in Yiwu. He felt no pang of loss. With 3 gemstone rings glittering on his hands, Lao San instantly swelled with confidence. Master Zhou, you are the wealthiest man I've ever met. Zhou Chen spoke with fierce, unshakable pride. This is nothing. Half my forces have already crossed into the border zone. Once the new base near Kuan City is established, helicopters and tanks will follow. Then I'll take you for a ride. One of the young men hurried over. Chief, the cargo has been fully inventoried. Zhou Chen glanced at the 30 women trembling under the muzzles of rifles. What are we waiting for? Load them onto the vehicles, immediately. Anyone who dares sob or resist gets shot on the spot. At those words, the women who'd been poised to plead or struggle fell instantly silent, lining up meekly to board the vehicles. Lao San blinked in surprise. You're loading the cargo now. Won't you stay for a drink before leaving? No. I've already dispatched shipments from several other compounds to Mo City. We're just awaiting this final consignment to consolidate and transport everything to Kuan City. Our clients, they demand fresh goods, and they're pressing hard. Let's discuss the next shipment. Lao San immediately summoned the eldest and second eldest brothers. All 4 sat beneath the shelter and finalized the terms of the next transaction, scheduled for 2 days hence. Zhou Chen arrived with his 10 young men, arrogant, defiant, unapologetically bold. He remained less than half an hour, then departed with the same swaggering intensity. As the vehicle rattled along the potholed highway, Xiao Long, acting as driver, asked, what do we do with these women? Zhou Chen dozed in the rear seat, murmuring drowsily, drop them outside Mo City, and let them fend for themselves. Xiao Long fell silent for a moment. So, we truly came here solely to conduct a trade. What else? Zhou Chen scoffed. Along the road to Mo City, they encountered over a dozen checkpoints, and breached every single one. In fact, beginning at the very first checkpoint, still 50 meters away, the young men fired warning shots into the sky. Bandits wielding knives and clubs, who'd long terrorized refugees, scattered at the sound of gunfire. Refugees previously barred from passage seized the moment and sprinted behind the convoy. Thus, unintentionally, they aided dozens of refugees. Those unable to surrender required supplies to flee toward Mo City. Upon reaching the city's outskirts, the 30 women were ordered out of the vehicle. Xiao Long waved them onward brusquely. If you value your lives, make your way into the city yourselves. Martial law governs the city center. You'll be fed and housed upon arrival. The women, who'd feared being trafficked overseas for organ harvesting, stood bewildered. Yet the sheer peril they'd just escaped left them exhilarated. They surged forward, joining the stream of refugees heading into the city. One woman cautiously approached Xiao Long. Brother, may I speak 2 words with your leader? The tinted window of the armored SUV descended smoothly. Zhou Chen rested one arm lazily on the windowsill. What is it? The woman hesitated, then ventured, your true objective. Is it to rescue the soldiers imprisoned inside the compound? Xiao Long and the 9 others tensed with sudden intensity. Do you know where our brothers are? Where exactly are they held? Do you know our company commander? Are our brothers still safe? Haven't he been injured? The woman exhaled softly. So, they were not some foreign criminal syndicate after all. Gathering her courage, she asked Zhou Chen, if I tell you everything I know about them, will you return my family's heirloom beast hide to me? No. She grew flustered. Last night I helped you. I mean without me. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened like a blade. Did I need your help? You should consider yourself fortunate I didn't execute you on the spot for nearly sabotaging everything. The woman faltered then. I'll tell you everything I know, if you'll give me some supplies. It's still half a day's walk into— Zhou Chen gestured for her to enter. She climbed in, and instantly sighed in relief as cool, roaring air conditioning enveloped her. According to her account, she had been traveling to Hangsheng to seek refuge with relatives when, alongside a group of refugees, she fell captive to the convicts stationed at Qiandao Lake. Once imprisoned in the compound, she deliberately dirted and wreaked herself to avoid suspicion, and was accordingly assigned labor by the lakeshore. At that time, the lake still held 5 or 6 meters of water. Captured men labored under scorching heat, dredging fish and shrimp from its depths, while women like her processed dried fish and shrimp along the shore. On the 3rd day, a helicopter appeared overhead near the compound. The convicts mobilized en masse, forcing the aircraft to land by threatening its crew with captive soldiers and firing several warning shots. It was then the refugees learned, shocked, that soldiers had been secretly detained within the compound. The helicopter landed under duress, an officer and pilot were seized along with several soldiers, and none had been seen since. The woman explained, Qiandao Lake is vast, with countless undeveloped islands. I suspect the soldiers are being held on one of those remote, uninhabited isles. That same night, while we were resting, a group of convicts burst in and took away over a dozen women. When they returned, they were shaking uncontrollably, saying the compound planned to sell them overseas for organ harvesting. The next night I saw you. Zhou Chen cut her off. So you assumed you were clever, staging that little performance to convince the convicts I was truly a black market organ trafficker. Yes, but it worked, didn't it? Zhou Chen wrenched open the door and kicked her out. Yeah, right. Your so-called brilliance nearly gave me a heart attack. Now get lost. Stumbling, she grabbed the door frame. Brother, forget the beast-eyed, but what about the supplies you promised? Xiaolong hastily reached into his pack for bottled water and bread. Zhou Chen glared. What do you think you're doing? Those supplies are for impression, not charity. Do you want to save people or not? Only then did Xiaolong retrieve his own canteen and emergency rations. The woman accepted the canteen and drank greedily. Though the water had soured, it was better than dying of thirst. Zhou Chen studied her coolly. What's your name? Wiping her mouth, she fumbled with the packaging of the ration bar. Qin Siyu. Zhou Chen's smile didn't reach his eyes as he warned, voice low and edged with menace. Qin Siyu, should you ever dare appear before me again, or utter the word beast hide, I'll rip your head off and kick it like a football. A shattered highway stretched endlessly. Along both sides, refugees streamed toward the demon city, some dragging their families, others traveling alone. All were disheveled, gaunt, and hollowy, bearing the grim visage of those broken by despair. 2 vehicles parked squarely in the highway's center, and 10 sharp-eyed young men armed to the teeth stood in stark contrast to the ragged throng. Were it not for their firearms, desperate refugees would have swarmed them long ago. A few ill-intentioned refugees deliberately provoked hostility, hoping to incite a riot and seize whatever spoils chaos might yield. The poor starve to death while the rich fatten on excess. We haven't even a sip of water, yet they cruise in luxury cars, cool air whispering around them. Tell me, is this fair? Zhou Chen said nothing. He simply raised his gun and fired twice into the man's chest. This is the fairness I grant you. One moment the man stood breathing, the next he collapsed, blood gurgling from his mouth, limbs convulsing twice before falling still. In an instant, nearby refugees scattered like startled birds. Xiaolong and his 9 comrades recognized the dead man's malice, but still felt a pang of pity. Had the cataclysm never fallen, perhaps this man would never have conceived such wickedness, nor met his end beneath a bullet's cold kiss. Zhou Chen's ruthless, unhesitating lethality was undeniably off-putting. Yet they understood too that in an avalanche no snowflake bears innocence. Xiaolong and his 9 comrades burned with quiet elation. Confirmation had finally come. Their platoon leader and the others were held captive on some desolate island within the prisoner base. Xiaolong asked, what do we do next? Zhou Chen snapped his fingers. Patience. Fall back to Luojiao Point and lie low. Then proceed to the exchange exactly 2 days hence. What if we slip in first, just to scout where the platoon leader is being held? Bai Xiao urged, anxious. Zhou Chen shot him a piercing glare. Do you even grasp how vast Qiandao Lake truly is? If you're discovered, even emptying every last round won't save them. We proceed with deliberate patience. Do you understand? Back at Luojiao Point, not far from the prisoner base, Xiaolong waited until Zhou Chen entered the cave to rest, then gathered his 9 comrades in secret. Don't rush. No one swallows a mountain in a single bite. Trust Zhou Chen more. Perhaps rescuing our platoon leader isn't his priority, but reclaiming his helicopter certainly is. I warn you all, next time we enter the prisoner base, no one, not a single soul, is to probe or pry under any pretext. These prisoners aren't fools. The moment they suspect we seek our platoon leader, all our efforts will crumble to dust. And no one leaves camp without permission over the next 2 days. Better to wait for opportunity than risk exposure recklessly. 2 days later, Zhou Chen returned alone in the vehicle, hauling back crates of supplies. 1 crate of dog food, 1 crate of instant noodles, 20 gene of leafy greens, deliberately sun-wilted, yet still vibrant with life. Xiaolong and his comrades could scarcely fathom it. How did this man conjure provisions as effortlessly as a magician draws doves from thin air? On the road to the prisoner base, Xiaolong could contain himself no longer. Mr. Zhou, what line of work were you in before all this? How do you always find supplies everywhere you go? Smuggler. Believe it if you wish. Zhou Chen replied, disinterested and dismissive. Xiaolong fell silent. They had arrived. The prisoner base loomed ahead. Xiaolong and his 9 comrades wore the same uniforms, crisp, alert, unwavering. Zhou Chen, however, had changed a burgundy suit, its breast pocket adorned with a patterned silk handkerchief. Around his neck hung a thick gold chain, thumb-width and gleaming. A cigar rested between his lips, a perfect embodiment of the arrogant, untouchable young Master Zhou. The moment the car halted, Lao San, already waiting at the gate, hurried forward. Young Master Zhou, we've been awaiting your arrival with bated breath. This time you must stay for a drink, or better yet, several days. And that woman from last time? You seemed quite taken with her. She's been kept just for you, you know. Other prisoners rushed forward to unload the cargo. When they saw the wilted greens, even these low-ranking lackeys, who had no right to partake, burst into unrestrained joy. Young Master Zhou is extraordinary. Even such rare goods are within his reach. They say his overseas stockpiles tower like mountains, military aircraft, tanks. With such power, what can't... Look at his men, one sharper than the next, and their food and drink outshine even our own leaders. Ah, if only I could serve under young Master Zhou. So would I. This transaction involved 100 women. To entice Zhou Chen to linger for a simple meal, the base's leader had deliberately withheld them from the courtyard. Firstly, mutual trust had tentatively taken root after their previous exchange. Secondly, they viewed young Master Zhou as a man of immense value and sought deeper rapport, laying groundwork for enduring trade. At the dinner table, 3 new dishes appeared: fried shrimp cakes, and boiled cabbage. Lao San reluctantly unveiled his most treasured possession, a bottle of pre-cataclysm Wuliang Yateku, a rare vintage once priced at 200 yuan. Zhou Chen graciously toasted Lao San repeatedly, then engaged the other 9 chieftains in wide-ranging banter, from distant horizons to the farthest shores. The woman from their last meeting sat beside him, ever attentive. Though the sour tang of neglect still clung faintly to her skin, she now wore clean clothes, and her bearing had transformed. After 3 rounds of wine, the woman escorted Zhou Chen to his room. As she moved to climb into bed, his sharp gaze sent her retreating instantly. "Young master, I bathed today." "You bathed, oi?" Zhou Chen mused inwardly. "So they truly hold me in high regard." Then with bashful hesitation, she murmured, "Well, I wiped myself down. Water is rarer than life itself now. Even the base suffers shortages." Zhou Chen patted the mattress. "Climb up. Don't move." Her heart leapt, only for a second, before she obediently seated herself motionless. From his bag, Zhou Chen withdrew a laptop and casually selected a domestic film. Disappointment flickered across her face. She longed to reignite his desire, but feared provoking his wrath, and worse, the sudden severing of her waist. She ventured softly, "Young master, don't you prefer striking?" Zhou Chen sighed irritably. Silence. Last time he'd merely clicked randomly, never imagining the actors would erupt into ecstatic belt-wielding frenzy. He wasn't a sadist. What business did he have wielding whips? An hour later, the room's sultry murmur faded, replaced by thunderous, unbroken snores. Another hour passed. Zhou Chen emerged refreshed and clear-eyed. The woman trailed behind, feigning slow, meticulous clothing adjustment. Lao San, seated at the courtyard gate, sprang up at once. Seeing Zhou Chen's relaxed demeanor, he knew the woman had pleased him deeply. Zhou Chen draped an arm casually over Lao San's shoulders. "Lao San, once Kuan City base is complete, come with me. Whether military helicopters or armored tanks, I'll ensure you ride fire and revel to your heart's content." "That would be magnificent. Truth be told, I'd be overjoyed just to lay hands upon a tank even once." Lao San, a condemned man, was also a lifelong military enthusiast. Tanks and artillery were his deepest passions. "Don't speak so humbly. We will make it happen. You'll drive it yourself, and fire live rounds if you wish." "Ha, ha. Then allow me to thank you in advance." Zhou Chen stretched languidly, eyes sweeping the distant island landscape. His tone brimmed with enthusiasm, yet carried a thread of wistfulness. "Your land is splendid. Under this scorching sun, you savor autumn's falling leaves. I'd love to wander freely, but the heat saps my will to walk. Pity I left home in such haste. I didn't bring back my helicopter." Under Zhou Chen's repeated subtle cultivation of this tank and helicopter motif, Lao San had already begun to regard him as a kindred spirit. After a thoughtful pause, Lao San murmured, "A helicopter. Our base has one, though none among us know how to fly it." Zhou Chen's eyes flared with sudden brilliance. His relentless indoctrination had borne fruit, precisely as he'd hoped. "Your base has a helicopter? Why didn't you say so sooner? Young Master Zhou can fly it. Then what are we waiting for? Let me take you up for a spin, right now." The thunderous drone of a helicopter carried across the entire base. The leaders, who had been lounging inside under the air conditioner, stormed out the door in stunned disbelief. They watched the helicopter climb into the sky with uneasy hearts. "What is going on? Who started the helicopter?" A small henchman drenched in sweat ran over. "Boss, it's San Yi and young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou wants to tour Qiandao Lake, but is too lazy to walk. He can fly helicopters, so San Yi." The sly second brother immediately blurted, "Young Master Zhou can't be a fraud, can he? Where are his men now? What are they doing?" The small henchman said, "They're not doing much, just playing poker with our brothers." "Playing poker?" the sly second brother demanded. "Did you notice anything unusual about them?" The henchman considered and replied, "Unusual. They washed their hair with bottled water, complained our food was poor, and ate fresh red bean bread. Does that count?" The leaders fell silent. The boss glanced skyward and said, "Second brother, aren't you worrying too much? Young Master Zhou is a man of means. Would he bother with our shabby helicopter?" The sly second brother shook his head. "All that wealth and power are things young Master Zhou boasts about himself. The bases, the armies, the mountain of supplies he speaks of. None of us have seen them with our own eyes." The boss thought second brother simply imagined too many things. Second brother instructed the henchman, "You stand at the gate now. If any of young Master Zhou's men try to sneak away, surround them immediately." The henchman hurried off to obey. Not only the boss, but the other brothers felt second brother was overreacting. "So, didn't you see young Master Zhou's attire, the 10 bodyguards, and the supplies he brought? Could he possibly be a liar? Spending so much just to swindle us out of a helicopter seems implausible. We were even joking just now that next time young Master Zhou should bring more vegetables and maybe some premium canned beef." "Second brother, don't be overly cautious. Offend young Master Zhou, and how will our business continue?" Sly second brother inwardly despised those mindless fools, but without wanting to stir public anger, he said, a prudent move assures safety. I'm only thinking of everyone's good. On a hill not far from Qiandao, like a mangy mongrel with bleeding pus-filled paws cocked its head and stared up at the helicopter. The buzzing. It was third brother's first time in a helicopter, and he was beside himself with excitement. He craned his neck, gazing down at the landscape below from the heights. The wind is so strong. What did you say? Young Master Zhou, I said the wind is so strong. Though hot, the wind filled them with exhilaration. Zhou Chen truly wanted to throw them all out and take the helicopter away, leaving everything behind. But he had brought Xiao Long's 10 soldiers into the prisoner camp. He could not flee and risk those 10 lives. Zhou Chen pointed at his headset. Put it on. Third brother hurried to fit the headset. Did you hear me earlier when I said the wind is strong? Zhou Chen feigned warmth. I heard you. How about I give you a full circle around Qiandao Lake? Third brother nodded vigorously. Yes, seeing it from above feels fucking amazing. Zhou Chen cast third brother a complicated glance, then broke into a genial smile. Third brother, you're inexperienced. This is a civilian chopper, it's worlds away from my Black Hawk. Through the headset, third brother heard every word clearly. Black Hawk. That's outrageous. How do you even have one? Zhou Chen swaggered, young and naive. In Mingwa, wealth and influence can buy almost anything. I have 3 Black Hawks, each armed with an array of heavy weapons. When we go out to seize ground, machine guns sweep everything away. Dragons and tigers bow for me. A single living man can be turned into mince. Third brother was stirred. Incredible. Do you still go out to seize territory then? Zhou Chen laughed with arrogant pride. Of course. I'm no petty outlaw merchant. In Mingwa, I was a bona fide warlord with thousands under my command. Before the calamity, I cultivated tens of thousands of mu of poppy, who would complain about having too much land. The richer a man becomes, the more his appetite grows. I've even dared to fight Miangwo's regular army. Third brother admired him utterly. While spinning his tall tails, Zhou Chen kept watching the islands below. There was nothing unusual to the east or south. They circled westward. At last he spotted a target on a bleak islet to the northwest. Within a ramshackle thatched shelter, soldiers' silhouettes flickered. Zhou Chen deliberately steered toward that islet. Third brother wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The soldiers below saw the helicopter and came out of their shelters to look up. Third brother, your base actually has soldiers. Holy shit. You're not colluding with the soldiers to set a trap for me, are you? Third brother quickly waved his hands. Absolutely not. Zhou Chen pretended to be worried. Third brother, I treat you as family. I even spared you a tank. If you betray me. Third brother, who regarded young Master Zhou as a confidant, hurried to explain. No, it's not like that. We're just a bunch of prisoners from Shaoshan prison. These soldiers. It's all the trouble. Sixth brother stirred up in a fit of rage. Zhou Chen drew the helicopter closer and glanced down for a heartbeat. He did not linger and smoothly guided the. At that moment, third brother poured out the whole sequence of events to Zhou Chen like beans from a bamboo tube. It's because of sixth brother. When he was young, he tried to enlist and was rejected. After killing someone, he fled into the mountains, later surrounded by armed police, and he grew to hate soldiers with a burning hatred. That day, the soldiers only came to fetch water. Sixth brother had been drinking, started a commotion, and called half the base's brothers to surround them. We cursed him half to death. Why pick a fight with soldiers of all people? Just as we were about to release them, a helicopter suddenly appeared overhead. Second brother, using binoculars, saw soldiers on the aircraft. Fearing the situation would spiral out of control, he resolved to use the detained soldiers as leverage to force the helicopter to land. A group in uniform. No one dared to kill them outright, so they were confined to that desolate islet. Zhou Chen pretended to breathe easier. So that's how it happened. I thought you were baiting us. I, a once prominent warlord of Mingwa, lived large and feasted on the loth. After the calamity, I returned home to find myself overturned in the gutters with nowhere to seek justice. Third brother laughed along. A misunderstanding, really. Young Master Zhou, I promise our 10 brothers genuinely wish to maintain a long-term partnership with you. The helicopter descended and landed smoothly. They jumped down and immediately put arms around each other's shoulders like close comrades. Zhou Chen said, the next delivery is scheduled for 10 days from now. Third brother was stunned. 10 days. Why so long? Zhou Chen swaggered. I'm heading to Kuanqing to fetch a shipment of prime goods back to Maching. Several truckloads of top-grade durian plus rice and fresh produce. Third brother clicked his tongue in amazement. You really hold a fortune in supplies. Zhou Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. I've prepared a surprise for you. It will be thrilling. 2 soldiers flickered through the trees. Their uniforms were stripped of sleeves and pant legs, revealing a strip of gray undergarment, and tufts of grass were stuck into their backs. They parted the brush and entered a cave where several long-waiting comrades stood, and Zhou Chen dozing against the stone wall. Squad leader, how is it? Have you seen the battalion commander and the others? Xiao Long wiped the sweat from his brow, panting, and nodded. I saw them. This time it's unmistakable. A collective sigh passed through them. The soldier who had crept into Qiandao Lake with the squad leader worried. Aside from the battalion commander, everyone is still alive, but they're in terrible shape. We must get them out quickly. Zhou Chen rubbed the back of his neck and asked, did you see by day? The soldier nodded. With the battalion commander, but he seems ill. A man in his 60s held at gunpoint and forced to fish and catch shrimp in the stifling heat. No wonder he is sick. Zhou Chen clapped his hands. All right, let's devise a perfect plan. Xiaolong was surprised. You're coming too. Zhou Chen frowned. What kind of question is that? I haven't even reclaimed my Xiaolong waved his hand. I mean, stay here and wait for our news. There will be a fierce battle. You haven't trained for that. I'm worried. Zhou Chen smiled. You worry too much. I'm not coming with you to rescue them. Xiaolong was stunned. So you mean? Zhou Chen said, I mean, I'll go get my helicopter back. You go rescue your people. 11 heads huddled together whispering. On the day of the exchange, Zhou Chen arrived at the prisoner camp after dark with 4 spirited young men. Across the vast Qiandao lake, only a few lights burned, the rest lay in pitch darkness. The prisoners stared eyes wide at half a truckload of supplies. Cigarettes and liquor. The cigarettes were cheap, the liquor was Laocoonsang. In the wake of the catastrophe, such goods were rare luxuries. Zhou Chen changed his outfit again, this time dressed in trendy brands, several necklaces layered at his throat. A cigar never left his hand, arrogance written on his posture. Zhou Chen called to Xiaolong. What are you standing there for? Unload the cigarettes and liquor and hand out shares to every brother. The envious prisoners were stunned. Give them away. Is this for real? Cigarettes and liquor rarely reached their Lao San, who approached, was baffled. Young Master Zhou, how can you hand these supplies out to these brothers? Zhou Chen waved his hand with swagger. The goods for our deal are in the back. I hauled dozens of trucks to Maching at the border. These are merely welcome gifts for the brothers. Drink if you will, smoke if you will. Don't be polite with your young master. Anyone who is polite is showing contempt. The lowly prisoners danced with excitement, and one by one offered their thanks. Lao San still felt the sting in his chest. Such excellent supplies given to a bunch of small fry felt like a waste. Seeing Lao San's thoughts, Zhou Chen said mysteriously, I've prepared something good just for you. When the truck arrives later, take it quietly. Lao San's eyes brightened. Huazi. Zhou Chen nearly wanted to slap him across the face. He arched an eyebrow. Look at you, good for nothing. There will be Huazi, there will be Maotai. Just don't let your brothers know, or they'll say, I favor some over others. Lao San was overjoyed. There's Maotai too. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Around them, the prisoners treasured the parcels they had received. Zhou Chen frowned. Why are you clutching it? Drink it. In weather this hot, aren't you afraid the alcohol will evaporate and ruin the taste? The prisoners took his point and began unscrewing bottles, taking hearty swigs. Heavenly. It's been ages since I drank like this. This feels divine. The booze we usually get tastes like water. Nothing compares to what's in these bottles. Prisoners from other islands heard the commotion and began running toward the camp gate. Fearing they'd miss out, they quickened their pace. Cunning Lao Air watched the lively gate and felt a deep unease. Lauda patted his shoulder. Lao Air, what are you thinking now? Lao Air asked, don't you think young Master Zhou is being overly generous? Hot-headed Lao Lu retorted, second brother, I'm not saying this to offend you, but you scorn stingy men, and now you suspect someone who's generous. Look at this truckload. Could an ordinary person produce such goods? Lauda backed him up. Lao Lu is right. I too suspected young Master Zhou might be after those soldiers, but thinking it over, it's impossible. Take vegetables for instance. Hangsheng is under martial control. Could they spare a single green leaf? Only a Mingguo warlord like young Master Zhou would be without such shortages. Lao Air felt it was like speaking to the blind about the moon. He had only a bad premonition and no concrete evidence. If they knew he harbored such thoughts, they'd accuse him of overthinking. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen had already gotten Lao San drunk and said, Lao San, shall we take a quick flight to admire the night view of Qiandao Lake? Lao San laughed. What's worth admiring in this pitch-black night? Yet to indulge his confidant, he staggered. Xiaolong and his 3 companions exchanged glances and continued playing poker with the prisoners. One prisoner said, Brother Long, I feel a bit dizzy. Xiaolong was dismissive. You've just been out of practice with drinking. 4 to 20 Laocoonsang laced with a sleeping pill. Who wouldn't be dizzy? The helicopter's thunder filled the camp. Lao Air, sitting apart, could no longer contain himself. Watching his companions molesting a woman, he said nothing and slipped out through a side gate alone. In midair, Zhou Chen lit a cigarette. Lao San, how old was the girl you killed? Lao San, foggy-headed at first, didn't grasp the sudden question. Very young. 12, maybe 13. Zhou Chen asked again, how did you kill her? Lao San sank into memory. At first we didn't mean to kill her, just to play. She cried and screamed, too afraid of attracting passers-by. I panicked and choked her to death. The subsequent crimes were carried out the same way. Drag them into the woods and strangle them first. Zhou Chen's gaze turned icy as he looked at Lao San. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Lao San sneered. Retribution? So what? I had the best lawyers that took 2 years to get a suspended death sentence. When the disaster came, I lived freer than anyone. Lao San. Huh. What? May you be a decent person in your next life. What? In the blink of an eye, Zhou Chen unbuckled Lao San's seatbelt, opened the door, and kicked him out of the helicopter. The motion was lightning quick and fluid as water. In desperation, Lao San clung to the doorway, his body suspended in midair as he tried to hook a leg and climb back in. Why? I treated you as a confidant. Zhou Chen plucked the cigarette from his mouth and jabbed it into Lao San's eye. To be considered a confidant by a beast like you is an insult to me. Lao San's eye was seared. The agony made him reflexively let go. He screamed, and his body fell from midair. Zhou Chen produced a grenade from his space, pulled the pin, and hurled it down. The grenade landed among a pile of fuel drums. With a thunderous boom, a sheet of flame burst forth. Boom. All the gasoline drums stacked on the flat ground exploded simultaneously. Vehicles nearby were hurled skyward in the blast. Midair they detonated again, shrapnel and wreckage tearing through the air, claiming countless prisoners' lives. Prisoners who regained their senses staggered helplessly, some too weak to rise, others collapsing after just 2 steps. A few sober prisoners reached for their guns, only to be cut down by Xiao Long and his 3 comrades who opened fire first. Explosions, gunfire, and screams merged into a single deafening cacophony. The 8 ringleaders, previously drunk and embracing women, jolted awake in an instant. What's happening? Danger. We're under attack. Where's Brother 2? Who dares assault our base? Shoving the women aside, they snatched up their rifles and charged toward the door. The men leading the charge suddenly spotted something dropping at their feet. Before they could identify it, their bodies were torn apart, guts spilling, entrails ruptured. Thrown backward by the shockwave, the gang leader glared upward at the helicopter hovering overhead, its lights flashing. A fury so sharp it gnawed at his molars. Damn it, it's that Zhou bastard. Brother 2 had been right, this Zhou man was indeed suspicious. The leader scrambled up and sprayed bullets wildly into the sky, but from that distance not a single round found its mark. On the barren island where soldiers were imprisoned, several armed prisoner lieutenants stared tensely at the flames engulfing the main island. Just as they moved to act, Captain He and his men ambushed them, disarming them in swift, brutal silence. Beyond those armed lieutenants, dozens of ordinary prisoners wielded crude knives. Captain He, having seized a rifle, fired only twice before realizing it was empty. Outnumbered and outgunned, he and his men were instantly surrounded. At that moment, over a dozen fellow captives, ragged refugees from the nearby thatched huts, burst forth brandishing wooden clubs and splintered bedboards as they charged headlong. But they were emaciated, hollow-eyed, too weak to stand against hardened convicts. They fell back swiftly, overwhelmed. A walkie-talkie clipped to one lieutenant's belt crackled to life with Brother 2's voice. Enemy attack. Kill everyone on the island. Just as Captain He and his men braced for death, 6 figures erupted from the tree line, firing relentlessly into the ranks of prisoners. Captain, Xiao Bai, are you all right, Captain? We're fine. Never mind how you got here. First retrieve our weapons. By 100 M. Under Captain He's relentless counteroffensive, the entire base had been secured. The surviving prisoners knelt, heads bowed, hands locked behind their necks. The helicopter descended smoothly, and Zhou Chen leapt down, landing with effortless grace. Bai Yi, pale-faced and clutching his chest, muttered, "Last time I said it. I wondered who'd fly a chopper so crookedly with such amateurish control. Turns out it was you." Skill, Zhou Chen grinned, flashing brilliant white teeth, is only valuable if it gets the job done. He turned to Captain He. Why haven't you acted yet? Execute them all. Zhou Chen's disbelief sharpened. Do you intend to release these predators, or keep them fed and housed in Mo City like pets? Returning them to Mo City was logistically impossible, releasing them would doom countless innocent refugees. Captain He made his decision, swift, absolute, unhesitating. A sharp command rang out. Every soldier raised his rifle, sights fixed. A man in a white lab coat shot upright, face twisted with panic. Don't shoot me. I'm no convict. I'm the prison physician. A doctor. A doctor. In this apocalyptic age, physicians were among the rarest, most revered of survivors, treated like sacred guests wherever they went. As Captain He prepared to spare him, a gaunt, middle-aged man emerged from the crowd of refugees, strode forward, and struck the doctor twice across the face with thunderous slaps. A doctor? Do you dare call yourself one? If coercion forced your hand, perhaps. But how many guards did you help murder willingly alongside these criminals? Weren't they all your colleagues? Only then did Zhou Chen truly notice the man. The uniform he wore, the insignia denoting high rank. The man spoke, voice raw with grief and shame. I don't deserve to live. Had I not ordered the gates open, these convicts would never have ravaged so many innocents. Brothers, I'll join you soon. He seized a rifle and pulled the trigger, ending his life before anyone could react. Warden. It happened too fast. No one could intervene. A handful of surviving guards lunged forward, fists flying, beating the doctor senseless, then to death. Gunfire erupted, relentless, final, until the last cartridge clicked empty. Except for a handful who fled, every prisoner perished beneath the barrage. Nearby stood over 100 abducted refugees, men, women, children, huddled in trembling silence. Captain He addressed them gently. Go home. Return to your families. Home, they wept, eyes wide and lost. What home remains? His heart aching, Captain He replied, then at dawn we'll gather all supplies here. Those bound for Hangqing will be escorted to official relief organizations. Those choosing Mo City will travel with us. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen had already slipped alone into the base's warehouse. He'd expected scrap, yet found over 100 sealed gasoline drums neatly stacked. Who knew which military compound they'd looted? Armored trucks, military jeeps, field rations, precision repair tools, wool coats, blankets, supplies piled beyond counting. Zhou Chen searched thoroughly, yet found no firearms. These convicts must have raided an auto repair unit, not an armory. After stowing everything into his spatial storage, he still felt shortchanged. The retrieved supplies were negligible, but the hand grenades he'd thrown, the ammunition supplied to Xiao Long's 10-man team, the sedatives, those losses would haunt him for a year. At dawn, all provisions were loaded onto vehicles. Captain, he distributed a portion among the refugees, and to several prisoners who'd refused to collaborate imprisoned instead on the barren island. They prepared to split into two groups, one escorting refugees to Hangqing relief authorities, the other accompanying them to Mo City. Zhou Chen's dissatisfaction was written plainly across his face. Captain, Mr. Zhou, last night was chaos. I hadn't yet thanked you. Without you. Zhou Chen waved a dismissive hand. No pleasantries. Hand over half the seized firearms and ammunition. Everything else is negotiable, but civilian possession of firearms is expressly forbidden. Not even a single bullet. Zhou Chen's expression turned grave. Rules are rigid, but people breathe, adapt, survive. If neither you nor I speak of it, who in Mo City will ever know? Captain, he smiled faintly, preparing another appeal. Zhou Chen simply summoned Xiaolong. Xiaolong, was it not agreed your team borrowed those rounds? You owe me full. Xiaolong scratched his head, hesitating as he glanced at his commanding officer. Captain, yes. In the heat of battle, we pledged to return every bullet to the last round. And we also agreed, if the base fell, half the seized arms would go to Mr. Zhou. Captain, his eyelid twitched violently. He slammed a palm hard atop Xiaolong's skull. You reckless fool. How dare you bind the military to such terms without authorization? Don't you wear the uniform? Don't you understand the weight of your word? Do you wish to face a court-martial? Xiaolong bore the blow silently. Head-bowed, voice choked, refusing even to flinch. Captain, he turned to Zhou Chen, plastering on a warm, diplomatic smile. Brother Zhou. Zhou Chen raised a hand, cutting him off. Don't tell me your word means nothing, that you intend to seize what's rightfully mine. Captain, he stumbled slightly, his heart screaming injustice. How could a soldier break his oath? How could we ever confiscate property belonging to a civilian? Yet this was no ordinary cargo. These were weapons, lethal, regulated, explicitly prohibited for civilian possession under martial law. Beneath the merciless heat, the two of them bickered without end. Whenever Commander, he tried to reason with Zhou Chen would answer only, you promised me. Each time those words fell from his lips, Commander, he wanted nothing more than to drag Xiaolong out, give him a thrashing, and lock him up. That little bastard. No matter how desperate, he must not agree to such a demand. Not even if the general came would he dare consent. The two spat back and forth. Commander, he was drenched in sweat, and felt as if he might collapse from the heat. Yet Zhou Chen, apart from beads of sweat on his forehead and neck, felt surprisingly alert. Commander, he had a sudden idea. He might as well pretend to have heat stroke. Then he fainted. Zhou Chen seized the moment, shoved the man toward Xiaolong, and told Xiao, by quick, split the weapons with me. Your commander promised me before he collapsed. Xiao Bai fell silent. Did he? None of us heard anything, okay? Commander, he, who was merely feigning heat stroke, wanted desperately to spring up and protest. I didn't. When did I agree? But on reflection, if it weren't for Zhou Chen's performances, his supplies, and his ammunition support, there was no way they could have cleared the prisoner base. Even Xiaolong's 10 men might have risked their lives. Besides, Zhou Chen didn't seem the sort to run around committing crimes with a gun, right? Never mind. Better to stay pretending to be unconscious, out of sight, out of mind. Xiaolong scratched his head and murmured, since the commander has fainted, why don't we give him the guns? When he wakes up, we'll say Mr. Zhou grabbed the weapons and fled. Oh, we didn't pursue because we were tending to the refugees in the truck. Xiao Bai frowned. Will that really work? The feigning commander, he truly considered remaining unconscious. You little bastard, your thinking is dangerous. Wait until I show you how I'll deal with you when we get back. Zhou Chen stuffed 35 rifles and a pistol into his backpack and loaded them onto the helicopter. He could not help but rue inwardly that there were no bullets. Just as he was about to tell Old Bai to come with him, Old Bai pointed and said, dog. Zhou Chen, annoyed, replied, Old Bai, maybe I'm a bit greedy, but you don't have to call me that. Old Bai froze, coughed twice, and then clarified, I meant your dog. It's behind you. When Zhou Chen turned, he saw a filthy stray standing not far off, cocking its head at him. Da Huang. At the sound of his master's voice, Da Huang let out a plaintive whine. It limped over, tears in its eyes, and flung itself upon him in excited devotion. Zhou Chen stepped aside, holding his nose. It stinks. Did you take a bath? Da Huang raised a poo-streaked paw, tears of grievance streaming down. Woo. Woof. Old Bai clutched his aching chest as he approached. Oh, that's no light wound. He must have been burned by a stone slab. Your dog is clever. When I made that emergency landing and told him to run, he bolted like lightning. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a pot of meat. Even with his own dog, Zhou Chen was openly disdainful. Xiaolong, is there a medic? Bandage him quickly. Xiao Bai stepped forward, in the medic. Zhou Chen covered his nose and moved away, and give him a bath while you're at it. He reeks. Xiao Bai fell silent. With his wounds dressed, Da Huang was lifted into the helicopter. A bath was impossible. When Zhou Chen first arrived at the base, there had still been a few small ponds. 10 days later, the lake beds were utterly dry, and it was hard to find a single patch of wet mud to scoop. Zhou Chen put on his headset, ready to take off at a moment's notice. Old Bai's lips were ashen as he leaned back in the co-pilot seat with closed eyes. Zhou Chen asked, is it your heart acting up or some other ailment? Old Bai forced a reply through the pain. At our age, the heart grows weak. It's nothing. I can bear it. Zhou Chen dug into his pack and produced a bottle of fast-acting heart pills and a bottle of water. Take these quickly. Aunt Bai is waiting for you at home. The helicopter rose, leaving the ravaged base behind, and flying over one mountain range after another. After taking the medicine, Old Bai steadied himself and looked down at the cracked, parched highway, sighing. When will this natural disaster ever end? Zhou Chen glanced at the refugees on the road and said, instead of wondering when the disaster will end, focus on how to stockpile more supplies. An hour later, the helicopter set down in Old Bai's courtyard. Pale and weary Aunt Bai came running out with two grandsons. At the sight of Old Bai, she alternated between scolding and fretting. Zhou Chen waved goodbye and flew straight to Yinghua community. The roar of the rotors alerted many refugees in the complex. Zhou Chen soon noticed something amiss. The water tank he had left on the rooftop was gone. The tanks on Lao Sun's building rooftop were gone as well. Moreover, after circling once above the complex among the onlookers, he could not find a single one of Lao Sun's neighbors. This made no sense. Realizing something was wrong, he left Yinghua community, found a place to land, stowed the helicopter in his space, and sat by the roadside to wait for Commander He's convoy. After retrieving his vehicle and storing the big truck in his space, he drove the G-Wagon straight toward the gang's turf. Huang Mao was jumping down from a water truck when his eyes were immediately drawn to the approaching G-Wagon. Hey, who's this? Brother Zhou. Zhou Chen rolled down the window, his face ashen. What has happened to my place? Huang Mao froze for 2 seconds, then wore a look of panic. Brother Zhou, where have you been? There's a rumor you died out. Guangming Gang. They're the backers behind the Zhadiao Gang. That organization has been expanding its turf lately. How anyone who resists is taken. Huang Mao pointed to a fresh scar across his forehead. Those bastards tried to swallow up our Zhadiao Gang, but we clashed with them several times. Zhou Chen cut in, his tone sharpening. Get to the point. Huang Mao hurried on. When you were around, the nearby community gangs kept the peace. After you disappeared, and rumors spread that you were dead, Guangming Gang came and grabbed territory. They couldn't force your front gate, so they carried off every water tank from your rooftop. Lao Sun and the others were taken as well. Now Yinghua community is run by a few thugs. A dangerous light flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. Where did they take them? When did this happen? Huang Mao pointed toward a direction. Tangchen Yiping. This happened the afternoon before yesterday. Zhou Chen asked, what do you know about those men? Huang Mao answered, they're a bunch of trust fund kids, 50 or 60 of them, but they have many thugs, around 200. Weapons. They have guns, but not many. Only a few. Zhou Chen jumped into his car and drove off. Unbelievable. He had been gone for only half a month and his home had been pillaged. Night fell. At Tangchen Yiping, the penthouses glittered. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, lights, music, wine, and women. Those wealthy heirs indulged in decadent excess. A helicopter appeared unexpectedly outside the window. A drunken trust fund youth squinted and shouted, what they? The helicopter banked, left its door facing the window. Armed to the teeth, Zhou Chen leveled an AK and unleashed a sweeping burst of fire. Gunfire cracked as the window shattered. A storm of bullets swept the room, striking the revelers and spraying blood across the floor. Gunfire shattered vases and wine bottles, scattering shards across the floor. Bodies collapsed one after another, blood spattered onto walls, floors, and tables. Men and women scrambled in panic. Some struck in the leg, crawled frantically across the ground, leaving gory trails behind them. Unaware of the carnage unfolding upstairs, 24 henchmen from the lower floors charged into the room, brandishing knives and clubs, only to be instantly exposed to the muzzle flash. Each who burst through the door was cut down by bullets, corpses piled up in heaps. Those henchmen who regained their wits fled in blind terror. As the helicopter ascended, refugees who had fled helter-skelter onto the rooftop were mowed down without distinction by bursts of automatic fire, regardless of status or identity. Several corpses floated lifelessly in the swimming pool, their blood spreading outward until the water turned a deep. These extravagantly indulgent airs had filled the entire pool with bottled mineral water, while citywide refugees couldn't even scavenge a sip of tainted water. The helicopter landed on the rooftop. Zhou Chen descended in full riot gear, ignoring the wounded who writhed and screamed, and opened fire on fleeing figures. Inside the cockpit, Bai Elder, also clad head toto in riot armor, watched the carnage below and could only shake his head in weary resignation. In the face of cataclysm, fellow citizens across the city should have united as one to withstand the disaster. Yet the moment social order began to fray, factions and gangs sprang up like weeds. These heirs, long accustomed to lawlessness before the calamity, mistook societal collapse for their own ascension and seized the chaos to amplify their tyranny. They failed to grasp that true ruthlessness never resides in such loud, arrogant fools. With supplies critically scarce, refugees starving for even a single loaf of bread, these heirs hoarded fine wines and gourmet feasts, yet possessed not a shred of gratitude or restraint. Of all people to provoke, why choose Zhou the madman? He once stormed a maximum security convict compound alone. And what had these heirs done? Indulged, exploited, and remained utterly ignorant of what real ferocity looks like. Zhou Chen fought his way downward from the rooftop, kicking open the top floor door to reveal utter devastation within. A well-dressed young man shot in the leg raised his trembling hands in terror. Don't kill me. I'm the mayor's son. If you do, my father will. Bang. Zhou Chen kicked aside the corpse, its forehead pierced by a bullet, and strode forward. Fool. When he fired indiscriminately, privilege only hastened death. Who would leave witnesses to complicate their path? A man cowering behind the sofa cried out in agony, you're finished. You know who my father is. Bang. Idiot. Even at death's threshold, he clung to paternal intimidation. How many ordinary people had he bullied under that family's name? A woman drenched in blood shrank into a corner, trembling violently. Don't kill me. I'll pay. My father is the wealthiest tycoon in this region. Bang. A pack of fools. Even the children of the world's richest would fall before him without hesitation. Unwounded targets received a bullet, the wounded a mercy shot. Zhou Chen swept through the room, leaving nothing but corpses in his wake. He exited and descended the staircase floor by floor, slaughtering heirs still half-dressed, some killed before they'd even pulled on their shirts. Dozens of golden spoon-born heirs perished in the prime of their youth. Reaching the third floor, he found the door ajar. As Zhou Chen raised his weapon, Lao Sun burst forth swinging a wooden club. Lao Sun. Xiao Zhou. Seeing Zhou Chen, Lao Sun exhaled in profound relief. Behind him stood dozens, several neighbors from Sakura residential complex, the rest men forcibly gathered from other districts. Their faces were bruised and swollen, some bore severe injuries needing support just to walk. Zhou Chen scanned the group. No women in sight. Where are they? Lao Sun replied urgently, the women and children are held by thugs from our complex. They've become lapdogs to those heirs. Zhou Chen turned and headed downstairs. He combed the desolate parking lot, empty. Like monkeys scattering when the tree falls, the heirs lay dead, their henchmen vanished without a trace. A neighbor located a functional vehicle. This car still runs. We must return and rescue them. Lao Sun limped into the driver's seat. Xiao Zhou, aren't you coming? You go ahead. Neighbors desperate to save wives and children sped off. Once all had departed, Zhou Chen began his systematic cleanup. Across the vast parking lot, luxury sedans, rusted wrecks, derelict chassis, he absorbed every vehicle into his spatial storage. Returning upstairs, he gathered supplies. Lower floors were gutted, empty rooms stripped bare, even curtains torn down during the deep freeze to fuel fires. Only from the 16th floor upward did proper furnishings appear. The richest hall awaited on the penthouse level, a sprawling 600-square residence crammed with provisions across multiple rooms. Cured pork, smoked beef, dried duck, sausages, and dehydrated vegetables. All vacuum sealed and impeccably. Snacks, chicken feet, peanuts, sunflower seeds, biscuits, filled an entire hallway. True to their elite status, they'd stockpiled over 1,000 jin of authentic Wuchang rice. Black rice, millet, red beans, mung beans, yellow soybeans. Each grain plump, grade A premium. A dedicated cold storage room held stacks of red wine, imported spirits, baijiu reaching the ceiling, and hundreds of barrels of mineral water. Zhou Chen transferred all provisions into his spatial storage. Solar panels and household generators followed. Inside a safe, he found several handguns and a few dozen rounds, modest yet sufficient to offset tonight's expenditure. Before departing, he also removed several oil paintings from the walls, including a Van Gogh sunflowers. Whether authentic remained uncertain. If genuine, it couldn't be sold, but displayed in his living room, it would radiate unmistakable prestige. Returning to the rooftop, Zhou Chen found by elder looting corpses. The heir's attire alone bespoke wealth, even a single wristwatch from any corpse fetched millions. Yet by elder ignored such luxuries, instead retrieving a few snack packets and meticulously wiping away bloodstains. Witnessing this, Zhou Chen retreated into the stairwell. When he re-emerged, he tossed a heavy bag. To buy elder provisions I collected. Consider them your reward. The bag bulged massively, its thud upon impact betrayed immense weight. By elder, seeing Zhou Chen armed with only a single pistol, asked, all of it. For me. Then what's left for you? Zhou Chen waved dismissively with a gun. I'll never lack supplies. By elder had intended to claim only a third, but hearing those words, he silently hoisted the bag. Might makes right. The man with the gun commands authority. The helicopter reappeared over Sakura residential complex. Silent, desolate streets below. Lao Sun's group, having departed earlier, had yet to return. Nearby refugees peered upward again, watching helplessly as the aircraft descended onto the rooftop as rotor blades still, the heavily armed figure pushed open the hatch and stepped onto the rooftop. Zhou Chen planted one boot on the ledge and fired several shots skyward. With that brazen, unapologetic declaration, he announced his return to all. In buildings 115, petty thugs glimpsed the helicopter land on building 21 and immediately sensed impending doom. Then came the gunfire, and they urinated in sheer terror. It's Zhou the madman. He's alive. Panicked, the newly coerced thugs bolted for their lives. But barely reaching the lobby, they confronted a mob of armed refugees. The very people they'd tormented mercilessly these past 2 days, now staring back with feral emerald-lit eyes. Someone shouted, take these tyrants down. We'll claim our reward from Brother Zhou. A few small thugs were beaten to a pulp, their faces swollen like pig heads. They were dragged to the base of building 21 by a group of refugees treated like dead dogs and forced to kneel on the ground. Zhou Chen appeared before the crowd clad in riot gear. A group of refugees impoverished and deprived of food and water displayed expressions of intense envy. He looked at the small thugs beaten to the point where even their mothers wouldn't recognize them, and asked, where are those women and children? The thugs, terrified, could only stammer incoherently, their teeth broken. A refugee raised a hand. We have already sent someone over there. Soon after, Chi Ro and others were helped out. Their physical condition was poor, but their clothes were still intact. They must have been too weak from hunger. Shiro recognized Zhou Chen at a glance, crying out, "Big brother, you must stand up for us. They're inhuman. Hong Jie was hurt protecting us from these beasts. They even locked all the children in dog cages and would whip them at a moment's notice." Before Shiro could finish crying, they heard a refugee shout from a distance, "Not good. A woman has jumped off a building to commit suicide." Shiro, Yang Xitian, and the other women turned pale, already guessing who it was. Weak, yet still struggling to make their way toward Building 15. Hong Jie. The small thugs kept bowing and pleading for mercy. Zhou Chen asked, "Who is the chef?" A few refugees who had been chefs stepped forward. Zhou Chen said, "Are you willing to kill?" The chefs hesitated to nod. If it was just simple killing, why specifically call for chefs? Perhaps. Zhou Chen declared, "Skin the flesh off these beasts and hang their skeletons at the entrance of the community. Let's see who dares to lay a hand on Sakura community again. Complete this task, and each of you will receive 5 kilograms of flour and 2 kilograms of water." 5 kilograms of flour and 2 kilograms of water were the supplies they longed for. Fear. What fear? Just a few beasts, it's like slaughtering chickens and ducks. A few chefs gritted their teeth, and under the terrified gazes of the small thugs pulled out their knives. Listening to the thugs scream like pigs being slaughtered, a group of refugees retreated in terror, unable to bear the sight. To turn a living person into a skeleton. The inhumane punishment of slow slicing under feudalism was being reenacted today. So ruthless. So cruel. But it must be said, after this incident, who would dare to target Sakura community again? Zhou Chen said to the group of refugees, "You all helped capture the people earlier. When Lao Sun returns, let him arrange a big pot of food." Upon hearing there would be a big meal, the hungry refugees could no longer hold back their saliva. News of the live flesh being skinned quickly spread to nearby communities, gradually reaching even farther ones. Those who had previously cursed Zhou Chen to death outside were now terrified beyond belief. This Zhou Chen is incredibly ruthless. That's slow slicing. Some gangs that had assisted the wealthy in their misdeeds, fearing retribution from Zhou Chen, packed their bags and fled to other districts overnight. Hong Jie's body was cremated. Her husband, unable to withstand the blow, went mad and ran out of the community. Lao Sun searched all night, but found nothing by dawn, leaving behind a 10-year-old child crying out for their parents. Under the natural disaster, people were dying every day. Whether known or unknown, survivors were beginning to numb to the concept of death. Lao Sun and others had not yet healed their wounds and began to venture out again in search of supplies. The dead were gone, but the living had to continue fighting desperately to survive. At the entrance of Sakura community, on the left hung several mummified corpses, and on the right several skeletons. Refugees, both aware and unaware of the situation, chose to take a detour upon seeing this. No more thugs dared to come here to cause trouble. However, a group of soldiers arrived. The city was still under military control, but with limited manpower, they could not manage the chaos that was taking place behind the scenes. But such methods of killing are a blatant provocation to the law. How outrageous. In broad daylight, you dare to deal with thugs privately and use such cruel methods. This matter must be dealt with seriously. Commander, he walked to the entrance of the community. Who is the person in charge here? A big yellow dog ran over, wagging its tail from a distance. Commander, he was taken aback. A paradise community where the dogs of other communities had all been eaten, yet here, there was still one dog. The refugees in the community clearly eyed the dog with longing, but no one dared to make a move. Huh, why does this dog look somewhat familiar? Zhou Chen strolled over with his hands in his pockets. Commander, he suddenly realized, I was just thinking this dog looks like yours. Wait. His expression changed. Mr. Zhou, could it be that you are the person in charge of this community? The maniac Zhou Chen, rumored to have hung living people to dry and to have skinned living thugs, is actually him. Several soldiers nearby were already retching continuously. So disgusting. On the white skeleton, there were still remnants of flesh. The flesh, after being sun-dried, unexpectedly emitted a strange, meaty aroma. Ugh. Commander, he pointed at the corpses at the entrance. Did you do this? Zhou Chen was too lazy to explain and beckoned a refugee who was watching. Come tell our commander, he all about the crimes of these beasts. Commander, he who was well aware of the darkness of the chaotic times, said, I don't want to hear it. You should hand over the criminals to us for proper handling. Currently, the entire city is under military control. Executing people privately is also illegal, and your methods. These methods are too cruel. It was hard for him to just turn a blind eye. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. What? You want to execute me? Commander, he replied in a businesslike manner, as long as you do not resist, we will only take you into custody. Whether or not you will be executed is up to the judge. Zhou Chen neither resisted nor showed any worry. If you are not afraid of a massive riot occurring within a 3-kilometer radius, then go ahead and arrest me. At this moment, Xiao Long and the others who had conducted a simple survey returned. Xiao Long leaned close to Commander He and whispered, Commander, we asked around. During the time Mr. Zhou was at Qiandao Lake, those people thought he was dead. Gangsters from outside districts came to seize territory, while gangsters within our district fought amongst themselves for territory, causing chaos and resulting in many deaths. When Mr. Zhou returned and fired 2 shots, all those gangs became obedient. Once the skeletal remains were hung, the external district's pests dared not step into our district half a step. If we really arrest Mr. Zhou, this area will descend into chaos again, and who knows how many will die then. Commander, he felt quite troubled upon hearing this. Zhou Chen understood that commander, he was here on a mission as soldiers were bound to obey orders. He wouldn't be foolish enough to oppose the soldiers, he could only find a way to ease the situation. Commander, I kill only those who are garbage deserving of death. The actions of these beasts are unforgivable. The methods may be a bit cruel, but in chaotic times heavy punishment is necessary. This is also to deter those foolish pests, indirectly maintaining the peace of the society. Commander, his eyes widened in disbelief. This kid knows how to talk. Is he claiming to maintain societal peace? He is just looking out for himself. However, Zhou Chen's words were not without reason. Considering the information Xiao Long had gathered, if Zhou Chen were truly executed, this area would surely descend into chaos again. In the face of natural disasters, the few survivors who had managed to endure lived in constant misery. Territory grabbing and resource plundering resulted in daily deaths. With insufficient manpower to organize, there were matters they wished to manage, but were powerless to do so. Yet they could not indulge Zhou Chen's wanton killing. Commander, he thought for a long time, and warned publicly, Zhou Chen, this is the last time. If there's a next time, I will shoot. Huang Mao was clever. He soon arrived with a large amount of supplies to curry favor. Solar panels, water tanks, steel bars, tiles, cement, and redwood furniture were loaded into several vans. The shabby vans could hardly contain it all, and behind the convoy followed a dozen handcarts. Bro, you're incredible. You fired just 2 shots and all those trash scavengers lurking nearby ran away. This area is safer than ever. We can do business without worry day or night. It's all because of your impressive might. My admiration for you is as boundless as the Yangtze River and as uncontrollable as the Yellow River's floods. Zhou Chen, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked contemptuously. The Yangtze and the Yellow River are both dried up. Huang Mao chuckled. It's just a metaphor, an exaggerated one. Although the Yellow River has dried up, my admiration for you. Zhou Chen waved his hand, genuinely unable to listen any longer. All right, enough of that. Huang Mao, thick-skinned as a wall, said with a grin. Hey bro, knowing your water tank is gone, I thought of many ways to bring a few back, and there are 2 aluminum ones that won't rust or get sunburnt. For this alone, Zhou Chen felt Huang Mao was quite thoughtful. Zhou Chen asked, what do you want to trade for this time? Don't mention water, it's gone. Mentioning water made Huang Mao wince. On the rooftop, Zhou Gu had several water tanks, and there was still several tons left, but they were all taken by that group of rich second generation. Huang Mao smiled. As you said, I know you are short on water. I'd like to trade for some instant noodles, pasta flour. How does... Zhou Chen flicked the ash off his cigarette and quickly settled the trade goods. Bring me any good stuff you find recently, or I'll take as much as you have. After this period, I won't take any more. Huang Mao patted his chest in assurance. Bro, don't worry. You're our supreme VIP at the explosive gang. We will wholeheartedly serve you, and once we get good stuff, it will definitely come to you first. Carrying a half bag of food from the trade, Huang Mao suddenly remembered something. By the way, bro, the organization has set up a trading market at Wanda Plaza in the city center, open for 2 hours in the evening. All the refugees in the city can trade supplies there if they need. If you have time, you can go take a look. You might find something you like. Yesterday, I saw someone take out a blue and white porcelain vase. Tisk, this thing was hidden away before the disaster, but only in this environment can someone like me feast my eyes on it. But it's a pity that even a priceless antique wouldn't be worth a few dozen pounds of potatoes now. People are starving and dying of thirst. Who would care for that? Zhou Chen indeed showed some interest upon hearing this. The extreme heat caused part of the power that the organization had repaired earlier to explode the transformers. After a series of broadcasts, silence fell again. Now, any news could only be conveyed verbally from person to person. If Huang Mao hadn't mentioned this, Zhou Chen wouldn't have known that the organization had set up a trading market. There are more supplies in the space than he could ever use in 10 lifetimes. Being rich is also a kind of loneliness. He might as well use the worst supplies to exchange for some antiques and display them in his safe house later. That would be quite nice. The supplies brought by Huang Mao were placed in the corridor. With a touch, they entered the space. Zhou Chen returned to his room, enjoying the air conditioning while savoring a hot pot meal, timing his departure. The big yellow dog wanted to follow, but was scared back by a kick from him. Zhou Chen arrived at the underground parking lot, which was empty, with only one large Jeep parked there. Everyone in the community knew whose car it was, and envied it greatly, yet no one dared to have any thoughts about it. In the face of absolute power, there are thieves' hearts, but not the courage of thieves. Zhou Chen swaggered out in the large G. Occasionally he encountered some vehicles on the dilapidated road, but they were all ordinary cars with small engines. Even these cars made the refugees who had to walk everywhere green with envy. As for Zhou Chen's car, the refugees could only look on longingly. Even if they managed to get a car, they wouldn't be able to find gasoline. Everything would be in vain. Upon reaching the trading market, armed soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Zhou Chen originally wanted to circle around and find a place to store the vehicle in the space, but suddenly realized that the soldier on guard looked somewhat familiar. Xiao Bai spotted the large G from afar, even able to recite the license plate. Zhou Chen drove directly up to Xiao Bai, rolled down the window, and teased, "You a medic, are actually out here, standing guard." Xiao Bai stood tall and proud, saying, "A soldier is like a brick, wherever needed we'll move." Zhou Chen smiled. "That's great, I'm going in to browse, can you keep an eye on the car?" Xiao Bai looked bewildered. "Are you kidding? My duty is to maintain market order, not to play the parking attendant." Zhou Chen joked, "If someone steals my car, does that count as your dereliction of duty?" Xiao Bai glared. No, I'm only responsible for inside the market. Your car can only be parked outside. If it gets stolen, it's your fault. Zhou Chen teased Comrade Xiaobai. This mindset is unacceptable. Protecting the private property of the citizens is also your duty as a soldier. Why distinguish between inside and outside the market? What's your awareness? I despise you. Xiaobai. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Chen had already gotten out of the car and left. Damn, Zhou, can't you park? You've blocked the market entrance. What a lack of manners. A soldier standing guard curiously asked Xiaobai, who is this guy so arrogant? Xiaobai rolled his eyes. Zhou the madman. The soldier was astonished. So he's Zhou the madman. No wonder he's so arrogant. The trading market was very rudimentary, smaller than the night market before the disaster. To prevent citizens from suffering from heat stroke, the entire market was covered with canopies with less than 100 meters from one end to the other. On both sides of the market were small vendors, all dirty-faced and wearing worried expressions. Both vendors and visitors to the market were all male with hardly any women in sight. The society was too chaotic. Women had no means to protect themselves when going out, let alone safeguard their supplies. Yet these supplies were crucial for a family's survival. They couldn't afford to lose even one. There were all kinds of stalls here, but most were ignored. One stall was surrounded by layers of people, each refugee, desperately trying to squeeze in. Zhou Chen, curious, stretched his head to see from his height advantage. The stall owner turned out to be Old Sun, and his stall had only a packet of 100 grams of salt. Old Sun was currently using the smallest scale to sell salt by the gram. Don't push, don't push. If you can't buy today, there will be more tomorrow. I'll be here again tomorrow to sell. As the refugees nearly toppled the stall, the bald man holding 2 watermelon knives shouted, I've said it, don't push. If you do, we'll close up. Zhou Chen almost didn't recognize Yang Sitian. To prevent heat stroke, she had shaved her head and was wearing a tank top, her fair skin tanned into a bronze color. This woman was tough. With her accompanying the limping Old Sun to sell, it was relatively safe. In this extreme heat, salt was absolutely the most sought-after resource. Missing a few meals won't kill you, but searching for supplies in such high temperatures without timely replenishment of salt and water could easily lead to death on the street. The trading market was bustling with people. Most stalls sold various household items that were no longer in use: clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry, toys, household appliances, and a myriad of miscellaneous goods. In the face of natural disasters, everyone was short on food and water. Who would be willing to trade such precious resources for these items? The stall owners wore worried expressions, their faces resembling bitter melons. Zhou Chen wandered around and stopped in front of a stall selling antiques. He did not see the blue and white porcelain that the yellow-haired vendor spoke of. The simple stall was draped with a white cloth displaying several ancient paintings and calligraphies. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair, wearing a troubled expression as he wiped away his sweat. Long-term lack of food and nutrition had left his eye sockets yellow and his cheeks sunken. He had a somewhat scholarly demeanor, indicating that he had come from a relatively wealthy family before the disaster. Zhou Chen casually pointed at a scroll and asked, shall we take a look? Sure. Finally, someone showed interest. The stall owner quickly picked up the scroll, carefully unfurling it. Brother, this painting, The Kingfisher in the Lotus Pond, is an authentic piece by Master Qi Baishe, which I have treasured for many years. As the scroll was unfurled, vibrant red flowers contrasted against dark leaves. It depicted a scene of a kingfisher skimming over the pond's surface, its long beak clutching a fish it had just caught. Zhou Chen did not understand paintings, but knew that Qi Baishe's shrimp paintings were highly regarded. He took out a pair of gloves and put them on. The stall owner felt a surge of goodwill upon seeing Zhou Chen don the gloves. Regardless of whether he would buy it or not, at least the other party showed respect. Zhou Chen took the painting in hand, seemingly appraising it, but in reality, he was just admiring it, primarily gauging whether it suited his tastes. After nearly a minute of contemplation, he asked, is this an authentic piece? The stall owner pulled out a certificate saying, absolutely authentic. Over 10 years ago, I spent 40 million at the auction house in Xiangqing to acquire this. After returning, I had it verified by many industry experts, and they all confirmed its authenticity. How much are you selling it for? Zhou Chen returned the painting to the stall owner. The stall owner thought for a moment and replied, 100 pounds of rice, plus 1 pound of salt, or 10 tons of water would suffice. That's quite an outrageous price. Currently, salt is hard to come by, and a bowl of water is also scarce. If you genuinely want to trade for resources, that price needs to be reduced to at least 1%. 1%. The stall owner felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this. But this is an authentic piece by Master Qi Baishe. Even a clearance sale wouldn't sell it for such a low price. He might as well jump off a building with the painting. Zhou Chen smiled. Old man, to put it bluntly, money is now worthless paper. No matter how precious a painting is, it is still just a piece of paper. Everyone is lacking food supplies, and those with surplus are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. I dare say your asking price would remain unsold here for a year. The stall owner, looking deeply pained, said, you've just stabbed me with 99 knives, isn't that a bit too harsh? Zhou Chen chuckled, it's business. You raise the price, I lower it, it's normal to haggle. The stall owner, holding the kingfisher painting carefully, reluctantly asked, what is your maximum offer? Zhou Chen raised one finger and replied, 1 pound of rice and 2 taels of salt. The stall owner's eyes went wide, shaking his head vigorously. No way. I spent over 40 million on this. Before the disaster, someone offered 80 million, and I didn't sell it then. Now it's worth just a pound of rice and 2 taels of salt. Who can I complain to about this? Zhou Chen didn't press the issue. To be honest, for antiques and artworks like this, I doubt anyone else in the city would buy them besides me. He pointed to an old man selling salt nearby. If you've thought it over, just let that guy know, and he'll come back later. Zhou Chen walked a few meters, glancing back to see the stall owner holding the kingfisher painting with a lost expression. After wandering around again, there wasn't much useful in the market, so he headed home. That night the old man came looking for him. Xiao Zhou, you went to the trading market today, but I didn't see you. I saw you were busy, so I didn't disturb you. Not to mention Xiao Qi is quite clever. When you mentioned stockpiling food, she thought of stockpiling salt. Now we only need a bit of salt to exchange for quite a few supplies, so we no longer have to risk our lives running around. Zhou Chen looked at the little kid led by the old man and said, why is your grandson so skinny? The old man looked a bit anxious. There's nothing I can do. I've tried everything, yet I still can't trade for a single vegetable. Vegetables won't grow, and I lack water to sprout some bean sprouts. We're eating nothing but potatoes and sweet potatoes, and it's making our faces look sallow. At this point the old man fell silent. Zhou Chen also fell silent. Although he lacked for nothing now and was living better than anyone else, he had endured 3 years of hardship in his past life and could empathize with the feelings of the old man and others. Zhou Chen said, I have some vegetables here grown from air conditioner water. If you don't mind them being a bit dirty, you can trade me. I certainly can't just give them away. I have no obligation to do so and don't want the old man and others to develop a dependency. The apocalypse was harsh, growing more difficult by the day. Everyone had to rely on themselves. Fair trade was the best choice. The old man's eyes lit up, his face flushed with excitement. My goodness, how could I possibly complain about them being dirty? In this environment, even getting a leaf of vegetable to taste is a rare opportunity. However, the only valuable supplies I have are probably just salt. Zhou Chen smiled lightly, then let's trade for salt. The old man hurriedly ran back to fetch the salt. Salt was currently the most precious resource for their group. No other supplies would catch Zhou Chen's eye. Upon hearing that they could use salt to trade with Zhou Ge for vegetables, everyone was excited. Although salt was precious, if they could exchange it for even a little vegetable to supplement their vitamins, it would be invaluable. It was strange. Before the disaster, no matter how experts explained that vegetables were rich in vitamins and that eating more vegetables was beneficial for health, the common people never took it seriously. They indulged in meat every day, and a stir-fried plate of vegetables was merely to alleviate the greasiness. But now they would be grateful even for a single leaf of vegetable. These refugees believed that even a small addition of vitamins would make them feel better than before. This damned psychological effect. When there was food, they didn't cherish it, but when it was gone, they were driven mad with longing. The old man was troubled. How much salt should we take? A neighbor suggested, how about 1 or 2 bags? Vegetables are not like potatoes or instant noodles, they need water to grow. I dare say besides Zhou Ge there isn't anyone in the entire city who can produce such a rare commodity as vegetables. Seeing that no one objected, the old man took 2 bags of salt. Knowing that both salt and vegetables were extremely coveted resources, he specifically found a black plastic bag. On Zhou Chen's side, the bean sprouts in his space were all packaged, each bag weighing 300 grams. To avoid suspicion, he had to open each bag and pour them into the same bag. 1 bag of yellow bean sprouts, 1 bag of green pea shoots, and a handful of mustard greens. He didn't take the cabbage. Air conditioner water couldn't grow such a large vegetable. When the old man saw these vegetables, his first reaction was to look around nervously, fearing someone might see. In fact, no refugee dared to come within a step of Building 21. The old man pinched a green pea shoot and shoved it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing with delight. It was slightly bitter, yet it felt fragrant and sweet. This transaction was incredibly worth it. Old Sun's heart raced with excitement like thunder. This vegetable was hard to come by. He carefully packed it into a black plastic bag, wishing he could dig a tunnel to sneak it back. He constantly worried that the refugees would discover him and come to confront him. By the way, when we close up tonight, a dealer surnamed you asked about you. I heard you're known as Zhou the Madman. He wasn't afraid, but it seemed he was very interested in trading with you. However, he said you chopped him 99 times and he can't take it anymore. So he asked me to see if you could discuss it again. Oh, it seems he has quite a few antiques at home. He probably heard about your strength and hopes you'll take all his goods. Here, this is the list he wrote. Zhou Chen took the paper Old Sun handed him, and it turned out to be a collection of high-value items. Various Ming and Qing vases, a snuff bottle from the Qianlong era, and paintings from the Kangxi period, including a Song dynasty depiction of a lady. Tang Bohush, the setting sun, and the lonely goose, and Qi Baishi's the kingfisher in the lotus pond. Each antique and painting had its corresponding value written behind it. Among them, the setting sun and the lonely goose and the kingfisher in the lotus pond were the most expensive. He even thoughtfully calculated a total. The collection of over a dozen antiques and paintings was hoped to be exchanged for 500 jin of rice, 10 jin of salt, and 10 tons of water. He also noted that equivalent goods could be substituted, but only food items would be accepted. Compared to the outrageous prices at the trading market this time, the asking price seemed to be carefully considered by the other party, likely because they were urgently in need of rice. However, to Zhou Chen, it was still not worthwhile. In the apocalypse, antiques and paintings were worth less than a packet of instant noodles, and their value only decreased further over time. When wandering around, these things only took up space and drained one's energy. When faced with robbers, the thugs would rather steal a pair of worn-out shoes from a refugee than these useless antiques. They couldn't be eaten or drunk, were fragile, and required proper storage. In a disaster when survival was already a struggle, how could one manage to store them properly? Only someone like him who carried space with an endless supply of resources would be interested in collecting a few. Zhou Chen was ruthless, directly slashing the price by 90%. Salt was no problem, water and rice could be substituted with corresponding potatoes, sweet potatoes or taros. Resources were getting scarcer by the day and market prices changed every day. Zhou Chen asked Old Sun about the latest prices for food. The prices for rice, flour, water, salt, and medicine were consistent and currently at the peak of the pyramid. The exchange ratio of rice to potatoes and sweet potatoes was 1:3. Taro was slightly lower at a ratio of 1:3.5. This meant that Zhou Chen would need to offer 1 gene of salt and a total weight of over 600 gene of potatoes to acquire the antiques and paintings on the other party's list. Zhou Chen handed the note to Old Sun. Please help me pass this on. This is my price. He has 2 days to consider it. The longer he delays, the worse the food market will be for him, or he could also talk to other customers. Old Sun took the note and glanced at it. Times have changed. Priceless antiques were now worth only a few hundred gene of potatoes. Indeed, he had cut the price too steeply, as there had been no response for the past 2 days. But Zhou Chen was in no hurry. Antiques and paintings were far less attractive than a barrel of gasoline. Huang Mao, the second-hand dealer, was very active. Today he brought in mahogany furniture, and tomorrow he brought tiles and wooden floors. Today this guy brought a cartload of tableware. Brother, this tableware is definitely high-end. I wouldn't dare bring it to you if it weren't high-end. Zhou Chen, uninterested, replied. Can't you find something more decent? Huang Mao was surprised. Isn't this tableware decent? It's exclusively used by 5-star hotels and hasn't even been unwrapped. Zhou Chen frowned. With no food, what do you need tableware for? It's still fragile. Huang Mao scratched his head. Then he'll take all this back and bring some better stuff tomorrow. Immediately after, he proudly pulled out an antique leather suitcase. Brother, you must keep this entire set of pure silver tableware from the Sacred Mule Empire. This was a collection my boss got from a mule dealer, and it has some crown engravings. I've heard it's used by royalty. Zhou Chen opened it to take a look. The silver knives, forks, plates, bowls, cups, and ladles were all complete. The exquisite reliefs, and the entire set was gilded, truly a rare piece of craftsmanship. Zhou Chen nodded. He'll take this set. Now tell me, what do you want in exchange? Huang Mao beamed with joy. Every time Zhou Gu asked him what he wanted in exchange, his expression and tone seemed normal, yet it always gave off the vibe of I am a big tycoon. Brother, this time I want to trade for some salt, okay? Zhou Chen took out half a pack of salt and reminded him. Tell your gang members to visit hospitals and medical equipment agencies to find some fresher supplies for me. Stop bringing me furniture, tiles, and cement. I'm not a builder. Huang Mao carefully tucked away the half pack of salt, frowning. Brother, we've already been to all those places you mentioned. Not just hospitals, but also dock stations and factories. We've gone to every possible place. We have medical equipment, but the key is you aren't a doctor, so I think. Zhou Chen was furious, raised his foot, and kicked. What do you think? Hurry up and bring me the goods. Huang Mao staggered from the kick and hurriedly pulled the cart away. Brother, wait for me, I'll be back right away. An hour later, Huang Mao drove a van straight to Building 21 of the Cherry Blossom community. Every window of the van was covered with black cloth, fearing that people would see the supplies inside. Huang Mao pushed open the door, still in a state of high tension. X-ray machines, blood pressure monitors, hearing aids, ultrasound machines, microscopes, syringes, surgical knives, biochemical analyzers, etc. were all common medical equipment. Huang Mao looked guilty, like a thief. Brother, after the military control of the city, the organization strictly prohibits private transactions of medical equipment. If caught, it's either jail time or execution. Anyone who finds medical supplies must hand them over to the organization, but they won't be handed over for free. You can receive supplies in exchange, but they aren't very good. The organization is responsible for the food, clothing, shelter, and health of countless refugees, and day by day the organization is getting poorer. There was originally a psychologist responsible for the mental treatment of refugees, but due to a lack of manpower, they have been reassigned to assist surgeons. I've heard that several individuals at the level of department heads are now handing surgical knives to surgeons every day. Zhou Chen was quite satisfied with this batch of medical supplies and went upstairs to get 2 bags of salt. He solemnly instructed, get more of these supplies and bring them all to me. Huang Mao nodded vigorously. Earlier he thought Zhou Gu wouldn't accept any more and was worried about being checked, so he handed over a pile of sprouted potatoes and moldy barley to the organization in exchange. Now that he knew Zhou Gu had a need, what else was there to say? Of course he had to trade with Zhou Gu. As Huang Mao was leaving, he quietly asked, Brother, do you want a submarine? Someone on the road got hold of a military submarine that seems to have drifted over from the East Sea Fleet of Zhou City. Our boss asked me to see if you were interested. If you are, he will help you contact that person. Zhou Chen was taken aback. A military submarine. Huang Mao nodded yes. Zhou Chen asked again, drifted over from the East Sea Fleet. Huang Mao nodded, oh. Zhou Chen was stunned for 3 full seconds before erupting with a curse, damn. Zhou Chen felt that his mind was in disarray. His thoughts had been corroded by the vast resources in the space. How could he not think of every possible way to obtain a submarine, a piece of escape equipment of such caliber? Does the East Sea Fleet in Zhou City not have submarines? He even went to Hang City. Why had he not thought of going to Zhou City? Aside from the East Sea Fleet, Zhou City also has the Jijiakan dock, where 2,000 to 3,000 large fishing boats are incredibly tempting for criminal activities. Even if there are stationed troops, he possesses infinite space. First he could scout the area, then find a moonless night to act quietly. He would surely not return empty-handed. How had he not thought of making the trip? The blond man was startled by Zhou Chen's reaction. Upon seeing Zhou Chen curse and fall into deep thought, he momentarily felt confused. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Chen was pulled back to reality and immediately said, "Have your boss help me gauge the situation. If it's suitable, I will take the submarine." The blond man's eyes sparkled as he gave a thumbs up. "As expected of you, brother, even military submarines are within your reach. I'll go back and tell my boss to contact them as soon as possible." That night Lao Sun brought the antique dealer named Yu. However, they found Zhou Chen was not home. The antique dealer's heart raced with uncertainty. Lao Sun, is Zhou the madman unwilling to take my antique? Lao Sun was not sure either. He must have gone out for something urgent. "Look." He pointed at a helicopter partially visible on the rooftop. "The helicopter is still here. He certainly hasn't gone far. How about you wait for me at my place or come back with me tomorrow?" The antique dealer could only sigh, planning to return tomorrow. As he left, he felt uneasy and regretted coming today. With no rice to cook at home, returning empty-handed would certainly incur his wife's complaints. A dilapidated van drove along the riverside highway. The scenery along the way had long lost its former charm. The flowers on both sides of the road had turned into withered grass, and the lush trees had become lifeless trunks. Yang Ziming was explaining the basic situation of the other party to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was armed to the teeth with an AK-47 in hand. Yang Ziming and the few brothers who followed were filled with envy. This person's surname is Zhao, from Xiang County. He used to have a fishing boat of moderate size and lived off the sea. On the night of the super typhoon, the waves by the seaside reached 8 or 9 meters high, and the seawater washed his fishing boat away. After the extreme cold passed, he went out looking for his fishing boat, and not only did he find it, but he also discovered a military submarine. At first he thought there were soldiers inside, but later found it empty. He knew from the submarine's number that it belonged to the East. This is national military property. He immediately thought of contacting the military, but at that moment, he couldn't reach. Day after day guarding it in a chaotic society, his son suggested he simply take possession of the submarine and secretly sell it. Zhou Chen couldn't help but find it strange. He lives by fishing. He should know that every submarine has a code. The code is recorded with the military. How could he dare to possess it privately, even think of selling it? Yang Ziming dismissively replied, "It's just greed. Who cares about codes? Once sold, it has nothing to do with him. All subsequent problems are left to the buyer." "Do you have any way to hide the code or encrypt it?" Zhou Chen shook his head. "You overestimate me too much. Let's put it this way, regardless of the chaos in the world, civilian submarines need registration. Military submarines, even if they are not attack submarines, will lead to execution if touched. From arrest to execution, it won't take more than a week." Yang Ziming was shocked. "Then would you dare to buy it?" The van left the highway and drove along the dry sandy beach. Yang Ziming exclaimed, "I used to swim here with my wife and kids. Now it's all become a sandy beach. I asked around, and it takes at least another hour's drive to reach a place with seawater." After an hour's drive, the dry beach gradually became muddy. Eventually the van could not move anymore, and they all got out. Yang Ziming left 2 brothers to watch the van, and took 3 brothers to accompany Zhou Chen deeper into the darkness. The 5 of them trudged along the faint light at the dark seaside, barely visible. However, it was somewhat far, and there seemed to be shadows swaying. Zhou Chen was astonished. "Who's here at night?" "Fishing." Yang Ziming, as the head of a second-hand dealer, ran all over the city and was more informed than anyone. He explained, "There are people from the organization, soldiers and hired workers. It's not only fishing, they also dry salt and distill seawater for drinkable water. The organization has been trying to solve the livelihood issues of the city. There are also some refugees who can only fish and dry the fish to trade. I admire these refugees. At least they rely on their own hands to survive. If you take the time to visit the temporary resettlement sites, you'll see thousands of refugees just waiting around like useless beings, relying on the organization for support while complaining about their food and housing." Zhou Chen sneered, "That's a problem with the authorities. Refugees shouldn't be coddled. The more you coddle them, the more they become pests." Yang Ziming fully agreed. "Brother Zhou, you hit the nail on the head. I discussed this topic with a few officials while delivering supplies, but they said the time isn't right. These refugees just lost their homes and families. It's a time when they need extra care from the organization." They walked for nearly half an hour on the muddy beach, with everyone's legs below the knees covered in smelly mud. Yang Ziming shone his flashlight on the sea ahead. "We've arrived." He then checked his watch and waited for a few minutes as lights began to flicker in the distance. 3 long flashes and 1 short. This was the prearranged signal between Yang Ziming and the fisherman Zhao. Yang Ziming responded with 1 short and 3 long flashes before leading Zhou Chen to move forward. The water reached their waists as a small boat swayed towards them. "Boss Zhao." "Boss Yang." A beam of light confirmed they were the people each had been looking for. Zhao, wary of losing his head, stood on the small boat, scanning each person with a flashlight. Upon seeing Zhou Chen armed to the teeth, he was clearly frightened and was about to flee. Armed police. Yang Ziming reacted quickly, grabbing the old man Zhao, who was about to jump off the boat. Don't panic, it's just a disguise. You've inquired about me, Yang Ziming. Oh, would I harm you? If I were to bring people from the organization to set a trap for you, would I expose this outfit? The old man Zhao, whose head had nearly dipped into the water, was forcibly pulled back. After hearing this explanation, he refrained from jumping off again, but trembled, unable to stand on the boat. Boss Yang, you really scared me just now. I thought I was going to be executed. Yang Ziming took out a bottle of erguo. Here, have a drink to calm your nerves. The old man Zhao, who had been guarding the submarine in the deep sea, caught a whiff of the alcohol and was greatly tempted. He gulped down half the bottle, reluctant to return it. Hey, this liquor. Yang Ziming waved his hand generously. Drink up, drink up. Quickly take us to see Zhou Gu. If this deal goes through, you'll strike it rich. By then, don't say erguo. You could drink Maotai like water. This flattered the old man Zhao, who immediately invited the five onto the boat. Once on board, Zhou Chen discreetly kicked Yang Ziming. Yang Ziming, who was washing his face with seawater, turned back in confusion. Zhou Chen raised his submachine gun, pointing the dark muzzle directly at the old man Zhao's back. Looking at Zhou Chen pointing the gun directly at old Zhao, Yang Ziming immediately woke up and signaled to his three underlings. The three had followed him for a long time, and even a simple cough could convey 10 different meanings. The small boat swayed gently, rowing for nearly 2 hours when a light appeared on the distant sea surface. It was the light from a fishing boat. Old Zhao chuckled, pointing at the fishing boat ahead. That's my old fishing boat. I bought it secondhand, and it's been with me for over 10 years. It should have retired after all the repairs it has gone through each year. Yang Ziming, a seasoned player, kept one hand on the knife at his waist, chatting casually. Our boss Zhou is no ordinary person. If this deal goes through, old Zhao, you'll have enough to buy 10 new fishing boats. Old Zhao smiled slyly. Thank you for your kind words. A person emerged from the boat's cabin using a flashlight to signal. Old Zhao responded to the signal, explaining, That's my son. The young man can't handle hardship and can't do this line of work. He's more anxious than I am to sell the submarine. He wants money to live abroad. Yang Ziming laughed heartily. I understand the moon is rounder abroad. The small boat was still a dozen meters away from the fishing boat when old Zhao stood up, stretched lazily, and suddenly jumped overboard into the water. Yang Ziming was startled, suddenly realizing that water was seeping into the boat. Damn, the boat is taking on water. His three underlings were equally frightened. At that moment, Zhou Chen had already drawn his gun. He did not fire into the water. On one hand, the water was pitch black and random shooting would only waste bullets. On the other hand, old Zhao, being an experienced fisherman, was very familiar with the water and had likely already submerged. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Chen fired at the fishing boat ahead, and the figure that had been swaying at the bow had already hidden inside the cabin. Danger! Jump overboard. Yang Ziming drew his machete. What? Zhou Chen kicked him into the sea and jumped in right. Seeing this, the three underlings jumped in one after another. At that moment, several flares fell from the sky onto the small boat and its surroundings. Several Molotov cocktails exploded with a bang, blowing the small boat to smithereens. One underling who had not fully submerged instantly became a human torch, screaming as he struggled in the flames. More Molotov cocktails were thrown from the fishing boat, expanding the range of the flames. One underling couldn't hold his breath. As he broke the surface, he was burned and screamed in agony. Under the pitch-black water, the flames reflected above. Zhou Chen glanced back, desperately swimming to the side, and only dared to surface for air after swimming out of the burning area. Just as he took a breath of fresh air, he saw Yang Ziming nearby, caught by a snare around his neck, his body being uncontrollably pulled towards the fishing boat. Suddenly, several people emerged on the fishing boat, each holding a snare, anxiously searching for other figures along. The remaining underling wanted to swim up to save his boss, when old Zhao suddenly appeared behind him and stabbed him through the... Just as Zhou Chen was about to fire, he suddenly felt something drop on his head and instinctively dove into the water, the snare hitting his back. Damn, didn't catch him. Old Zhao cursed in the water confidently, diving back and his eyes wide open, searching for Boss Zhou's figure. Originally, he only wanted to trick someone onto the boat and control them, but Boss Zhou's equipment was too enticing, and with the other party holding a gun, he had to change his plan on the fly. Growing up by the sea, old Zhao was confident in his swimming skills. He searched for a full 5 minutes without spotting any suspicious figure. Surfacing, he wiped the seawater off his face and looked around, finding nothing. It wasn't just him, the people on the boat were also searching. In addition to flashlights, they even used the fishing boat spotlight for 360-degree illumination, but the calm sea showed not a single silhouette. Where the hell did the person go? Could it be that he can hold his breath better than us? Could he have submerged and drowned him? Aside from this possibility, they couldn't think of any other explanations. Old Zhao cursed as he swam towards the fishing boat. Yang Ziming, who had been dragged onto the deck, had already passed out. Old Zhao kicked him twice and thought about Boss Zhou's equipment and submachine gun, which made him furious. A young man who looked just like old Zhao approached. Dad, should we go deliver the goods first or? Old Zhao scolded. Deliver what goods? Wait a bit longer. I don't believe that guy can hold his breath underwater for that long. Oh, we must get that equipment. What if he really drowns underwater? Old Zhao laughed coldly. Then we wait 2 or 3 days for the body to surface. The equipment can still be used. We can trick another group of fools onto the boat and then deliver everything together, saving on fuel costs. Under the sea at a depth of over 10 meters, Zhou Chen was using a rescue breathing bag to provide himself with oxygen. Having space is advantageous. Any collected supplies can be accessed at any time. The sea is different from land. If it weren't for his spatial abilities, even if the others feared the gun in his hand, they would have eventually worn him down. Half an hour passed, but the fishing boat showed no signs of moving. Zhou Chen quietly surfaced next to the fishing boat, noticing people still walking around on the deck, occasionally using flashlights to check the sea surface. Alright, stop looking, he must have drowned himself. Listen to the captain, let's wait 2 or 3 days to fish out the corpse. Why did the captain have us throw Molotov cocktails? Wouldn't 3 more people mean more supplies? Are you stupid? Don't you know that guy has a gun? The fish stew is ready, hurry up and eat. On the deck, the chaotic footsteps moved in another direction. Zhou Chen quietly swam to the bow, took out a stethoscope from his space, put on the ear tubes, and pressed the diaphragm tightly against the hull. It was indeed useful. Although the sound was not very clear, he could roughly hear the conversations of these people. Dad, last time we brought dozens of people over, the ledger only gave us a bunch of stinky salted fish. This time, no matter what, we must ask the ledger for some good supplies. Captain, we don't eat stinky salted fish often. Let the ledger give us rice flour and bread. Last time I saw a woman from their country on the ledger's boat, if only. Women from the ledger are the best at serving men. Just thinking about it makes me eager. Captain, why did the ledger buy us so many refugees? What are they planning to do with them? Old Zhao swallowed a mouthful of liquor and roared, a bunch of little brats, don't ask what you shouldn't. Do you want to live long? If it weren't for you guys accidentally killing 2 soldiers back, then I wouldn't be helping the ledger do such inhumane things at my age. The son retorted, Dad, I really didn't mean to. I just wanted to bring a woman onto the boat to have some fun. Who told those 2 soldiers to chase me to the sea, and then those ledger folks saw it? Do you want me to go to jail? Old Zhao gritted his teeth. It's too late to say anything now. In the later half of the night, the sea began to stir, and the old fishing boat creaked as it swayed. Zhou Chen took out a flying tiger claw from his space and threw it upwards. The steelcraft claw successfully hooked onto the edge of the boat. In the midst of the storm, the fishing boat rocked violently. The waves relentlessly crashed against the vessel, forcing all the ruffians on the deck to retreat to their rooms. Old Zhao sat alone in the cockpit, soon falling into a thunderous snore. Zhou Chen boarded the ship smoothly, maintaining a crouched position, remaining still. At this moment, he wore specialized night vision goggles for military police, and his submachine gun was equipped with a silencer. The ordinary night vision goggles could only reveal a blurry silhouette. However, the military-grade night vision goggles featured dual thermal imaging technology with facial recognition capabilities. They could clearly discern a person's appearance and identify them, and they also had a strong light protection function. Old Zhao was in the cockpit, while several ruffians congregated in the ship's lounge with the storeroom packed full of people. Having gauged the situation of the ruffians, Zhou Chen quietly circumvented the cockpit and descended the stairs. This was an ordinary fishing boat. The cabin space was cramped. The door to the lounge was unlocked, and through the crack, he could see the ruffians sleeping inside. On the 4 small bunk beds, 5 individuals lay sprawled. These people had been drinking, each one sleeping like a dead pig. Zhou Chen cautiously pushed open the door, approached the first bed, and gently pulled the blanket off the person on the lower bunk, draping it over the ruffian's face. He aimed his gun directly at the head and fired the white blanket instantly, soaking in blood. Zhou Chen replicated this method and soon took down 4 ruffians. Just as he approached the last person, that individual suddenly awakened, clutching his stomach and hurriedly jumping out of bed. The light streaming through the window caused him to collide with a tall figure. You? Zhou Chen noted that this person bore a striking resemblance to Old Zhao and shot him in the thigh. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig startled Old Zhao from his sleep. He charged out of the cockpit, and as he reached the stairway, his entire body halted, instinctively taking steps back. Zhou Chen dragged Old Zhao's son up the stairs like a dead dog and threw him onto the deck. Lifting a foot to stomp on the other's face, he pointed the gun at Old Zhao. Release the refugees locked in the storeroom. If one is missing, you'll take a leg from your son. Old Zhao's son, in agony, clutching his bullet-wounded thigh, cried out, Dad, save me. Old Zhao, who viewed his son as his lifeline, was terrified to the point of trembling. Don't do anything rash. If anything happens to my son, I will die with you, and the refugees on this ship will go down with us. The response he received was the agonizing screams of his son. When Zhou Chen's foot came down, Old Zhao's precious son was left with a mouthful of broken teeth and blood. He wasn't a police officer. Using the refugees to threaten him was utterly foolish. Old Zhao's eyes turned red with anger. Don't harm my son. If you spare us, this ship, including all its supplies, will belong to you. Under the light, the waves crashed against Zhou Chen, making him appear as a god of death. I will count to 3. If you utter another word, I'll be collecting your son's corpse. Old Zhao, seeing his pitiful son, staggered back towards the cabin. In no time, furious curses from Yang Ziming could be heard from the cabin. Zhao, I curse your mother. You killed my brother. Oh, I will kill you. Old Zhao, blood streaming from his head, fled back onto the deck, kneeling before Zhou Chen with a thud. Boss Zhou, I've released the people. Please spare my son. He is my lifeline. Yang Ziming, who followed closely, immediately launched a flurry of punches and kicks. After a thorough venting of his frustrations, he finally spotted Zhou Chen and was momentarily unable to accept the loss of his 3 brothers. A trembling refugee stepped onto the deck, followed closely by a second and a third. Ultimately, there were about 50 refugees on the deck. Each of these refugees was covered in filth, looking as emaciated as zombies, and the sea breeze made it difficult for them to stand. Upon seeing Zhou Chen in full military gear, sobs began to echo, soon erupting into loud cries. Finally, they were saved. They had truly been saved. In just a few days, they felt as if they had endured a nightmarish existence, fearing they would be sold abroad. Zhou Chen inquired, "Who can drive the boat?" No one responded. Zhou Chen emphasized, "Stop crying. Those who can drive the boat step forward." From the crowd emerged a middle-aged man in his 30s, swallowing hard. "I can." Zhou Chen instructed Yang Ziming to bind the human traffickers, then turned and headed to the cabin. Fuel and fresh water were stored away, and the remaining pile of scraps was of no interest to him. The sun rose. The soldiers arriving to take over were preparing to begin the day's salt drying work. Unexpectedly, they spotted a fishing boat suddenly appear on the horizon. An officer picked up the binoculars and saw dozens of refugees on the deck excitedly waving their hands. At this moment, Zhou Chen and Yang Ziming had already left in a small boat. The atmosphere in the van on the way back to the city was quite oppressive. The driver, wiping his tears, said, "Boss Xiao Yao," and the others really. Noticing the boss silence, another brother also wiped his tears. "We should have followed along. If we did, this wouldn't have happened." Yang Ziming's face turned dark. "Don't say such foolishness. They were complete human traffickers. It would have been the same regardless of how many went." When they dropped Zhou Chen off at Sakura Community, Yang Ziming said, "Brother Zhou, I was too careless this time, almost getting you into trouble, if it weren't for your intervention." Zhou Chen had already opened the door to get out of the car. "The world has gone awry. Anything can happen." He didn't want to dwell on it too much, only able to remark that the world had gone awry with chaos reigning. Upon returning home, Da Huang joyfully ran over, only to run away after catching a whiff of him. Zhou Chen was reeking of seawater and mud. He immediately entered the bathroom, shedding his entire outfit, and stood under the shower, washing himself from head to toe twice. He filled a tub with water, pouring in half a bottle of Dior perfume, and soaked for over half an hour. Having struggled through 3 years in the apocalypse in his previous life, he had long developed a discerning eye. The human heart is difficult to gauge, impossible to predict. But whether a person has killed, he could discern from a single glance into their eyes. When he met old Zhao, the greed and cruelty hidden deep in his gaze could not escape his notice. Initially, he thought the other party merely had a fleeting greed for his gear, but he didn't expect that the individual was actually a human trafficking ringleader. The submarine was just a fabricated lie to lure others into a trap. Who knows what other lies this beast concocted to deceive the refugees? Zhou Chen punched the water. What a pity. If there truly were a submarine, he would do anything to get his hands on it. At noon, Huang Mao arrived. Although there are all sorts of birds in a big forest, fraudsters are still hard to guard against. But it was indeed his boss' lack of caution that led Brother Zhou into danger alongside him. Worrying that Brother Zhou might still be upset, he only brought one car with not much in the cargo, but it was definitely valuable. Several boxes contained various medications, both for internal and external use. However, they didn't have the usual remedies for colds, fevers, or stomach pains. They couldn't even get common cold medicines or painkillers. Huang Mao exchanged for a bag of salt and cautiously asked, "Brother, do you need pretty women?" "Beautiful women." Zhou Chen's gaze flicked toward Huang Mao. Huang Mao, thinking he had piqued Zhou Chen's interest, lowered his voice conspiratorially. "A band of outsiders has set up beyond the southern edge of the city, trading in women. Word is there are many beautiful foreign girls. People go there to pick wives." Zhou Chen frowned in puzzlement. "A bunch of beggars who can hardly get a meal, yet they have supplies to support wives?" Huang Mao chuckled. "Brother, the rich lavish their wives, the poor indulge in their own way. At first I thought it odd too," Huang Mao went on. "People are starving, oh why spend precious supplies on a wife instead of saving them to survive? But they say better to die beneath a peony and be a romantic ghost. In the 50s and 60s people starved, and yet they still wanted to find a wife. Men who once were too poor to court a wife will now whatever it takes buy one and taste a woman's affection. Many married men go to choose new wives, complaining their old wives have terrible tempers and that they long ago grew weary of their meekness. With no one watching now, they seize the chance to swap. As for the original wives, aging, their parents and children dead from hunger or cold, no ties remain, cast out to fend for themselves." Huang Mao grew excited. "The main thing is those women are cheap. Young pretty, you can get one for only 5 gene of potatoes. In this world, a woman without a man's protection suffers. Brought home as a wife, she dare not lose her temper. She will eat what there is, with nothing to drink. She still dare not call a man powerless. Gentle and meek. How can that not be better than the old shrew at home?" Zhou Chen remained composed. In the end times and chaos, women reduced to commodities was not unheard of. For a woman taken as a wife, it might perversely be a kind of fortune. In his previous life, he had seen so many miserable women forced to serve clients, even in their final moments. Huang Mao leaned toward Brother Zhou's ear with a leering grin. "Brother, I've heard the women there are all young and lovely," and the boss swore. "Unsatisfied within 3 days, exchange guaranteed." Zhou Chen shoved him away. "Back off. Get any closer, and he'll shoot you." Huang Mao laughed, knowing Brother Zhou was. What was Brother Zhou like? Ruthless, truly ruthless. He killed without mercy and could commit the cruelest acts. But if you did not provoke him, he would not slaughter the innocent at random. Outside, they called him Zhou Fengzi, a moniker that pointed to the brutality of his methods. So, brother, shall I drive you to pick a pretty one? I'd rather pick your sister. Zhou Chen was already seething. The submarine dream had vanished like a mirage, and 8 bullets wasted. Just thinking of it made his bones ache. Zhou Chen kicked out. Are you blind? Do I look like a man in need of women? Huang Mao jumped back onto the car and grinned obsequiously. Brother, I was wrong. Brother needs no women. Just one shout, and all the beauties of the city would fight to rush to your side. Zhou Chen slapped the car door. Find me something. At the mention of business, Huang Mao straightened and clutched his chest, promising, brother, say the word. Over mountains of blades and through rivers of fire, he'll find a way to get it. Zhou Chen lowered his voice, firearms and ammunition. Huang Mao's legs went weak and cold sweat broke out in the heat. Brother, that really won't work. You don't know. The control over guns and ammo is 10 times stricter than over medical supplies, Huang Mao warned. The soldiers in town beat down the black market dealers every day. Anyone caught trading those things privately is executed on the spot. Besides, we don't have your connections. We simply cannot procure such things. Huang Mao was close to tears, regretting he wished he could chop off his own hand. Angry Zhou Chen kicked the rusted car door. Look at you, what a pitiful lot. Huang Mao fled at once, but if he did not run, he feared brother Zhou would press a gun to his head and demand a cache of weapons. He truly could not get them. That afternoon, Zhou Chen indulged himself. He retrieved an inflatable pool from his space and set it on the rooftop beside the helicopter. The pool, 8 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 1.5 meters deep, consumed over 100 buckets of bottled water. He changed into swim trunks, poured a glass of red wine with ice, and plunged in. Under the sweltering heat, the water quickly warmed like a hot spring. In 10 minutes, the Mediterranean half depth had already evaporated by 20 centimeters. In his raids for supplies, he had collected dozens of tons of ice, industrial blocks, each weighing 50 jin. Zhou Chen swam to the edge and quietly produced a few blocks of ice. The water around him cooled several degrees, and he sighed with relief. Zhou Chen was a well-known figure in the area. Countless neighborhood gangs dared not provoke him, yet they watched his every move in secret. The lookouts, peering through telescopes at this scene of luxury, wanted to cut off their own hands. The same species. How could the gap be so vast? Where did they fall short? Look at how lavishly Zhou Fengzi lives. Then look at themselves. Only when utterly desperate do they dare open a kettle and lick a mouthful of brine. The big yellow dog wagged its tail and panted anxiously. Its owner had a temper, unless called. The dog did not dare jump into the pool. Hearing the dog's plaintive whine, and remembering it had not had a proper bath for days, Zhou Chen called once, and the next moment water splashed. After soaking for half an hour, and adding several large ice blocks along the way, the water heated and evaporated too quickly. Zhou Chen grew bored. As he stepped out of the pool, the walkie-talkie on the ground crackled. Boss, a group has come to the gate from several nearby compounds. They say what? They say they want to buy your bathwater. Zhou Chen wiped his hair with a finger, stunned. They want to buy what? Chi Ro, on gate duty that day, looked equally bewildered. They say they want to buy your bathwater and have brought trade goods. The crowd outside the gate stood, sweating, lips cracked from dehydration. Their faces were a tangle of emotions. Envy, jealousy, contempt, resignation, and above all, a desperate craving for water. It was only bathwater, but after more than a month of severe scarcity, some had even drunk urine. One of them urged, Miss, please say a good word for us. If we wait any longer, the pool will evaporate. Yes. We've brought excellent supplies, we wouldn't dare offer junk to trade with Zhou Fengzi. No, brother Zhou. Little beauty, be kind to the end and speak for us. Chi Ro was stunned. These people had hauled high-quality goods and rushed over, truly to buy the boss bathwater. Bathwater, though somewhat repulsive, tugged at her heart. In the scorching heat, the entire city lacked water. Even the reservoir outside the city had run dry. Lately, the water on the market was filthy and black, with a rank, fishy stench. Even boiled, drinking it brought repeated bouts of diarrhea. Even the boss bathwater would be 10 or 100 times cleaner than that. Chi Ro, lips cracked, gripped the walkie-talkie. Boss, may I buy some of your bathwater? A water pipe was thrown down from the rooftop. A group of people waiting downstairs rushed to grab the pipe. I got it first. Nonsense. My fingers touched it first. Get lost. I already have the pipe in my hand. Chi Ro advised, can't we just line? The crowd responded, no way. Line up. What if the water runs out by the time we get to the end? Even if it's shower water, it's still a precious source of life. Zhou Chen stuck his head out from the rooftop, witnessing the chaos over a water pipe. The water source was incredibly precious, and the order of grabbing it was indeed a significant issue. Zhou Chen spoke into the walkie-talkie. Tell them to stop fighting. I'll release the water once they line up properly. 1 bucket. Chi Ro stood on tiptoe, raising the walkie-talkie high. Did you all hear that? Brother Zhou won't release the water if you keep fighting. Hurry up and line up, everyone gets 1 bucket. Then a new problem arose. His bucket is bigger, mine is smaller. My 2 buckets can't hold as much as their 1. Whose fault is it for not preparing a bigger bucket? Chi Ro acted as a loudspeaker. Big shots, can you all hear me? On the street, more and more people rushed towards the Sakura community with water buckets. The noise made by the gang members seeking water was too loud, attracting nearby refugees who hurried over, bringing their goods for trade. Some destitute refugees had no supplies and purely wanted to get something for free. It's hard to say that the refugees wanting something for nothing were shameless. They were on the brink of dying of thirst. What pride could they have? Zhou Chen watched the crowd gathering towards the community, feeling exasperated. Let them go, it's getting chaotic. We won't sell the water anymore. Chiro kept the walkie-talkie held high, and the people searching for water heard her clearly. In an instant a wail arose. Don't. We really have no water to drink. Crazy Zhou. No, brother Zhou can't just watch us die. We'll line up now, 1 bucket each. No one is allowed to complain. More people are coming, hurry, and line up. Do you still want water? Seeing more and more refugees gathering, the neighbors from Building 15 spontaneously rushed over to maintain order. Clear water flowed from the pipe, and as they heard the sound of water the crowd erupted in excitement. Although it was colorless and tasteless and just shower water at that moment, they seemed to smell the sweetness of the water source. Those who received water left their supplies and ran away, fearing that if they were a moment too late, they would be robbed. But as soon as they ran out of the community gate, they collided with the refugees rushing in for water. Both sides were momentarily stunned. The thirsty refugees surged forward. What are you doing? This is the water I bought. Ah. The second person carrying a water bucket to the gate saw this situation and immediately turned back, standing motionless against the wall of Building 21 with the water bucket. Those who received water noticed the change in the situation and stood with the other person holding the water bucket. More and more refugees gathered around, their greedy eyes fixed on the 2 buckets of water. Some refugees stirred, wanting to make a move. A neighbor immediately waved a kitchen knife. What are you doing? Do you even know where this is? Robbing on Brother Zhou's territory. You must be tired of living. At the mere mention of Crazy Zhou, the refugee who was almost about to act felt a shiver run through him and unwillingly took 2 steps back. The last person filled their bucket to 8 full, and then the pipe could no longer produce water. The people behind who came for water were left dumbfounded. Chiro waved her hand. There's no more water, hurry and leave. Leave? How could that be? They not only didn't leave, but also surrounded the gang members by the wall. Someone licked their cracked lips and greedily smiled. Share some water with us, would you? The faces of the gang members changed. Dream on. They fiercely protected their water. What do you want? Do you think you— Someone chuckled. On Crazy Zhou's territory, we certainly wouldn't dare to rob. Well, wait for you outside the gate, unless you never come out. The gangs that had already gotten the news came wielding knives and clubs like thugs. I want to see who dares to steal our water. Whoever dares to steal will be cut down without mercy. Those who aren't afraid to die can come. In the face of disaster, every refugee had a weapon. But the hearts of the people were not united. They did not dare to confront those gangs, and could only leave in disappointment. A few refugees stood there with teary eyes, all very young. Chiro asked, why aren't you leaving? A girl no older than 15 wiped her tears and said, Sister, can you help us ask Brother Zhou if we can have some water? My dad is gone and my mom is about to die of thirst. Chiro's emotions surged, but she didn't dare to help. Try looking elsewhere. Brother Zhou's water is all sold out. A neighbor asked, didn't the organization give out a cup of water every day? Hurry and go get yours. The little girl shook her head. My sister went and she never came back. Mom told me not to leave Brother Zhou's territory. Upon hearing this, Chiro and the others fell silent. In the face of disaster, moral decay was rampant. Many young girls were forcibly taken away on the streets. In name, the military was in charge, but due to insufficient forces, fights and robberies broke out everywhere, and they often could not manage it. Captain, he letting Zhou Chen off the hook was definitely not, because Zhou Chen had saved them. Captain, he is a soldier clear about public and private matters. If one day Zhou Chen were really caught and sentenced to death, he would surely plead for him. But the biggest reason he didn't arrest Zhou Chen was that with Crazy Zhou around, no one within a 3-kilometer radius dared to cause trouble openly. Power struggles between gangs are normal and shady dealings happen in dark corners, but young women walking down the street definitely wouldn't be dared to be taken away privately. In fact, Zhou Chen had never interfered with societal matters, but both gangs and refugees shared a consensus. They could not engage in those unscrupulous acts on Crazy Zhou's territory. Want to do something? Then go ahead. Tomorrow the fool who gets 1,000 cuts and is executed by dismemberment hanging at the gate of Sakura community will be you. Zhou Chen put his hands in his pockets and went downstairs to gather supplies. The big yellow dog followed behind, holding a transparent bag in its mouth containing a few bottles of mineral water. Chiro explained why these refugees were unwilling to leave. Zhou Chen frowned. The water is sold out. You guys help maintain order. Each of you will get a bottle of mineral water. If you feel sorry for them, you can share a bit. It was uncertain whether these neighbors were influenced by Old Sun, but they really poured a third of their water into the hands of these refugees. The little girl was deeply touched, pulling out a moldy bun from her dirty hands. Sister, this is all I have. Please don't dislike it. Chiro pushed the bun back. You keep it for yourself to eat. Zhou Chen carefully looked over all the supplies piled on the ground. Insect-infested rice, insect-infested noodles, instant noodles, expired sausages, expired canned food slippers, and so on. They were indeed terrible quality, none of it caught his eye. But even for gangs, these items were considered very good supplies. The refugees outside couldn't even get these. He called over a few refugees who were about to leave. Come here, each of you take some supplies back. Holding half a bottle of mineral water, Chiro looked at Zhou Chen with immense admiration. Truly a big shot. She was almost falling in love with him. To gather supplies. A few emaciated children stared greedily at the supplies on the ground, swallowing hard, but they dared not move. Not even daring to shift their toes. Zhou the madman wouldn't blink while killing E. How could his supplies be so easily taken? Chi-Ro was more anxious than the refugees. What are you waiting for? The little girl instinctively took a step back. Chi-Ro sighed. What are you afraid of? Brother Zhou always keeps his word. If he lets you take it, just take it. He's not a tiger that will eat you. Upon hearing this, the children rushed forward, grasping the supplies haphazardly, wanting to take more, but hesitating. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Zhou Chen frowned. Don't thank me. These are supplies I don't want, not out of pity for you. The children holding their supplies expressed endless gratitude as they left. Several neighbors maintaining order also took water and left. Seeing Zhou Chen still crouched on the ground, Chi-Ro thought, he didn't want to move. Big shot, go for a walk. He'll carry these supplies up for you. Zhou Chen glanced up at her. Mind your own business. I'm just watching the rice weevils. Rice weevils. Chi-Ro, curious, crouched down beside him. What's so interesting about rice weevils? Extremely hot temperatures, humans and livestock are roasted alive. How could rice still have weevils? Just as Zhou Chen finished speaking, a wave of sweat and foul odor assaulted his senses. How long has it been since you bathed? Get away from me, you stink so bad, I'm feeling dizzy. Chi-Ro, who was observing the rice weevils, turned bright red at his words. Following that, her nose tinged with a sense of grievance. Big shot, how can you say a girl smells bad? Zhou Chen asked, is it not allowed to speak of the stench? Chi-Ro kicked the supplies in anger and turned to leave. If you can't speak properly, don't say anything. I curse you to never find a wife in your life. What was even more infuriating was who exactly was Zhou Chen. When the entire city was thirsty, he could still enjoy a comfortable bath. His supplies were abundant. No one knew exactly how many supplies he had. In any case, he had never been short of them. He had weapons, guns, even helicopters. When he wanted a wife, women queued from the entrance of the community to the suburbs. Cursing was as good as useless. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhou Chen had no intention of caring about Chi-Ro's feelings. He remained lost in thought, staring at the rice weevils. It seemed that in such a harsh environment the insects had begun to mutate. This must be the uniqueness of biological life. Even shrimp can grow in the depths of a volcano. What else? He was about to carry the supplies into the corridor and stash them away behind the wall. Old Sun waved at someone in the distance. The person with a head full of white hair looked even more emaciated than 2 days ago, struggling to drag a cart, taking 3 steps back for every step forward. Xiaozhou, boss, you is here. The antique dealer looked weak, as if he might faint at any moment. His expression was extremely tense. Boss, Zhou, do you still accept antique calligraphy and paintings? A couple of days ago Zhou Chen knew what he meant, yes, but in terms of price. The antique dealer hurriedly said, I know I'm 2 days late, you handle it. I just hope you don't cut too much. My family is really. My wife and children are starving, and if I don't bring something back, they'll really starve to death. In just 2 days, the food prices in the entire city doubled. Yesterday, 3 pounds of potatoes could buy a young and beautiful woman. Today, it had dropped to 2 pounds. Food was becoming more precious, and human life was becoming less valuable. Just a couple of days ago, he hoped to sell his treasures for a good price, but no one showed any interest. The most he heard was ridicule. They say he has a problem with his thinking. When people can't even survive, who would exchange precious food for broken antiques? Now they actively seek Zhou the madman for trade, but he dares not speak even if they want to cut the price by half. Because in the entire Magic City besides Zhou Chen, no one else accepted antiques and paintings. For now, he just hoped Zhou the madman wouldn't cut too harshly. Zhou Chen handed a cigarette to both of them. After taking a puff, he said, you don't need to be so nervous. The increase in food prices is a fact, but I heard you came by yesterday. Here's the deal, I'll deduct 5 pounds of supplies from the original price. The antique dealer could hardly believe it, and quickly thanked him. Brother Zhou, thank you so much, you've saved my entire family. Zhou Chen waved his hand. Don't mention it, it's just a fair transaction. You wouldn't only want potatoes and sweet potatoes, right? Fortunately, I have a pile of supplies here. You can pick first and think about what else you want to exchange for the rest. Old Sun walked over and was stunned. These are all good things, boss, you come take a look. The antique dealer was equally dumbfounded. Such good supplies were hard to find even in the trading market. Ham and canned goods are top-notch supplies. Who cares if they're expired? Before the disaster, ordinary people scolded food producers for their lack of conscience. After the disaster, the refugees suddenly felt that the preservatives in domestic food were too excessive. It wasn't entirely a bad thing. Expired canned goods could still be edible, while those without preservatives turned into rotting garbage. He picked 650 pounds of food, but thought better of it, and returned 200 pounds. Boss, I want to exchange for some salt and water. I wonder. Zhou Chen nodded, pretending to go upstairs to fetch supplies, bringing back a bag of salt and a bucket of 10 pounds of water. The antique dealer finally breathed a sigh of relief. The supplies piled onto the cart, both food and water, were enough to make anyone envious. Old Sun had a kind heart. You can't take this back like this, you won't even survive on the road. I'll take 2 people to escort you home. Zhou Chen had just finished dealing with the remaining supplies when Old Bai arrived. Xiaozhou, I'm here to say goodbye. Goodbye. Old Bai wiped the sweat off his face, looking much better than before with a smile on. I have 2 sons, one in Ningqing and one in Kyoto. Ningqing is the younger son. He asked a relative to send a message saying he's doing well and hopes my wife and I can bring the children to join him. He works in the military and he's better off than ordinary people. When the extreme cold just ended, I wanted to find him, but I had no supplies at that time. Fortunately, I met you. Now that I have supplies, I plan to set off in the next few days and wanted to say goodbye. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment. Ningqing military. Old Bai waved his hand, feigning humility, but he couldn't hide his pride. My younger son is just an ordinary officer in the Navy command. It's all for serving the people. It's nothing to mention nothing at all. Zhou Chen, the eldest son in Kyoto, must also be a high-ranking official, right? The Bai family is truly remarkable. Zhou Chen asked, how's the situation in Ningqing? Old Bai replied, I heard a few simple words from my relatives. Galas, there are refugees everywhere, and the situation is similar to Magic City. Fortunately, the military strength is stronger here and social order is relatively good. Zhou Chen asked again, does Ningqing accept refugees from outside? Old Bai thought for a moment. I'm not sure about the specifics, but they shouldn't refuse refugees from outside. The mindset of soldiers is simple. They take it upon themselves to protect the home and the country, and as long as they are fellow countrymen, there's no distinction. Then wait for me at home for 2 days. I might have to make a trip to Ningqing. Without a second thought, Old Bai agreed. Zhou Chen going to Ningqing couldn't be better. He had guns, at least his safety was assured, and he might even get to ride in a helicopter. After the extreme heat, an unprecedented earthquake struck the land. Mountains tilted, the earth cracked, and the rising sea engulfed buildings, reducing them to mere plains. The cities densely populated with skyscrapers became the hardest hit areas. In his previous life, Zhou Chen left the city early. He lived on a mountain in the suburbs with many other refugees. On the day of the earthquake, he witnessed the entire demon city turn into ruins in an instant. In the face of natural disasters, humanity is perpetually insignificant. The mountains they inhabited crumbled and yellow sand filled the sky, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. By the time he awoke, only a few refugees had survived among hundreds. The earth lay in ruins with corpses scattered everywhere, each more gruesome than the last. Some were smashed into flesh by fallen trees, some had their bodies crushed by boulders, while others were impaled by branches and hung high in the trees, many more buried beneath the earth. The few survivors had rushed back into the city to rescue others, tirelessly working for 3 full days without finding a single living person. Lacking professional rescue tools, they couldn't even cut through reinforced concrete. They could not lift several tons of collapsed walls, making it impossible to rescue the refugees trapped beneath the rubble. A month later, the refugees who survived the earthquake sought refuge in other areas. The scattered refugees numbered less than 800 in total. Over half of them perished on the road. Ning City had a military command center with an absolutely formidable military force. After the earthquake, Ning City was the first to establish a base quickly. 2 separate bases were set up, one for the military and one for the government. The earliest batch of refugees needed to pay nothing. They only had to follow the arrangements to register for entry into the base. Refugees entering the military base, regardless of gender, aged 15 to 35, were required to enlist to contribute to the base's construction. Those who entered the government base followed organizational arrangements to rebuild basic infrastructure and cultivate wasteland for food production, addressing some of the people's living and subsistence needs. The base operated on a points system where people exchanged points for necessities, ensuring that no one could be idle. As more and more refugees flooded into Ning City, the situation became overwhelming with no food available. The 2 bases in Ning City felt immense pressure and had to make timely adjustments. Refugees wanting to enter the base had to turn over some supplies. Those without supplies were not allowed entry. Eventually, the number of refugees stranded outside the base outnumbered those inside by several times. If it weren't for the guards with guns and the soldiers who took obedience to orders as their duty, these refugees would have forcibly stormed in like a horde of zombies, looting and pillaging. The demon city was close to Ning City, but by the time Zhou Chen arrived at the base, it was already overcrowded. Unable to pay for supplies, he wandered outside the base for a month, beginning a life of hardship. Zhou Chen had no idea how many refugees were currently in the demon city. However, with the extreme heat ending and the earthquake following closely behind, the city's refugees were on the verge of perishing. Ning City had plenty of seafood and he needed to gather some. He was primarily concerned about submarines and fishing boats. If he could get his hands on a submarine, it would be a significant boon. As for the fishing boats collected during the seawater backflow, they were damaged to varying degrees, with one having a broken keel and rendered unusable. Ning City was very close to Boat City, where the Zhujiajian Pier had 3,000 fishing boats docked before the disaster during the fishing ban. Although many were damaged by the natural disaster, there had to be one that he could take for free. He had originally planned to leave the city before the extreme heat ended. Now he was just departing a month early. Old Sun returned from closing his stall, took a sip of water, and lamented the price of food has risen again today, making it impossible to live. Today a bag of salt only exchanged for this little bit of supplies. Under the same roof, the neighbors were all filled with worry. In fact, thanks to Zhou Chen's guidance, they had fared relatively better among the refugees. They had hoarded a fair amount of supplies, but each meal only dared to eat until they were 7/10 full, fearing that there would be no food left to eat later. In just a month, more than half of the initially displaced refugees who occupied houses had starved or died of thirst. Every day the sounds of sorrowful cries could be heard, and every day corpses were carried out of the community for cremation. The situation in this area was relatively better. Everyone feared Zhou the madman, not daring to openly consume the dead. In other districts, some inhumane refugees squatted by the roadside preying on the weak among their kind. Once someone fainted, even before they died, these refugees would swarm like locusts, rushing over to cut open veins and drink blood, dragging off corpses to feast on flesh. The patrolling military police throughout the city executed batch after batch on the spot, yet they could not prevent such tragedies from occurring. Dinner time. The woman in charge of cooking brought out a pot of roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes. Old Sun and the others looked at these two types of food and felt nauseous. They longed for a bowl of porridge, but lacked the means. The fire had not yet been lit, the rice had not been put into the pot, but the water in the pot had already evaporated, wasting precious resources. Just as Old Sun picked up a steaming hot potato, he heard Zhou Chen calling. "Xiao Zhou, are you looking for me? Can you come over for a moment?" "All right, I'll be there right away." Old Sun hurriedly rushed out, even forgetting his meal. Zhou Chen called him, which usually meant something important, and most of the time it was good news, prompting him to run quickly. Moving to Ning City. Old Sun was shocked, and after the shock came confusion. "Why have you suddenly decided to move to Ning City?" Zhou Chen, who had lived the most comfortably in the city, couldn't understand why the other party had suddenly decided to relocate and start anew in another city. Zhou Chen said, "It's not me moving to Ning City. I hope you all move there, and for now do not enter the city. Just find a place to stay outside the city temporarily." Old Sun was even more puzzled. Zhou Chen couldn't say it directly, so he could only persuade go home and discuss it with them. "If they are willing to move, I can escort you the day after tomorrow. If not, then we part ways. Take care of yourselves." Old Sun anxiously asked Xiao Zhou what exactly happened. "Why do you suddenly want to move away?" Zhou Chen felt a headache coming on. "It's not convenient to say, you understand." Old Sun pondered. "Is it? You received some news that there will be a major riot in the city and we honest refugees are in..." Zhou Chen smiled. "Your understanding is acceptable." Old Sun felt conflicted, remaining silent for a long time, even dazed as he left. Outside the window, the moonlight was hazy. Zhou Chen sat at his desk engrossed in writing 2 full A4 pages. After checking everything, he drove through the night to the military camp next to the temporary resettlement site. Before long, a soldier ran out of the camp. Looking around hesitantly, he walked towards the luxurious vehicle and, "Brother Zhou, are you looking for me?" Zhou Chen lowered the window and handed over a letter. "I know a retired geological expert. He has passed away. Before his death, he entrusted me to ensure this letter reaches the organization. I know you, so I ask you to help deliver it." "What did the geological expert write in the letter?" Zhou Chen shook his head. "I haven't seen it. It might be a prediction about natural disasters. In his dying moments, he repeatedly urged me to leave the city within half a month. Under an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. He was indifferent to whether the refugees lived or died. But for those who had lost their loved ones and still held their positions, he sincerely hoped they could survive. Humans are social animals. When there are others, they struggle to the death. But if one were the last person alive in the world, what would be the meaning of possessing abundant resources? Don't dawdle, hurry up and get moving. It's too hot. I need to rest for a bit before moving on." "Rest my foot. Are we still doing business, or are you planning to starve to death?" Huang Mao grumbled, pulling the cart under the scorching sun. "The gang has a van, but gasoline is hard to come by. Not a drop can be wasted unless it's top-tier supplies, so they can only pull the cart with manpower." The gang members sitting on the curb looked bewildered. "What's wrong with Huang Mao? Did he eat gunpowder today?" "I heard Brother Zhou is leaving the Magic City. He's a VVVIP client of our gang, and it's usually Huang Mao who handles the transactions, so it's no wonder he's anxious." "Is Crazy Zhou really leaving the Magic City?" "Keep it down. The boss has instructed that this matter must not be spread, otherwise chaos will ensue in the area, and our business will suffer. You guys think about it. Crazy Zhou is thriving in the Magic City. Why would he suddenly want to leave? Who knows? Maybe he's going to visit relatives in another city." Huang Mao pulled the cart to the Sakura community and quickly took a few sips of diluted salt water. Wiping the sweat from his face, he looked up at the top floor and shouted loudly, "Brother, I'm here to deliver goods." His voice was loud enough for all the refugees in the community who weren't out to hear. They were already used to it. No one knew just how many supplies Crazy Zhou actually had. All they knew was that he was incredible. No matter how busy these secondhand dealers were, even if they made 3 trips a day, Crazy Zhou could always produce supplies for trade. It would be impossible to say there was no jealousy. To say they didn't want to rob him would be a lie. But who would dare to rob Crazy Zhou? Everyone feared the gun in Crazy Zhou's hand even more than the thought of suffering a brutal punishment. The temperature soared to 75 degrees, with surface temperatures reaching 120 degrees. Zhou Chen was sitting in a cool air-conditioned room, savoring seafood shrimp. The glutinous rice, fresh crab meat, and firm shrimp meat merged together, making his stomach feel extremely comfortable. With 2 plates of greens and 2 dishes of pickled vegetables, he was living in luxury. Hearing someone shouting downstairs, he recognized it was Huang Mao just by the voice. Even if the emperor himself came, he couldn't interrupt his enjoyable breakfast. After waiting for a while without any response, Huang Mao looked up at the top floor again and shouted, "Brother, are you home?" After another 5 minutes, Zhou Chen finally appeared. Dressed in a white shirt, a pair of jeans, and sneakers, he looked clean and presentable, like a fresh-faced university student. Zhou Chen had his hands in his pockets, looking incredibly handsome. He then glanced at himself and saw his hair was a messy bird's nest. It had been too long since he last washed his hair, and it was all tangled up. His face was dirty, and his clothes were even dirtier, resembling a beggar. Huang Mao suddenly felt a bit inferior. Brother is too handsome and feeling self-conscious. Zhou Chen took a look at the cart, which contained a few small items, each packed in a cardboard box. Did you come alone today, eh? Huang Mao wiped the sweat from his brow again, saying, how could that be? They're behind us. He patted the cardboard boxes on the cart and enthusiastically introduced, brother, we got a few incubators. I don't know if you'll find them useful. Zhou Chen replied ambiguously, not bad, they will definitely come in handy. Eggs are hard to preserve in the heat, and even if refugees go to the chicken farms, they can't find a decent egg. Only he could find use for incubators in the entire city. In the future, he could find a picturesque place to build a safe house, enclose some land, and raise a few chickens and ducks to gain some vitality in the apocalypse. There are more good things. Huang Mao opened a cardboard box, as if presenting a treasure, revealing 2 gray-furred rabbits munching on hay. Zhou Chen was taken aback. Where did these rabbits come from? In the extreme heat with water dried up and people sun-drenched to death, how could there still be live rabbits? Huang Mao chuckled. I knew you'd like them. He explained, these are wild rabbits traded from the refugees. Live animals are the most valuable, and the refugees couldn't bear to eat them, so they ran over at night to exchange for dozens of pounds of grain. There's 1 male and 1 female, so you can either kill them for meat or keep them to breed. Rabbit meat may be delicious, but it's only good for a meal or 2. Exchanging for dozens of pounds of grain can sustain you for a month or 2. In such harsh conditions, survival brings hope. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, these are indeed good things. He had raised rabbits as pets when he was young, and they were known to breed prolifically. A female rabbit has 2 wombs, and both can be used during conception. In 2 to 3 months, a litter of 5 to 8 baby rabbits can be expected, and within a year his home would be filled with rabbits hopping everywhere, and they might even bite when provoked. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Huang Mao hesitantly asked, brother, I heard you're going out of town and won't be coming back. Zhou Chen's heart sank. Who told you that? Huang Mao quickly whispered, I delivered supplies to Old Sun last night, and he mentioned it in passing. But don't worry, our boss instructed us not to spread the news of your departure, otherwise this area will quickly descend into chaos. Zhou Chen stared at Huang Mao, making him feel uneasy. Once he confirmed the other party had no ulterior motives, he nodded. Indeed, there are many refugees in the city, and the situation is getting worse every day. I don't lack supplies, but want to travel around. Maybe you'll return when the opportunity arises. Huang Mao scratched his head. So that's how it is. When are you planning to leave? Should I gather supplies quickly? The refugees are finding life harder by the day. Belongings they were reluctant to part with before are now being offered. Besides grain and salt, there are quite a few good items. Zhou Chen smiled. You can keep bringing them. I won't be collecting any tomorrow and leaving the day after. Then Huang Mao ran back and forth 5 or 6 times. Among the diverse supplies there were even a pure gold Buddha statue, a jade Buddha on a rosewood base, and a white jade fingerboard, each with its own remarkable backstory. Before the natural disasters, these would have been heirloom treasures. Now they could only be exchanged for a few dozen pounds of grain, which was less valuable than 2 wild rabbits. After completing the last delivery for the day, Zhou Chen called out to Huang Mao. You know many people in this line of work? Please help me find a few welders when you get back. Have them come over tomorrow morning to reinforce the exterior of my vehicle. They would only work for 1 day with a pay of 2 pounds of potatoes, half a bottle of water, and an ounce of salt. Huang Mao felt envious upon hearing this treatment. The next morning, Huang Mao arrived with a dozen refugees. Brother, I've brought the people. Did I bring too many? Behind him were a group of emaciated refugees, all appearing to be honest folks, usually working as temporary laborers for second-hand dealers, and had never drawn blood. They all came for the pay, fearing that the boss might think there were too many people and kick them out. Zhou Chen nodded, indicating it was fine, and led them into the underground parking lot. Upon entering the parking lot, everyone, including Huang Mao, was dumbfounded. Which community in the city didn't have a parking lot filled with junk cars all in disarray? Regardless of whether they were damaged, many car engines had been removed, leaving only rusted shells. However, the parking lot in front of them was empty, only littered with debris left behind after the ice melted. In the parking spaces before them were a few intact vehicles looking as clean as new. A large class vehicle, a stretched van, and a military truck alongside a pile of rusted scrap metal. Next to the scrap metal were generators, steel cutting tools, welding equipment, and a fan. Zhou Chen pulled out a blueprint showing a vehicle shell wrapped in iron spikes resembling a fierce and domineering steel porcupine. Huang Mao gasped. An apocalyptic war vehicle. Can you build it? Several workers examined the task, and though the workload was enormous, assured him that with the materials in hand it would be no problem. The laborers did not know the full story, but Huang Mao understood. Brother Zhou was preparing to leave the city for the provinces. He was a petty trader forever on the move. Sometimes he had to leave the city for deals, so he knew better than most how terrifying the brigands outside could be. Driving a doomsday rig fashioned like a steel hedgehog being chased with knives was futile. Anyone trying to stop it was courting death. The dozen workers began at once. They were seasoned hands who needed no orders. The high-powered generator thundered as Zhou Chen switched on a large fan, aiming cool air at the men. Though the breeze it produced was warm, it was infinitely preferable to no breeze at all. Huang Mao watched with a longing he could not hide. Had it not been for his last day deal with brother Zhou, he might never have left. At noon the workers' stomachs growled, and someone caught the unmistakable aroma of instant noodles. Who was making noodles? Nonsense. Everyone's short on water now. Using boiling water for instant noodles is such a luxury. I smell it too, so fragrant. They tilted their heads and discovered brother Zhou by the fan pouring boiling water from a kettle into bucket-sized instant noodle containers. Zhou Chen called out, "Everyone take a break. Eat first then get back to work." The dozen men stood frozen, scarcely daring to believe it was true. Working for brother Zhou and getting fed too. Pinch me. Tell me I'm not dreaming. Not only did each man receive a bucket of noodles, beside each was a pail of cooling tea. With filthy hands cradling the noodles, some of the workers' eyes filled with tears. For refugees used to moldy buns, this simplest of comforts tasted like a feast. What had once been the cheapest, most ordinary food before the disaster had now become a coveted delicacy. A swell of conflicting emotions rose up within them. They were honest, hard-working folk. With such a generous boss, their labor only grew more earnest. By midnight, 3 doomsday vehicles sat before Zhou Chen. Roof racks had been welded on to carry luggage, and even passengers. Iron bars covered every window, clear enough for sight, yet offering robust protection. Short of meeting a marksman that was unlikely to fail. Most impressive were the iron barbs riveted around the hull. Under the lights, every spike gave off a savage cold gleam. Not only would raiders be shredded if they charged, merely brushing against one could tear a person open. Rusty scrap metal could turn a small wound deadly. Without the means to treat infection, even a minor cut might kill. Zhou Chen drove a circuit through the lot. The vehicle's heft was obvious. Steel weight sapped speed, but nothing could deny its brutish authority. This was a nakedly ferocious doomsday rig. The workers admired their creation. It's incredible. So domineering, so savage. Driving this out of the city, not even ghosts would cross its path. They all agreed that if time permitted, they would bolt a row of 1-meter spears to the prow. Any foolhardy thug who lunged would be skewered into a string. After sending the workers off, Zhou Chen returned to the underground garage and stowed the modified rig in his space. He cleared every tool and palm-sized scrap from the floor. Back home, Zhou Chen appraised each corner of the apartment. He felt as if he could still see his parents calling him to eat, reading with him playing at his side. Time had moved on, but memories of them remained deeply buried in his heart. This was the house his parents had left him. If not for that unprecedented earthquake, he would never have let it go. Zhou Chen packed up whatever he could carry. Bulletproof glass, the range, hood, the fireplace, mirrors, shower fittings, the bathtub, taking down anything of value. An hour later, the well-finished flat stood empty save for a running air conditioner and a comfortable bed. The big yellow dog did not know what was happening and shadowed its master anxiously. At least its bed remained. Lao's son arrived and found that the heavy iron gates on the 5th and 15th floors had been removed. That confirmed Zhou Chen's determination to leave. "Xiao Zhou, we've discussed it for 2 days, and we've decided to stay." Zhou Chen felt surprised. By all rights, knowing he was their strongest asset, they should have clung to him and refused to let him go. Lao's son explained, "The main thing is more and more refugees are coming into the city. Everyone still has relatives. People feel staying and watching offers a better chance to reunite. If they want leave, I can't leave. I'm limping and can care for my child, but I can't both look after the child and go scavenging for supplies." Suddenly, Zhou Chen understood. He was alone and unbound, free to leave at a moment's notice. But those neighbors were different. Their friends and kin might still be alive, and their hearts were tied to them. For the first time since the disaster, he felt a pang of envy. No matter how harsh life was, to have someone to miss, and someone to miss you, was a rare and precious comfort. Lao's son said, "We will move out of the complex and find a few small houses in the suburbs. Even if a great riot breaks out, we'll be at peace, rest assured." Zhou Chen would not force them and advised, "Try to find open ground and build a few thatch huts. If things change, you must depart immediately for Ningxing." Lao's son nodded, reluctant. "Xiao Zhou, until we meet again, take care of yourself out there alone." He handed the small pouch in his hand to Zhou Chen. "We don't have much to offer. These few packs of salt are our token. Please accept them." They had known one another for years and were forced together by this damned catastrophe. People are not trees. To say one cannot spare a little friendship would be impossible. Zhou Chen looked at the salt and smiled. "Take it back. Go and tell everyone to wait for me in the parking lot. Since you won't leave, they'll bring you supplies." Lao's son hurriedly refused. "What supplies? Venturing out is so difficult. In a disaster, it's even harder." Zhou Chen smiled. "Trust me, I am not short of supplies. Too much luggage only makes the road harder." In the underground parking lot, everyone had gathered. Then they saw Zhou Chen arrive. A flashlight beam revealed a vast pile of supplies at his feet. Hundreds of kilos of milk, powder potatoes, rice flour, instant noodles, hemp bread, dumplings, everything. 10 sealed barrels of water. Blankets, quilts, summer clothes, shoes, hats, packed into several large sacks. Beside them sat a modified van, its jagged silhouette frighteningly menacing. Zhou Chen bent and pinched the little boy's cheek to tease him. "Son, call me daddy." The child, no longer withdrawn, had grown much sharper. "You're not my father." Chi Ro, who had cursed Zhou Chen the day before that had never find a wife, now cried openly, "Boss, are you really leaving? I can't bear it." Such a moving scene. Zhou Chen stepped back several paces, feigning disgust. "You brat, why haven't you bathed yet? You stink." Chi Ro, I. The crowd Under the first rays of dawn, the helicopter slowly took off. Early risers including Lao Sun and others who came to send June half a mile were just about to step outside when they heard the roaring sound of the rotor blades. One by one they rushed to the window to stretch their heads to look at the sky, only to see a helicopter flying farther and farther away. In midair, Zhou Chen surveyed the buildings below, bidding a final farewell to his hometown. Old Bai had long been waiting in the yard, gazing at the helicopter flying in from afar, quickly calling his wife to bring the children outside. "Ah, there are rabbits and a dog." As soon as Old Bai's two grandsons climbed into the back seat, they were captivated by the rabbits and the big yellow dog. Bai's wife, having been a battlefield doctor in her youth, was well informed. She quietly reminded her two grandsons, "Be careful, those are wild rabbits that can bite. Xiao Zhou, your big yellow dog, is really clean." The helicopter took off again. Old Bai turned to look at the old house assigned by the unit, saying, "I hope one day I can return, but I don't know if I will live to see that day." Zhou Chen smiled and said, "Reuniting with my son brings joy, and with a good mood naturally one can live along." Old Bai laughed heartily. "Living to 100 is too much to ask. I have already beaten the odds by surviving after being brought back from the battlefield. If I can see my grandsons grow up, I can rest in peace even in death." Mrs. Bai, sitting in the back, couldn't bear to listen any longer and spoke a few words, but her husband, wearing headphones, couldn't hear her at all. The Magic City is only over 300 kilometers from Ning City. The helicopter flew above unaffected by road conditions and could arrive in at most 40 minutes. The cross-sea bridge was damaged in a natural disaster and later repaired by soldiers with wooden bridges built over the broken parts. Countless refugees walked across the bridge, their faces filled with worry. Where there are refugees, there are also thugs. Seeing the roadblocks robbing supplies and even directly killing and abducting women, Zhou Chen sometimes lowered the altitude to scare off the thugs. Shooting one or two thugs dead made the gang scatter in fear. Some thugs, overly frightened, jumped straight into the sea. Once they fell into the water, they realized they might never reach land again. The vast ocean with shallow waters still saw boats floating by. However, the deck was covered in bloodstains, making it hard to tell whether they belonged to the boat's owner or someone else. 40 minutes later, the helicopter entered the territory of Ning City. In an unfamiliar place, the more ostentatious one was, the quicker they would die. Zhou Chen found an open space in the suburbs to land, helping the Bai family settle down nearby to rest while quietly storing the helicopter in his space. He put a leash on the big yellow dog, securing two rabbit cages to its body. The big yellow dog was well fed and strong, easily carrying the two rabbits. If it couldn't carry them, it would end up as dog meat. There was no way around it. His space only had preservation functions and couldn't store a living creature. The pigs and cows he salvaged from the flood died shortly after being thrown into the space. To travel from the suburbs to the city and then to the military family quarters would take at least 2 hours on foot. There were many refugees and thugs along the way. Compared to the beggar-like refugees, although the Bai family had disguised themselves as refugees, they still appeared extremely out of place. It was obvious they had food and drink like prime targets. 3 bulging bags were surely filled with supplies. The well-fed big yellow dog and the 2 rabbits in the cages added to their allure. Not only did the thugs' eyes gleam with greed, but even the refugees began to harbor thoughts of robbery. Yet no one dared to act, because there was an armed police officer among the group holding a gun. Zhou Chen was armed to the teeth. He was tall and long-legged, and with his fierce gear, every step he took radiated intimidation. He walked ahead confidently while Old Bai followed closely behind. Mrs. Bai held tightly onto the 2 children walking in the middle, her anxious heart never daring to relax for a moment. The dog sensed the deep malice around them, but being in unfamiliar territory, couldn't act fiercely and stayed close to Zhou Chen's leg. Mrs. Bai was so tense that her palms were sweaty. She and her husband had underestimated the situation. Without Xiao Zhou accompanying them, their family of 4 would never have survived to reach the territory of Ning City. "Old man, your dog is really fat. Old lady, you have so many supplies, could you share some with us? Your rabbits are quite big. Do you have any water? Give me a bottle of water and I'll leave right away." A group of ill-intentioned thugs, not daring to rob, forcefully clung to them like leeches. What was worse, some refugees on the brink of starvation and thirst followed closely behind, calling out pitifully, one more pitiful than the last. Bang! Zhou Chen fired directly, killing 3 thugs who got too close. "Try getting any closer, and let's see how many lives you have. Get the hell away from me." The gunfire rang out, and with a death, the frightened refugees retreated. The remaining thugs, seeing their fallen comrades, suddenly had a glint of excitement in their eyes. They pointed at Zhou Chen and shouted excitedly, "He's not a police officer. Police officers wouldn't kill civilians for no reason. Don't be afraid, let's go together. As long as we take him down, we'll share the supplies." Zhou Chen was about to fire. Suddenly, Old Bai dashed forward, swiftly stabbing and slashing 2 thugs lay dead in the street, their intestines spilling everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Old Bai achieved a double kill and began to demonstrate his skills. Every move showcased his mastery, and his piercing gaze sent shivers down the spine. The bloodied dual blades glinted ominously in the sunlight. "Anyone who doesn't cherish their lives can come. When I was flying bombers, you were still in your father's balls. You little punks come at me together. Oh, let's see who can survive in the end." The vast majority of thugs retreated continuously, while a few relentless ones remained undeterred. "Old man, who do you think you're scaring?" "I. Before he could finish, Old Bai was already in front of him, stabbing with his left knife into the heart and slashing with his right knife across the neck, blood splattering all over his face. Old Bai quickly retreated 2 steps, continuing to demonstrate his skills. His vigorous demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a man over 60. If he had felt some tension when he killed the 2 thugs earlier, now every pore in his body was filled with excitement. With age, his physique had declined, but his inner world had undergone a radical transformation. At this moment, Old Bai felt that he was still capable. Hooray! Long live the motherland. Under the natural disasters, no one could resist the temptation of supplies. The remaining thugs, still greedy, became extremely cautious when faced with the not-sold warrior. All right, old man, we only wanted supplies, but since you seek death. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp, piercing gunfire rang out, and the thugs in front, armed with knives as well as those attempting to ambush, all fell under the gun. One thug was still alive, clutching his 2 bleeding wounds on his stomach, spitting out blood. With trembling fingers, he pointed at Zhou Chen unwillingly, saying, "You shot with a gun. You despicable." Zhou Chen blew the steaming gun muzzle and cursed, "You idiot." Old Bai, in a fighting stance, also looked surprised. "I haven't even warmed up yet. How did you kill them all?" Zhou Chen teased. "All right, old hero, I know your skills are still sharp. Put away your tricks, we need to hurry." Old Bai feigned disappointment, lamenting, "Indeed, guns are more effective. Ooh, just shoot, and it's done. If this kind of thing had happened when I was flying bombers, I would have." Old Bai began reminiscing about the glorious days of his past. Then they were surrounded by a group of soldiers with guns. Who dares to shoot and kill in Ning City?